Upon awakening from a deep slumber, Lu Wei found himself inexplicably transported to a parallel universe, participating in a celebrity survival program set on a remote island. He was merely a washed-up young heartthrob, with a frail constitution that was so delicate that even a minor scrape would warrant a trip to the hospital. Upon his arrival on the desolate isle, he succumbed to heatstroke and fainted. Faced with such a fragile physique and lacking any wilderness survival skills, Lu Wei was genuinely concerned that he might meet an untimely demise. However, when he caught sight of several radiant and enchanting female celebrities who would be his companions for the next few months, a spark of recollection ignited within him. His childhood dream had always been wilderness survival, reveling in the great outdoors, even if it meant enduring the company of mosquitoes. Chapter 1. Awakening to a New Reality. Lu Wei, can you hear me? As he lay on the ground, Lu Wei felt droplets of water on his face and heard a voice repeatedly calling his name. Enduring a throbbing headache, he opened his eyes to a blinding expanse of white. Awake at last. The voice was melodious, slightly hoarse yet imbued with a youthful lilt, radiating a sense of relief and joy. Following the sound, he beheld an exquisite visage, delicate brows, almond-shaped eyes, a perfectly sculpted nose, and cherry-red lips. She embodied a blend of sensuality and innocence, allure and elegance, reminiscent of a celestial beauty lost from the heavens. Upon seeing her, Lu Wei momentarily froze, his astonishment barely contained. Great beauty. Before he could articulate his surprise, a robust male voice beside him chuckled and clapped him on the shoulder. You scared us half to death. Thankfully, you're all right, otherwise would have lost a member on the very first day. Turning his head, Lu Wei was met with another wave of astonishment. Leda now? Ha! Giggle giggle. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Lu Wei turned to see several prominent celebrities, well known from television, and he was momentarily flabbergasted. What on earth? He had merely taken a nap at home, and now he was surrounded by a host of stars. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a woman nearby, suppressing her laughter, inquired, Lu Wei, how do you feel? Lu Wei scrutinized a young woman, perhaps in her 20s or 30s, with short hair. Although not conventionally beautiful, she exuded a gentle and approachable aura. Though not a celebrity, Lu Wei recognized her from short videos. She was a wilderness survival blogger affectionately known as Sister Bird. This formidable woman had once braved the jungles of Southeast Asia alone for 100 days, earning her the title of the leading female wilderness survivalist in the Countryne absolute force of nature. Lu Wei, how are you feeling? Noticing Lu Wei's dazed expression and his silence, Sister Bird asked again, her concern evident. This poor lad. I hope he hasn't suffered heatstroke to the point of confusion. Oh, I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. While dizziness was an inconvenience, what truly perplexed him was how he found himself here, amidst a throng of celebrities. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was on a beach, resting in the shade of a tree. Not far off lay the sandy shore and the vast ocean, with the salty breeze carrying a faint scent of brine. The sun blazed mercilessly overhead, and the air was stifling, making each breath a laborious endeavor. Yang Xiaohu, glancing anxiously at the bewildered Lu Wei, voiced her concern. Sister Bird, do you think Lu Wei is all right? He's fine, just a bit of heat exhaustion, compounded by his frail health. He merely fainted with some rest. He should recover. Sister Bird's tone bore a hint of exasperation. A young man at the prime of life should be brimming with vitality. Yet, Lu Wei appeared more fragile than some of the women present, which was quite disheartening. However, given the unfortunate draw of teammates, there was little to be done except accept the situation. At that moment, Wu Jing, noticing Lu Wei was regaining his composure, suggested, all right, since Lu Wei is better, let's allow him to rest here while we get to work. We still need to construct a shelter. Time is of the essence, otherwise we'll be left to camp out in the wild tonight. With that, he cast a disdainful glance at Lu Wei, his expression revealing his contempt. Known for his rugged demeanor, Wu Jing held little regard for a delicate young man like Lu Wei, though he refrained from displaying his disdain too openly, having faced online bullying in the past. The rest of the group nodded in agreement with Wu Jing's proposal. While the heat was oppressive, the island's temperature fluctuated dramatically between day and night, with the evenings proving quite chilly. Sleeping outdoors would be immensely uncomfortable. There was also the risk of catching a cold in the wild, which could lead to significant complications. After advising Lu Wei to rest well, they ventured out into the sun to begin their tasks. Lu Wei remained seated, dazed and motionless, as if he were in a stupor. Just moments ago, he had been deep in contemplation about how he had ended up among these celebrities. Suddenly, his mind swelled with an influx of memories. leaving him momentarily incapable of coherent thought. After some time, realization dawned upon him. He had traversed into another realm. This parallel universe bore a striking resemblance to his own, yet was marked by numerous differences. In this world, technology was more advanced, living standards were elevated, and there was a heightened emphasis on the enjoyment of the spiritual realm. Consequently, the entertainment industry flourished, and those engaged in it enjoyed ever-increasing social status. Particularly, singers and celebrity artists were not only among the most lucrative professions, but also enjoyed adoration from countless fans, making it the pinnacle of all careers. In such a climate, an array of entertainment productions emerged, with films, television dramas, and variety shows flourishing. Among them, the program with the most viewership and influence was undoubtedly the World Celebrity Wilderness Survival Challenge. Indeed, it was this very program in which Lu Wei now found himself participating. Co-hosted by entertainment and cultural associations from 50 countries, this global survival challenge involved 500 participants. The production team randomly selected 9 eligible celebrity artists along with 1 survival expert from the pool of applicants to form teams for the challenge. The entire event was filmed by state-of-the-art drones and broadcast live across major global platforms. The program spanned 99 days, with teams evaluated based on various factors, including remaining personnel and supplies. The victorious team would not only receive a substantial monetary reward, but also access to exclusive entertainment resources. These included leading roles in films and television series crafted by top-tier directors, personalized songs by renowned composers, high-end endorsements, and covers of prestigious fashion magazines. It was said that securing the championship would catapult even a minor celebrity into stardom overnight. Even if one could not endure until the end, simply appearing frequently during the global live broadcast would significantly enhance one's fame. Thus, despite the inherent dangers and difficulties of wilderness survival, countless stars clamored to participate. Lu Wei's former self, though a faded idol, was still considered a celebrity, albeit a rather obscure one. Having just been released from his agency, he could not afford to pass up such a transformative opportunity. Whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune, he had been selected. He had anticipated a meteoric rise to fame, but to his dismay, he had succumbed to heatstroke and fainted by midday. And now he had been thrust into this alternate version of himself. Since I have crossed over, where is the system? Beep, system initializing. Chapter 2. This is a serious survival challenge. System, do not deviate. A grown man, yet he cannot even match the physical resilience of a woman. Out of 500 participants, he is the sole individual who fainted upon arriving on the island. What a disgrace to humanity. Is this even a man? Please, do not tarnish the term. By the way, is this boy a celebrity? Why do I not recognize him? He seems to be a faded idol. You're the faded one, your whole family is faded. Oh dear, there are still delusional fans here, come on, jump around a bit more. Ha ha ha, that thunderous laugh just cracked me up. Lei Jiai has gone completely mute, haha. Disrespecting predecessors, no wonder he has faded. This weakling should just withdraw with him dragging us down. Making it to the end will be exceedingly difficult. Withdrawal is not an option. Losing someone this early will severely lower the final score, making it even harder to achieve victory. How do we draw this trash? In the live streaming room, the reaction to Lu Wei's fainting upon arrival was predictably filled with scorn and ridicule. After all, this program was more than just a variety show. It was perceived as an international competition, even more prestigious than the Olympics. Winning the championship would undoubtedly bring glory to the nation. However, given the current circumstances, Lu Wei was clearly a liability, making him an easy target for criticism. As the most popular live streaming program globally, even on weekdays, the viewership soared into the millions. This was merely the audience count from the Jiuzhou region worldwide. The total viewership reached tens of millions, and during holidays, it could exceed 100 million. Unbeknownst to Lu Wei, the outside world was already filled with vitriol directed at him. Even if he were aware, he had no time to dwell on it, as he was currently exploring the system he had just acquired. Upon opening the system, he was greeted with a user interface. Host, Lu Wei. Age, 25. Strength, 31. Constitution, 30. Agility, 46. Spirit, 55. Above attributes. A normal person has a passing score of 60, with the maximum being 100. Each 100,000 popularity points grants a 1-point increase in attributes. Once any attribute exceeds 100, 200,000 popularity points are needed for a 1-point increase. Skills: singing level 3, dancing level 4, acting level 3, culinary arts level 1. 10,000 popularity points upgrade to level 1, 20,000 for level 2, 30,000 for level 3. Popularity points, 15,389. Influenced by the host's likability and number of fans, popularity naturally declines over time without attention. Updates daily at midnight. Lottery. Low-level lottery costs 10,000 popularity points once. Medium-level lottery costs 100,000 popularity points once. High-level lottery costs 1 million popularity points once. Top-level lottery costs 10 million popularity points once. Store. Not yet open. Character affection level. Not yet open. Beginner benefits. Low-level lottery, 10 consecutive draws at a 90 discount. Lu Wei glanced at the attributes. Speechless, they were less than half of a normal person's. Truly the epitome of fragility. However, through memory, he had a rough understanding of the situation. The original owner, as an idol, had to maintain a slim figure, subsisting on boiled vegetables. A 185 centimeters young man weighing only 55 kilograms, he was skin and bones, needing to clutch a utility pole to relieve himself. The crux of the matter was that after his career faded, the entertainment company exploited him relentlessly. Whether it was the opening of a spicy hot pot restaurant or a widow's remarriage, if it could make money, they would seize the opportunity. It wasn't until his contract expired that he finally found relief. His already weak body had been further worn down after being treated like a workhorse for years, leaving him in a shattered state. This afternoon, exhaustion combined with the sweltering heat caused him to pass out, granting Lu Wei the chance to traverse into this new realm. Lu Wei raised his bony arm, pale yet sickly, devoid of any color, with prominent blue veins visible. Clenching his fist revealed his feeble strength. Furrowing his brow, Lu Wei realized he needed to become stronger swiftly. Regardless of whether he could become a star and earn a fortune, preserving his life was paramount. If this continued, he might perish once more. Having studied the system, Lu Wei understood that to bolster himself, he required popularity points. To gain popularity points, he needed to be liked or acknowledged by others. The more people, the greater the influx of popularity points. It seemed that pursuing a career as a star was the only viable path. Lu Wei felt a sense of yearning for stardom. In his previous life, as a faceless individual, he toiled mechanically in a factory, barely scraping by. Now presented with this opportunity, he was determined to seize it tightly. Moreover, while there were similarities between the cultural entertainment products of both worlds, there were also numerous differences. This was a veritable treasure trove for him. He merely wished to allow the classics of another world to flourish in this one, not to plagiarize for monetary gain. Such a base endeavor was unfit for someone of his noble character. Furthermore, how could something not present in this world be considered plagiarism? Observing the floating, wingless drone camera nearby, Lu Wei knew without a doubt that many were currently disparaging him. Let them scold, he had no time to dwell on it. The priority was to enhance himself. Checking the system interface revealed only 10,000 popularity points. Lu Wei sighed with such a meager amount. Improving his attributes was out of the question. He needed to consider alternative methods. After all, he was somewhat of a star. Wasn't 10,000 popularity points a bit paltry? However, glancing at the description accompanying the popularity points, Lu Wei grasped the situation. The original owner was not a major star. He had merely participated in an idol audition program, without even qualifying for debut. If not for his appearances as a minor guest in several variety shows, or playing minor roles, he would probably not have even qualified for this program. Such a low-tier artist naturally had little popularity. Coupled with his recent decline, it was unsurprising that he had only 10,000 popularity points left. One could only lament how quickly the young female fans had turned their backs on him. Fortunately, the system was somewhat benevolent, granting a beginner discount opportunity. With just 10,000 popularity points, he could attempt a low-level 10 consecutive draws. Though low-level lotteries seemed a bit dubious, it was still the only opportunity for a turnaround, so he had to give it a try. Without further hesitation, Lu Wei confirmed the lottery. Do you confirm the low-level lottery 10 times, consuming 100,000 popularity points, beginner benefit, only requiring 10,000 popularity points? Yes. Beep, commencing lottery. Congratulations, host, you have received, thank you for your patronage, once. Congratulations, host, you have received, thank you for your patronage, once. Receiving, thank you for your patronage, twice in a row turned Lu Wei's expression a sickly green. He was aware that low-level lotteries were a scam, but he hadn't anticipated it would be this severe. 2,000 popularity points had just gone down the drain. Thank goodness it was discounted, otherwise, the loss would have been catastrophic. Congratulations, host, you have obtained comprehensive guide to wilderness survival. Wow, Lu Wei's eyes lit up. This was excellent, incredibly useful. Congratulations, host, you have received a 10-hour beginner protection period. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill 18 techniques of bathing level 1. 2 consecutive skills were not a total waste of popularity points. However, what on earth were these skills? They were utterly useless for his current self. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill. How to quickly put on a Yifei cover level 1. Lu Wei, his face darkened further. Congratulations, host, you have received a 1-minute strength doubling experience card. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill. Acting skill level 1. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Kato's Divine Hand, level 1. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Diving, level 1. Dear system, we are engaged in a serious survival narrative. Might you be slightly off course? Chapter 3. Unexpected delight at present. Possessing a level 1 acting skill may seem somewhat trivial, yet has proven to be worth the investment, yielding considerable returns. According to the system's skill enhancement regulations, advancing from level 2 to level 3 in acting requires a staggering 20,000 popularity points. Spending a mere 10,000 to draw this skill is undeniably a profit. However, what on earth is this divine hand of Kato? Is there not a fear of being obstructed? Nevertheless, one can never have too many skills. It may prove useful in the future. So I shall set it aside for now. As for the 1-minute power experience card, it promises to double one's strength within that brief span. This is indeed a valuable asset, potentially life-saving in critical moments. The most useful item, however, is undoubtedly the comprehensive wilderness survival guide. It encompasses numerous precautions and tidbits of knowledge. While intricate, it is not overly profound, yet its breadth of information is commendable, providing insights into various topics. For instance, it covers how to locate water sources, select suitable shelter camps, and outlines do's and don'ts, information that is exceedingly beneficial for a wilderness novice like Lu Wei. Additionally, there is the 10-hour novice protection feature, which ensures that Lu Wei will not suffer any accidents due to physical ailments or other unforeseen circumstances during this period. Although accidental injuries are not covered, this provision is still quite reassuring. Otherwise, given his current physical condition, he would dread any vigorous activity, fearing a sudden collapse. As for the final skill, it is an even greater boon. Diving holds significant utility in a survival scenario on an island, marking it as a delightful surprise. As Lu Wei quietly absorbed the changes brought about by these skills, he found the experience quite extraordinary. Before long, having completed the skill acquisition, he felt a subtle movement in his fingers, swift enough to leave a fleeting afterimage. This skill is impressive indeed. Upon reflecting on his acting ability, he felt little change, merely a burgeoning understanding of the craft that would only manifest when called upon. As for the diving skill, he would need to immerse himself in water to truly gauge its effects. However, as Lu Wei gazed out at the distant sea, the initial feelings of unfamiliarity and fear dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. His heart surged with eagerness to plunge into the ocean and test his newfound diving skill. At that moment, the other team members were diligently constructing the shelter. Observing the bustling activity around him, Lu Wei felt it was inappropriate to remain idle. He resolved to contribute to the group, hoping to garner some audience favor and accumulate popularity points. Simultaneously, he aimed to test his diving skills to see if he could procure dinner for the group. Resolute in his decision, Lu Wei rose and scanned the surroundings for any useful tools. They had brought 10 types of equipment to the island, as stipulated by the production team, with each person allowed 1 item. After much deliberation, they ultimately selected an axe, a machete, a large piece of waterproof fabric, a fire starter, a pot, a military shovel, a waterproof flashlight, a fishhook, a bow accompanied by 5 arrows, and a spear gun. Naturally, their choices were limited, but these items represented the most practical options available to survive long-term on a deserted island. Each of these items holds significant utility. Lu Wei promptly grasped a spear gun and fashioned a length of vine to secure the fish he intended to catch, then made his way to the shoreline. In a short while, with the vine in his left hand and the spear gun in his right, he waded into the sea. Meanwhile, the individuals focused on their tasks in the distance remained oblivious to Lu Wei's actions. However, the viewers in the live stream quickly noticed his movements. What does this lad intend to do? Is he actually going to dive and fish? With his physique, he might as well be devoured by the fish. Look, he has truly entered the water. It seems he is indeed attempting to catch fish. Could it be that he wishes to eliminate himself from the competition? It is quite possible. Such a young novice could hardly endure the rigors of survival in the wilderness. Alas, a single misfit can spoil the whole endeavor. This inept individual is truly a hindrance. Does he possess no self-awareness? Why did he even sign up in the first place? It is utterly detrimental. A permanent ban is advisable. Nonetheless, let him be eliminated. The sooner, the better. A swift end is preferable to prolonged suffering. Although early elimination results in a greater deduction of points, it is still preferable to having a persistent liability. Perhaps he might actually manage to catch a fish. Who knows? I wager he won T last 10 minutes. I bet 5 minutes. I bet 3 minutes before the rescue boat has to come retrieve him. Upon entering the water, Lu Wei exhaled contentedly. On this sweltering summer day, immersing himself in the water felt incredibly refreshing. Wait, it should be winter. They were situated in a northern part of the southern hemisphere, and it was June. Indeed, wintertime. Although the winter days here can be quite warm, with temperatures soaring to 35 degrees Celsius, the nights grow rather chilly, dropping to around 10 degrees. Such temperature fluctuations present a formidable challenge for survival contestants. As a moment of negligence could lead to a cold, Lu Wei's figure gradually submerged, revealing the underwater scenery. With gentle winds and calm seas, the water's clarity was remarkable, allowing him to see small fish darting about near the reefs. The seabed also boasted some sea cabbage and kelp, both of which are excellent sources of sustenance. Kelp not only replenishes salt, sugar, and iodine, but can also be used to produce monosodium glutamate, making it a nutritional powerhouse. However, Lu Wei was not in a rush to harvest. After all, he could not escape this spot, and it would be just as easy to gather them upon his return. Swimming forward for several dozen meters, he had already been submerged for over a minute. Aside from feeling a slight discomfort from holding his breath, he did not sense anything amiss. Typically, Lu Wei could only manage to hold his breath for about a minute, but now that duration seemed trivial. He could easily endure for 3 to 5 minutes. Moreover, he was now at a depth of 7 or 8 meters, where the water pressure should have begun to affect him significantly. Yet, Lu Wei felt no discomfort, which spoke volumes about the system's remarkable skills. Nevertheless, he was not entirely devoid of sensation. His stamina was lacking, and he was beginning to feel fatigued. Believing he could persist a little longer, Lu Wei continued his exploration. From time to time, one might encounter some sea snails and shells, all of which Lu Wei collected and tucked away in his pocket. Just as he placed a fist-sized sea snail into his pocket, he looked up to see a familiar orange figure ahead. A flicker of surprise illuminated his eyes as he hurried forward to investigate. Nestled quietly behind a reef was a coconut snail, roughly the size of a soccer ball, which Lu Wei eagerly scooped up. Upon grasping it, a substantial weight was immediately apparent. This creature must weigh at least several pounds. Lu Wei's face broke into a joyful smile. With his prize, along with the sea snails and shellfish he had gathered, dinner for the group was practically assured. However, if only he could catch a fish, it would be utterly perfect. Yet, he reminded himself not to be greedy. This was already quite an impressive haul. Returning home with such a bounty would undoubtedly redeem him in the eyes of others. Although Lu Wei was not overly concerned with how others perceived him, having endured a life of poverty in his previous existence, he had developed a thick skin. He understood that to garner more popularity, he ought to refine his persona. Furthermore, if he appeared too weak, his teammates might harbor disdain. Even if they did not express it directly, he could sense it nonetheless. With months of cohabitation ahead, harmonious relations would be ideal, and he was willing to strive for that. If they could not get along, then so be it. He was not one to ingratiate himself by debasingly licking others' boots. He simply needed to focus on his own affairs. The paramount concern at present was to accumulate some popularity, strengthen his physique, and ensure his survival. Aware that his body was nearing its limits, Lu Wei ascended towards the water surface. Just as he was about to break the surface, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a brownish-yellow figure shooting out from a crevice among the rocks, its enormous mouth agape. Chapter 4. Never conceal one's incompetence. From the rocky crevice emerged a brownish-yellow grouper, lunging forth. It opened its mouth, larger than an adult's fist, and swiftly devoured a small fish that happened to swim by, before retreating back to its hiding place beneath the rocks. The fish's coloration matched perfectly with the reef, making it nearly invisible unless one looked closely. Upon spotting this large grouper, Lu Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, thoughts manifest into reality. Moments ago, he had lamented not catching any fish, and now one had seemingly presented itself. He could hardly let such an opportunity slip away. He quietly swam towards the rocky area, stealthily raised his spear gun, took aim, and fired. Whoosh! The spear gun sliced through the water like a sharp arrow, piercing the grouper, which weighed at least 7 or 8 pounds. Taken by surprise, the grouper thrashed violently, attempting to escape into the rocky crevice. Having been an avid fisherman in his previous life, Lu Wei was well aware of the grouper's tendencies and would not allow it to succeed. If it managed to burrow in, capturing it would become exceedingly difficult. Additionally, the reef was littered with sharp oyster shells and coral, which could easily sever the line, allowing the fish to escape. The only solution was to exert force and swiftly pull it out from the crevice. Lu Wei discarded the spear gun and quickly gathered the line, engaging in a tug-of-war with the fish. If he had been using a fishing rod, reeling in such a sizable catch would have been quite the ordeal. However, when it comes to tugging with a rope, a fish weighing merely 7 or 8 pounds stands no chance against Lu Wei, who exceeds 100 pounds. After a brief struggle, the fish was effortlessly pulled towards him. He seized the spider conch he had collected and struck the fish's head with its sharp spike. Instantly, the violently thrashing grouper ceased its movements, lifeless. Having dealt with the grouper, Lu Wei tidied up and swiftly ascended towards the surface with his prize catch of the large grouper and various sea conchs. Unable to hold his breath any longer, he surfaced with a splash, emerging from the water to take deep gasps of air. After a moment of recuperation, he gradually swam towards the shore. After several minutes, he reached the beach and collapsed onto the sand, remaining motionless. Were it not for his labored breathing, one might have thought he had perished. Diving is an incredibly taxing endeavor. Given Lu Wei's physical condition, enduring for such a duration was no small feat in a mere span of a few minutes since submersion. He had completely exhausted his stamina, now relying solely on sheer willpower to sustain him. At that moment, all he desired was to lie there, undisturbed. Until the end of time, every movement he made was faithfully captured by the unmanned camera following him, broadcasting live to the streaming room. Furthermore, his personal live feed was directly showcased in the national team's streaming room of the JoJo program, which featured a world-class audience, the most viewed streaming room, typically displaying the most riveting moments from the various teams. This venue boasted a global audience, making it the largest streaming room in terms of viewership. In addition to this world-class streaming room, each nation had its own national streaming room, alongside individual rooms for each team member. Originally, Lu Wei's personal streaming room had the lowest viewership among the 10 participants, even less than that of Bird's sister. After all, with so many celebrities, who would take interest in a lesser-known figure's live stream? However, this underwater dive, being the team's inaugural hunt, coupled with Lu Wei's controversial persona, prompted the JoJo program to experiment by featuring his footage in the national streaming room. To their surprise, the response was quite positive, sparking lively discussions and a surge in popularity. Wow, did you see that? This kid has skills. Though he is as thin as a centipede, his diving abilities are impressive. 5 minutes and 32 seconds? That's beyond mere talent. Even seasoned professionals struggle to achieve that. Wait, how is the timing so precise? I expected him to surface in mere seconds, but he is exceptionally strong. Truly remarkable, and with such a bountiful catch. Initially thought to be a nobody, turns out he is a champion. I live by the sea, and while many can dive, few can do so without goggles for such a length of time. Are you exaggerating? The world record for breath holding underwater is a staggering 22 minutes. He has a long way to go. Dude, if you don't understand, just stay quiet. Diving and breath holding are not the same. One is meant to swim, while the other remains stationary. The contrast is stark. To be able to dive for 5 minutes is undoubtedly a feat of strength. What a joke. Just a pretty boy, already exhausted like a dead dog after such a brief time, truly lacking in stamina. If you're so capable, why don't you give it a try? At the same time, while Lu Wei was diving, the teammates constructing the shelter were nearing completion. Phew, it's too hot. I can't take it anymore. Let us all take a break, or I'll risk heat stroke, Chun Chi-Chi said, drenched in sweat, collapsing onto the ground beneath the shade of a tree. As a recognized slacker, Chun Chi-Chi never concealed his weaknesses. Didn't you just rest? Are you tired again? Wu Jing asked, a look of helplessness on his face. Pondering the misfortune of having been paired with both Lu Wei and Chun Chi-Chi, 2 lazybones. Added to that were 4 delicate female celebrities, leaving Wu Jing filled with despair for the future. Although the 4 actresses were putting in great effort, Their innate limitations resulted in their performance being even less effective than Chun Chi-Chi's, essentially on par with Lu Wei. Lying on the ground, Chun Chi-Chi lamented, "I truly can't go on. I'm exhausted, hungry, and thirsty. If I keep this up, I might just collapse." Nearby, Sister Bird suggested, "Then let us take a break. We're close to finishing anyway. I'll go find something to eat, and you all can wrap up the remaining tasks." Upon hearing this, Wu Jing looked at Sister Bird with concern. "I'll accompany you. It's not safe for you to go alone. What if something happens and there's no one to help? We can manage to set up a bed here at the shelter, with so many of us. It'll all be done in no time." As the sole survival expert in the group, Sister Bird's significance was self-evident. She was undoubtedly the key to their potential victory. Therefore, while accidents could befall anyone, Sister Bird was an exception. If anything were to happen to her, their elimination would be guaranteed. Yang Xiaohu chimed in, "Yes. Let Jing go with you. Bring Peng Peng along too. Having more people will help us find more food." Seeing everyone in agreement, Sister Bird decided not to decline, especially since the remaining tasks were indeed minimal. She picked up a coconut that had been gathered upon their arrival and asked, "Does anyone want some coconut water? I can open one for you." "Me? I want some," Chun Chi-Chi exclaimed, instantly rejuvenated at the mention of a drink. Yang Xiaohu shot him a look. "If you want a drink, open it yourself." Turning to Sister Bird, she added, "Bird sister, don't mind him. You should drink it yourself. You and Jing have worked the hardest today. Don't worry about us." Given their familiarity, Yang Xiaohu spoke casually to Chun Chi-Chi, who shrugged nonchalantly. "I just can't open it, or I wouldn't have bothered you, Bird sister." Chapter 5. How useless is Lu Wei? Can't even open a coconut. What else can he do? Nearby, Lei Jai teased, "You can't really blame him. After all, my junior here is known as the second most useless person in the entertainment industry, so it's only natural he can't open a coconut." "Who asked the first?" Bai Xiaolu inquired curiously. As a newcomer to the entertainment scene, she was not yet familiar with these gossip tidbits. Her straightforward nature prompted the question without hesitation. The others exchanged glances, torn between laughter and exasperation. Was she being straightforward or just naive? However, everyone is quite familiar with her. After all, there are not many starlets who can unabashedly reveal their pearly whites when they smile. Coupled with her striking beauty and vivacious, straightforward personality, she has garnered a significant following, and her debut hinted at a meteoric rise to stardom. Were it not for her participation in this program, she would have had 4 dramas set to air this year, alongside numerous variety shows to record, truly a dominating presence on screen. Nonetheless, while Bai Xiaolu could pose such a question, others found it difficult to voice their curiosity, wary of potentially offending someone. Chun Chi-Chi, being well acquainted with that individual and familiar with the comedy circuit, unabashedly remarked that the first waist was akin to an egg. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly grasped the implication, their expressions shifting to one of realization. That person was somewhat unpopular. Where does Lu Wei rank? Upon hearing this, the audience looked at him with incredulous expressions, as if questioning his sanity. Was this child out of his mind? Such words were inappropriate, especially in a live broadcast. Peng Peng suddenly realized he had misspoken and hurriedly attempted to rectify the situation. "No, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean to imply that Lu Wei is a waste." Observing Peng Peng dig himself deeper, the crowd collectively sighed, recognizing that this child was beyond redemption. Even though you may have more popularity than Lu Wei, and despite the fact that he is relatively obscure, your words inevitably convey a sense of disrespect. If you were close friends, it might be seen as playful banter. But it was evident that you two were previously unacquainted, making such remarks highly inappropriate. Thankfully, Chun Chi-Chi skillfully intervened, interrupting the escalating situation with a hearty laugh, stating that Lu Wei doesn't rank among the truly inept, as they are the genuine wastes, while he simply faced a series of unfortunate events. This not only alleviated the tension for Peng Peng, but also provided Lu Wei with a semblance of redemption. In truth, Chun Chi-Chi held a favorable opinion of Lu Wei, as his presence cast Chen's own shortcomings in a less glaring light. Although he occasionally indulged in playful antics to establish a slacker persona during variety shows, much to the amusement of his teammates and audience, he understood that he could not be so brazen in this particular program. This was not merely a variety show. It prioritized winning over entertainment value. Should he hinder his team, he would undoubtedly face criticism. Prior to this, he had been apprehensive that his physical capabilities would lead to scorn in this program. Yet, Given his recent career stagnation and the unique nature of the show, he felt compelled to participate, bracing himself for the inevitable backlash. He had not anticipated encountering Lu Wei. People often fear comparison. Chen Qiqi had believed himself to be quite inept, only to discover someone even less capable, a most unexpected delight. Thus, in contrast to Wu Jing's disdain, he found himself rather fond of Lu Wei, as this brother helped divert much of the scrutiny away from him. In the live streaming room, the audience, captivated by Peng Peng's words, saw the barrage of comments surge. Ha ha, Peng Peng is truly straightforward, unafraid to speak her mind. Is this straightforwardness? Or rather, a lack of emotional intelligence? Look at how she disparages Lu Wei, a struggling celebrity. Regardless of opinions, every individual has their admirers and detractors. After all, no one is universally liked. TCH, for minor celebrity, it is indeed an honor for our Peng Peng to draw comparisons, inadvertently granting him some visibility. Please refrain from tarnishing Peng Peng's reputation. Thank you. I concur with Chen Qiqi. Lu Wei is merely unfortunate, compounded by his frail health, which led to his heat stroke. He has certainly been diligent, having scoured the depths for food for everyone after such a lengthy dive. That is no small feat. Have they forgotten Lu Wei? While they sip coconut water, he nearly succumbs on the beach. In truth, Lu Wei does evoke a sense of pity. He has contributed significantly to the team, yet lies there unattended. If they were aware, how could they neglect him? At this moment, Sister Niao has cracked open a coconut, first handing it to Wu Jingjing. You've worked hard, please. You go first. Wu Jing waved his hand, declining. No need. I will get my own shortly. You ladies drink first. Wu Jing's temperament is straightforward, slightly tinged with traditional masculinity, a common trait among strong men. Given his own strength, he instinctively perceives fragile women as needing care. This can be seen as a habit inherited through male genetics, yet in contemporary society, many find it unpalatable, especially those in martial arts. The girls nearby exchanged polite refusals, ultimately yielding the coconut to a few of them. Having just arrived on the island, they had yet to locate a stable source of fresh water, relying solely on coconuts for hydration. Although coconuts abound, they dared not squander them. Should they fail to find fresh water for an extended period, these coconuts would become their most vital resource. With 9 individuals present, sharing one coconut between every 2, Sister Niao and Jing shared one. For them, survival took precedence, while others might still be adjusting to their circumstances. Among the group were 5 young women. One was the queen of the entertainment industry, the magnificent and fair Yang Xiao, affectionately dubbed Fox Spirit. Not only is she a top-tier star, but she is also rumored to be launching her own entertainment company, aiming to penetrate the capital market. This Fox Spirit possesses an unparalleled beauty. Her status in the industry is undeniable and formidable. Within the team, only Wu Jing's experience could rival hers. However, despite his seniority, Wu Jing has yet to produce any significant work, and his popularity remains average. The remaining 3 female stars, aside from the novice by Xiaolu, are also well regarded in the industry. One is among the 3 beauties of the Western regions, renowned for her stunning looks, Gu Lina Na. As the saying goes, there are only mistaken names, never misnamed nicknames. For Gu Lina Na to be dubbed Heavenly Beauty amidst a sea of gorgeous faces in the entertainment realm speaks volumes of her allure. Her features are exquisitely perfect, imbued with a subtle exotic charm, fresh and vibrant. The last individual, a web drama sensation, is the immensely beloved and strikingly beautiful Zhangxiao AI. This young lady possesses chiseled features, and beneath her long eyelashes lies a pair of eyes that sparkle like the galaxy, seemingly capable of piercing directly into one's soul with their brilliance. Sister Niao opened 5 coconuts. She shared one with Wu Jing, while the other 4 young women paired off 2 by 2. Lei Jiayi and Chen Qiqi, as brothers, shared one, leaving Peng Peng to hold the remaining coconut alone. Perhaps feeling guilty for her earlier slip of the tongue, Peng Peng stood up with the coconut and declared, I will take this to Brother Lu Wei first. I'll share one with him. With that, she dashed off to find Lu Wei. Chapter 6. The astonished crowd. Oh no, Brother Lu Wei is missing. Shortly after departing, Peng Peng hurried back, her expression tinged with anxiety. What? Missing? Where could he have gone? Wu Jing asked solemnly. Although the island had been previously scouted by the production team and found to be devoid of large beasts, one could never be too careful. Peng Peng anxiously replied, I don't know. I searched the vicinity for a while, but couldn't find him. Lei Jiai rose and reassured her. It's all right, don't panic. You might just be using the restroom. I'll accompany you to check. Sister Niao furrowed her brow and added, I'll go as well. We are unfamiliar with this environment, so it's best to be cautious. Wu Jing, hearing this, declared, in that case, let us all search together. Although he harbored no fondness for Lu Wei, he certainly wished to avoid any peril befalling him. Upon hearing Wu Jing's words, everyone rose and made their way toward the spot where Lu Wei had been. Upon reaching the tree, they, indeed, found no trace of him. The group scanned the area, but saw no signs of his presence. Wu Jing, who was preparing to film a military-themed drama, possessed some knowledge of special forces techniques. He inspected the ground nearby and noted that there were no footprints leading into the island's interior, suggesting that Lu Wei had not ventured into the woods, but rather towards the seaside. Zhang Xiao AI examined the supplies and tools brought by the group and made a notable discovery. The spear gun is missing. Could he have gone fishing? Gu Limena blinked her beautiful eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, fishing? With his frail appearance, he likely lacks the strength to catch anything. Sister Niao appeared to have reached the same conclusion. Swimming in the ocean is far more perilous than in fresh water. Her expression shifted, and she quickly urged, let us go. We must check the beach. With urgency, she sprinted toward the sea. If Lu Wei had indeed ventured into the ocean to fish, it would pose a genuine threat to his safety. Even when the sea appears calm, the undercurrents can be exceedingly treacherous. A moment's carelessness could lead to being swept away. Moreover, the water temperature beneath the surface is quite frigid, increasing the risk of danger. Professional divers always assess the tides and currents before plunging into the water. If Lu Wei, oblivious to these factors, had entered the sea in pursuit of fish, the likelihood of encountering danger was alarmingly high. Of course, this was a program recording, and with cameras present, should any real peril arise, the nearby rescue boat from the production team would not stand idly by. As the group hastened to the beach, they soon spotted a figure lying on the sand in the distance. Look over there. Bai Xiaolu was the first to discover Lu Wei. Upon seeing Lu Wei lying motionless on the beach, a sense of dread washed over the crowd, and several young women turned pale. They feared that something grave had befallen him. Wu Jing immediately quickened his pace, rushing towards Lu Wei with urgency. As Lu Wei lay there resting, he heard the hurried footsteps and turned to see Wu Jing's anxious face approaching rapidly. He quickly rose and inquired, Jingge, why are you in such a rush? Wu Jing, panting, replied, You rascal, what are you doing here? We couldn't find you earlier. We thought something had happened. Lu Wei, sensing the concern, offered an apologetic smile. I'm fine, just a bit tired, resting for a moment. I'm sorry to have worried you. At that moment, the others who had been trailing behind also arrived, gathering around Lu Wei and bombarding him with questions. Having been through a scare, they could not help but feel a tinge of resentment. You claim you can't help but still cause chaos, making us worry and search for you. How can we not be upset? Lu Wei understood their feelings, but chose not to dwell on it. After all, they were strangers before this incident, while they were aware of each other. There was little camaraderie. It was natural for them to feel a range of emotions, having worried for his safety. Lu Wei, being mature, recognized that such feelings were normal. Among the group, the only one who harbored no resentment but genuine concern was Yang Xiaohu. Their relationship was somewhat unique, having once been classmates and even desk mates. At that time, Lu Wei was at the pinnacle of his career, a handsome star admired by many girls in class, including Yang Xiaohu. However, she was not the confident figure she was today, just an unassuming girl with a crush on him. It is often said that first love is the most beautiful and unforgettable, even if it remains unspoken. Though years had passed, Yang Xiaohu believed her feelings for Lu Wei had diminished. Yet, inexplicably, whenever she saw him, a special emotion would surface, prompting her to instinctively protect him. Approaching Lu Wei, she looked at his drenched form and reproached him. What were you doing in the water? If you're feeling unwell, you should rest quietly instead of causing trouble. Her tone, though stern, was laced with concern. Just as Lu Wei was about to explain that he had gone fishing, the nearby Lei Dineo suddenly exclaimed, Wow, what huge fish! The crowd turned to see a large fish and numerous sea snails in the shadow behind Lu Wei. The fish bore visible injuries, suggesting it had been shot with a spear, and, coupled with the spear nearby and the soaked Lu Wei, the others began to piece together the situation. Although it is hard to believe, the undeniable truth stands before them, leaving no room for doubt. As the crowd gazed at her with incredulity. Lu Wei couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction within. However, she maintained a composed facade and remarked, "Seeing everyone so busy, I felt it improper to rest alone. I thought I'd find something for everyone to eat, and fortunately, I can dive. I had some luck and caught a fish and gathered these sea snails. Though it might not be quite enough." "Not enough? Do you think we're pigs? With so many sea snails and such a large fish, we could feed 10 more people," Wu Jing exclaimed, staring in disbelief at Lu Wei. "Did you catch all of this by yourself?" Lu Wei nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. As it might come off as boasting, this was just right. Sister Bird chuckled, "We are all busy building a shelter. Who else could help him but us? Certainly not the production team." Wu Jing quickly realized he had asked a foolish question and sheepishly replied, "Brother, please don't take offense. I was just so astonished. I could never have brought back so much. I truly admire you." With a broad smile, he gave Lu Wei a thumbs up. "Wow, this is absolutely unbelievable. Look at this giant sea snail. It's even bigger than Lei Jiai's head." Chen Qiqi exclaimed with delight. "Lei Jiai, are you polite? Good heavens, it's so big. How beautiful. What kind of sea snail is this? Is it delicious?" Several girls gathered around the large fish and coconut snail, excitedly discussing it. They had expected to endure hunger on their first day on the island, but unexpectedly, they were treated to a seafood feast, a delightful surprise indeed. They could not help but look at Lu Wei with admiration and gratitude, feeling ashamed of their initial disdain towards her. The youngest among them, by Xiaolu and Peng Peng, were particularly elated as they surrounded Lu Wei. "Lu Wei Ge, you are amazing. We will have a grand feast tonight," exclaimed the foodie by Xiaolu. "Lu Wei Ge, could you teach me to dive sometime? I want to go underwater to catch fish too," Peng Peng said eagerly, looking at Lu Wei. Lu Wei smiled and nodded, "Of course. There will be plenty of opportunities." Meanwhile, Chen Qiqi teased, "What? Peng Peng, aren't you going to ask which rank Lu Wei Ge is?" Chapter 7. Hey ha I. Ha ha ha. Giggle. Goose goose goose. The crowd erupted in laughter, while Lu Wei remained puzzled. "What rank?" Just as Chen Qiqi was about to explain, Peng Peng swiftly covered her mouth. No, it's nothing, Lu Wei Ge, don't listen to Qiqi's nonsense." The others only laughed in silence, leaving Lu Wei feeling bewildered. However, she did not press further, thinking there were still things to gather from the sea. "All right, you all head back with the catch. I will dive one more time. There are some kelp nearby that I want to collect. Jinga, could I borrow the knife?" Wu Jing smiled and patted Lu Wei on the shoulder, saying, "Let me go. You should rest." Before Lu Wei could respond, Yang Xiaohu chimed in, "You shouldn't push yourself. You just recovered from heat stroke. Diving for so long again would be too dangerous. Just stay put." Lu Wei smiled helplessly upon hearing this. "All right then, I won't go. Jing, do take care. The kelp is not far ahead. Just bring back a little, and be cautious not to get entangled." Wu Jing chuckled. "Rest assured, my diving skills are quite proficient. Now, you should head back and rest. I shall go." As an action actor, Wu Jing possessed remarkable physical fitness, and having recently participated in training exercises in the military, diving was also one of the training activities, which filled him with confidence. With that, Wu Jing brandished a machete and swam into the sea. The others on the shore tidied up their belongings, preparing to return to cook and set up beds in the shelter. Sister Bird glanced at Wu Jing in the water and turned to Lu Wei and the others, saying, "You all head back first. I will keep an eye on things here. Diving is a perilous sport, and it is uncommon to venture alone. One must have a companion nearby to assist in case of emergencies." The group nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Meanwhile, the main live broadcast shifted to Wu Jing's underwater exploration. After swimming a distance, Wu Jing felt he was nearing the spot Lu Wei had mentioned and plunged into the water. Without goggles, the seawater irritated his eyes, and he found it quite uncomfortable at first. After a brief moment, he acclimated somewhat and began searching for the kelp Lu Wei had described. After swimming several meters forward, he finally spotted a patch of kelp. Due to the buoyancy of seawater, kelp typically grows upright, resembling an underwater forest. The broad strands danced with the currents. Wu Jing hastily swam forward, cutting several pieces before ascending to the surface. With a splash, he gasped for fresh air, taking in deep breaths. Diving is immensely taxing on one's stamina, and combined with the exertion of swimming and cutting kelp, even a skilled diver like him could not last long. After catching his breath, Wu Jing turned back down to continue harvesting. After collecting 7 or 8 stalks, he felt it was sufficient. Any more would be too difficult to bring back, so he began swimming toward the shore. In the live chat, Viewers compared Wu Jing's diving time with Lu Wei's, leading to a flurry of comments. Jing, you are quite the man, but that was rather brief. You didn't last as long as Lu Wei, that delicate fellow. 2 minutes and 15 seconds is impressive. Most cannot achieve that. What about Lu Wei's 5+ minutes? Perhaps he possesses exceptional talent, particularly in diving. That must be the explanation. With kelp and seafood in abundance, our start is promising. I just strolled through other live streams, and most are struggling with hunger tonight. Even those with food do not have enough to satiate them. Long live Jiuzhou. Victory for Jiuzhou. On their way back, Lu Wei's companions eagerly inquired about his diving experience. Although Lu Wei felt there was little to narrate, just diving to collect sea snails and spearing a fish, they listened with rapt attention. As they chatted, they unknowingly returned to the shelter. They had chosen a location for their shelter merely 100 meters from the shore, allowing them to hear the soothing sound of the waves as they slept at night. Lu Wei carefully examined the shelter, a simple A-frame structure. Although simple, this is currently the most suitable method of construction. Upon arriving on the island, there was little time for intricate refinement. Having a place to shield from the wind and rain is quite satisfactory. The coastal winds are fierce, and a triangular structure provides the utmost stability. The shelter faces the sea, with a bracing breeze blowing directly in, completely unobstructed. This choice of construction was not arbitrary, as Sisterbird had previously explained to everyone. In the wilderness, nothing is more unbearable than mosquitoes, which can drive one to despair during sleep if they are numerous. However, in a windward location, the mosquito population is significantly reduced. To avoid being bitten, one must opt for a position that faces the wind, a conclusion drawn from her extensive experience. Moreover, as long as the shelter is constructed securely, the impact of the sea breeze will be minimal in the short term. Presently, this is merely a temporary refuge. To survive for 99 days, this shelter will certainly prove inadequate. Additionally, there is a lack of fresh water in the vicinity for enduring persistence. Fresh water is the most vital resource. Tomorrow, their primary task will be to search for fresh water and subsequently identify a suitable location for constructing a more permanent shelter. Who among you can cook? Lu Wei inquired, gazing at a pile of seafood. The others exchanged glances, silent and hesitant, none daring to speak. Lu Wei was taken aback. None at all? At that moment, Zhang Xiaoai timidly raised her hand, her expression somewhat embarrassed as she stated, "Well, I could prepare a few home-cooked dishes, but I have never worked with these ingredients." Hearing this, Lu Wei chuckled. "Then I shall take charge of the cooking. You all can assist in starting the fire while I head to the shore to prepare the fish and this giant conch. I'll tend to the fire," Peng Peng eagerly declared, clutching a lighter, having long been curious about it. "All right, I leave that to you. I will handle the seafood," Lu Wei replied, taking the fish and spatula and heading towards the shoreline, having had his knife taken by Wu Jing, leaving him to manage with a trenching shovel. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Zhang Xiaoai promptly exclaimed, "Lu Wei go, I'll accompany you to learn how to prepare it." Bai Xiaolu chimed in, "I'll help too." Yang Xiaohu observed the two women, slightly furrowing his brow, opening his mouth without uttering a word. Meanwhile, the remaining men and Mena were gathering firewood in preparation for the blaze. Lu Wei led the two girls to the beach, commencing the preparation of the large conch and the grouper. Arriving at the shore, Lu Wei examined the giant conch. Having previously seen videos of others extracting the meat effortlessly, he decided to give it a try. Thus, he plunged his hand into the conch and pulled with all his might. "Hey, after several attempts, his face turned crimson and veins bulged, yet he embarrassingly found that, despite exerting all his strength, the conch meat remained firmly lodged. The two girls watching nearby stifled giggles, covering their mouths, struggling to contain their laughter. Chapter 8. The slap in the face came too quickly. In truth, Lu Wei was somewhat proficient at cooking. During his previous solitary life, he had often prepared meals. When he had a girlfriend while working at the factory, they rented a place together for a time, during which Lu Wei frequently took on the culinary responsibilities. However, he truly did not realize the difficulty of extracting the coconut snail. It appeared rather effortless in those short videos. The audience in the live stream was amused by Lu Wei's constipated expression. Indeed, it has been proven that Lu Wei is rather inept. Yet, one cannot entirely fault him. Extracting this creature does require considerable strength. My friends, I've already created a meme of that constipated face. Someone quipped, "You've taken all the bamboo shoots from a mountain." Another chimed in, "How foolish. Why not just smash the shell open?" It seems he intended to showcase his strength in front of two lovely ladies, but things went awry. It was truly unfair to blame Lu Wei. He merely wished to give it a try, but the more he struggled, the more determined he became, ultimately achieving nothing. Watching the two women suppress their laughter, Lu Wei wished he could dive into the sea and swim another lap. He silently vowed that once his popularity increased, he would surely enhance his physical prowess. Zhang Xiaolov hesitated before asking if the sea snail could not simply be boiled and eaten. Lu Wei shook his head, indicating that it was best not to. Such a large coconut snail could not be boiled, as prolonged cooking would render the meat tough and unchewable. Conversely, if cooked for too short a time, it would remain uncooked inside. The only viable method was to extract the snail meat, slice it, and briefly blanch it in water before consumption. Zhang Xiaolov nodded in realization, glancing curiously at Lu Wei's handsome face, asking, "I didn't expect you to know how to cook." Lu Wei shrugged, remarking that nowadays, boys who cannot cook a decent meal will find it challenging to find a partner. In truth, Lu Wei had seen this cooking method for the sea snail in a video previously. In his past life, he could hardly afford to indulge in such delicacies. Suddenly, Bai Xiaolu burst into laughter, leaving Lu Wei and Zhang Xiaolo perplexed. This child, her humor is rather simplistic, they thought. "All right, you two step aside. I'm going to break it open with a rock. I would want to splash you." Upon hearing this, the two women quickly moved away as Lu Wei raised a stone and struck the shell forcefully. Crack! The shell shattered, and Lu Wei extracted the snail meat, discarding the innards aside since they still had their utility. Upon seeing Lu Wei retrieve the snail meat, the two women leaned in to witness the spectacle and learn from it. "Wow, such a large piece of snail meat," Bai Xiaolu exclaimed. Lu Wei weighed it in his hands, estimating this must weigh around 4 to 5 pounds. "Along with this fish and those small sea snails, we shall have a hearty meal today. For 10 people, the required quantity of food is significant, especially after a day of strenuous labor." Having only consumed some coconut for lunch, they were already quite famished. Bai Xiaolu gazed longingly at the snail meat, even beginning to swallow saliva. As Lu Wei prepared the snail meat, he explained to the two young ladies that they must first remove the patterns near the suction cup. This snail, having relied on its suction cup to traverse the ocean floor, hunt, and cling to rocks, had worn down the suction cup considerably due to its weight, rendering it tough and nearly impossible to chew, hence the necessity for removal. As he spoke, Lu Wei carefully used a trowel to slice away the patterns from the snail meat. Naturally, a trowel is not as effective as a knife, making the task somewhat laborious. After a considerable time, he finally removed all the patterns, leaving behind the tender, white snail meat. Slice the snail meat into pieces approximately 2 to 3 millimeters thick, and that shall suffice. "You two, please fetch some large leaves to serve as a vessel for the snail meat, while I continue to prepare this fish." The two girls responded affirmatively and turned to search for leaves. Nearby, an abundance of banana tree leaves awaited them, and soon they returned with several large fronds. After rinsing the leaves in seawater, they placed the snail meat upon them. At this juncture, Lu Wei had nearly finished preparing the grouper. He removed the gills, emptied the entrails, gave it a rinse, and then cleaved it in two. A fish of such size could not be cooked whole, even if it were. It would consume an inordinate amount of time. Splitting it made the grilling process considerably more manageable. Just then, Peng Peng approached, asking, "Lu Wei, is the fish ready?" "The fire has been lit. We await your fish." "All right, let us return and prepare the meal." Upon arriving back at the shelter, Wu Jing and Sister Bird had also returned. Observing the kelp in their hands, Chun Chi-Chi and Lei Jiai hurriedly stepped forward to take it. Sister Bird instructed them to find a place to hang the kelp. Once dried, it would serve as our food reserve. "Rest assured, leave it to us. This minor task poses no challenge," Chun Chi-Chi proclaimed, patting his chest in assurance. However, as soon as he spoke, his hand slipped, causing a strand of kelp to tumble to the ground, becoming encrusted with sand. The group exchanged looks of exasperation. How could they trust his words? Chun Chi-Chi, taken aback, thought, "Really? Did the slap to my face come so swiftly? Do I not have any dignity? A mere accident. Entirely unintentional. It's nothing. I shall wash it later." The others paid little mind, as it was not a significant issue. Lu Wei chuckled, "Hurry along. Dinner will be served shortly. Chen Qiqi cast a glance filled with resentment at Lu Wei before turning to hang the kelp. That look made Lu Wei's scalp tingle. What was the matter with him? Why the intense gaze? He thought to himself that he had not wronged him in any way. Little did he know, Chen Qiqi harbored such resentment because Lu Wei had once been the least capable member of their group. Now, with his newfound skills in diving and cooking, he surpassed even Lei Jia and Peng Peng. Consequently, Chen Qiqi had become the least competent, and how could he not feel disheartened? They had agreed to be a band of misfits together, yet Lu Wei had quietly soared above them, an unforgivable act. Who will grill the fish? Let us get it on the fire. I will take care of the sea snails, Lu Wei inquired of the group, primarily directing his question towards Wu Jing and Sister Bird, as the other ladies and the starlet were utterly unreliable. Sister Bird raised her hands. The cooking task is yours. I have other matters to attend to. Wu Jing surveyed the crowd, clearly noting their lack of skills, and accepted the responsibility. Leave it to me. Peng Peng. Come learn how to grill fish. After all, they would need to survive for an extended period, and in the short term, it was acceptable for the capable to shoulder more of the burden. However, they could not rely solely on Wu Jing and Sister Bird for everything. It would be exhausting for them to manage 8 individuals alone. Evidently, everyone was aware of this principle. Peng Peng obediently responded and followed Wu Jing to another campfire to learn the art of grilling fish, with Bai Xiaolu accompanying them. The remaining 3 young women gathered around Lu Wei, eager to learn how to cook conch. Lu Wei arranged a circle of stones beside the fire and placed the small conchs atop to roast. With only one pot available, reserved for preparing coconut conch, the other ingredients had to be roasted. Fortunately, the conchs were shelled, making them easy to cook. Whether the fire was strong or weak was inconsequential. How will you prepare the conch meat? Yasiahu inquiret Julius. With coconut conch soup, Lu Wei replied. He selected several coconuts, skillfully split them open, and poured the coconut water into the pot, also chopping the coconut flesh into pieces to avoid waste before placing it over the fire to boil. While waiting for the coconut water to reach a boil, Lu Wei crafted a few bowls from the leftover coconut shells and fashioned several pairs of chopsticks from bamboo drifting ashore. Once the utensils were ready, the coconut water had boiled, and Lu Wei swiftly added the sliced conch meat into the pot. He stirred and sautéed the mixture evenly, and after about 10 seconds, he served it into the prepared coconut shell bowls, ready for consumption. Just then, the small conchs were perfectly roasted, leaving only the fish still cooking. All right, the meal is ready. Everyone come and eat, Lu Wei called out. Hearing this, the group quickly gathered around. After a long day, everyone was both exhausted and famished. Upon hearing they could eat, they abandoned all sense of restraint. Like hungry wolves, they fixated on Lu Wei, who felt a shiver run down his spine under their gaze. Please, don't be polite, dig in, he urged. Wu Jing, taking the lead, picked up a bowl and declared, let us not be modest. Let us eat and fill our stomachs first. Inspired by Wu Jing's initiative, the others eagerly followed suit, each scooping up their bowls to indulge. Wow, this is delicious. It's fresh and sweet, without a hint of fishiness, Bai Xiaolu exclaimed, her face alight with delight. Beside her, Peng Peng nodded vigorously in agreement. It's too good. This is the best conch I've ever tasted. Lei Jia gave Lu Wei a thumbs up, praising, impressive. Your skills surpass those of chefs in fine dining establishments. So tasty, Chen Qiqi mumbled, devouring his food with abandon. Yang Xiao beamed at Lu Wei, her lips pursed in surprise. I didn't realize you had such talent. The others chimed in with their compliments, and Lu Wei suddenly felt a pleasant warmth at the praise. Come on, you're all overdoing it. I'm starting to feel embarrassed, he chuckled. Wu Jing shook his head, insisting, no exaggeration, it truly is delicious. Sister Bird added, the sweet coconut water paired with the tender conch meat, devoid of any seasoning, brings out the purest flavors of the ingredients. It's genuinely delightful. Guam Li Maina, typically reserved, simply blinked her beautiful eyes at Lu Wei, conveying her admiration. Lu Wei, momentarily taken aback by her gaze, regained his composure and remarked, I suspect you all just want me to cook for you in the future. Laughter erupted among the group, filling the air with warmth and camaraderie. However, they were not lying. The coconut conch soup today was indeed delectable, though perhaps not as exaggerated as everyone claimed. At the very least, their voracious appetites spoke volumes. As even a few young ladies indulged with abandon, entirely disregarding their images. Observing their enjoyment, The audience in the live stream was left salivating, dining in the wilderness. I could not help but shed tears of envy. Could it truly be that delicious? I remained skeptical, unless I were to taste it myself. Your calculations are audible even from my secluded spot in the valley. Meina is truly stunning. Even while eating, she exudes beauty. I still prefer Xiao AI, who is both lovely and spirited. Shaw, youth knows little. Clearly, Xiaohu is the finest of them all. Am I so insignificant? Children make choices, but adults desire everything. Wrong. It is children who want it all, while adults are aware of their limitations. Initially, I thought Lu Wei would be a hindrance. Yet he surprises with his ability to dive, cook, and his handsome visage. How delightful. Back off, you flamboyant minx. Lu Wei is my husband. I am male. My apologies, I did not mean to intrude. After a moment, Qin Shichi set down his coconut bowl, releasing a long, satisfied belch, delicious and fulfilling. This fellow truly has an impressive appetite. Among us, he was the last to put down his chopsticks. However, with his ample physique, he could likely endure longer in the wild than others. The rest of us were well sated. A large pot of coconut conch soup had been devoured entirely, and not a single small conch remained. The large grouper, however, was untouched, as we simply could not eat anymore. It could be saved for breakfast tomorrow, roasted. It would keep well overnight. Lu Wei, seeing everyone had finished, smiled and inquired if we were done. I will go wash the pot now, he said. Yang Xiao, who quickly seized the pot, smiling as she said, you should rest. After diving and cooking, let me handle the cleanup. Xiao Jia, I will assist you. I will too. Several young ladies eagerly stepped forward to help. As the sole females, they felt a twinge of guilt for not being able to perform heavier tasks. So they were eager for an opportunity to contribute. Yang Xiao, who found it amusing, it was merely one pot and a few pairs of chopsticks, not enough for so many. Next time, I will leave it to you all. Go rest and conserve your energy. We still have to go to the sea tonight. Today's low tide, also known as the bottom tide, occurs around 12:30 a.m., so everyone must rise in the middle of the night to gather seafood. Living by the sea and lacking fishing nets, gathering seafood is one of the few vital means of collecting food, so it is an opportunity not to be missed. Lu Wei watched as the young ladies vied to wash the dishes, nodding with satisfaction, glad to see them working. He dreaded encountering those who do nothing yet expect everything, for that would be quite a headache. Fortunately, everyone was easy to get along with. Although it was only the first day, the atmosphere was relaxed and harmonious, and he believed things would only improve. With a smile, Lu Wei turned to Peng Peng and said, let us go, brother. I will take you for a stroll to aid digestion. Peng Peng responded with a sound and rose to follow Lu Wei. Bai Xiaolu, seeing the two depart, promptly trailed behind. Asking curiously, Lu Wei, go where you headed? To catch crabs, Lu Wei replied without any hesitation. Peng Peng, puzzled, inquired, are we supposed to catch them after the tide recedes? Lu Wei feigned mystery, saying, indeed, we can catch them then, but there are methods to catch them even when the tide is still in. Today, I shall impart my unique techniques to both of you. Make sure to learn well. Bai Xiaolu burst into laughter, exclaiming, I eagerly await your secrets. Just you wait and see, Lu Wei instructed. Peng Peng, go dig a hole on the beach, about 30 to 40 centimeters deep. Lulu, find a few of those floating buoys. Let us work in tandem. All right. The two responded obediently and set off to their tasks. However, after a few steps, Peng Peng suddenly returned to Lu Wei, hesitatingly asking, Lu Wei, go, how deep is 30 to 40 centimeters? It's about the depth of your calf. Lu Wei replied. Hilarity ensued as Bai Xiaolu laughed uproariously, doubling over on the ground. In the distance, Bird's sister observed the joyful commotion, puzzled by the children's antics. Wu Jing shrugged, who knows? By the way, is there anything we need to do? Chapter 10. Clever Lulu. Peng Peng bent down, following Lu Wei's instructions to dig a hole. The sand on the beach was soft, making it easy to create a small pit. In no time, she had completed one. Lu Wei, go, I'm done. What is next? Continue. Dig a few more, but keep them spaced apart, he replied. Lu Wei watched as Peng Peng diligently dug, smiling to himself, despite her antics. She was quite obedient. With Peng Peng occupied, Lu Wei turned to find Bai Xiaolu. As dusk approached, it was concerning for a girl to venture out alone. Spotting Lu Wei, Bai Xiaolu quickly asserted, Lu Wei, go, I can manage on my own. No need for your assistance. Look, I've already found one. She waved a buoy-like object in her hand, resembling an oversized soda bottle. Such items were incredibly useful for them, as they could be used to hold water or food. There was also a large, hollow black sphere that could be utilized. Lu Wei gave her a thumbs up, praising, "Excellent. I'll help you look. It's too dangerous for you to be alone as night falls." Bai Xiaolu glanced around and realized how dim it was getting. Fear began to creep in, though she would never admit it. With a haughty expression, she replied, "All right then, let us look together." Unconsciously, she edged closer to Lu Wei. He smiled gently and teased, "Thank you, Princess Lulu, for granting me the honor of protecting you." Giggles erupted from Bai Xiaolu, her joy evident as she found Lu Wei to be quite entertaining. The two chatted and laughed while searching for debris washed ashore. Not far off, Yang Xiaohu, having finished washing the pots and utensils, glanced at the pot in her hands and then at the laughing duo, scrunching her nose in mild discontent. "Lu Wei Gu, is this useful?" Bai Xiaolu asked, picking up a piece of foam board. Lu Wei nodded, acknowledging the usefulness of the items they were collecting, which would serve as warm and soft bedding. "Really? I dread the cold, so I should gather more," she replied. "Yes, go ahead." The shoreline was littered with refuse, to the extent that it evoked existential doubts. And the variety was astonishing. Some even claimed to have found shipping containers along the coast. Lu Wei collected several floats, tattered ropes, tangled nets, and weathered bamboo poles. Objects that seemed worthless at first glance, but held significant potential for their needs. Only when her hands were full did she call out to the exuberant Bai Xiaolu, signaling that it was time to return. The two had gathered an abundance of floats, sufficient not only for crab catching, but also to craft a few small buckets. "Oh, splendid. Here I come," Bai Xiaolu exclaimed as she rushed over to Lu Wei, proudly displaying her find. "Look, I've discovered something wonderful." Lu Wei assumed it was a treasure of sorts, but upon turning, she found it to be a decrepit electric fan. Stifling a laugh, she remarked, "Indeed, it is a fine piece. Now we have an appliance for our home." Upon hearing the term "our home," Bai Xiaolu felt an inexplicable sensation stir within her, but her carefree nature dismissed it. She rolled her eyes at Lu Wei, saying, "You're just trying to tease me. I'm not foolish enough to believe there's any power source on this island. Even if there were, this fan would be useless. It must be broken." Lu Wei chuckled. "Not necessarily. Who knows, electricity might come in the future, and I happen to be skilled at fixing fans." "I don't believe it," Bai Xiaolu replied firmly. "How could there possibly be electricity? If there were, it wouldn't be survival on a deserted island." Lu Wei raised an eyebrow, proposing a wager. "What kind of bet?" asked Bai Xiaolu. "Let us wager on whether there will be a power source on the island in the future. I assure you, before we leave, there will be one that belongs to us." Bai Xiaolu, with a flourish, agreed to the bet. "What shall the stakes be?" Lu Wei pondered for a moment. "How about the loser must perform a task for the winner?" Meanwhile, in Bai Xiaolu's streaming chat, her fans were fervently bombarding the screen with comments. "No, Lulu. Please don't agree. There's definitely a scheme afoot." "Exactly. Look at that guy, grinning so lecherously. He must have ulterior motives." "Lulu, use that fan to give him a good whack. Disgraceful. This guy must be plotting something. We can't let him succeed." "Right, who does he think he is? Trying to cozy up to our Lulu for fame? He is shameless, a nobody trying to leech off her. Everyone, let us protest on the show's official website and ensure this guy stays away from Lulu. Ideally, he should be removed entirely." I actually think Lu Wei is quite handsome." One voice broke through the chorus of criticism, but it was quickly drowned out by a tidal wave of disapproval. "All right, no problem," Bai Xiaolu said without hesitation, her decision made in an instant. It was now Lu Wei's turn to be taken aback. "Are you not afraid of me making you do something outrageous?" "Not at all, for you cannot possibly win," she replied with a confident laugh, observing Bai Xiaolu's unyielding self-assurance. Lu Wei chuckled in response. "Very well, since you are so confident, do not regret it. Now what shall I have you do? Perhaps wash my feet? Just imagine, a rising star in the entertainment industry washing my feet. How thrilling." Unbeknownst to them, the two had returned near the campsite, where Lu Wei entrusted some unnecessary items to Bai Xiaolu while he took some buoy balls to find Peng Peng. By this time, Peng Peng had already dug the holes as instructed. A total of 10, one for each person. Using a spade, Lu Wei sliced the buoy balls into barrel shapes, so that after catching the crabs, they could also be used to hold water. He placed the buoy barrels into the dug holes, ensuring the openings were level with the ground, thereby facilitating the crabs' descent inside. Once the crabs fell in, the smooth walls of the barrels prevented their escape. Peng Peng observed curiously. Lu Wei, is this sufficient? Not quite. We still need some bait. What shall we use as bait? The leftover conch shells, dead fish from the beach, or the fish scales and entrail from the ones I just processed will suffice. Upon hearing this, Peng Peng promptly stood up, declaring, I'll go get them. Go ahead. The duo worked together, finally setting up all the traps, eagerly awaiting the morning to see their bounty. Is this really enough? Will we catch crabs? Bai Xiaolu questioned from the sidelines. Lu Wei smiled. Shall we place a bet? Bai Xiaolu immediately shook her head. No way. What if a blind crab falls in? I shall not partake in uncertain ventures. You're quite clever. Bai Xiaolu tilted her head back proudly, exclaiming, Indeed, I am often referred to as the clever little Lulu. All right, clever little Lulu, let us return. Wait for me. Chapter 11. The stinky feet sheep. Upon returning to the shelter, Lu Wei and his companions found everyone gathered around the campfire, chatting and busying themselves. What you all up to? Peng Peng inquired, curiously inspecting the items in their hands. Sister Bird replied with a smile. We're making some torches to use while foraging by the sea tonight. Have you finished your tasks? Lu Wei nodded. Yes. We have set up a few simple traps for sand crabs. As the name implies, sand crabs are those found on the beach. In truth, they inhabit the shores everywhere. Their taste is mediocre. They are small in size, unappealing in appearance, and possess little meat. Hence, beachgoers often do not bother to catch them. Lu Wei recalled that in his childhood, there was a factory that produced spicy snacks from these crabs, which were quite delicious, though they have become a rarity now. Despite their low culinary value, for them at present, any edible item is a treasure. If necessary, they could even be kept alive in a bottle with some seawater and sand, thriving for a week. Sister Bird cheerfully remarked, Sand crabs are quite good. We are in a wilderness survival situation. We cannot afford to overlook any food. When there's truly nothing to eat, not only sand crabs, but even sandworms are worthwhile. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei turned pale, hastily shaking his head. No way. I would rather starve than eat sandworms. As an avid angler, one naturally understands what a sandworm is. This creature resembles both an earthworm and a centipede, exuding a rather foul odor that is quite off-putting. Observing Lu Wei's expression, Bai Xiaolu curiously inquired about the sandworm's nature, questioning whether it was truly frightful. Lu Wei, with a wry smile, responded that one would know upon encountering it. While it was not terrifying, it certainly was rather repulsive. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaolu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she seemed to contemplate something amusing, choosing not to press further. As everyone busied themselves crafting torches, Lu Wei wished to lend a hand, but was promptly halted by Wu Jing. Brother, you should take a breather. You've been quite occupied today, diving for fish, cooking, and crafting numerous crab traps. You've done more than enough. In comparison, I feel rather ineffectual. Allow me the chance to contribute. After all, I am supposed to embody the rugged hero archetype. Yang Xiaohu chuckled and added, just take a rest. Leave these minor tasks to us. Gu Limina and Zhang Xiaolai, though not particularly verbose, simultaneously took the materials for the torches from Lu Wei's hands. Lu Wei chuckled. It's all right. I simply find it hard to be idle. We are a team, and there is no need to tally who contributes more or less. Those capable should bear a greater load. What can I say? I'm just that exceptional. He laughed heartily. In a live broadcast room, it was currently the peak viewing time of the day. Around 7 or 8 in the evening, after dinner, many viewers turned their attention to the stream. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, some could not help but comment. This guy, Lu Wei, has a thick skin akin to mine back in the day. One viewer noted, throughout today, I've come to realize that Lu Wei is quite likable. I had misjudged him previously. Another chimed in, indeed. His fainting upon arriving on the island doesn't necessarily reflect poorly on his character. What transpired? I just tuned in. What is the situation with this young man, Lu Wei? Wait, should he be considered an older youth by now? By the way, how old is Lu Wei? Lu Wei was born in 2100, making him 25 years old this year. He hails from northeast China, with both parents being engineers. He grew up in Guangdong province and moved to Yanjing with his family during high school, attending Yanjing No. 14 High School. During his high school years, he was discovered by a talent scout and signed with Huaxing Economic Company as a trainee. After a failed debut in a talent show, he participated in dramas such as Huaxing Record and Baishi Love Story. He has the same age as Yang Xiaohu, and they both attended the same high school. Could there be a story there? I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it, but that is indeed true. The Yang Xiaohu fan club and Yang Xiaohu studio were already in the know, while Lu Wei remained blissfully unaware that as his popularity surged, his background information was being unearthed. Ugh, what a shameless fellow, Yang Xiaohu teased with a playful reprimand. Lu Wei merely smirked, mouthing silent words towards her. While others could not hear, Yang Xiaohu instantly grasped his meaning, her brows furrowing in irritation. Had it not been for the live broadcast, she would have certainly given this rascal a piece of her mind, especially since he had alluded to her feet smelling foul. She wished to remove her shoes, thrust her foot into Lu Wei's mouth, and query him, "Are my feet stinky or fragrant?" As Yang Xiaohu and Lu Wei exchanged glances, the onlookers exchanged puzzled looks, sensing that their relationship was rather unique. Ordinarily, such familiarity would suggest a close bond, yet no one paid it much mind. Perhaps they had collaborated in the past and were merely acquaintances. After a brief conversation around the fire, Lu Wei turned to leave, soon returning with a bamboo pole that had drifted ashore. What was he up to? Gulai Mina, curious, watched as Lu Wei busied himself, crafting a crab trap to prevent pinching during their upcoming crab-catching venture. Limina's eyes lit up with elegance as she shyly inquired if she could have one as well, fearing the painful pinch of crab. Of course, Lu Wei replied readily. It was no trouble at all. Moreover, he resonated with a saying he had encountered online. Who could resist Limina's gaze? Nearby, a Xiaolu interjected, declaring her desire for one too. Lu Wei shot her a glance, questioning her bravery in catching crabs. Do you underestimate me? Just wait for my demonstration. Very well, I shall observe your prowess. Who else desires one? Lu Wei surveyed the group. Aside from Bird Sister's polite decline and Yang Xiaohu's playful rivalry with Lu Wei, everyone else expressed interest. Thus, Lu Wei embarked on a new task, crafting crab traps. The design was straightforward, fashioned from bamboo strips 1/2 meter long and 2 fingers wide. Fresh bamboo could be bent into shape with a fire, much like the clamps used in breakfast shops for buns. However, the bamboo found near the sea had been soaked in salt water and sun-dried for a long time. Thus, he could only tie one end of each strip with string, allowing them to align and insert a small stick or stone between them to create a trap. While the task was simple, it sufficed for catching crabs. In no time, Lu Wei had completed the traps, one for each person. Although Yang Xiaohu had not requested one, he offered her one as well. As she received the trap from Lu Wei, a slight smile graced her lips. I never asked for this. Then you shall not have it, Lu Wei teased, reaching to reclaim it. Yang Xiaohu, quick on the draw, snatched it from his grasp, exclaiming, Given your earnestness, I shall reluctantly accept it. With that, she turned and walked away, trap in hand. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Wei couldn't help but smile, followed by a gentle sigh. Once classmates, she had ascended to stardom, while he felt as if he were fading into obscurity. Each encounter left him feeling inferior, prompting him to instinctively shy away. He understood this sense of inadequacy in the presence of familiar faces. Yet now, with the support of a system and treasures from another realm at his disposal, he believed that his future self would undoubtedly shine brightly. Upon returning to the sanctuary, everyone was seated on the straw beds, engaged in conversation. Due to limited conditions, only 2 straw beds had been laid out, one for the men and the other for the women. Haven't you all slept? Lu Wei inquired with a smile as he entered. Wu Jing, sitting by the entrance, cheerfully beckoned, Do sit down and take a moment to rest. You must be utterly exhausted from a day. We'll soon head out to the shore, so there is little time for sleep. It's better to rest when we return, he added. Lu Wei glanced at the sleeping arrangements. On the men's side, the outermost position by the door was occupied by Wu Jing, followed in succession by Lei Jiai, Chen Qiqi, Peng Peng, and Lu Wei himself, who was nestled at the innermost spot. On the women's side, the outermost position was taken by Sister Niao, followed by Yang Xiaohu, Zhang Zaiwai, Meina, with by Xiaolu at the innermost position. Our arrangement is quite deliberate, arranged by age, perhaps. It seems I am the youngest. Lu Wei remarked. Yang Xiaohu, overhearing, nearly choked on her indignation. Among the women, apart from Sister Niao, she was indeed the oldest. The topic of age among women was rather sensitive, and being the eldest among several female stars, she felt exposed by his public revelation of her age, an unforgivable slight. You rascal, I shall make you pay for this, she vowed. Wu Jing, however, remained unfazed, devoid of any pretense, chuckling, It does seem so. Lei Jiai shook his head in resignation and turned to Chen Qiqi beside him, saying, Lu Wei is a fine fellow, but alas, he has a loose tongue. Bai Xiaolu, who sat opposite Lu Wei, burst into laughter, collapsing onto her bed. Lu Wei chuckled as well, turning to Lei Jiai and asking, "Brother Jiai, after a day of toil, is your neck sore?" Lei Jiai, initially bracing for a retort, was taken aback by Lu Wei's genuine concern. "It's all right, I suppose," he replied, somewhat dazed. Suddenly, Chun Chi erupted into laughter, followed closely by Yang Xiao, while the rest looked on in bemusement, perplexed by their amusement. Noticing the confusion etched on everyone's faces, Chun Chi explained amid her laughter. What Lu Wei meant was that our senior has a large head. Thus he was inquiring about the condition of his neck. Upon hearing this, the group finally grasped the humor, realizing how mischievous Lu Wei truly was. Just as Lei Jiai prepared to confront Lu Wei, a drone outside the sanctuary suddenly came to life, announcing, "Team Jiuzhou, please pay attention. Team Jiuzhou, please pay attention." Everyone paused, their attention drawn to the drone. As they gathered around, the drone continued, "Good evening, members of Team Jiuzhou. First and foremost, congratulations on successfully completing your first day. We now have an announcement regarding an upcoming activity, so please listen closely. After discussions with the joint production team, it has been decided that a competition will be held every Sunday, with varying formats. The team that wins the competition will receive rewards from the production team. This Sunday will mark the first competition, which will feature a stage arts performance, including songs, music, skits, crosstalk, and stand-up comedy. The competition rules stipulate that each team will present 2 performances, with a total of 5 minutes allocated for each team. Following the performances, rankings will be determined based on audience votes and scores from 20 world-renowned art masters. The first prize consists of 3 items, the second prize offers 2 items, and the third prize awards 1 item. The equipment and props required for the performance must be submitted to the production team by Friday. If instruments or props are needed for practice, please submit them as soon as possible. Finally, I wish everyone the best of luck in achieving excellent results. Farewell." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, each person deep in contemplation regarding the competition rules. At that moment, Yang Xiaohu suddenly addressed the production team through the drone, requesting that the Jiuzhou team temporarily mute their microphones. The audience was taken aback, but quickly understood that discussions about the competition should remain confidential to avoid any detrimental impact on the event. The production team acknowledged the request and inquired whether the other participants agreed to mute the microphones. To proceed with the muting, unanimous consent was required. "I agree," Lu Wei affirmed. "I agree," Wu Jing added. "I agree," Lei Jiai concurred. Chun Chi, Peng Peng, Sister Bird, Gulimina, Zhang Xiaolove, and Bai Xiaolu all expressed their agreement as well. The production team confirmed unanimous consent and subsequently muted the microphones. Yang Xiaohu then announced, "All right, the microphones are off. Everyone can now share their thoughts and discuss what performance they would like to present." The group exchanged glances, while Lei Jiai scratched his head, pondering, "What should I perform? I can't sing, I certainly can't dance, and I don't play any instruments. I'm at a complete loss." He was an actor. It was hardly appropriate for him to perform a play, especially with time running short. Chun Chi, contemplating with her chin in hand, remarked, "I can somewhat manage singing." Upon hearing this, Lei Jiai immediately responded with disdain, "Oh please, with your level, do you really think you could perform in front of a global audience? What's wrong with my level? Don't forget, I won a singing championship. All right, but do you really have a grasp of your own abilities? Is it even appropriate to mention that? Hey, don't say that carelessly. Watch out, or I'll accuse you of defamation. You go ahead, do it now. Then tell me, who here can sing better than I can?" Noticing that the two were straying further off topic, Wu Jing quickly interjected, "You two, enough already. Let us not waste time. Chi-Chi's singing is still undecided. Ladies, do any of you have a performance in mind?" The few girls glanced at one another, shaking their heads. Although they were all stars, they unfortunately shared the commonality of being actors who could not sing. However, that wasn't entirely accurate. Yang Xiaohu had sung in the past and even released an album, with his song Death of Love having once achieved great popularity. Yet, could his singing talent truly rival that of Chun Chi? It might indeed be a close match. "Lu Wei, you are an idol. What are you proficient in?" Lu Wei paused. "Me? I'm particularly skilled at lulling girls to sleep." The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence as everyone stared at Lu Wei in disbelief. Could anyone actually say that? This was a live broadcast. Thankfully, the audio for the stream was muted. Otherwise, the chat room might have erupted in chaos. Chapter 13. Folk dance. The boys regarded Lu Wei with admiration, as if to say, "Brother, you are truly brave." The girls, however, felt a complex mix of disdain, contempt, and an indescribable sense of confusion and discomfort. Lu Wei seemed oblivious to the peculiar gazes from everyone, casually shrugging as he remarked, "Typically, whenever I message a girl, she replies with 'I'm tired' and heading to bed. Don't you think I'm quite adept at lulling girls to sleep?" Upon finishing, he cast a proud glance at the group, as if seeking their admiration. "Ha ha ha!" Bai Xiaolu's hearty laughter erupted once more, rolling on her bed in amusement. The complex emotions in Yang Xiaohu's eyes vanished in an instant, and she shot Lu Wei a playful glare, suppressing a smile. "Oh, Brother E, your talent is indeed remarkable, haha, but it's a pity you can't showcase it." Peng Peng laughed so hard it felt like her stomach would burst. Lu Wei raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Well, that's that. The only other skills I have are singing and dancing." Yang Xiaohu responded with a smile. "Perhaps we should reserve judgment on your singing or dancing until we see the results." At her words, Lu Wei looked at her in surprise, only to receive a roll of her eyes in return. Opportunities to perform before a global audience are rare, particularly for an artist, and even more so for someone like Lu Wei, who is still striving for recognition. If the performance goes well, he could garner a substantial following. Even if the outcome is less than stellar, merely having the chance to present oneself to the world is an invaluable experience. One should never underestimate the significance of exposure. Maintaining an artist's popularity hinges greatly on visibility. With sufficient exposure, one can attract a legion of fans, even in the absence of notable works. Consider those who, despite lacking representative pieces, manage to thrive by capitalizing on their visibility and popularity. For a top-tier figure like Yang Xiaohu, such exposure is of little consequence and offers minimal assistance. What truly benefits her are timeless masterpieces that linger in the audience's memory. However, for Lu Wei, this opportunity is a rare gem, and Yang Xiaohu's encouragement is aimed at securing it for him. As for the results, that ultimately depends on Lu Wei's own efforts. Although no one had heard him sing or seen him dance, they assumed the outcome would be rather average. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained so obscure. Nevertheless, there was no opposition to the proposal, as it was merely tentative, and whether he would perform would depend on the evaluation of his abilities. After tentatively confirming Lu Wei's participation, the discussion continued. "Meina, do you have a performance in mind?" Chen Qiqi suddenly inquired. Meina hesitated before replying. "I could perform a folk dance, but I must admit my skills are quite ordinary." "Puffed. He." Lu Wei suddenly burst into laughter. Everyone turned their gaze towards him, puzzled as to what was amusing. Meina looked at him with indignation, her eyes blazing as if to say, "How dare you laugh when I just mentioned my dance skills?" Yang Xiaohu felt exasperated, thinking, "This fool is truly impossible. He just managed to make a better impression today and has already offended someone. My heart can't take this." Upon noticing Meina's glare, Lu Wei quickly clarified, "Meina, please don't misunderstand. I merely recalled a joke upon hearing the term folk dance, and I couldn't help but laugh. It was not directed at you." Bai Xiaolu, full of curiosity, urged, "What joke? Do tell." Peng Peng urged eagerly, "Yes, yes, do hurry up and share." Lu Wei hesitated for a moment. The joke he had in mind carried a hint of impropriety, and, as a public figure, it was prudent to refrain from uttering it. "Well, since there are ladies present, perhaps it's best left unsaid." Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to understand immediately. Bai Xiaolu interjected, her urgency palpable. "Do you not realize that leaving a story half-told is the most frustrating thing? Hurry up. Don't underestimate us girls. When it comes to humor, you boys still have much to learn." Lu Wei couldn't help but chuckle at the truth in her words. When women took the wheel in humor, men often found themselves at a loss. He glanced at the other four ladies, seeking their approval. Noticing no objections, he began recounting a joke he had heard in his previous life. "Ahem, I have a friend." Before he could finish, Chen Qiqi chimed in. "Whenever someone starts a story this way, it usually means they're talking about themselves." Laughter erupted, and the group cast curious glances toward Lu Wei. Rolling his eyes, Lu Wei retorted, "That friend is actually Chen Qiqi." The room burst into laughter once more, particularly by Xiaolu, whose sense of humor was refreshingly simple. Ignoring her, Lu Wei continued, "So, this Chen Qiqi once stayed at a hotel. Shortly after entering his room, there was a knock at the door. He opened it to find a woman in her 40s standing there. The woman, with an air of mystery, asked, "Hey, handsome, do you want to dance?" Chun Chi-Chi, taken aback, instinctively inquired what kind of dance. The woman chuckled, thinking his question was amusing, and replied, "Ethnic dance." Upon hearing ethnic dance, Chun Chi-Chi dismissed it, shaking his head. What is so interesting about ethnic dance? The woman, realizing he was lacking in understanding, leaned closer and whispered, "The kind without clothes." Immediately, Chun Chi-Chi, his face twisted in disgust, shut the door, muttering, "Crazy? How would I know what ethnicity you're from without clothes?" Laughter erupted, particularly from Bai Xiaolu and Peng Peng, whose unique giggles rang out. Others joined in amusement, albeit less exuberantly. Only Mena, with a forced smile, seemed to harbor resentment, her gaze piercing through Lu Wei. Sensing Mena's displeasure and reflecting on his joke, Lu Wei felt a twinge of regret. "Mena, please don't misunderstand. I truly wasn't referring to you." The room fell silent as all eyes turned to Lu Wei. Mena's expression darkened, and she glared at him, seemingly wanting to question his intentions. Suddenly, Bai Xiaolu burst out laughing uncontrollably, rolling on the bed while clutching her stomach. Her laughter was contagious, and soon everyone was roaring with laughter, even louder than when Lu Wei had been telling his joke. Lu Wei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing he had only deepened the awkwardness. Yang Xiaohu, caught between exasperation and amusement, couldn't he help but think how challenging it was to deal with Lu Wei. "All right, Mena, let us not stoop to his level. This program is merely an option. Let's discuss the next one. Jing, as our elder brother, it would be remiss of you not to contribute a program. Wouldn't he it?" Upon hearing this, Wu Jing quickly shook his head, saying, "It's not for me. I cannot sing or dance, so it is best left to you all." Zhang Xiaoai sighed, remarking, "This program is rather unfriendly to us. Aside from Lu Wei, we are all actors, and our stage time is quite limited. It is simply not suitable for us." Lu Wei shook his head, smiling as he said, "We are not without our advantages. Let us not forget our greatest strength." "What strength?" Chapter 14, The Two Go Clamming. What were they discussing? Why do they seem so merry? I protested. Why has the production team muted the sound? Hurry and turn it back on. I suspected they were joking, but lacked evidence. Regardless of the evidence, let's act first. Is there anyone adept at lip reading who can interpret this? Oh no, Bai Xiaolu may burst into laughter. Why does Chun Chi-Chi look so glum? Although I could not hear their words, they appeared to be sharing a delightful moment. The live stream's comments scrolled rapidly, rendering the screen nearly unreadable. Lu Wei smiled and said, "We have a large number of people. Our votes account for half the score, do they not?" Peng Peng's eyes brightened as he clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Indeed! Ha ha ha! With our votes, are we still afraid of others?" "Precisely. We boast an audience of over 1 billion. Then we must perform well. Yes, for our audience, we must dedicate ourselves to the performance." After much discussion, they tentatively decided on creating a skit or short play, with roles yet to be assigned. Mena's ethnic dance, Lu Wei's song and dance, and Chun Chi-Chi singing. Sister Niao clapped her hands in approval, stating, "All right, we will tentatively settle on these 4 acts. Everyone should reflect on it and see if there is anything else to perform." As time drew near, she added, "Let us go clamming." "Let's go." Upon hearing they could go clamming, everyone was filled with enthusiasm. It was only the first day, and the novelty had yet to wear off. However, it remained uncertain whether they would still be so joyful in a few days. After igniting the simple torches crafted by Sister Niao, they stepped outside. At this moment, the tide had receded far, exposing a vast expanse of rocky shallows. Only a small amount of water remained in the shallow areas, making it an opportune time for clamming. Observing everyone's eager expressions, Sister Niao quickly advised, "Do not wander too far. It is best to go in groups of 2 or more and avoid separating." "Understood. Rest assured." Everyone nodded in agreement, for safety was paramount, and none would take it lightly. Lu Wei, however, was not particularly curious about clamming. Having grown up in Guangdong province, even in his previous life, he had spent time there. Thus he was quite familiar with the beach and had clammed a few times, possessing a modicum of experience. Holding a torch in one hand and a small bucket made from a buoy hanging at his waist, he carried a homemade crab catcher in the other as he slowly made his way toward the beach. "Have you ever clammed?" Yang Xiaohu quietly inquired as she walked alongside him. Lu Wei was unsure why Yang Xiaohu chose to accompany him rather than joining Sister Niao's group, and he felt somewhat uncomfortable. It is not that he harbors any particular disdain for Yang Xiaohu. Rather, he feels an overwhelming sense of pressure. Particularly when Yang Xiaohu occasionally bestows upon him her vague, yet palpable concern, it intensifies his inexplicable anxiety. Aware of this, Lu Wei silently berates himself for his lack of fortitude. After all, what is there to fear from such a stunning beauty? Surely she cannot devour him. When Yang Xiaohu inquired, Lu Wei nodded, acknowledging that he had traversed many shores, though he had never journeyed to this particular coast. Be cautious, he advised, and stay close to me. Is there really danger in gathering at the shore? Yang Xiaohu asked with curiosity. To her, the act of collecting items by the sea seemed innocuous, especially since the water appeared scant. Upon hearing her words, Lu Wei immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Of course, do not take it lightly, especially in these tropical regions. The marine life here is extraordinarily diverse, with many creatures possessing venomous traits. Be sure not to touch anything indiscriminately. Moreover, the shells of the oysters on the rocks are exceedingly sharp, akin to knives. A moment's carelessness could lead to injury. Exercise utmost caution. Observing Lu Wei's earnest expression, Yang Xiaohu smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, I shall be careful. Ah, this enchanting vixen. She possesses such captivating beauty when she smiles. It is utterly breathtaking. Lu Wei hastily diverted his gaze, just then hearing the distant sounds of Bai Xiaolu's exuberant exclamations, as if she had discovered something remarkable. Let's go, Lu Wei urged. We must hurry over. With that, he led the way towards the beach. Yang Xiaohu, eyeing Lu Wei's slightly disheveled figure, couldn't help but smile, her lips curling into an attractive arc as she followed suit. In Lu Wei's estimation, and indeed, for anyone accustomed to life by the sea, surviving along the coast is not particularly challenging. In truth, avoiding hunger is a rather simple endeavor. The ocean brims with resources. Even if one cannot catch sizable fish or crabs, digging in the sand can yield clams and other small shellfish. Should one fail to find clams, surely the oysters on the rocks, sea lettuce along the shore, and the little fish and shrimp in the shallow pools, not to mention the sand crabs on the beach, can be found. These treasures are plentiful at the seaside, as long as one is not foolish. Even a novice to the coast can gather them. For instance, at this moment, Yang Xiaohu crouched beside a small puddle, no larger than a basin, eagerly catching the tiny shrimp that measured only a couple of centimeters in length. These diminutive shrimp are quite delectable. Gathering some from the shore and stir-frying them at home would undoubtedly yield a superb dish to accompany drinks. However, they are currently in a survival situation. Even if they were to collect these shrimp, there would not be enough for a single meal once the tide rises. Thus, he had no choice but to temper his enthusiasm. Let us move on and refrain from collecting those for now. Let us seek out larger catches first. Once we have enough, I shall accompany you in catching the little shrimp, if that is agreeable. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu felt a flush of embarrassment. In her joy, she had momentarily forgotten the task at hand. She quickly stood and said, "Let us go. Watch your step." Indeed, Lu Wei guided Yang Xiaohu forward for a distance until they arrived at a rocky area, far from the shore and nearing the lowest point of the retreating tide, with the tumultuous sea not far off. Glancing back, Lu Wei noted that they had distanced themselves considerably from their companions. It was time to commence their work. Here, take the torch. Lu Wei handed the torch to Yang Xiaohu, then bent down to lift a large piece of rock, flipping it over effortlessly. Instantly, a cacophony of splashing water echoed from beneath the stone, revealing that it concealed a treasure trove. Upon witnessing this, Yang Xiaohu exclaimed with delight, "Look, there are crabs. A huge one, I can see it." Lu Wei nodded affirmatively, skillfully using the crab claw to grasp a vibrant crab, its claws flailing defiantly as he extracted it. He tossed it into the bucket, then stirred the water in the puddle with the crab claw, discovering a handful of small fish and shrimp, each no larger than a finger. Though diminutive, they were too valuable to overlook. The fish could be dried for sustenance, serving as a vital source of nourishment in times of scarcity. The finger-sized shrimp were also worthy of collection. After clearing the stone pit with a few deft movements, the pair hurried towards the next rock. Lu Wei, look over there." Yang Xiaohu suddenly called out in excitement after taking just a few steps. Lu Wei followed her gaze and chuckled. "It's an octopus, and quite a sizable one at that." He approached and seized the octopus, which, startled, wrapped its tentacles tightly around his wrist, its suckers clinging to his skin. How revolting! Yang Xiaohu grimaced at the writhing creature. "Come on, do you want to give it a try?" Lu Wei teased, offering the octopus to her with a mischievous grin. Absolutely not, she retorted. Lu Wei shrugged, conceding, and tossed the octopus into the floating bucket. Let us continue our search, he urged. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Xiaohu quietly remarked, actually, if it came down to it, I think I could catch something. It's just that with you around, I don't feel the need to. Lu Wei nodded in understanding. I get it. It's like when you're utterly starving. You could eat anything. Yang Xiaohu agreed, affirming exactly. I might not be able to do it unless pushed to that extreme, but when faced with desperation, there's nothing we can't overcome. People are forged in adversity. I'm not, Lu Wei replied. Huh. I was born via C-section. After traversing a short distance, they collected several sea conchs, a few more crabs, and the usual seaside bounty of octopuses, small fish, and shrimp. It was evident that this scarcely populated area was abundant in marine life, with treasures readily available at every turn. Lu Wei even stumbled upon a few abalones and sea urchins, and soon their small bucket was brimming. Gazing at their haul, Yang Xiaohu joyfully remarked, the resources here by the sea are astonishing. With so much food, surviving for 99 days seems utterly manageable. Lu Wei shook his head, chuckling. Not every tide brings such a bounty. Today, we're fortunate to have encountered a great tide. He continued. The real challenge of survival isn't merely filling one's belly. It lies in the threats posed by diseases and natural disasters. For instance, while these marine treasures can sustain us, relying solely on them for an extended period would deprive our bodies of essential vitamins, fats, and carbohydrates. This could lead to significant weakness and susceptibility to illness. Once illness strikes in this desolate wilderness, devoid of nutritional sustenance or medicinal treatment, one's body simply cannot endure, leading to inevitable withdrawal. Furthermore, the weather poses a significant challenge. The drastic temperature fluctuations here make it exceedingly difficult for a weakened body to withstand. However, a silver lining exists, as this region is likely situated in northern Australia, where typhoons are comparatively rare, especially since it is now the winter season in the southern hemisphere, effectively eliminating the likelihood of such storms. Moreover, there is an additional point that Lu Wei did not mention. Survival in the wild presents a formidable test of willpower. The individuals here are all pampered celebrities, accustomed to a life of abundance, devoid of concerns about basic necessities or financial constraints. Initially, they may endure for the sake of novelty, but as time drags on, it becomes uncertain how many can truly persevere. Oh, so that's how it is. You seem quite knowledgeable, Yang Xiao, who remarked with a beaming smile directed at Lu Wei. It's merely common knowledge. I researched some information prior to our arrival. Lu Wei replied modestly. Yang Xiao, who gazed at the already filled buckets, her brow furrowing as she expressed her concern. What should we do? There's no more room. Lu Wei observed the octopus making its escape and could only respond with resignation. There's nothing we can do. We should return for now. I suspect everyone has had a decent haul. We must find a way to preserve these seafood treasures. Upon returning to the shelter, they encountered Sister Bird and Wu Jing, who had also returned. As Lu Wei had anticipated, everyone had gathered an abundance of seafood, leaving no space to store it all. What were we to do with so much? Yang Xiao, who lamented, her face clouded with worry. Without larger containers, these small buckets would suffice only for certain shellfish. The rest would perish, and seafood that has expired is absolutely inedible. Wu Jing echoed her sentiments with a wry smile. Before we came, I was worried about finding food. I never imagined I would be troubled by having too much. How about we dig a pit and keep some seawater to maintain them? Suggested Mena, who had remained silent until now. Lu Wei shook his head, stating that won't work. The ground is sandy here, and no matter how much water we place in a pit, it will seep away, rendering it impossible to retain. Furthermore, there would be rats stealing our catch. And it's crucial to note that they wouldn't survive even a single day. Crabs and others would burrow and escape. Upon hearing this, Mena glanced at Lu Wei, her face tinged with a hint of embarrassment, not from shyness, but from the awkwardness of having her suggestion publicly dismissed, making her feel rather foolish. Lu Wei, oblivious to her discomfort, continued, the only viable solution now is to dry them out. We should dehydrate the shellfish and small fish first. As for the crabs, there isn't much meat on them, and we can consume them in 2 meals. Finally, Sister Bird declared, I think that's a good plan. Let us proceed with Lu Wei's method. Everyone nodded in agreement, seemingly resigned to the fact that there was no better alternative. However, a new question arose. Who among them knew how to process and dry the seafood? Ultimately, Lu Wei took charge, stating, "I will direct the efforts. A few of the girls can assist, while the rest continue to scour the shore. While the tide is still low, we must gather as much as we can. Such bountiful opportunities may not come every day." All right, several of the men and Sister Bird ventured back to the shore. This method of gathering seafood was indeed a rare sight, and they needed to seize the moment. The remaining individuals were tasked by Lu Wei to fetch water, ensuring it was clear seawater. After igniting the fire, Lu Wei set up an iron pot, preparing to cook the sea snails. The process of drying the snails is quite straightforward. They must be cleaned thoroughly, briefly boiled, and then the meat extracted and left to dry. Once the water reached a boil, the sea snails were added, and after a few minutes of cooking, they were ready. During this time, Lu Wei fashioned several bamboo skewers to aid in extracting the snail meat. Lacking a proper stove, they relied on a makeshift setup of stones, which proved inefficient in retaining heat, causing the water to take a considerable time to boil again. After removing the snails, they were placed in seawater to cool down, and another pot of water was prepared for further boiling. The water was changed because the initial boiling utilized seawater, which, after evaporation, left a solution with an excessive salt concentration. Unfortunately, without access to fresh water, they had no choice but to use seawater. Thus, the meat was extracted and placed upon banana leaves. Lu Wei guided a few girls in the extraction process. Once they had mastered the technique, he constructed a simple rack to dry the snail meat. Throughout this endeavor, Peng Peng returned several times, bringing an assortment of seafood he had gathered, while Lu Wei and his companions continued to clean, cook, and dry their catch. Before long, a sizable heap of snail shells had accumulated, estimated to weigh over 100 pounds. However, most of this was shell, with the edible meat comprising only about 1/10 to 1/5 of the total, and would yield even less once dried. Chapter 16. The more you scold, the more fans you gain, Brother Lu Wei. Can we eat the cooked sea snails? Bai Xiaolu asked, unable to resist swallowing as she inhaled the enticing aroma wafting from the pot. Observing her eager expression, Lu Wei chuckled, of course. They're clean and thoroughly cooked. Before he could finish a sentence, Bai Xiaolu seized a piece of snail meat and popped it into her mouth. After a couple of chews, her face contorted in discomfort. It was visibly a struggle to either expel the unpalatable morsel or swallow it. At this moment, Lu Wei completed his thought. It will definitely be a bit salty. Oh no, it's so salty. How can it be this salty? Unable to bear it any longer, Bai Xiaolu spat it out, her face twisted in distaste. Witnessing her reaction, Lu Wei burst into laughter. Of course it's salty. It was boiled in seawater. Bai Xiaolu shot him an indignant glare. You mischievous Lu Wei. Why didn't you warn me? With an innocent expression, Lu Wei replied. I had tea finished speaking when you ate it. You can't blame me. Bai Xiaolu clearly doubted his explanation, protesting, No way, you have to eat one too. Why should I? I'm not foolish. Are you calling me foolish? Lu Wei looked at Bai Xiaolu in surprise. Did you really catch that? You truly are clever, Xiaolu. Bai Xiaolu, having detected the mockery in his tone, angrily thrust a piece of snail meat toward his mouth. You must eat one. I want to eat it, no way. Lu Wei shook his head, evading her hand. Their playful banter brought life to the live stream chat, buzzing with excitement. Despite the late hour, many night owls remained awake, eagerly anticipating the show. At this moment, the sight of two individuals playfully tussling, even engaging in physical contact, ignited a fervor amongst the onlookers. Bai Xiaolu, cease this at once. Release that man, and come over here. Lu Wei, this foolish boy, is someone Bai Xiaolu personally nurtured. Let it not be said that he would not relish even the most humble offerings. Clear off upstairs. Your fondness for Oreos is your own affair. Our Xiaolu has no intention of indulging you. Is this the time to debate whether Xiaolu will serve Oreos? Do you not perceive how intimately Xiaolu and that useless Lu Wei interact? You are the one lacking merit. Your entire family is inept. What makes you think our Lu Wei is incompetent? He surpasses your Bai Xiaolu, that mere ornament by far. A mediocre performer, merely fortunate enough to appear on a show. Were it not for riding on our Xiaolu's coattails, would he have garnered such attention? As a man, should Lu Wei not be expected to exert himself more? Why must Lu Wei labor more than your idol, who merely waits for things to come to him? Our Xiaolu does not merely wait for handouts. She works diligently, does she not? The live stream erupted into chaos once more, an occurrence that had become all too frequent. Whenever Lu Wei exhibited any semblance of closeness with a female guest, a multitude of fans would descend upon him with scorn. Initially, Lu Wei had few admirers. However, curiously, the more he was criticized, the more his fanbase grew. In just one day, his followers had swelled considerably, with his Douyin account gaining tens of thousands of new subscribers. This phenomenon was not entirely unfathomable, as Lu Wei's performance today was indeed commendable, winning over a fair share of public favor. However, this alone would not account for such a surge in followers. Yet, Lu Wei was perpetually subjected to criticism and ridicule. Interacting with Yang Xiaohu earned him ire from her fans. Disputing Meina's opinions garnered scorn from her supporters. Playfully sparring with by Xiaolu led to further rebuke. Even directing Peng Peng in her tasks drew disdain from her fans. It could be said that wherever he went, he faced condemnation. This relentless disparagement struck many bystanders as unjust. He had made substantial contributions, so why must he endure such criticism? Whether working or cooking, did he not outshine your idols? On what grounds do you castigate him? Unable to contain themselves, some individuals spoke up in defense of Lu Wei. Consequently, the situation escalated further, leading to an involuntary increase in Lu Wei's followers. It is indeed remarkable how the world operates. Even scorn can translate to increased popularity. If Lu Wei were to grasp this irony, he would surely find amusement in it, welcoming the derision with open arms, for any shade of negativity could turn into fame. Observing the playful camaraderie between Lu Wei and Bai Xiaolu, Yang Xiaohu furrowed her brow momentarily before regaining her composure. With a feigned smile, she remarked, "Enough of this mischief. Let us focus on our tasks. We must finish swiftly to rest, for tomorrow we shall rise early to seek water." Upon hearing Yang Xiaohu's words, Bai Xiaolu mischievously stuck out her tongue at Lu Wei. For now, I shall spare you, but should this heroine find an opportunity, justice will be served. I await your command." Bai Xiaolu, in her frustration, could do little against Lu Wei and could only vent her ire upon the cooked conchs. As Lu Wei and his companions concluded their tasks, those returning from the shore began to arrive. "Everyone, take a look at what we've caught," Chun Chi-Chi exclaimed, his face beaming with pride. "A lobster?" Several girls gasped in delight. Lu Wei also stared in astonishment at the lobster that Chun held aloft. Can one really catch such a creature? Previously, he had observed others attempting to catch lobsters during low tide, but that was purely fanciful. Even a fool would know that the odds of catching a lobster during such endeavors were slimmer than being struck by lightning. Yet today, he witnessed this marvel firsthand. The lobster was not particularly large, weighing perhaps around 2 pounds, but its rarity was undeniable. Ha ha ha, it's all about luck. I'm telling you, if it weren't for the rising tide, I might have caught a few more. Just moments ago, I saw several lobsters in a ditch, about to scurry back into the sea. I sprang forward like lightning. As Chun Chi-Chi rambled on, Lei Jiayi promptly interrupted. "All right, enough boasting. Do you think I didn't see? You merely stumbled upon a stranded, injured lobster. Had it been healthy, you wouldn't have caught it all. Jealousy, that's what it is. Alas, what can I say? Who could resist my charm, especially after catching such a magnificent lobster? It's only natural for you to envy me. I bear no ill will." Chun Chi-Chi wore an air of arrogance that made Lei Jiayi wish to kick him. "All right, everyone, let's pitch in and clean up quickly, so we can rest. We have an early start tomorrow." Bird's sister intervened to halt their bickering. Together, they began to process the conch meat. Alongside the conch, they had also gathered some abalones and small fish. The remaining shrimp, crabs, and octopuses were reserved for their meal. By the time they finished around 2 in the morning, they had managed to process all the seafood. After washing their hands, they returned to their shelter to rest. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, they lay on their straw beds, reluctant to move. Chapter 17. A surprising popularity within 3 minutes. The chorus of snoring erupted, a veritable symphony of snores. Lu Wei could only manage a wry smile. He was a light sleeper, and unless utterly exhausted, he would awaken at the slightest sound. The cacophony of snores made it difficult for him to fall asleep. After tossing and turning for a while, he suddenly remembered that it was well past midnight, and the system's popularity value should have updated. He casually opened the system interface. Host, Lu Wei age, 25 strength, 31 constitution, 30 agility, 46 spirit, 55 skills, singing level 3, dancing level 4, acting level 4, culinary arts level 1, popularity value, 1. 230, 687, including negative fans, lottery mall, not yet open. Character affection, not yet open. Seeing the popularity value exceeding 1 million, Lu Wei could scarcely believe his eyes and counted again. Indeed, it was over 1 million. Wow, I've struck gold. As expected from a globally watched program, to gain over 1 million popularity in less than a day is astounding. At this growth rate, it won't be long before my constitution returns to normal. However, upon glancing at the explanation beside the popularity value, Lu Wei began to grasp something significant. The popularity value exceeding 1 million that I possess may not have been amassed solely through commendable efforts to win the affection of others. Instead, it could very well be attributed to the prevalence of detractors, which has inflated my notoriety. Contemplating this, Lu Wei found himself at an impasse, unsure whether to laugh or to weep. Ultimately, he decided to relinquish his inner turmoil. As long as he had popularity, the means of acquiring it were of no consequence. He shifted his focus to how best to utilize this impressive 2 million popularity value. After a moment of introspection, Lu Wei concluded that enhancing his physical constitution was paramount. Everything else was ephemeral, but his health remained of utmost significance. Physical constitution directly influenced his susceptibility to illness, stamina during work, and resilience to adverse environments. It could be posited that constitution was the most beneficial attribute of all. Add 1 point to constitution, Lu Wei silently affirmed. The system inquired whether he was certain about expending 100,000 popularity points to augment his constitution by 1 point. Confirmed. As soon as Lu Wei issued his command, a delightful sensation coursed through his body, akin to a warm current emerging from his lower abdomen and enveloping him entirely. The experience was reminiscent of soaking in a hot spring, surrounded by an entourage of lovely companions offering massages, an indescribable bliss. Lu Wei nearly let out an exclamation of joy, but after a few minutes, the sensation began to wane, prompting him to exhale deeply. What a delightful experience! He was grateful for his caution, having opted to increase his constitution incrementally rather than all at once. He could only imagine the overwhelming sensations had he chosen otherwise. With the addition of just 1 point to his constitution, Lu Wei felt the fatigue from a long day dissipate entirely, leaving him invigorated and brimming with vitality. However, he noticed a slight discomfort. He felt a twinge of hunger. Although it was not a ravenous hunger, the satiation he had just experienced had vanished. This was likely a consequence of the constitution boost, which consumed the energy reserves within his body. If this trend continued, would he not become a voracious eater? Under normal circumstances, this would not pose a significant issue. After all, he could simply spend more money to procure food. However, given the current wilderness setting, where food was scarce, such a side effect was rather troublesome. Nonetheless, the enhancement of his physical prowess outweighed the inconvenience of hunger, as it pertained to his very survival. He resolved to embrace the need for additional nourishment, assuring himself that he could diligently search for more food. However, he also recognized the importance of discretion. He could not afford to attract undue attention. System, add 1 more point to constitution. Upon confirmation, that familiar sensation returned, leaving Lu Wei almost addicted to the experience. Yet, the emptiness in his stomach prompted him to pause momentarily. Continuing to add points would undoubtedly intensify his hunger, and enduring hunger in the dead of night was hardly pleasant. Since sleep eluded him, he decided to venture out to seek sustenance. It was imperative to elevate his constitution as swiftly as possible. With this resolve, Lu Wei quietly rose and made his way towards the exit. "Where are you going?" Just as he reached the doorway, a voice startled him, causing him to shudder. Turning around, he discovered it was Yang Xiaohu. Relieved, he sighed, "You gave me quite a scare. Why are you still awake?" "I can't sleep. But you?" "Sneaking around in the dead of night. What are you up to?" Lu Wei cast her a glance and asked, "Which eye of yours saw me sneaking around?" "I merely feared waking you all, so I ventured to the restroom." "Are you coming?" "Ugh, you go by yourself. Goodbye. Take care." Stepping out of the shelter, Lu Wei surveyed her surroundings, pondering where to find something to eat. In truth, there was an abundance of food available: seaweed, sun-dried snail meat, and the grilled grouper that had gone uneaten from dinner. However, these were the communal reserves, and Lu Wei felt reluctant to touch them. After some contemplation, she decided it best to seek out her own provisions. Upon reaching the beach, Lu Wei suddenly recalled the crab traps she and Peng Peng had set up earlier in the evening. It was the perfect opportunity to check if they had caught any crabs. At this hour, the livestream audience had dwindled, as it was nearly 3 in the morning, and dawn was fast approaching. Coincidentally, the time difference between their location and the mainland was nearly identical, resulting in a similar scenario back home, where most people were also resting. Though the audience was sparse, given the vast population of the mainland, there were still tens of thousands tuning in to the livestream. Viewers were curious to see what Lu Wei was up to at this late hour, speculating on his intentions. What is this fellow doing awake in the dead of night? Surely he isn't up to any mischief? Could it be that, surrounded by so many beautiful women, he is unable to resist the temptation? Pray tell, what are you doing awake at such an hour? Nothing. If there was something to do, I would have gone to sleep. This road is drivable? It seems he's off to catch crabs. No way. Even if he wanted to show off, does he really need to sacrifice sleep for it? It appears he has strung the crabs he caught together. Wow, he is planning a barbecue. Goodness, he's poisoning the atmosphere at such an hour. What a rascal. Help is on the way, delivery guy. Indeed, Lu Wei was intent on barbecuing. Sand crabs possess scant meat, and besides frying them to a crisp, the only viable option was to grill them. Surprisingly, perhaps due to the lack of natural predators in the area, there were plenty of sand crabs available. Within just a few hours, dozens of little crabs had scuttled into his trap. Although these crabs were not large, merely slightly bigger than a thumb, they had reached their maximum size. Lu Wei expertly threaded the crabs onto sticks, creating dozens of skewers. He then stood each skewer upright beside the fire, allowing them to roast gradually. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, and the crabs began to turn a vibrant red, indicating they were nearly cooked. To enhance their flavor, they required a bit more time on the grill. Only when the shells became crispy would they be truly delectable. After another 10 minutes of grilling, he deemed them ready and took a skewer, biting into it. The satisfying crunch echoed as he savored the crisp, fragrant taste. Are there any family members still awake and watching the live stream? Are you hungry? Care for a bite? Lu Wei teased the audience, waving the skewer enticingly at the camera. Eating alone lacked excitement, and with nothing else to do, he welcomed the interaction with his viewers. Whether you are a fan or a critic, I implore you to contribute to the burgeoning popularity. Even if the audience is sparse at this hour, every little bit counts. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel not to be wasted. As the viewers watched him savor his meal, their mouths watered in anticipation. In the dead of night, with dinner long digested, hunger gnawed at them. Lu Wei was deliberately tempting them, and it was unbearable. This scoundrel, a lifelong adversary, how outrageous to taunt them at such a late hour. It was intolerable. I must find something to eat. I had rummaged through my home, and fortunately discovered 2 packets of instant noodles. Although they were past their expiration, my hunger was insatiable. My foresight proved invaluable. I had ordered takeout while he was grilling. Alas, these crayfish are too spicy, and the beer far too cold. Why, I lament. Does our small town cease deliveries past midnight? Though unable to see how many viewers were present, Lu Wei surmised that many were likely cursing him. It mattered not. The system had declared that even detractors contribute to popularity. As long as there was attention, it was irrelevant whether it was positive or negative. How you indulge in your feast. Just as Lu Wei was relishing his meal, a voice suddenly pierced the stillness of the night, nearly startling his soul from him. He turned, casting a look of reproach at the newcomer. Sister, do you not know that scaring someone can be perilous? Why are you out at this hour? Yang Xiao, who covered her mouth, stifling giggles. I thought you had gotten lost since you took so long to return. She then turned, gazing deeply into Lu Wei's eyes. Look at me, so concerned for your well-being. Are you not touched? Well, I appreciate your concern. Here, would you care for some? Lu Wei offered her a skewer of grilled crab. Yang Xiao, who shook her head, I cannot eat at such a late hour. It will lead to weight gain. Lu Wei chuckled. For us, gaining weight is no easy feat, I advise you. If you can gain a few pounds, do so. Soon it may become impossible. Yang Xiao, who paused, then quickly realized, all right, I thought we were still outside. Very well, I shall have a taste. Caught off guard, she had developed a conditioned reflex from her prolonged dieting, making nighttime eating a habit to avoid. Lu Wei handed her a skewer of grilled crab. Try this. See how my culinary skills fare. As she took it and was about to eat, she suddenly froze, motionless. What is it? Lu Wei inquired, surprised. Do you not like the taste? She shook her head. No, it's just that for a fleeting moment, it felt eerily familiar, as if it had happened before. Lu Wei smiled gently. So you share the sensation as well? I often feel that the scene before us has transpired in the past. I even researched the phenomenon. There are many theories. However, the one I believe most is that these are memories from a previous life. Yang Xiao, who gazed at Lu Wei with a twinkle in her eyes, curiosity piqued. Do you truly believe in such things? Lu Wei shrugged. He used to be a skeptic, but now he believed. How could he not? It was a matter of personal experience. Why did he believe now? Yang Xiaohu tilted her head, observing the man before her, and suddenly realized he was no longer the same. He had grown deeper, more mysterious, and undeniably more handsome. At this thought, Yang Xiaohu felt a warmth rise in her cheeks. Lu Wei, however, was oblivious to Yang Xiaohu's change, and jokingly remarked that it was because of him that he had lived again. Yang Xiaohu scoffed in disbelief. Do you think I'm a child? Lu Wei chuckled and shifted the subject, urging her to eat quickly, for they needed to sleep soon, if they did not rest. Dawn would arrive, bringing with it more arduous tasks. Yang Xiaohu dismissed his concerns, saying it was no problem as she often stayed up late during filming and could manage a quick nap. Lu Wei shook his head, continuing to insist that times had changed. In the past, she could ensure her body received adequate nutrition, but now the conditions were too harsh, and proper rest was essential. What about you? Why aren't you sleeping? He asked. Me? I'm hungry, and their snoring is too loud for me to sleep, so I came out for a bite. Lu Wei replied, opening his mouth wide to devour skewers. Meanwhile, he silently boosted his stamina a little. Instantly, Lu Wei felt a pressing hunger in his belly, making the skewers taste even better. Seeing how quickly he was eating, Yang Xiaohu hurriedly advised him to slow down, asking if he hadn't eaten enough dinner, likening him to a starving ghost. Lu Wei could not explain himself, merely nodding. Indeed, I didn't eat enough. There was too little food. If I had eaten my fill, you all would have nothing left. Yang Xiaohu paused, incredulous. Really? Can you eat that much? You'll find out shortly, Lu Wei replied, tossing aside the clean bamboo skewer he had just consumed. He then grabbed 2 skewers, one in each hand, and began to feast with an insatiable appetite. After devouring 4 or 5 skewers, he felt somewhat full and promptly replenished his stamina. Thus, while eating and boosting his energy, Lu Wei polished off dozens of crab skewers in no time, raising his stamina to 41 points. With 100,000 popularity points, he refrained from spending any, intending to save them for a low-level 10 consecutive draws, hoping to acquire something valuable. Lu Wei's voracious consumption left Yang Xiaohu utterly astonished. She had witnessed people eat voraciously before, but never had she seen anyone consume so much. Hundreds of crabs, shells and all, had been annihilated. Although the crabs were small, the total weight must have reached 10 pounds. Such an appetite was reminiscent of the reincarnation of a gluttonous spirit. That's enough for today. Let us hurry back to sleep, Lu Wei declared, rising to leave. Yang Xiaohu looked at his belly with concern. Are you sure you want tea burst? Lu Wei laughed lightly. What's this? I'm merely 5/10 full. Bursting is still far off. Seeing Lu Wei appear so relaxed, he did not seem like someone who had overindulged, and Yang Xiaohu secretly sighed in relief. You really can eat. Even pigs don't consume as much as you do. Lu Wei nodded earnestly. That's true. Your portion is no match for mine. With that, he dashed away. Yang Xiaohu was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that Lu Wei was likening her to a pig. Stop right there, don't run, she exclaimed. Ha ha ha, if you don't run, then you must be a pig. Chapter 19. Little love goodness, Lu Wei can eat even more than a pig, having devoured an entire bucket of crabs. Good grief. If he were to participate in an eating contest, he would undoubtedly clinch the championship. He nearly rivaled the world's top competitive eater, who consumed nearly 10 kilograms of food in just 20 minutes. I reckon Lu Wei is not far behind. He claimed he was still hungry. How can he possibly feel fine after ingesting such a multitude of crabs? Is he even human? Not that the discomfort matters. But I sense something amiss between that scoundrel and Queen Xiaohu. Bah, him. He is not even worthy to lick the Queen's toes. I am worthy. Allow me to take my turn. You're just daydreaming. When Lu Wei and Yang Xiaohu returned to the shelter, everyone had long since fallen asleep. Lu Wei softly bid Yang Xiaohu good night before lying down on his bed. A smile lingered on Yang Xiaohu's lips as she slowly closed her eyes, drifting off to sleep shortly thereafter. She even smiled in her dreams, blissfully unaware of what delightful visions awaited her. On the contrary, Lu Wei found himself unable to fall asleep, not due to overindulgence, but rather due to the heightened vigor from his enhanced physique, leaving him remarkably alert. With no other option, He opened the system once more, intending to expend the last 100,000 popularity points. System, I wish to draw a lottery, he silently thought. Please select the lottery level. Low-level lottery, 10 times. Please confirm. Confirm. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage once. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage once. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage once. The initial triple barrage of thank you for your patronage caused Lu Wei's lips to twitch in irritation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill weaving at level 1. At long last, the fourth draw yielded a skill, which was rather fortunate. The weaving skill would prove immensely beneficial in the wild. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage once. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage once. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the musical Piece the Street Where the Wind Lies, including arrangement and performance. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage once. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage once. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage once. Is that it? 100,000 popularity points yielded only 2 skills? Wait, the second is merely a piece of music, although it includes instructions for performance. It is limited to this particular composition and utterly useless for others. Goodness, how disappointing. This is even less rewarding than my previous haul. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the fact that he had at least acquired 1 skill, which was a small comfort. As for the musical piece, it would be handy for the upcoming Sunday performance, ensuring it wasn't a complete waste. Lu Wei glanced once more at the system interface. There were still over 30,000 popularity points remaining, which he decided to hold on to for now, planning to accumulate to 100,000 before drawing again. He estimated he could gain quite a bit more the following day. And there was the weekend performance, a golden opportunity for a global live stream, which should significantly boost his popularity points. He must seize this chance. Lost in these thoughts, Lu Wei was unaware of when he finally succumbed to sleep. When Lu Wei awoke once more, the dawn had broken, yet the sun had not yet risen. He shook his head, feeling as though he had only just drifted into slumber before being roused. Fortunately, having recently enhanced his physique during the night, he felt no discomfort. Rubbing his eyes, Lu Wei stepped out of the shelter and discovered that someone had risen even earlier than he. Good morning, Xiao AI. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? He greeted with a smile, observing Zhang Xiao AI as she tended to the fire, adding more wood. Zhang Xiao AI turned to glance at Lu Wei, responding with a smile. Good morning, brother Lu Wei. It's a new place and I'm still getting used to it, so I decided to get up. She continued to add the collected firewood to the flames. Lu Wei approached her, advising, do remember to rest. In the wilderness, rest is the best way to restore one's strength. We lack proper nutrition, so we must rely on sleep to recover our bodies. Zhang Xiao I nodded obediently. I understand. I'll be more mindful in the future. By the way, shall we prepare breakfast? I'll take care of it. Could you fetch me a few coconuts? Lu Wei replied, carrying the lobster that Chinchichi had caught the previous night as he made his way to the shore. The lobster remained lively after a night's rest. Lu Wei swiftly dispatched the lobster, cleaned it, and placed it in a pot along with other seafood, adding coconut juice to create a stew. Though he was not particularly fond of soup, he understood that under these conditions, simmering was the best method to preserve the food's nutrients. Moreover, soup is easily digestible, placing minimal strain on the stomach, which was precisely what they needed. With the lobster and coconut seafood stew simmering, Lu Wei also prepared the grilled grouper and some leftover crabs from the previous day for breakfast. Observing Lu Wei immersed in his tasks, Zhang Xiao AI approached him. Brother Lu Wei, is there anything I can assist you with? No need. It's all quite simple and nearly finished. We just have to wait for it to cook before calling everyone to eat, he replied. Feeling a tad bashful, she smiled. All right then, I'll go call them shortly. Yes, today we must seek a water source. We should set out early while the weather is still cool. Zhang Xiao AI nodded silently, refraining from further conversation. She squatted by the fire, lost in thought, her mind wandering. Naturally a person of few words, she was sensitive and contemplative, yet not particularly adept at expressing herself. Before long, the stew was ready, and as Lu Wei prepared to ladle it out, Zhang Xiao AI hurriedly stood to summon the others. Unfortunately, after squatting for too long, her legs grew numb, and she stumbled, nearly falling into the fire. Fortunately, Lu Wei, quick on his feet, caught her just in time, averting a calamity. With the warmth of her soft form in his arms, he refrained from lingering, steadying the girl whose cheeks flushed a shade akin to the cooked lobster before hastily releasing her. Be careful. There is no need to rush. It's quite dangerous. He cautioned. Yes, thank you, Zhang Xiao AI murmured, her face still flushed as she hurried back to the shelter. Had it not been for Lu Wei's keen hearing, he might have missed her quiet expression of gratitude. With a resigned smile, Lu Wei continued to serve the soup into bowls. Time had already slipped away, and once everyone was awake, they would eat and then discuss their departure. As Lu Wei finished serving the soup, everyone gradually emerged, their eyes still heavy with sleep, appearing quite drowsy. Come, everyone, let us eat quickly. Time waits for no one. After we finish, we must venture out to find a water source. Lu Wei called out to the group. Sister Niao looked at Lu Wei with a hint of regret. I apologize for rising late. Lu Wei waved his hand dismissively. What are you saying? I merely woke a bit earlier than the rest. Besides, you rose alongside everyone else, so it's hardly late. Sister Niao, there is something I have long wished to express to you. Ultimately, you are but an ordinary person. You too experience fatigue and weariness. Do not burden yourself with the weight of being a superhero. While your experience in wilderness survival is extensive, you are not infallible. Do not place such immense pressure upon yourself. Do not feel as though you bear the hopes of the entire team alone. Enduring until the end relies on the collective effort of us all, not solely on your shoulders. If you were to collapse under the strain, the consequences for us would be far graver. Chapter 20. The women as support. Lu Wei could discern that Sister Niao was under considerable stress, fearing that her team might falter and fail to survive. Consequently, she took on every task herself, leaving several of the girls and Chinchichi at a loss, often anxiously pacing without knowing what to do. Such a situation was untenable, prompting Lu Wei to offer his counsel. Yang Xiaohu stepped forward, embracing Sister Niao in a comforting manner. Sister, survival is not solely your responsibility. While we may not yet be performing to our full potential, it is essential that you train us. Without learning and practice, we shall never progress. This is a shared responsibility. Should you bear it alone, you will exhaust yourself. And then what shall we do? Sister Niao felt a mix of warmth and sorrow at these words, as no one truly understood the immense pressure she bore. The entire team was comprised of stars, accustomed to lavish lifestyles and comforts, relying on her expertise as a survival specialist to lead them to victory. This was her greatest obligation. Should they falter, the blame would rest squarely on her shoulders. She understood that a team of 10 could not depend solely on her strength. Yet, despite this realization, she felt compelled to shoulder the burden of responsibility for the sake of their honor. Upon hearing the concern from her companions, Sister Niao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her face breaking into a touched smile. Thank you, everyone. Rest assured, I am fine. At that moment, Wu Jing approached, resting a hand on Lu Wei's shoulder, his expression tinged with guilt. Brother, I owe you an apology. Yesterday, I harbored disdain for you and treated you poorly, thinking you were, well, you know what I mean. I did not expect you to be even more stalwart than I, taking on all the burdens and caring for us. Let us put the past behind us. If you hold me in regard, then we shall be brothers from now on. Lu Wei chuckled. Jingge, why the sudden sentimentality? We've yet to truly know each other, and there are many days ahead of us. I have already accepted you as my elder brother. Having an elder brother like you is splendid. Though you may seem unremarkable now, I believe you will lead us to prosperity in the future. Upon hearing the words of the two individuals, Peng Peng approached, her demeanor shy as she remarked, What about me? After observing brother Lu Wei yesterday, I too believed he would be the one to hinder progress. Little did I know it was I who faltered. I apologize, brother Lu Wei. With a gentle smile, Lu Wei patted Peng Peng on the shoulder, reassuring her, It's all right, I don't blame you. I encountered some issues a couple of days ago, which led to a lack of rest. My health has been quite frail, and upon arriving on the island, I succumbed to heat stroke and fainted. This is not your fault, and I must admit, I have indeed held everyone back. Please, do not say that, Peng Peng replied. Hearing you say so only adds to my embarrassment. I initially thought you would be the one to slow us down, but it turns out you are quite capable, leaving me to be the weakest link. Chen Kiki wore a sorrowful expression. Zhang Xiao AI chimed in, playfully smiling at Lu Wei. Thank you for teaching me how to cook and for saving me. Lu Wei responded modestly, "Oh, it was nothing. No need for such formality." "Saved you? What happened?" Yang Xiaohu asked in surprise. Zhang Xiao AI recounted the events of the morning, prompting further praise for Lu Wei from the group. As compliments and expressions of gratitude filled the air, Lu Wei quickly interjected with a laugh. Hey, can we tone it down a bit? It's only the first day, and we must rely on each other's efforts moving forward. Of course, if you wish to express your gratitude, I would appreciate some tangible actions rather than mere words." Wu Jing chuckled heartily. "No need to say more, brother. If you ever need help, count on me without hesitation. Chen Kiki Jangding. Just give a shout if you need anything." Indeed, others echoed. "If Brother Lu Wei requires assistance, do not forget about me." Seeing the group's enthusiasm, Lu Wei grinned. "Since you all are so eager, I shall not hold back. By the way, could someone assist me with this month's mortgage?" A sudden silence enveloped the room as everyone exchanged glances. Is the meal ready?" Yes, the food is prepared. Let us eat." "Oh dear, I have been starving. I want 2 bowls." With that, the crowd surrounding Lu Wei dispersed in a rush. Hey, where are you all going? Don't run away." Laughter echoed as they began their breakfast. The audience in the live stream, witnessing the jovial scene, couldn't help but join in the amusement. This Lu Wei is hilarious. Asking us to pay his mortgage, really? I never expected Lu Wei to have such a knack for comedy. These people are truly lacking in loyalty. They were just chanting slogans, and now they scatter at the first sign of trouble. Isn't Lu Wei a bit shameless? People offer to help, and he asks them to pay his mortgage. I can't believe he would joke about that. Anyone with common sense can see he's just kidding. Clearly, he is not an ordinary person. The lobster and coconut soup was delightful, served in generous bowls along with a large piece of grilled fish and 2 crabs, leaving everyone quite satisfied. Concerned that Lu Wei might not have enough to eat, Yang Xiaohu kindly offered some of her crab and fish to him. "Here, have some. I can't finish all of this." Lu Wei glanced at Yang Xiaohu in surprise, finally realizing that his hearty appetite from the previous night, or rather, the early morning, had led her to misunderstand. Hastily, she declined, urging, "You should eat quickly. I haven't digested my meal from earlier and I'm not hungry now." She reasoned that if she consumed Yang Xiaohu's food, the latter would go hungry at noon. "Really?" Yang Xiaohu responded with a hint of skepticism. "Indeed, you should eat. If I feel hungry later, I will find a way to manage." The onlookers observed the two with peculiar expressions, questioning, "What are you two doing? Are you openly flaunting your affection? When did things develop so swiftly?" Noticing the strange gazes directed at them, Yang Xiaohu quickly clarified, recounting the incident of Lu Wei consuming an entire bucket of crabs in the middle of the night. The crowd was taken aback, staring at Lu Wei as if he were a creature of myth. Who could possibly eat an entire bucket of crabs? Fearing misunderstandings, Lu Wei promptly explained, "That meal sustained me for the entire day. I don't eat that much at every meal. I was just particularly exhausted yesterday, so I indulged a bit." "Brother, are you a camel?" Chen Chi teased. Wu Jing patted Lu Wei on the shoulder, advising, "Brother, don't hesitate to eat when you're hungry. Consuming so many crabs isn't good for your health. In the wilderness, you must take care of your body." Bai Xiaolu offered her crabs to Lu Wei, saying, "Brother Lu Wei, please have mine. I can't possibly eat so much." "Yes, and mine as well. You need to eat well to have strength for work," added Zhang Xiaolove, extending her crabs toward him. Meina, observing that the other girls had contributed, felt it would be remiss not to do the same. So she too handed her crabs to Lu Wei. Chapter 21. Meina. Lu Wei was taken aback, with no one left to bolster his morale. He wondered if consuming so much would lead to discomfort. "Thank you all, but I have enough to eat. Rest assured if it's not sufficient. I won't hesitate to ask. If you find it lacking, don't hold back," they replied. "All right, rest assured, I'm not the type to be shy." With that, the crowd relented. Having finally fended off the girls' generosity, Lu Wei sighed in relief. As they ate breakfast, they discussed how to divide into teams for the search for water sources. Residing by the sea, with the ocean to the south and a forest to the north, their only options were to search along the beach in either direction. The northern woods were to be avoided for now, as the tropical region was rife with venomous creatures, necessitating caution for any exploration. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Wei suggested, "How about this? Bird Sister, Meina, Chi by Xiaolu, and I will form one team, while the rest will be the second team." The group exchanged glances at this arrangement, finding it a fairly equitable distribution of strength, and nodded in agreement. Only one person appeared discontent, casting a covert glare at Lu Wei before storming off in annoyance. With the teams established and a few young coconuts in tow, they set off. Before departing, Bird Sister reiterated her warnings. Remember to return before noon, and do not venture into the woods. Rest assured, we would never jeopardize our safety. The other team assured earnestly. Let us go. Two teams set out in opposite directions, each in search of a water source. The sun had only just risen, and the weather was still quite mild. Bird's sister suggested that they hasten their pace, advising that they rest when the heat of the day arrived. The others found her reasoning sound, and thus quickened their steps, scarcely pausing to converse. Walking on the sandy beach proved more exhausting than traversing flat ground, and half an hour later, all but Bird's sister were panting and weary. They reached an impasse. The group gazed ahead at a rocky mountain, their expressions grave. The beach had vanished, replaced by a towering peak, and they exchanged glances, realizing they might have to navigate through the woods. Bird's sister turned to Lu Wei and the others, instructing them to rest there while she scouted ahead. I'll accompany you, Lu Wei offered, rising to his feet. No need, she replied. I'm merely going to take a look and will return shortly. With that, Bird's sister set off without hesitation. Once she departed, the group found a shady spot beneath a tree to sit. The shade was limited, causing them to sit quite close together. Lu Wei found himself beside Mena, and he could even catch a pleasant fragrance emanating from her. It must be said that a beautiful woman remains fragrant even after a day without bathing. Mena sensed Lu Wei's proximity and subtly shifted her position. I am exhausted. I feel as if my feet have detached from my body, Chun Chi-Chi lamented, rubbing his calves in agony. Lu Wei smirked mischievously. Brother, you seem a bit feeble. Is it really that little distance that has worn you out? Chun Chi-Chi bristled at the remark, for a man must never admit to weakness. Shaw, I am not weak. You are the one who is weak. Just look at yourself. Drenched in sweat and as pale as a ghost. Indeed, Lu Wei was sweating profusely. Although he had augmented his stamina by 11 points the previous day, he still fell short of the average person's endurance. After such a trek, he felt utterly spent. Yet he could not concede defeat and retorted. I simply have a naturally sweaty constitution. Chun Chi-Chi scoffed. If it weren't for those legs of yours shaking like a sieve, I might have believed you. The two girls watched their banter with amused smiles, stifling their laughter. As the group engaged in lively conversation, they remained unaware of the green figure that was slowly slithering among the leaves above them. The creature blended seamlessly with the foliage and would have gone unnoticed were it not for a keen observer among the audience watching the live stream. Look above them. Is there a snake up there? Oh my gosh, it's really a snake, green and moving. Is that really a snake? What kind is it? The production team quickly deliberated on how to inform them. We cannot intervene. That would be against the rules. What should we do? What if they get bitten? Let us not panic. Perhaps it is a non-venomous snake. Regrettably, it must be noted that this was indeed a venomous snake, known as the green mamba, a relative of the black mamba. Are they in danger then? Surely the production team must intervene. Indeed, the production team had also discovered the snake. Upon its sighting by the show observer, an immediate report was made to the director of the JoJo production team. Witnessing the alarming situation, the director felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. However, he lacked the authority to intervene directly and promptly communicated with the headquarters to alert the collaborative production team. Yet, before he could relay the information, the circumstances on the island took an unexpected turn. A sudden gust of sea breeze swept through, causing branches to sway, and the snake fell with a thud, landing fortuitously on Mena's head. At that moment, Mena was stifling a laugh when she felt something cold drop onto her. In a state of confusion, she turned her head to discover the sinuous tail of the snake resting on her shoulder. In an instant, her expression turned blank, rendering her momentarily speechless, as darkness enveloped her vision, nearly causing her to faint. Don't move. Don't scream, Lu Wei suddenly whispered sharply to Mena. Startled, Mena froze. Her body tense with fear, tears cascading down her cheeks. The snake began to slither slowly across her, the chilling sensation causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. She dared not breathe loudly, terrified of disturbing the creature. Lu Wei, too, had been taken aback when the snake descended. It was over 1 meter long, slender, and a vibrant green, its tail brushing against him. Bai Xiaolu and Chun Chi-Chi, who had only turned their heads upon hearing Lu Wei's command, would have screamed had they not heeded his warning. Chun Chi-Chi's face turned pale, his lips poised to speak, but silenced by fear of provoking the snake into striking Mena. Bai Xiaolu's legs trembled uncontrollably, nearly succumbing to terror as she sat adjacent to Mena, the snake's head a mere 30 centimeters from her face. A moment's misstep could lead to disaster. Lu Wei was equally anxious, having lived in the city all his life. His only encounters with snakes had been from a distance at the zoo. This was his first close interaction, and the innate coldness and menace of the creature, resembling a grotesque worm, evoked fear in anyone encountering it for the first time. Lu Wei was no exception, yet he understood that succumbing to fear was futile. A solution needed to be found to address the snake, or all three of them would be in peril. Chapter 22. Mena, do you need artificial respiration? Now was not the time for hesitation. There was no room for delay, as the snake could strike at any moment. Observing Mena's pale complexion and her dazed expression from fright, Lu Wei spoke softly. Mena, don't be afraid. I will help you remove the snake. Just stay still and do not disturb it. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of hope ignited in Mena's eyes, though she remained silent, her gaze pleading with him for reassurance. Her pitiful demeanor could soften even the hardest of hearts. After speaking, Lu Wei took a deep breath, silently praying for the system's reliability as the moment to test his skills had arrived. Lu Wei slowly extended his hand, inching closer to the snake. Time seemed to stretch, and the brief distance of less than half a meter felt like an eternity. Mena sensed her body had grown rigid, slipping beyond her control, and she feared she might collapse at any moment. Regret washed over her. Why had she distanced herself from Lu Wei? Had she not done so, he would have already seized the snake. Chen Qiqi and Bai Xiaolu held their breaths, fixated on Lu Wei's hand. They had never considered whether Lu Wei could catch the snake. After all, who would dare attempt such a feat if they lacked the skill? If it were them, they wouldn't even have the courage to strike it dead. Thus, since Lu Wei dared to try, it was clear he possessed the capability, just as he could dive, cook, craft crab traps, and dry sea snails. Yet, the truth was, Lu Wei had never caught a snake before, and this was his first encounter at such close quarters. At this moment, his hand was a mere 20 centimeters from the snake. This proximity had not gone unnoticed. The snake had already detected Lu Wei's movements. Its tail began to tremble violently, and its upper body lifted, signaling a warning and a threat, urging the intruder to retreat or face a bite. Unaware of these signals, Lu Wei felt he was close enough to grasp the snake. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed his fear and disgust, lunging for the snake's head. However, what Lu Wei did not realize was that no matter how swift a human's attack may be, it could never rival the striking speed of a snake, which survives through its formidable speed. Moreover, the very snake he was attempting to capture was the green mamba, renowned as one of the fastest snakes in the world. The striking speed of a snake is approximately 50 milliseconds, while the average human blink lasts around 200 milliseconds. Thus, within the blink of an eye, a snake can strike 4 times. Who could evade such speed? Furthermore, during its strike, a snake's body can endure a gravitational force of 30. This might be difficult for the average person to comprehend, but to put it in perspective, the most exceptional pilots lose consciousness under a force of 10. It can be said that with such speed and such a physique, once one enters a snake's striking range, success is virtually guaranteed. As Lu Wei prepared to seize the snake, it opened its jaws wide and lunged toward his hand. If he were to be bitten, he might not perish, but his elimination would be assured. At that moment, experts in a live stream who understood snakes seemed to foresee the outcome. Lu Wei's elimination was inevitable. The animal and plant specialists invited by the program had also witnessed this scene and were already planning to notify the rescue doctors to prepare the serum for assistance. The second day of the program saw someone eliminated, and it was a member of the Jiuzhou national team, a development no one had anticipated. This unexpected turn of events delighted nations harboring animosity toward Jiuzhou, such as the United States, South Korea, and others. The production team promptly broadcast Lu Wei's attempt to catch the snake in a global live stream, and an onslaught of comments flooded the screen. The actions of this fellow hardly resemble those of someone skilled in snake catching. Is he truly preparing to offer himself as a feast for that verdant creature? While I would relish the sight of him being devoured by such a diminutive serpent, it is evidently improbable. I hope the production team has arranged for an antidote to the snake's venom. Oh, has the first contestant from the 9 provinces already been eliminated? Are they not the world's foremost power? It is astonishing that they were the first to fall. How curious. Ah, this chap certainly possesses an audacious spirit. Even in defeat, No one would extend him their sympathy. How delightful. Oh, forgive me. Does this sound rather inhumane? Ha. With the 9 provinces out of the running, our little team must surely seize first place. Park Watchong, you must persevere. Unbeknownst to Lu Wei, he has once again graced the global stage, stirring considerable excitement. Had he been aware, he would have leapt for joy, eagerly wishing for 10 more such serpents. At that moment, his hand was a mere 0.01 centimeters from the serpent's maw, rendering his movements undetectable to the naked eye. Yet, had there been a high-speed camera, it would have revealed that just as the snake was about to strike, Lu Wei's hand darted with astonishing speed, effortlessly evading the serpent's assault and seizing it firmly by the neck. While perhaps snakes lack a neck, or rather, are composed entirely of neck. Lu Wei's swift maneuver was none other than his signature technique, the Kato's divine hand, a speed so incredible it defies belief. The former Kato, with this very skill, had once breached countless defenses and inundated the Golden Mountain. No individual could withstand his prowess for more than 3 minutes. As the snake was grasped at its vulnerable point, it coiled around Lu Wei's arm in a desperate attempt to constrict him. However, being merely a small snake, it posed no real threat to Lu Wei. Upon securing the serpent, Lu Wei exhaled in relief, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, he tightened his grip on the snake's head and hastily rose to distance himself from the others. At that precise moment, as Lu Wei removed the snake, Meina's body succumbed, collapsing into Bai Xiaolu's embrace, unconscious. Those fleeting minutes had drained her of all vitality. As soon as her tension dissipated, she slipped into a deep slumber. Meina, what is wrong? Wake up, Bai Xiaolu exclaimed, panicking at the sight of Meina fainted in her arms, fearing she had been bitten and poisoned by the snake. Observing this, Chen Qiqi urgently called out to Lu Wei, Meina has fainted. Lu Wei, at a loss for words, wondered what he could do about her fainting. Could he perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? Did they not see the creature still in his grasp? Nevertheless, he was genuinely concerned for Meina. Glancing around, he found a stone, placed the snake on a rocky surface, and, with clenched teeth and a fierce expression, raised the stone above his head and brought it crashing down upon the serpent's head. With a sickening crunch, the snake's skull was obliterated, its body twisting a few times before lying still. Lu Wei casually tossed it aside, not even washing his hands, and hurried over to Mina's side to check on her condition, contemplating whether she required mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Chapter 23. Mina's heartfelt affection. Mina, wake up. Lu Wei gently patted Mina's smooth, delicate face, though he lacked the mood to savor the sensation. Observing her unconscious state, he began to wonder if perhaps she had been bitten by that snake. While he hadn't witnessed it, it was certainly plausible that the snake could have struck when it fell. With that thought in mind, he quickly lifted her, meticulously examining her neck and head, and found no signs of bite. Just as Lu Wei prepared to request the closure of the camera for Bai Xiaolu to inspect Mina for any potential bites, Mina's eyelashes fluttered and her eyes opened. Seeing Mina awake, Lu Wei let out a profound sigh of relief. Mina, are you all right? Did that snake bite you? Upon mentioning the snake, Mina's pupils constricted, and fear washed over her as she clung tightly to Lu Wei, trembling all over. With the warmth of her soft, fragrant presence in his embrace, Lu Wei swallowed hard, reminding himself that now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. Don't be afraid. That snake has been captured and eliminated. It can no longer harm you. Understanding that Mina was in a state of fright, he enveloped her in his arms, gently patting her shoulder in a comforting manner. In her extreme terror, Mina regarded Lu Wei's embrace as her safest refuge, which is why she held on to him so tightly. At that moment, Sister Niao, who had gone out to scout, returned. Upon seeing the two of them locked in an embrace, along with the bewildered Bai Xiaolu and Chen Qiqi standing nearby, she rushed over to inquire, what happened? What's going on? The scene before Sister Niao left her momentarily stunned. What in the world? I was gone for 10 minutes, not 10 years. Have you two progressed this quickly? Is it necessary to hold on so tightly? Seeing Sister Niao return, Bai Xiaolu hurried to explain what had just transpired. After listening, Sister Niao felt a surge of anxiety and quickly approached Mina, asking, are you all right? Did you get bitten? By this time, Mina had regained her composure but was reluctant to release Lu Wei, as the outside world seemed fraught with danger. And only within this embrace did she find warmth and safety. This reaction was, in fact, a form of stress response, a remnant of intense stimulation. Generally, such situations are difficult to recover from, akin to the aftermath of war trauma. Recovery often occurs gradually through life experiences, and even when healing occurs, the remnants may linger silently within one's consciousness. Fortunately, Mina's case was not as severe. Upon seeing Sister Niao return, tears welled up in Mina's eyes as she reassured, "Sister Niao, I'm fine." Hearing that Mina was all right, Sister Niao exhaled a significant sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Rest well. I'll fetch you a coconut." Meanwhile, Chun Chi-Chi had found a stick from somewhere and curiously approached the dead snake, poking it. Confirming its demise, he lifted it with the stick and asked Sister Niao, "Do you know what kind of snake this is?" Upon catching sight of the snake, Mina, who had just begun to regain her composure, was startled once more and promptly burrowed back into Lu Wei's embrace, playing the role of an ostrich. Lu Wei, feeling helpless yet secretly delighted, could only hold her close and reassure her that everything was all right, gently patting her back. He informed her that the snake was dead and posed no threat. However, the scene of Lu Wei comforting Mina was witnessed by her fans during the live broadcast, inciting their fury. "You scoundrel, let go of our Mina," they lamented. "Oh, my little fairy, how could you allow another man to hold you?" They condemned Lu Wei, accusing him of taking advantage of their beloved idol, expressing their disdain. "What a shameless, despicable person. I cannot fathom how someone like him can be a star. He might as well vanish. Alas, I have been betrayed," one fan exclaimed. "Can you not think, dear fans? Lu Wei saved your idol, yet you scold him? Truly heartless." It was evident that these fans were merely superficial admirers, living off their idol's fame, and they accused Lu Wei of being repulsive when, in fact, they were the ones exhibiting such behavior. What is wrong with idols? Are they not meant to be adored? "I wish my Lu Wei were a playground," one fan mused. "Huh? What does a playground mean? That way, he could be at my elementary school." "Wow, ladies, your speed is astonishing." As Sister Bird swiftly chopped open a coconut and handed it to Mina, her expression turned serious as she approached to inspect the snake. After a moment of contemplation, Sister Bird solemnly declared, "If I am not mistaken, this appears to be a venomous snake known as the green mamba. I trust you are familiar with the black mamba. This is its relative, hence the name green mamba. It is indeed a poisonous snake. Although it is less aggressive and its venom not as potent as that of the black mamba, it is still quite dangerous. Fortunately, it did not bite anyone, otherwise medical attention would have been necessary." The chilling words from Sister Bird left everyone feeling apprehensive. Mina tightened her grip on Lu Wei's arm, unable to fathom the consequences had she been bitten by that snake. Bai Xiaolu, equally shaken, patted her own chest, exclaiming, "Goodness, how terrifying." Thankfully, Lu Wei Gidge knows how to handle snakes, or it could have been perilous. "Lu Wei Gidge, you're amazing. From now on, the task of catching snakes is yours," she declared. Hearing this, Lu Wei's face nearly matched the snake's hue as he hurriedly shook his head, insisting, "No, please. I cannot catch snakes. What I did just now was out of necessity to save Mina. Otherwise, I would never dream of touching such a creature." Sister Bird, astonished by Lu Wei's admission, exclaimed, "You cannot catch snakes?" Lu Wei replied with a wry smile, "How could I? I grew up in the city, aside from the zoo. This is my first encounter with a snake." Sister Bird regarded Lu Wei with admiration, giving him a thumbs up. "You are truly brave. To catch a snake, especially a venomous one, on your first encounter, I've never heard of such bravery. One misstep could have been fatal." The others, hearing Sister Bird's praise, looked at Lu Wei with admiration and respect, questioning themselves if they could ever summon such courage. They realized that sacrificing oneself for another was a level of heroism they could not aspire to. Although it may not be feasible, it does not hinder their admiration for such a remarkable individual. Lu Wei shrugged, acknowledging the inevitability of the situation. "If I do not capture it, the snake may very well bite Mina." At that moment, there was no room for further contemplation. Seizing it was the only option available. Mina remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon Lu Wei. In this instant, she felt that Lu Wei was the most handsome man in the world, unparalleled in allure. Her heart was indelibly marked by a singular name. Chapter 24. The infatuated Mina. Lu Wei spoke lightly, yet everyone understood the immense courage required to make such a decision. The archetype of the hero rescuing the damsel in distress may be ancient, yet it remains timeless. No woman can resist a man willing to sacrifice his life for her, especially in her most desperate hour. The impact of such devotion resonates deeply within the heart, leaving an everlasting impression. Of course, it is essential that the man possesses a certain handsomeness. Should he lack in that regard, she might owe him a debt of gratitude in another lifetime. Sister Bird, how goes the reconnaissance over there? Lu Wei proactively shifted the topic, as continuing further would risk appearing boastful. Sister Bird frowned, indicating that a detour was indeed necessary. One option was to wait for the tide to recede and see if a path could be found across the sea surface, while the other involved traversing through the woods. Though the distance remained uncertain, Lu Wei pondered for a moment before asserting that if they were to proceed, the only viable route would be through the forest. It would be impractical to wait for the tide to recede on the beach. Bai Xiaolu expressed her confusion. Why? Isn't the beach easier to navigate? Lu Wei shook his head, recalling the previous night's timing for beachcombing. It was just past midnight, which indicated that the low tide today would occur shortly after 1 o'clock. The previous night's low tide had been around 2 o'clock. With the low tide not arriving until after 1, they would have to wait 4 to 5 hours, and the low tide would only last for about 2 hours. If they could not make it across and became stranded, it would pose significant danger. The most critical factor was that they had no knowledge of the conditions along the beach once the tide receded. If they found themselves unable to progress after a short distance, several hours would have been wasted. Bai Xiaolu was taken aback, exclaiming, "So many reasons." Lu Wei chuckled, gently patting Bai Xiaolu's head. Children should always be eager to learn. Go away. Bai Xiaolu shot Lu Wei an exasperated glance. Meina, are you still able to walk? If not, you should return first, Sister Bird inquired with concern. Upon hearing the suggestion to return, Meina instinctively grasped Lu Wei's hand and declared, I'm fine. I can manage. Lu Wei subtly frowned, inhaling sharply. I propose that Chi-Chi, Meina, and Lulu return to their original position while Sister Bird and I proceed lightly packed. I want to do that. I want to stay with you. Meina tightened her grip on Lu Wei's hand. Meina, please listen to me, Lu Wei, what happened to your hand? Bai Xiaolu, who had been observing the exchange between Meina and Lu Wei with a curious gaze, suddenly noticed a drop of blood trickling from Lu Wei's hand. Upon hearing her exclamation, everyone turned their attention to Lu Wei's hand. Meina, still holding on to Lu Wei, lifted his hand to inspect it closely. Only a few small cuts, about a centimeter in length, marred Lu Wei's hand, oozing a trickle of blood. Meina's eyes trembled with concern, her heart aching as she inquired, Does it hurt? The audience in the live stream, witnessing this scene, collectively expressed their heartbreak. It was over. Our Meina had succumbed, her gaze seemingly capable of melting Lu Wei. I felt as if he deserved to be incinerated instead. How could this happen? Why was it not I who rescued the fair maiden? The bitterness stung like poison. It was as if given the opportunity, one would dare grasp that serpent. Alas, the most exquisite flower of the entertainment industry had been plucked away, willingly offered up. Lu Wei, that fortunate lad, seemed to have all the luck. First Yang Xiao, now Meina, a true scoundrel. With a broken heart, I resolved to drown my sorrows. My Meina was no longer mine. In the live stream, not only Meina's fans mourned, but her manager sighed in despair as well. Does this girl lack sense? How many times have I told her that she must not fall in love? And if she does, it must remain hidden? Most of your fans are captivated by your beauty, and a romance would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to your popularity. Given the current situation, even if she wished to salvage it, it would be a challenge. I can only hope that this foolish girl would not exhibit her emotions too overtly. Otherwise, we would truly be left with no recourse. Lu Wei chuckled lightly. It's nothing. It doesn't hurt. These minor wounds are trivial. I merely nicked myself on an oyster shell while handling stone. It will heal shortly. He feigned indifference, gently withdrawing his hand. He could sense the change in Meina's demeanor, so apparent that only a fool would be oblivious. Momentarily, he felt unsure of how to respond, pondering that this might merely be a residual effect of Meina's emotional upheaval. In due time, she would surely regain her composure, so it was best not to take it too seriously. Lu Wei quickly redirected the conversation. Everyone need not concern themselves with me. Let us continue discussing my proposal. How about we send the three of you back, and Bird Sister and I will press forward. Bird Sister hesitated for a moment before nodding. I believe that's wise. Fewer people will indeed expedite our progress. Ideally, I should scout ahead alone while the four of you return. Her meaning was clear. the more individuals, the more burdensome the journey. Lu Wei was acutely aware of his current stamina, recognizing himself as the hindrance. Yet he shook his head. That won't do. It's unsafe to go alone. What if danger arises? It's better to have two. Very well, Bird's sister acquiesced, acknowledging the risks of solitude. The remaining three exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Is this truly your decision? Will you not solicit our opinions? However, they understood that their presence would only slow the progress. It would be more efficient for Bird's sister and Lu Wei to proceed alone. Meino was reluctant to concede, but recognized that this was not the time for her whims. So she silently stood by, unwilling to voice her dissent. In contrast to Lu Wei's group, Wu Jing and his companions were considerably more fortunate, having traversed over an hour of uninterrupted, level sandy beach. Even if it requires a detour, it is merely a patch of grassland that can be traversed with ease. Along the way, they encountered several coconut trees, replenishing their hydration. Look over there. Is that not a small river? Yang Xiaohu suddenly exclaimed with delight, pointing ahead. The group raised their heads and indeed beheld a stream flowing forth from the woods, merging into the vast ocean. The source of water lay before them, and with faces alight with excitement, they dashed forward. Upon reaching the riverbank, they confirmed it was indeed the water source emerging from the forest. Given that this was the estuary, many fish had gathered nearby, startled by their presence, splashing back into the sea. It was certainly a river. It remained uncertain whether the water was fresh or saline. It could possibly be seawater flowing from the opposite side of the island. As Lei Jiai speculated while gazing at the river, Wu Jing, upon hearing this, discarded the machete in his hand and boldly declared, "What is there to ponder? Let's taste it to find out." With that, he squatted down, cupping his hands to scoop water and bring it to his lips. Chapter 25. The water source, it is fresh water. Ha! It is fresh water, Wu Jing exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he laughed heartily. The remaining companions, upon learning it was fresh water, hurried to the river to scoop some for themselves, confirming its purity. Wonderful. We have finally found fresh water, and the surrounding environment is splendid. We can establish our shelter here, Zhang Xiaoai said, her eyes sparkling as she surveyed the area. Upstream of the river lay a forest, and slightly to the east, where they had come from, was an expansive flat meadow. To the west of the river was a shallow area, abundant with rocks, marking the river's mouth, ensuring a rich supply of fish. In this place, they should have no trouble finding sustenance, especially since there were no large carnivorous animals on the island. It was truly an idyllic habitat. Let us explore the surroundings to find the most suitable location for constructing our shelter. After more than half an hour of wandering in the vicinity, they discovered an exceptionally ideal spot for erecting their shelter. This is the place, Wu Jing declared. With that protruding rock in front to shield us, the sea breeze cannot directly assail us, and there are protections at the back as well. The winds will sweep through the area, and as long as it is breezy, we need not worry about mosquito bites. Plus, it is conveniently close to the water source. Wu Jing was thoroughly pleased with the location. The others concurred, nodding in agreement. Wu Jing gazed at the sun in the sky, contemplating, and then proposed. "I have an idea. Let me know what you think." "What is your idea?" they inquired. "Let us send one person back to inform Sister Niao and the others, urging them to relocate here. The rest shall remain behind, as the round trip would consume over 2 hours, which is quite wasteful. The remaining 4 of us will construct the shelter here, aiming to set up a basic structure today and complete another tomorrow." Their plan was to establish 2 shelters upon finding a dwelling place. After all, it was inappropriate and inconvenient for such a large group, comprised of both men and women, to reside together. It was best to separate by gender. Upon hearing Wu Jing's plan, they exchanged glances, recognizing the soundness of the strategy. Yet a question lingered. Who would return? In truth, the most prudent choice would be to send a woman back while the men remained to construct the shelter. After all, the strength of the men makes them more suitable for such labor. Nevertheless, the thought of a woman traversing the wilderness alone raises concerns among the group, compelling a man to undertake the return journey. Wu Jing, being the primary labor force, certainly cannot go back, leaving only Peng Peng and Lei Jiai to be chosen from. "I shall return. You all stay here to build the shelter," Lei Jiai volunteered. "You stay, or shall I go? With your strength, I can contribute little here," spoke Yang Xiaohu, who presented a valid point. However, the men disagreed vehemently. Lei Jia shook his head, insisting, "Do not be absurd. We cannot possibly feel at ease with you returning alone. Remain here. I'll go back. It will only take an hour." Wu Jing nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Jia, you should return. We should hurry before the heat intensifies." "Very well. I shall drink some water before I depart," Lei Jia replied, cracking open a coconut and draining it in one go before turning back. After a few steps, he suddenly paused and remarked, "If I return and they have not yet arrived, I shall leave a message on the beach and come back." Wu Jing considered this for a moment and nodded, agreed. "Just ensure your message is written far enough from the shoreline to avoid being washed away." "Understood," Lei Jia affirmed before proceeding on his way. Watching Lei Jia's retreating figure, Wu Jing called upon the others to begin their work on the shelter. A structure capable of accommodating 10 individuals would certainly be substantial, and erecting it would require diligence. They needed to work swiftly to complete it before nightfall. Meanwhile, Chen Qiqi and her companions were making their way back, while Bird Sister and Lu Wei ventured deeper into the jungle. Upon Chen Qiqi's return to the camp, they encountered Lei Jia hurrying back. "Senior brother, why have you returned alone? Where are the others?" Chen Qiqi inquired, puzzled. "We have located a water source. I returned to inform you all to come, while they remain to build the shelter," Lei Jia explained. "What of Lu Wei and Bird Sister?" he asked, surveying his surroundings but finding no sign of them. Chen Qiqi sighed. There were some incidents along the way. Lu Wei and Bird Sister continued their exploration while we returned. "What happened?" Lei Jia pressed, prompting Chen Qiqi to recount their encounter with a snake and Lu Wei's audacious attempt to catch it barehanded. Hearing this, Lei Jia's eyes widened in astonishment, mentally exclaiming at Lu Wei's audacity. "Fortunately, everyone is safe, which is the most important thing. Let us proceed to the new shelter and leave a message for them on the beach." At that moment, Mena, who had been silent until now, interjected, "You all go ahead. I will wait for them here. Leaving a message alone is not entirely secure. I should remain." Lei Jia paused, turning to Chen Qiqi, who exchanged a knowing glance with him before smiling. "Do you think you can manage alone?" Mena resolutely replied, "It's quite all right. I'm merely waiting for them. Nothing more. Do not worry." Bai Xiaolu hesitated. "Sister Mena, perhaps I should stay with you." Mena shook her head. "No need. You should hurry along while the weather is still bearable. It will be much more arduous to travel once the sun is high." A few individuals exchanged glances, ultimately acquiescing to Mena's approach. Disagreement was futile, for the young woman had clearly resigned herself to remaining. Thus, Mena stayed behind, while Chen Qiqi, Bai Xiaolu, and Lei Jia took some supplies and continued their journey westward. Left alone, Mena found herself with little to occupy her time, so she sat by the sea, lost in thought, awaiting the tide's retreat to venture into the ocean for harvest. Even in solitude, one must not neglect the gathering of sustenance. Her long hair danced in the sea breeze, framing her exquisite and enchanting visage, which alternated between furrowed brows and bashful expressions. It was evident that this young lady was experiencing the pangs of youthful longing. Meanwhile, Lu Wei and Sister Bird had been traversing the jungle for over 2 hours. As noon approached, the heat grew increasingly oppressive. The jungle was stifling, humid, and swarming with bothersome insects, causing great annoyance. However, without locating a water source, they had to endure and press forward. Although another team was also searching, the possibility of their failure loomed large. Hence, they could not place all their hopes on others. Self-reliance was essential. Lu Wei's constitution was already frilier than most, and after 2 hours in such an environment, he was utterly exhausted. Yet, he could not ask Sister Bird to take a break, having assured her upon setting out that he would not be a hindrance. "Hey, Lu Wei, do you hear that sound?" Sister Bird inquired. Lu Wei, fatigued to the point of ringing in his ears, could scarcely discern any sound. "I can't hear anything," he replied weakly. Sister Bird tilted her head, listening intently. "Pay attention. It sounds like the flow of a waterfall." After a few labored breaths, Lu Wei gradually steadied his breathing and indeed began to hear the faint sound of rushing water. A glimmer of joy crossed his face at last. They could cease their arduous trek. "Let us go check it out," Sister Bird exclaimed, her excitement palpable. After more than 2 hours in the jungle, even she felt fatigued, but the prospect of finding water invigorated her. As they pressed onward, the sound of flowing water grew clearer, and they even caught a whiff of the refreshing mist. "Hurry, it's just ahead," Sister Bird called to Lu Wei, her dusty, sweat-streaked face resembling a painted mask. She was already determined that upon finding water, she would leap in to wash away the foul odors. Lu Wei nodded resignedly, his legs trembling with fatigue, yet he quickened his pace to catch up to Sister Bird. The two moved in tandem, soon reaching a point not far from the waterfall, where the thunderous river cascaded down the cliffside. Upon sighting the water, Sister Bird instinctively quickened her steps. However, misfortune often strikes unexpectedly. As Sister Bird walked, her body suddenly plummeted, accompanied by a startled cry as she vanished from sight. Beneath her, a natural pit concealed by vines and leaves had appeared. The mouth of the pit sloped at nearly a 90-degree angle, leading down into a pitch-black abyss. Sister Bird cried out, a mix of panic and fear coursing through her as she slid down the slope. As she teetered on the precipice of the unfathomable abyss, her hands instinctively grasped for something to hold on to nearby. Fortunately, a multitude of vines surrounded her, and she managed to seize one, which momentarily cushioned her fall. However, misfortune soon followed, as the vines, too, began to slip downwards into the abyss. This cavern was at least several dozen meters deep, for its depths were shrouded in darkness. Should she plummet into the void, the consequences could range from shattered bones to a fatal demise. In that moment of despair as she descended, Lu Wei, standing above, noticed the vines cascading downward and urgently reached out. Alas, the force of gravity was relentless. With empty hands, he could not grasp the vines, which continued to slide from his grip, leaving his palms bloodied from the fierce friction. Despite the searing pain and the cold sweat trickling down his brow, he gritted his teeth and refused to relinquish his hold. With a commanding thought, he activated the power doubling card, instantaneously feeling an infusion of strength coursing through his body. He clutched the rapidly descending vines with newfound vigor, halting their descent. Bird's sister, a true wilderness expert, seized this fleeting opportunity. With one hand gripping the vine and the other anchoring herself against the rocky cavern wall, she finally halted her fall. Sensing that Bird's sister had ceased her descent, Lu Wei let out a sigh of relief and inquired about her condition. However, Bird's sister felt the searing pain radiating from her back, where blood oozed from a wound that had already soaked through her pants. It was evident that her injury was severe, even if her life were not in jeopardy. She could no longer continue in the program. The realization struck her hard. The once indomitable Bird's sister found tears streaming down her face. She opened her mouth to respond to Lu Wei, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. In the end, all she could manage was a muffled whimper, accompanied by a cry of frustration. She never imagined that, as the leader of the national team and an expert in wilderness survival, she would be eliminated on the very next day. She had envisioned enduring through the trials, persisting until the end, even if everyone else were to fall by the wayside. Yet, she found herself the first to be cast aside, a bitter pill to swallow. But what could she do with such bitterness? Continuing to fight on would lead only to her demise, and no outcome would change. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrent unleashed from a dam. Lu Wei heard the despairing, indignant sounds emanating from Bird's sister, causing his body to tremble. Quickly, send someone for rescue, he shouted anxiously, unwilling to loosen his grip, despite the agony of his torn palms. For if he were to let go, Bird's sister might not even have the chance to await rescue. A voice crackled through the drone speaker. Lu Wei, please hold on. The rescue team is en route and will arrive within 3 minutes. In truth, the moment Bird's sister had fallen, the rescue team had already been dispatched and was hastening to their aid. Upon hearing that the rescue team would arrive in 3 minutes, Lu Wei felt a sense of relief and hurriedly called out to Sister Bird in the cave. Sister Bird, you must hold on. Help is on the way. At that moment, Sister Bird had regained some composure and, with a slight quiver in her voice, replied, I can hear you. Don't worry, I can still hold on. Lu Wei nodded silently, yet inwardly he felt a considerable weight lift from his heart. Surveying the surroundings, he found no suitable trees to utilize and could only gradually wrap the vine around his waist. With the strength experience card only lasting a minute, he feared that he might not endure beyond that time. The moment he moved his hand, a piercing pain shot through him, causing Lu Wei's heart to sink. He knew his hand must be severely injured, and he was uncertain if he could continue. Chapter 27. Sister Bird withdraws after securing the vine around his waist twice to ensure it wouldn't slip. Lu Wei finally dared to inspect his hand. Upon doing so, his brow furrowed deeply, The flesh on his palm had been brutally ground away, leaving a deep gash. Blood flowed profusely, as if it were of no consequence. The pain had not been palpable moments ago, but now, as he relaxed, the throbbing agony rendered his face pale and beads of cold sweat streamed down. Meanwhile, the audience watching the live stream also caught sight of Lu Wei's wound. Oh, look at Lu Wei's hand. My heavens, it's in such a state. It must hurt terribly. How could it not? Just look at the cold sweat on his face. It's over. With such a severe injury, Lu Wei will undoubtedly have to withdraw. If Sister Bird withdraws too, then only Wu Jing will be left, and he likely won't last much longer. Sister Bird was worse off. Her entire back was a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Ha. It seems the two strongest from the JoJo team are about to be eliminated, leaving the rest to struggle in vain. Damn it, get back to your pathetic land. Stop disgusting us here. What a shame. Aside from those virtuous and talented teachers, there's not a decent person among them. Alas, no one wished for such an occurrence. Fortunately, Lu Wei reacted swiftly and managed to endure. Otherwise, Sister Bird would not only be eliminated, but perhaps her life would be at stake. Lu Wei had truly impressed me this time. I could hardly fathom how he managed to cling to those vines amidst such torment. I had previously thought of him as a delicate youth, one who would wail at the slightest mosquito bite. Yet today, I have come to a profound understanding of what a true man is. Whether it be barehanded encounters with venomous snakes or enduring pain to grasp the vines, Lu Wei embodies the essence of a true hero. Isn't that what defines a hero? Seemingly unremarkable in daily life, yet when the moment calls for it, they unhesitatingly step forward, disregarding their own safety. Though I may not be able to achieve such feats, I sincerely admire such individuals. Lu Wei, keep going. Even if you have to withdraw, it is not a disgrace. Just then, a buzzing sound from nearby foliage caught Lu Wei's attention. He looked up to see several drones flying toward him. As he marveled at the sudden influx of drones, they landed directly in the cave where Sister Bird was located. Could this be the rescue team? Could a mere handful of drones be sufficient to effect a rescue? At that moment, the drone from the production team suddenly spoke to Lu Wei, urging him to hold on a little longer, for Sister Bird would soon be rescued. Lu Wei nodded silently. Before long, he witnessed the drones ascend from the abyss, each tethered to Sister Bird by a steel cable, which was securely fastened around her body, lifting her from the depths. All right, Lu Wei, you can let go now, came the voice from the production team. He promptly discarded the vine, ensnaring his waist, and hurried towards Sister Bird. The drones gently placed her on the ground, and it was then that Lu Wei noticed the grievous injuries on her back, a gruesome sight marred by blood and flesh, likely inflicted by the jagged rocks during her descent. Such severe wounds could not go untreated, yet to seek treatment meant relinquishing the chance for survival, a choice to withdraw. Sister Bird's pallor, a result of excessive blood loss, was accentuated by a countenance filled with sorrow. Sister Bird, how do you feel? Lu Wei inquired anxiously. I'm all right. Lu Wei, however, I fear I may not be able to continue with you all. I'm truly sorry, Sister Bird replied, tears streaming down her face. Observing her bleeding profusely, Lu Wei felt a pang of sorrow, knowing she could no longer assist them. Throughout their journey, Sister Bird had been a diligent and selfless figure, ever focused on their welfare while remaining silent about her own struggles. Although she held the title of team leader, she never commanded others, preferring to shoulder the burdens herself. Now, as she faced withdrawal, her concern lay not with her own injuries, but with the inability to support her companions any longer. Lu Wei regarded Sister Bird with solemnity, his voice resolute. Sister Bird, listen to me. It's not as dire as you believe, and you mustn't blame yourself. This is not your fault. Trust us. We will endure. Focus on your treatment without the weight of guilt. This was an accident, one that no one wished for, so do not feel remorseful. I promise to take care of them and ensure we survive until the end. Sister Bird, looking into Lu Wei's determined eyes, bit her lip and nodded. I believe in you. Lu Wei offered a reassuring smile. Even those watching the live broadcast can cheer us on. Rest assured, we will not let you down. When we emerge victorious, we shall celebrate together. All right, I'll await your return. At that moment, the rescue helicopter arrived, silently hovering above Lu Wei and the others. Several rescue personnel descended swiftly with a medical kit, accompanied by James, the director of the JoJo production team. Casting a regretful glance at the injured Sister Bird, he sighed inwardly. The survival expert of the JoJo team had been eliminated from the outset, leaving behind only celebrities who would likely falter within days. Perhaps it was for the best. At least he could enjoy a well-deserved break. Chapter 28. The production team's reward. Hey, Sister Bird, how are you holding up? Director James, a rugged man with a bushy beard reminiscent of a truck driver, inquired. To ensure the fairness of the program, the directors of all national teams are interspersed, and even the staff follows this arrangement. Only a small number of individuals from the Jeoju region are present, and their role is to monitor whether their country's team members are subjected to any unjust treatment. This situation isn't ideal. Bird's sister's expression was somewhat melancholic. James shrugged, expressing his unfortunate regret, suggesting that she might benefit from some form of therapy. Bird's sister nodded slowly, remaining silent. Noticing her low spirits, James offered comfort, encouraging her to relax, as this was merely a minor setback in the grand tapestry of life, something not worth dwelling upon. Your future, he began. But Bird's sister interjected, James, what I truly need now is healing. Lu Wei could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, haven't you seen how severely injured she is? There is no time for your motivational speeches. You are correct, Lu, James conceded, promptly summoning the medical team to cleanse the wound, staunch the bleeding, and bandage her before sending her off via helicopter. Before departing, James turned to Lu Wei once more, inquiring if he was sure he didn't need to tend to his wounds. Lu Wei shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, if treating my wounds doesn't require me to withdraw, I would certainly oblige. James, with a mix of sympathy and regret, replied, while I wish to assist you, I am afraid I lack the authority. Then farewell, Director James. All right, goodbye. I wish you luck, kid, James said as he boarded the helicopter and departed. In the forest, Lu Wei stood alone. It was around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, the hottest time of the day. He picked up the machete that Bird's sister had dropped, sighed, and pressed onward. Having discovered a water source, he felt compelled to investigate further. Lu Wei unzipped his jacket and used the knife to cut off a strip of the inner lining, fashioning it into a makeshift bandage for his hand. Although the wound was deep, the bleeding had lessened, yet the pain was still considerable. He could only hope that the popularity points he earned today would bolster his physical condition, facilitating a quicker recovery. Last night, when he augmented his physical attributes, he noticed certain changes in his body. Even mosquito bites had vanished. This indicated that enhancing his physique had some therapeutic effect, though he was uncertain if it would be effective for such a severe injury. If it proved ineffective, even if he chose not to withdraw, an infection would likely force him to do so. While the thought of withdrawal disappointed him, it did not plunge him into despair. Without the system's assistance, he still possessed the vast resources of another world to support him. He was confident that he would eventually rise to prominence. Therefore, he held no regrets regarding the injuries he sustained while saving others. Cautiously, Lu Wei advanced, soon arriving at the riverbank. The river was quite substantial, measuring 2 to 3 meters in width, cascading from the cliffs above to create a deep pool before flowing into the distance. Having found the water source, Lu Wei glanced at his injured hands and sighed in resignation. The wounds could not be exposed to water, especially not this river water, rife with bacteria and prone to infection. Washing them was not an option. He would have to endure for the time being. Kneeling by the river, he took a refreshing sip of water, savoring its sweetness. The quality was delightful. Observing the blazing sun, Lu Wei felt the heat of the day and chose not to rush forward. Instead, he sought a shaded spot to rest, waiting for the temperature to subside before continuing his journey. While Lu Wei took a moment to recuperate, viewers in the live stream voiced their discontent. They felt a deep sympathy for him, questioning the insensitivity of the production team. Surely, a simple act of disinfecting and bandaging would have sufficed. Indeed, it seemed excessive. After all, he had heroically saved 2 lives today. Shouldn't such bravery be rewarded? If Lu Wei had not intervened, he would not have been injured, but Bird's sister would surely have perished. The chasm was far too deep, at least 10 stories down, with jagged stones at the bottom. A fall would undoubtedly result in death. It was undeniable that he had saved 2 lives. We cannot allow our heroes to feel disheartened. Those who gather warmth for others must not be left to freeze in the snowstorm. Fellow viewers, shall we collectively post on the official website to demand that Lu Wei receive proper disinfection and bandaging? Let's go together. We must not allow our hero to bleed and weep. Such a magnificent deed deserves recognition. As the number of viewers dwindled rapidly, The production team's website nearly collapsed under the weight of numerous posts. Faced with such overwhelming feedback, James hesitated, knowing he could not make the decision unilaterally, and reported the matter to the headquarters of the joint production team. After deliberation, the headquarters decided that, in order to honor Lu Wei's selfless spirit, he would be awarded some disinfectant and bandages. Naturally, representatives from certain nations opposed this decision. However, the majority supported the proposal, particularly from the powerful nation of Jiuzhou. The production team promptly issued an announcement, which was met with satisfaction among Jiuzhou's viewers. Yet, the audiences of Xiao Bagua and Xiao Bang expressed their discontent. Nevertheless, their dissatisfaction was inconsequential. The production team's decision was final. Thus, while Lu Wei rested, a drone appeared, carrying a plastic bag that hovered before him. Lu Wei stared at the sudden arrival of the drone, puzzled by its delivery of medical supplies. Was it a sign? He had declared he would not withdraw. Contestant Lu Wei, due to your courageous actions in saving lives, the production team has convened and decided to reward you with a bottle of disinfectant and 2 rolls of bandages for your injuries. The items awarded do not require you to withdraw from the competition. Chapter 29. Is Lu Wei delicate? Lu Wei's eyes sparkled at this unexpected fortune. Why hold back? After accepting the bag, he discovered its contents were quite simple. 2 rolls of gauze and a bottle of iodine, nothing more. Though limited in quantity, they were certainly better than nothing. Lu Wei carefully stowed the items, opting not to use them just yet, mindful not to waste them. Once back with his companions, he would seek their assistance in bandaging. If he could not use the supplies himself, they could be saved for future injuries. Having secured his belongings, Lu Wei noticed that time was slipping away, prompting him to rise and resume his journey. Meanwhile, back at the original campsite, Mena sat vacantly by 2 barrels of seafood, lost in thought. This afternoon, the harvest from the sea was quite substantial. She managed to gather 2 small buckets of seafood all by herself, primarily consisting of various sea snails. Regrettably, there was no fire, as the lighter was over at the new campsite. Initially, she anticipated that Bird's sister and Lu Wei would return shortly. Yet as the sun descended beyond the mountains, their absence grew more pronounced. Mena, feeling a pang of anxiety, began to pace restlessly in place. Ultimately, unable to contain her impatience any longer, she decided to head eastward to seek out Lu Wei and the others. As she ventured a short distance, Mena spotted a figure laboriously making their way towards her. It was Lu Wei, though the darkness had fallen, obscuring his features. She instantly recognized the man who had occupied her thoughts throughout the day. Overcome with excitement, she dashed forward. Lu Wei, it's me, Lu Wei responded faintly. Upon reaching him, Mena was struck by the sight of Lu Wei in disarray, her heart swelling with concern. You must be exhausted. Let me help you. As she spoke, she moved to support his arm and inadvertently brushed against his hand. Instantly, Lu Wei inhaled sharply in pain. Be careful not to touch my hand, he cautioned. Mena's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. He was rather delicate, was he not? Hadn't the small cuts he sustained earlier in the day nearly healed? She glanced down at his hand, which was carefully wrapped in a black protective covering, the dim light obscuring any signs of blood. The meticulous bandaging was somewhat excessive, and she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Yet, this fragile side of Lu Wei stirred a maternal instinct within her, akin to watching a petulant child. Very well. I want to touch your hand. By the way, we're Bird's sister. It was only then that she realized someone was missing. It must be said that love can often cast a singular light on one's perception, for her gaze was solely fixed upon him. With a sigh, Lu Wei replied, Let us discuss it when we return. Mena furrowed her beautifully arched brows, her heart suddenly heavy with concern. Yet she refrained from pressing further and assisted Lu Wei back to the shelter. Before long, they arrived at the refuge, and just as they were about to enter, they noticed someone approaching from the west, brandishing a torch. From a distance, they recognized Lu Wei and Mena. Lu Wei, Mena, it was Yang Xiaohu's voice. It's us, Sister Xiaohu, they called out in unison. Eventually, they gathered together. Accompanying Yang Xiaohu were Wu Jing and Pumping. Upon seeing Lu Wei's disheveled state, they quickly inquired, What happened to you? Your hands? Yang Xiaohu remarked, observing the bandages enveloping Lu Wei's hands with a puzzled expression. Lu Wei nodded, indicating they should discuss it inside. He turned and stepped into the shelter, collapsing onto the bed. The day had utterly exhausted him, compounded by the loss of blood, leaving him feeble and drained. Thankfully, when they were located, they had decided against moving certain cumbersome items. At that moment, Lu Wei felt utterly depleted, his lips cracked and parched, hunger gnawing at him. "Here, have a coconut," Mena offered, presenting him with one. Though Lu Wei longed to drink it, he glanced at his hands, realizing he could not grasp such a large coconut. Feeling somewhat awkward, I glanced at Mena and requested, "Could you please feed me? My hands are not very convenient." Mena's cheeks flushed with surprise. She hadn't anticipated that Lu Wei would make such a request in front of so many people. How endearing. She gently brought the coconut to Lu Wei's lips. Lu Wei lifted his hands, adjusting the coconut's position with his wrists, and began to drink deeply. The expressions of the three bystanders were indescribably peculiar. Bai Xiaolu had informed them of Lu Wei's hand injury, which was caused by the sharp shell of an oyster, leaving several small cuts that bled quite a bit. However, were these minor injuries truly sufficient to warrant such attention? Even drinking water required assistance? Wu Jing shook his head in disbelief. It was evident that this child had not endured much hardship. Despite his diligent work ethic and social acumen, he still behaved as though he were gravely wounded by a couple of superficial cuts. This habit needed to be corrected. After all, a man should not be fazed by such trivial wounds. Meanwhile, Peng Peng couldn't help but chuckle, finding Lu Wei's reaction excessively dramatic. Bai Xiaolu had mentioned that the cuts were less than a centimeter long, and one could easily mistake him for someone who had suffered a fracture. As for Yang Xiao, he was even more exasperated. What had this fellow become so delicate? And why did he need Mena to feed him coconut water? Was I not capable? Surely, there was some ulterior motive at play. Chapter 30. Your wounds are a bit wasteful with the antiseptic. Gulp. Lu Wei finished the entire coconut in one breath and let out a long sigh. After consuming the coconut water, he felt a slight resurgence of strength. Suddenly, he uttered, "Sister Niao has been injured and has withdrawn." The word struck the group like a bolt from the blue, leaving them momentarily stunned. Sister Niao had withdrawn? How could they be certain? She was their survival expert. What would happen to the rest of them now? How had she sustained her injury? Without waiting for their questions, Lu Wei recounted the events leading up to Sister Niao's withdrawal. As he spoke, the expressions of his companions morphed like chameleons. Worry, fear, tension, and finally, resignation. The situation was dire. Sister Niao had sustained severe injuries and could no longer continue, forcing her to withdraw. Upon hearing Lu Wei's account, the group fell silent. Accidents were unforeseen, and no one wished for them, yet they had occurred, leaving them with no choice but to accept the unfortunate reality. However, without Sister Niao, how many more days could they endure? It was not a matter of lacking self-esteem or confidence. Rather, they were all inexperienced celebrities with no survival skills. Finding edible food in the wild was a challenge. They might not even recognize the wild vegetables if presented to them. Relying solely on seafood, it wouldn't be long before they all suffered from food poisoning. In the wilderness, a sick stomach meant withdrawal. There were no other options. Since they were destined to withdraw sooner or later, was there any point in persisting? With this in mind, Lu Wei looked at the despondent group and urged, "Let us gather our spirits. Even in Sister Niao's absence, we must not give up so easily. For no other reason than to honor those who support us. Including Sister Bird, we must persevere. I am uncertain of your intentions, but I promised Sister Bird that I would see this through to the end and never surrender." This is the heartfelt sentiment of Lu Wei. He does not wish to withdraw. Although he could undoubtedly succeed based on his system and past experiences, this program represents the finest opportunity to garner attention, allowing him to save considerable time and avoid unnecessary detours. "I will accompany you," Yang Xiaohu suddenly declared. Upon uttering those words, she seemed to realize their somewhat ambiguous nature, her face flushing slightly as she turned away in silence. Mena's eyes flickered with surprise as she glanced at Yang Xiaohu, clearly taken aback by the unexpected affection Yang Xiaohu harbored for Lu Wei. Though unspoken, the implication was evident to anyone with a modicum of intelligence. However, it is no surprise that a man as admirable as Lu Wei would attract admirers. Thus, it is only natural to compete for his affection. Then, with unwavering determination, Mena declared to Lu Wei, "I too shall not give up. I will stand by you until the very end." Wu Jing and Peng Peng exchanged glances, as if to silently question whether they were perhaps superfluous in this unfolding drama. Yang Xiaohu turned her gaze towards Mena, her large eyes narrowing in intrigue. Their eyes met, seemingly igniting a spark between them. As the words of the two women echoed in the live stream, the chat exploded with excitement. Wow, this is explosive. Are the two women vying for Lu Wei's affection? How scandalous. Is this an open declaration? Will they come to blows? How thrilling. Some viewers expressed confusion, questioning what qualities Lu Wei possessed that could captivate two stunning women like Yang Xiaohu and Meina. I declare, from this day forth, Lu Wei is my idol. Where can I find a poster of him? I must hang one by my bedside to attract good fortune and love. Another chimed in, brother. Could it be your lack of romantic luck is due to your appearance? Does Lu Wei possess some hidden virtue unknown to us? How extensive could it be? Is it more than mine? Stop boasting upstairs. Your wife has told me that your prowess is rather underwhelming. In just one day, two women had fallen for Lu Wei. One could only imagine the consequences after a month. Would there be children involved? Lulu and Xiao AI must hold their ground. They cannot allow Lu Wei, this scoundrel, to benefit from their misfortunes. While the live stream buzzed with energy, the atmosphere in the shelter grew somewhat awkward. Lu Wei observed the palpable tension between the two women, feeling a headache coming on. He had not anticipated being so well received, yet the thought of a potential quarrel made his worries multiply. Quickly, he attempted to shift the conversation, saying, "Hey, Jingu, could you assist me with a task? I need help changing my bandages." Both of his hands were injured, making it rather inconvenient to do so alone. Wu Jing regarded Lu Wei's heavily bandaged hands with a mixture of exasperation and concern. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Xiao Wei, you need not wrap that small wound so tightly. As long as it remains dry, it should heal by tomorrow morning." Lu Wei was taken aback. "My wound will heal by tomorrow morning? Jingu, are you under some misunderstanding?" Wu Jing nodded. "What misunderstanding?" "By tomorrow afternoon, at the latest. A true man must be strong. This minor injury is nothing to fret over." Wu Jing genuinely wished to assist Lu Wei in rectifying his unpleasant habit. Thus he spoke with utmost directness. After all, he was a person of straightforward disposition. Otherwise, he would not have been besieged by the fans of a young idol due to a single remark. "Oh, Lu Wei, where did you acquire those bandages and ointment?" Peng Peng exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight of the items Lu Wei had produced. Upon her exclamation, the others also noticed the plastic bag from which Lu Wei had extracted the bandages and ointment. Their expressions shifted dramatically, for they were acutely aware that possessing such items without permission could lead to the individual being forcibly eliminated from the program, along with penalties imposed on their team's score. They were a reward from the production team, Lu Wei casually remarked. The others were momentarily taken aback. A reward? Indeed. I received these bandages and a bottle of ointment from the production team for saving Meina and Bird Sister, Lu Wei explained. Wu Jing hesitated, glancing at Lu Wei, and said, "Brother, utilizing these for your injury seems a bit excessive." Chapter 31. You should withdraw, Lu Wei. Is it truly advisable for you to be this candid? Upon observing the expressions of the others, it was clear they shared a similar sentiment. With a sense of resignation, Lu Wei took it upon himself to slowly unravel the bandages that were wrapped around his hand. The passage of an afternoon had allowed the blood to coagulate and dry. Each tug elicited excruciating pain, causing Lu Wei to involuntarily gasp and grimace. Witnessing Lu Wei's exaggerated reaction, the others found it both amusing and perplexing. Ultimately, it was Yang Xiaohu who stepped forward, gently grasping one of Lu Wei's hands. "Let me assist you," she offered with a smile, casting a glance at Lu Wei. Realizing how much he dreaded pain despite the minor injury, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Be gentle, take it slow," Lu Wei incessantly murmured from the side. The others exchanged glances of exasperation, finding his dramatic response to such a trivial wound rather excessive. As the final layer of bandage was removed, a gruesome wound, extending through the entire palm with exposed muscle, was revealed to the air. Blood oozed from the gaping wound, and in its deepest recesses, one could even discern the pale fascia. The expressions of the group transformed instantaneously, their earlier mockery frozen on their faces. Yang Xiaohu stood in shock, her complexion draining to a ghostly pallor, her hands trembling as she delicately cradled Lu Wei's injured hand. Tears streamed down her cheeks like a torrential flood, her heart aching with sympathy and guilt. She lifted her gaze, filled with sorrow and remorse, as she looked at Lu Wei, opening her mouth to speak, but finding herself choked with emotion. You. Meina's face blanched as she gazed at Lu Wei's horrifying injury. tears brimming in her eyes as she pitifully inquired, "How did this happen? Why is it so severe?" Lu Wei, observing the two girls with tear-streaked faces, managed a faint smile despite their pallid expressions, reassuring them, "It's nothing serious. It merely appears frightening. They are superficial wounds and will heal swiftly." Jinga mentioned that it should be fully recovered by noon tomorrow at the latest. In an effort to lighten the atmosphere, he couldn't resist teasing Wu Jing a little. Wu Jing's face flushed with embarrassment, laden with guilt as he replied, "Brother, I was presumptuous. I apologize. Allow me to assist you with the ointment." Peng Peng, feeling apprehensive at the sight of the gruesome wound, sensed her legs weakening and trembling. Lu Wei, noticing Wu Jing's intention to help, was about to express his gratitude. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Yang Xiaohu interrupted, "No need, I'll handle it." Her tone bore a hint of resentment, evidently stemming from Wu Jing's earlier remark about Lu Wei's sensitivity. She had completely forgotten her earlier mockery of Lu Wei's fear of pain. This might be the peculiar theorem of my person can be criticized by me, but not by others. Wu Jing offered a wry smile and stepped aside. Meina wished to assist, but feared causing Lu Wei further pain, leaving her anxiously observing from the sidelines. "Does it hurt?" Meina gazed at Lu Wei with teary eyes, filled with sympathy and guilt. Lu Wei grimaced slightly, thinking, "Isn't that obvious? How could it not hurt?" Still, he managed to respond, "It's bearable." Meina delicately lifted her slender hand to wipe the cold sweat from Lu Wei's forehead. "If it hurts, just cry. When I was in pain, I cried. It helps you forget the hurt." Lu Wei shook his head, amused yet determined. "It's fine. I can endure it." Yang Xiaohu, momentarily setting aside her jealousy, carefully cleaned the dried blood around Lu Wei's wound. As she worked, she suddenly looked up, as if making a significant decision, her eyes glistening with emotion as she uttered, "You should withdraw." Lu Wei was taken aback, smiling as he asked, "What do you mean? It sounds like you want me to leave." "I'm not going anywhere. I still want to claim the grand prize." Yang Xiaohu sniffled, staring intently at him. "I'm not joking. With such a serious injury, you can't afford any delays. If it gets infected or you develop tetanus, it would be troublesome. You should go to the hospital immediately." "Yes, I echo Sister Xiaohu's suggestion. You need to seek treatment right away. Any delay could be disastrous," Meina chimed in. Before Lu Wei could counter, Wu Jing added, "They're right. This isn't a minor injury. It's quite serious. If something goes awry, you might lose your hands." "I concur," Peng Peng chimed in, raising a hand to assert his presence. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Lu Wei, with a serious expression, declared, "I will not withdraw. I promised Sister Niao that I would persevere until the end. Thank you for your concern, but there's no need to persuade me. I am confident. This injury is nothing to me, and I will recover swiftly. I hope my stamina is sufficient. Otherwise, if it truly gets infected, I won't have a choice but to withdraw." Wu Jing hastily replied, "This isn't the time for stubbornness. Nothing is more important than your health. Given your current condition, refusing to withdraw is far too perilous. Lu Wei, please withdraw. I promise to support you until the end, and if we win the prize, it will all be yours. Will you go for treatment?" Yang Xiaohu implored, her tone tinged with desperation. Lu Wei felt a pang in his heart. He could sense that if Yang Xiaohu weren't deeply concerned for him, she would never utter such words. Nevertheless, he still could not acquiesce. Chapter 32. The sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted little fox, Meina chimed in, "Lu Wei, I'll also give you my prize money, as long as you agree to go for treatment." Lu Wei truly wanted to ask Meina if she could not express her own thoughts instead of merely echoing Yang Xiaohu, lacking any originality. How could she expect to win over a boy like that? "First, secure the reward before speaking," Lu Wei said helplessly, casting a glance at Meina. If he truly withdrew, he was certain they would not last even a month, let alone speak of rewards. "Give me 1 day. If the wound becomes infected, I will withdraw immediately. If not, allow me to persist." Yang Xiaohu, seeing that her words had reached this point and Lu Wei remained obstinately resolute, could not help but feel exasperated. "I will not concern myself with you any longer." With that, she turned away, refusing to look at Lu Wei. Lu Wei gave a wry smile. "Will you not assist me in changing the dressing?" "No, let me become infected then," Yang Xiaohu retorted angrily, her back still turned. "What have you, Meina?" Lu Wei inquired. Meina hesitated. I dare not. I fear it may hurt you." "She is forbidden from aiding you," Yang Xiaohu interjected from the side. With both women unwilling to help, Lu Wei's gaze shifted towards Wu Jing. Wu Jing glanced around, contemplating the absurdity of not helping Lu Wei with his dressing. Very well. I shall assist you. After speaking, he shot Lu Wei a glance that seemed to convey, see, it's the brotherhood that matters. Women are unreliable. Just as Wu Jing was about to step forward, he was suddenly jostled aside by Yang Xiaohu, nearly stumbling to the ground. Following this, Yang Xiaohu's voice, laced with coldness, rang out, no need for Jing Gu's assistance. We can manage on our own. Wu Jing, momentarily taken aback, looked up to see the apologetic expression in Lu Wei's eyes. He silently vowed, if I assist you again, I shall be a fool. Yang Xiaohu was merely throwing a minor tantrum. Her heart ached at the sight of Lu Wei's wound, and she wished for him to withdraw and receive prompt treatment. It was impossible for her to disregard him. As she helped Lu Wei change the dressing, tears streamed down her face at the sight of his injury. Lu Wei gritted his teeth, enduring the pain until the dressing was finally completed. His hands, already numbed from agony, began to throb anew from the cleansing, causing his complexion to pale and beads of sweat to cascade down his face. Watching Lu Wei in such torment, the two girls could only fret anxiously from the sidelines, utterly powerless. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream gasped at the sight of Lu Wei's wound. How terrifying! I can see the bone. How much pain must he be in? Lu Wei was truly a man of courage. Not only did they admire his ability to endure such excruciating pain, but they also revered his determination to hold on despite it. Otherwise, Sister Bird would be doomed. They could hardly fathom the strength of will that allowed him to grasp the vines in such agony. For the sheer audacity of self-sacrifice, Lu Wei deserved admiration. Oh my God, he's truly a hero. What is his name? Lu Wei. According to reports, Lu Wei has the bloodline of our little nation. Thus he is one of us. Baka, he pales in comparison to us. We would not even flinch at a mere incision. If suffering an injury could win the hearts of two beauties, I believe I could manage as well. Isn't it merely a superficial wound? Is it really that exaggerated? When I stole my neighbor's wife and had my leg broken, I bore it without a sound. What a bizarre spectacle it was. At that moment, Sister Bird was resting on the production team's cruise ship. Though her back bore many severe wounds, after treatment, she simply needed to undergo intravenous therapy. As soon as Sister Bird tended to her wound, she opened her phone to watch the live stream. Upon witnessing Lu Wei's severe injuries sustained while saving her, her eyes brimmed with tears. She had never anticipated that a person she had only known for a day would endure such immense pain for her sake. How could this not stir her heart, prompting her to silently vow that Lu Wei would henceforth be her lifelong benefactor? Meanwhile, after changing his bandages, Lu Wei lay down, utterly exhausted. However, the pain in his hand rendered him incapable of sleep. He fervently wished for midnight to arrive, eager to update his fan points and bolster his physical resilience, for the agony was nearly unbearable. He then recalled the 4 teammates still on the other side and wondered if they had anything to eat. Yang Xiaohu, observing Lu Wei's pitiful state, retorted with a hint of annoyance, "You should focus on yourself. You haven't eaten all day, right? I'll fetch you something." Lu Wei shook his head, replying, "Where will you find food at this hour? It's quite late, and it's dark outside. It's best not to venture out. A few coconuts will suffice." At that moment, Mana suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Oh, I collected 2 buckets of seafood while gathering on the shore this afternoon. I'll go roast some for you." Lu Wei's eyes lit up at her words. He had thought there would be no food that night, which would hinder his ability to increase his physical stats. He had not anticipated Mana would bring him such delightful news. His popularity points would certainly rise significantly if there was food available. However, he realized he could not eat much now and would have to wait until after midnight. It seemed prudent to save some popularity points for future use. Otherwise, he would always end up eating in an ungodly hour, which was quite perplexing. "Let us wait to roast it. I'm not hungry yet." Lu Wei deterred Mana from her seafood preparations. Mana rolled her eyes and retorted, "You haven't eaten all day, and you're not hungry? Who are you trying to fool? I'm really not hungry. Don't worry. If I get hungry later, I won't hold back," he assured her. "By the way, how is the newly built shelter coming along?" Jinggu, Wu Jing, and Peng Peng were exchanging knowing glances, and upon hearing Lu Wei's inquiry, Wu Jing casually replied, "It's just a simple shelter similar to this one, but it's adequate for us." Lu Wei pondered for a moment and suggested, "Why don't we head over now? It would save them from worrying about us not returning. Wu Jing quickly shook his head. No, you should rest well. With such a serious injury, it's best not to exert yourself. It's fine. I injured my hand, not my feet. It won't hinder our journey. Lu Wei insisted, wanting to bridge the divide between the two groups and delay until they reached the shelter to eat. Enough. Don't be stubborn. Just rest properly. If it comes to it, let Jinggu and Peng Peng go back to inform them. Yang Xiaohu commanded, her tone authoritative. Are we not human? Wu Jing and Peng Peng protested. You want us to walk such a distance at this late hour without a care? Do you wish to rid yourselves of us? Is it best to take Mena with you? Ultimately, Wu Jing and Peng Peng departed, primarily due to their concern for Chinchichi and the others, but mainly because the shelter was permeated with an unbearable stench, making it intolerable to stay. The foul odor emanated from some dog food. With Wu Jing's departure, Yang Xiaohu and Mena grew increasingly uninhibited, remaining steadfastly by Lu Wei's side, attending to him without a thought for the ongoing live broadcast. Lu Wei, exasperated, had no choice but to find them some tasks, lest he be deprived of peace. The prospect of a quarrel between the two was a source of great concern. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Could you help me roast some sea snails? Make plenty, so we can have a midnight snack, he suggested. Sure, I'll take care of it. Call me if you need anything, Yang Xiaohu replied as she stood up. Lu Wei nodded. Thank you for your efforts. As Yang Xiaohu exited to roast the sea snails, Mena immediately chimed in. What about me? How can I assist you? Lu Wei shook his head. There's really nothing I need you to do. No way. I want to help you too, Mena pouted. Lu Wei found himself in a predicament, but truly, there's nothing you can assist with. This is something I can do. Mena playfully pouted and wrapped her arms around him. How can one resist that? It is said that being infatuated is detrimental, but they clearly have not experienced it. Having a beautiful woman who cares for you wholeheartedly is a blessing. Why not just stay here with me? Lu Wei decided to make a move, primarily wishing for a moment of tranquility. He was exhausted from a long day of research, and the pain from his wounds had dulled. He simply wished to rest for a while. Lu Wei's suggestion hit the mark, and Mena's face flushed with surprise. Then, I'll stay here with you. Indeed. Why must we seek out tasks? Wouldn't it be better to simply accompany Lu Wei? As for Yang Xiaohu, she could manage on her own. Lu Wei exhaled in relief. This girl was a bit clingy, but he preferred her previous aloof and rebellious demeanor. He slowly closed his eyes and softly murmured, I'll take a nap. Please set aside the food once it's ready. I'll eat when I wake. All right. Lu Wei was utterly fatigued, despite the pain in his hand. He quickly succumbed to slumber. His constitution was significantly weaker than that of the average person, and after enduring such a day, his body had reached its limit. As Lu Wei drifted into sleep, the outside world erupted into chaos. The elimination of the survival expert from the JoJo team instantly became a heated topic of discussion globally. Abroad, mockery reigned, with many reveling in the misfortune online. Domestically, disputes were rampant. Is this the end? With the survival expert gone, what hope do we have with mere celebrities who lack any survival skills, let alone the ability to persevere? How could this happen? That Lu Wei is utterly useless. He is just a liability. If it weren't for him, Sister Bird would not have been eliminated. Are you blind? What does this have to do with Lu Wei? It was merely an accident, a stroke of bad luck. Who could have foreseen it? At the very least, it is a fact that he failed to protect Sister Bird. A grown man who cannot even safeguard a woman is worthless. Lu Wei had exerted himself to the utmost. He had sustained grave injuries for the sake of Bird's sister. How many could achieve such a feat? Were it not for him, her very life would have been in jeopardy. Engaging in debates with those incompetent fools was futile. They merely vented their frustrations here. If the roles were reversed, they would scarcely measure up to even 1% of Lu Wei's resolve. The current discourse was of no consequence. Bird's sister had been eliminated. How many days could the remaining individuals endure? Logically speaking, perhaps 3 days? If they managed to last 2 days, that would be quite the accomplishment. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Lu Wei, this incident had catapulted him to notoriety. Some admired and revered him, while others expressed disdain and aversion. The majority, however, felt indifferent, mere passers-by in his narrative. Chapter 34. A bit of recovery unconsciously, night deepened, and Lu Wei awakened, roused by pain. Several hours had passed, and bacteria began to proliferate in the vicinity of his wound, causing it to swell and throb. This was a common ordeal for external injuries. Typically, the application of antibiotics would suffice at this juncture. However, Lu Wei clearly lacked such provisions and could only endure, silently praying he would not develop a fever, and if he did, may it remain mild. Glancing at the two girls who had fallen asleep beside him, Lu Wei sighed inwardly. This was not the time to ponder romantic entanglements. He should check if the system's popularity points had been updated. Host, Lu Wei age, 25 strength, 36 constitution, 40 agility, 47 spirit, 56 skills, singing level 3, dance level 4, acting level 4, culinary level 1. Weaving level 1 popularity points, 4, 765, 888 lottery. Mall, not yet available. Character affection level, not yet available. At first glance, Lu Wei noticed changes in his attributes. His strength had inexplicably increased by 3 points, and even his agility and spirit had each risen by 1. Several additional attribute points had appeared, leaving Lu Wei somewhat bewildered. What was the meaning of this? He had not allocated points to these areas. He had consistently focused on his constitution. After a moment of contemplation, he began to grasp the situation. If a person's constitution improved, it was only natural for their other physical aspects to enhance as well. With this realization, Lu Wei smiled. Did this imply that he could solely concentrate on increasing his constitution, disregarding the others? What a stroke of luck. Suddenly, Lu Wei noticed something amiss. How had his constitution decreased by 1 point? He distinctly remembered it being 41 points after his last allocation. Was this due to his injury? It appeared that the system's point allocation did not completely data-fy his body. Rather, it accelerated the speed and efficiency with which he absorbed energy from food. In other words, his body would not remain invulnerable simply by accumulating points. Should he neglect nourishment for several days or fail to maintain his health, his constitution would inevitably diminish. However, this seemed preferable. The system merely served as an aid rather than a controller, and he had not been reduced to a mere bundle of data. Though various attributes may diminish, as long as one remains attentive to their health and consumes ample nutrition, there should be no cause for concern. If necessity arises, one can always supplement further. After observing the fluctuations in attributes, Lu Wei shifted his gaze to the popularity rating, nearly moved to tears upon discovering it exceeded 4 million. At long last, he could elevate his stamina to that of an average person. He considered himself a viable individual now, no longer the frail cat teetering on the brink of collapse. Without hesitation, he decided to proceed with the enhancement. As Lu Wei issued the command to augment his abilities, he instantly felt a wave of warmth coursing through his body. However, as this warmth approached his palms, it met an obstruction. Furrowing his brow, Lu Wei surmised it was due to his wounds. Despite the barrier, the warmth did not retreat. It surged repeatedly around his palms until the energy dissipated completely. Lu Wei could distinctly sense that with each wave of warmth brushing against his injuries, a tingling itch ensued. It felt as though countless ants were gnawing at his wounds, a sensation both maddening and irritating. He instinctively reached out to scratch, but halted midway, knowing that any external interference could cause the wounds to reopen. Thus he endured, even as the itch made him want to cry and laugh. His face flushed red from the discomfort. Fortunately, the sensation was fleeting, lasting less than 10 seconds, after which the warmth faded and the itch vanished. Lu Wei exhaled deeply, realizing that such feelings were indeed torturous. However, he was correct in his assumption. Enhancing his stamina would indeed aid in the healing process. He pondered the speed of recovery, hoping it would not be too slow. Naturally, he also wished it wouldn't be overly miraculous, lest he awaken the next day completely healed, a scenario that would undoubtedly be alarming. He feared he might be whisked away for dissection. With this thought, Lu Wei cautiously unwrapped the bandage for a brief glimpse, noticing seemingly no significant change. He decided to try enhancing again. Therefore, Lu Wei incremented his stamina once more. The familiar tingling sensation returned, and he could even see the flesh around the wound quivering. Once the sensation subsided, he observed that the wound appeared to have undergone slight alteration. Though minimal, it was noticeable upon close inspection. A gentle movement of his hand revealed a reduction in the piercing pain, indicating that his efforts were bearing fruit. Thus, he continued, adding 2 more points. This time, the changes were evident. The wound was nearly closed. Furthermore, his once swollen hands were gradually returning to normal. He estimated that with another 8 to 10 points, the wound would likely be sufficiently healed. In that case, While tomorrow's dressing change might seem a tad exaggerated, it would certainly be tolerable. However, Lu Wei hesitated to apply further enhancements, as his hunger had become unbearable, compelling him to seek sustenance. With this in mind, he quietly rose, intending to find something to eat. Unexpectedly, this movement roused the person beside him. Chapter 35. Did you steal a bite? You're awake? Yang Xiaohu murmuret, blinking sleepily. Her expression was both adorable and enchanting, evoking thoughts of a particular plant. Lu Wei composed himself, lowering his voice. You're awake. I'm just looking for something to eat. You can continue sleeping. Although I am but a patient, I cannot trouble others with every little matter. Moreover, she is a young woman, a prominent star, who has already toiled throughout the day. It is simply unreasonable to expect her to attend to me at night. At that moment, the conversation between the two stirred Mena from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Lu Wei standing before Yang Xiao, who was seated on the bed, her mouth agape, gazing intently at Lu Wei's midsection. What on earth are you two doing? Mena thought, suddenly alarmed and somewhat bewildered. Surely they're not indulging in something illicit? I will seek something to eat. You both should rest, Lu Wei declared as he exited the shelter. Mena, observing Lu Wei's absurd retreat, pondered whether he was truly in search of food or if it was Yang Xiaohu who was indulging. Just as Mena's mind began to spiral into unfounded musings, Yang Xiaohu rose and followed Lu Wei outside. Seeing them both depart, Mena felt compelled to follow suit. She would not be left behind in this escapade. As Lu Wei settled near the fire, he was soon joined by the closely trailing Yang Xiaohu and Mena. I can manage on my own. You have both exerted yourselves throughout the day, so please rest well, he insisted. Yang Xiaohu remained silent, taking a seat beside Lu Wei, and began to roast the conchs one by one on the stones beside the fire. After arranging them, she turned a glance at Lu Wei, who was clearly trying to be self-sufficient despite his injuries. How do you intend to eat in your condition? Mena sat closely on Lu Wei's other side and quietly inquired, Does it still hurt? That is not the concern at hand, my dear. Why are you sitting so close? What if someone sees us? Did you not notice the way Yang Xiao looked at us? It seemed as though she might draw a blade on us. Well, it's somewhat less painful now, Lu Wei replied, his lips twitching. Let it be. It is so cold tonight. I shall allow you to stay close for a while. Yang Xiaohu shot him a sidelong glance, snorted softly, and questioned, Is this enough for you? If not, I can gather more once the tide recedes. Hastily, Lu Wei interjected, No, this is sufficient. I cannot possibly consume so much. Indeed, he had no intention of overindulging tonight. Otherwise, should his wounds be visible during the dressing change tomorrow, he would have no explanation. Alas, it is vexing to possess popularity points that cannot be utilized. I can only watch, which is quite distressing. As for enhancing his other attributes, Lu Wei was unhurried. He intended to increase his constitution to 100 points first. He believed that once his constitution reached that benchmark, the other attributes would also see a significant rise. After all, it would be illogical for his strength to remain in the 30s if his constitution reached 100. Moreover, this method of allocation would conserve considerable popularity points. Most importantly, there was no immediate need for great strength or speed. In the current environment, constitution was paramount. Here, try this. Yang Xiaohu placed a few roasted conchs before Lu Wei. Are you certain? Has it truly cooked so swiftly? Lu Wei gazed skeptically at the so-called roasted conchs. He harbored grave doubts about Yang Xiaohu's intentions, suspecting she might be attempting to poison him. It had barely been 5 minutes since he had sat down. How could they possibly be cooked through? Yang Xiaohu shot him an exasperated look and retorted, Do you truly believe I would harm you? This food has already been prepared for you. I merely awaited your awakening to indulge. However, you fell into slumber. Now, a brief reheating will suffice. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei suddenly comprehended and expressed his gratitude, saying, You have worked hard. Let me have a taste. As he reached out to take some, Mena, observing the situation, hurriedly picked up a conch shell and said, Your hand is not in the best condition. Allow me to assist you. Without waiting for Lu Wei's consent, she skillfully extracted a piece of the conch meat and brought it to his lips. Lu Wei felt a touch of embarrassment and replied, You need only extract it from me. I can manage to eat it myself. Mena's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she stubbornly insisted, Do not feign strength. Your injury is quite severe. What if the wound reopens? Let me take care of this. I am about to burst. Lu Wei sensed the icy gaze beside him and felt somewhat flustered. As the piece of conch meat approached his mouth, he instinctively opened it. Being fed by a beauty is certainly more delectable than doing it myself, he mused, though he found it a tad slow to satisfy his hunger. Before Lu Wei could fully contemplate this, another piece of conch meat was offered to him. Turning his head, he was met with Yang Xiaohu, who was teasingly holding out the conch meat with a knowing smile. Stunned, Lu Wei thought, "Sister, you two? Together? This feels inappropriate. What are you staring at? Eat up. Am I not feeding you well?" Yang Xiaohu inquired, her eyes glimmering with an inexplicable light. With no hesitation left, Lu Wei bit into the morsel she offered. The meat was indeed delicious, infused with the fragrance of beauty, yet an ominous premonition lingered in his mind. Chapter 36. Rare skill. Lu Wei admired his own intuition, for it proved to be remarkably accurate. In the following moments, the two women seemed to engage in a competition, fervently feeding him as though the one who lagged would be chased away like a dog. The outcome was that Lu Wei's teeth were nearly overwhelmed by their relentless efforts. Witnessing Lu Wei's predicament, the previously envious audience in the live stream reveled in his misfortune. Seeing the scene brings me such joy. This scoundrel deserves nothing less. Choke him. If only Yang Xiaohu and Mena were to feed me, I would gladly choke. Why did it seem to him that they were doing this deliberately? Lu Wei, I suspect you wish to be rid of me, leaving me with your 6 sons. Being personally fed by a goddess, Lu Wei thought he could die without regrets. These two women, unable to care for others properly, left him wondering, if it were me, I would not fear choking. I came here to witness wilderness survival, not to watch your romantic entanglements. Can we not engage in something more substantial? Exactly. 1 man, 2 women in the dead of night. Let's have something exhilarating. I would even pay for it. Lu Wei was indeed feeling overwhelmed. Had it been him, he would ensure that they would be showing off their bellies 3 months later. Unable to endure the relentless feeding any longer, Lu Wei sought refuge away from them. All right, enough. You two, cease this at once. I genuinely appreciate your efforts, but you need not continue feeding me. Simply place the meat on the leaves, and I shall eat it myself. If this persists, I fear for my teeth. Realizing they might have overstepped, the two women exchanged glances and ceased their fervent feeding. Lu Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief, picking up the conch meat and savoring it bit by bit. The conch does possess trace amounts of toxins. While these toxins may not be fatal, consuming too much can induce nausea and vomiting. After devouring a considerable amount of conch, Lu Wei began to feel somewhat unwell. He promptly added a bit of vitality to facilitate the swift digestion of the conch meat, which alleviated his discomfort. However, after enhancing his vitality twice, he refrained from further additions, fearing that excessive enhancement might expedite the healing of his wounds, making explanations problematic. Having satisfied his hunger, the trio returned to the shelter, lying on their beds in preparation for sleep. Typically, when contestants retire for the night, the cameras would follow unless explicitly requested otherwise by the participants. However, for Lu Wei and his group, once they entered the sanctuary, it was customary for the unmanned cameras to remain outside. After all, everyone desires a semblance of privacy, and facing cameras all day can be quite pressuring. Although the live broadcasts experience a delay to prevent airing inappropriate content, such as wardrobe malfunctions or misstatements, the fear remains that the production team might occasionally overlook something unsuitable, which would be disastrous. Contestants must remain vigilant before the cameras, adding to their stress. Upon returning to the shelter, they yearned for genuine rest, wishing to shed any burdens. At that moment, 2 girls nestled comfortably on either side of Lu Wei. Although they were doing nothing, should this scene be broadcasted, it would certainly stir quite the commotion. Listening to the rhythmic sounds of their breathing, Lu Wei surmised they had drifted into a deep slumber. He quietly activated the system and commenced a lottery draw. With such a substantial influx of popularity points, he could not add to his attributes just yet. Thus, he decided to indulge in a few lottery attempts for amusement. Naturally, Lu Wei was cautious not to overindulge, for preserving popularity points was paramount for attribute enhancement. System, initiate a low-level 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage once. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage once. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage once. As expected, 3 consecutive disappointments. Anticipating something worthwhile on the fourth attempt, Lu Wei was taken aback when the results unfolded. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage once. Congratulations. Host, you have received a thank you for your patronage once. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage once. Another trio of failures. Before Lu Wei could process this, the subsequent results nearly caused him to choke in disbelief. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage once. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage once. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage once. 9 consecutive disappointments. He strongly suspected that the system, noticing his ample popularity points, was scheming against him. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a rare skill, plant recognition. As long as it is a plant, there is none that the host cannot identify. Oh, my dear system, how I adore you. A rare skill. This was evidently not an ordinary occurrence. After comprehending the skill's potential, Lu Wei was nearly overwhelmed with joy, realizing its immense utility. In the future, distinguishing between edible and inedible plants would be as simple as a glance. With this newfound skill, the variety of food will certainly become significantly more abundant in the future. This is akin to a timely downpour. Now that Sister Bird has been eliminated, the remaining individuals, lacking any knowledge of plants, would struggle to distinguish even between rice seedlings and wild grasses, let alone forage for wild vegetables. Wild vegetables serve as the primary source of vitamins and dietary fiber for survival in the wild, and a prolonged deficiency in these essentials would undoubtedly lead to illness. However, there is no longer any cause for concern. Henceforth, I shall be the botanical expert of the team. Lu Wei smiled silently, a grin stretching across his face. Chapter 37. Overexposure may lead to malnutrition. This skill is worth more than mere popularity points. Even 100,000 would not warrant hesitation. It seems fortune is on my side tonight. Perhaps another 10 consecutive draws await. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill of electrical mastery. Starting off with a skill, the system has learned to be considerate, quite commendable. Congratulations to the host. You have received thank you for your patronage once. Congratulations to the host. You have received thank you for your patronage once. Congratulations to the host. You have received thank you for your patronage once. Alas, how disappointing. Just as I praised it, it falters. Congratulations to the host. You have received thank you for your patronage once. Congratulations to the host. You have received thank you for your patronage once. Congratulations to the host. You have received thank you for your patronage once. Is this deliberate? Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill of drainage maintenance. What peculiar skills these are. 1 electrical mastery and 1 drainage maintenance. These two seem rather incongruous. Congratulations to the host. You have received thank you for your patronage once. Congratulations to the host. You have received thank you for your patronage once. Alas, that's it. With 100,000 popularity points, I end up with these 2 rather useless skills. Fear not, for who said our popularity points were scant? Let's try again. Congratulations to the host. You have received thank you for your patronage once. Congratulations to the host. You have received thank you for your patronage once. Congratulations to the host for receiving the grand gift package of the novel romance of the 3 kingdoms, which includes, but is not limited to the novel itself, film scripts, related music, derivative games, and storytelling. Not bad, not bad. This grand gift package is quite splendid, albeit of little use to my current self. However, when I venture into the outside world, a 3 kingdoms package, along with its derivatives, could sustain me for a lifetime. This world possesses the history of the 3 kingdoms, yet lacks the novel romance of the 3 kingdoms. If I were to publish it, it would likely gain considerable popularity. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill of tree climbing. It seems somewhat useful, though its utility is limited. Congratulations to the host. The following rewards will all be thank you for your patronage. Lu Wei also discerned a pattern in this lottery, with each 10 consecutive draws. 2 low-level skills would be awarded, while a high-level skill would yield 1. It appears this lottery is quite fair. Shall I try again? Considering the remaining popularity points, 100,000 is not insubstantial. Another 10 consecutive draws, then. Congratulations to the host. You have received thank you for your patronage 10 times. Well, just as I finished my speculation, I was met with a contradiction. This ungrateful system truly lacks merit. Never mind, I shan't draw again. Let the remaining popularity points be preserved for skill enhancements and contingencies. 4 sets of 10 consecutive draws consumed 400,000, while skill enhancements used 600,000, totaling exactly 1 million in popularity points. Host Lu Wei, aged 25, possesses a strength of 36, constitution of 46, agility of 47, and spirit of 56. His skills include singing at level 3, dancing at level 4, acting at level 4, culinary arts at level 1, and weaving at level 1. He also possesses a unique skill in plan identification, which is devoid of any level. His popularity rating stands at 3, 765, 888. The recent enhancement in his constitution did not correspondingly improve his strength, perhaps due to an incomplete adaptation process. It had taken a full day for the previous increment to manifest. Lu Wei pondered with curiosity about the nature of lower-tier lotteries, which primarily reward common skills, and what the highest-tier lottery might bestow, perhaps the ability to halt time. A chuckle escaped him at the thought, but he quickly dismissed it, realizing that such musings would hinder his sleep in the dead of night. As he turned his head, he was met with an expanse of pure white, instantly provoking a tickle in his nose. Such a sight at this hour was rather troublesome. Glancing up at the peaceful visage of Yang Xiao, he wondered if she had done this on purpose. Was her endowment truly remarkable? Then he looked at Mena beside her, and indeed, it was quite impressive. Lu Wei swallowed hard, wishing to cover Yang Xiaohu, but his injured hand restricted his movements. Never mind. Merely gazing would not diminish her beauty, and he could always return the favor in the future. He resolved to sleep, forcing his eyes shut. Yet sleep eluded him. Every time he closed his eyes, his mind was overwhelmed. While others might count sheep to drift off, he found himself counting peculiar thoughts instead. Was this a form of mental malnutrition? Eventually, in a haze, Lu Wei succumbed to slumber, yielding to a peaceful night devoid of incidents. The following morning, Lu Wei awoke early, unable to return to sleep. The reason for his restless night lay beside him, as the 2 women clung to him like plush dolls. Who could withstand such a situation? Especially Mena, whose small hands radiated warmth and showed no fear of burning him. Gently, he shifted their hands and feet before rising, taking a tent with him as he stepped outside. He adjusted his position before leaving to avoid alarming the viewers in the live stream. Once outside, Lu Wei stretched, welcoming the dawn of a new day with renewed determination. Inside, unbeknownst to him, Mena's face was growing increasingly flushed. Chapter 38. Xiao AI, can fish wire you up so early? You should rest more until your wound heals. Yang Xiaohu chided as she emerged shortly after Lu Wei. Upon seeing him, she approached with concern. Feeling her care, Lu Wei smiled slightly. Have you awakened? What about Mena? Yang Xiaohu shot him a disapproving glance. I express concern for you, and you inquire about another. If it weren't for your injury, I might have ignored you altogether. Realizing her irritation, Lu Wei hastily clarified. What I meant was, if Mena is awake, we should promptly set off. We might still catch breakfast. Em awake. Mena chimed in, as if summoned by fate. Since we are all awake, let us seize the opportunity and depart early, Lu Wei declared, rising to his feet. Yang Xiaohu stepped forward to support Lu Wei, expressing concern. Can you manage your injury? Upon hearing this, Lu Wei immediately raised his hand, asserting, a man cannot admit defeat. Besides, it's my hand that's injured, not my feet. It won't hinder my ability to walk. Let us go. Seeing Lu Wei's determination, the 2 women refrained from opposing him further. They gathered what supplies they could from the campsite and set off. The camp to the west was over an hour's journey away, and the 2 women, mindful of Lu Wei's injury, walked at a slow pace. Although Lu Wei insisted that he was fine, his reassurances were dismissed multiple times, leaving him no choice but to proceed at a sluggish pace alongside them. Furthermore, they took a break along the way. After more than 2 hours, they finally reached their destination. The 2 groups converged, and everyone expressed concern for Lu Wei's condition. The previous night, they had heard from Wu Jing that Lu Wei had sustained a severe injury, with bone exposed in the palm of his hand. Just hearing this made everyone's skin crawl, and they could hardly fathom the pain of such a grievous wound. Typically, as stars, they would summon a doctor for even the slightest cut, let alone a wound of this magnitude. Among them, only Wu Jing maintained his composure. As an action star, injuries were part of his routine, though such severity was rare. Upon seeing Lu Wei, he quickly approached to inquire about his well-being. Brother, how are you? Can you manage? Don't force yourself if you can't. Lei Jiai was rather forthright. Lu Wei, is it very painful? Bai Xiaolu gazed timidly at Lu Wei's hand, her usual boldness having faded. Chen Qiqi hesitated to pat Lu Wei on the shoulder, fearing it might aggravate his injury, and retracted his hand. I don't know what to say, but well done, he said, giving Lu Wei a thumbs up in praise for saving Yao Jia. Zhang Xiaolove, after a moment's hesitation, refrained from asking about Lu Wei's injury and instead said, Lu Wei, Xiaohu, and Meina, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I saved some food for you in the pot. I'll go fetch it. Lu Wei, touched by everyone's concern, smiled and expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for your kindness. I'll strive to recover quickly and contribute to the group. Wu Jing gently patted Lu Wei, saying, for now, don't think about working. Rest is paramount. You must avoid any long-term repercussions. Lu Wei chuckled. Then I'll shamelessly begin to indulge. But you all must hold your ground and not let my appetite deplete your rations. Worried you won't be able to eat? Come on, let us start now. Knowing you, I prepared plenty. The group enveloped Lu Wei and the others around the fire. With no table available, they settled on the ground or stones to make do. Oh, fish soup. Where did you get the fish? Lu Wei exclaimed, astonished at the sight of several small fish in the pot. Although they weren't large, merely a few stone 9-gong fish, Lu Wei was genuinely surprised that they had managed to catch any fish at all. Beside him, Bai Xiaolu eagerly added, Sister Xiaolove heard that fish soup can expedite wound healing, so she specifically went fishing at dawn. Lu Wei looked at Xiaolove in astonishment, realizing that this girl could fish. Quite impressive. Xiao Ai felt a slight flush on her cheeks under Lu Wei's gaze and hurriedly explained, Yesterday, Brother Lu Wei saved me once again. I have little to repay him, so I caught a few fish to make soup. Thank you very much. I am also quite interested in fishing. We should go fishing together sometime. Lu Wei beamed with joy, delighted to encounter a fellow fishing enthusiast. No need for thanks. It is only right, he replied. Zhang Xiao Ai offered a shy smile. Beside them, Chen Qiqi urged, you should drink up. We want to enjoy some too. Meanwhile, Lei Jia looked at him with disdain, retorting, is it you who wants to drink? We want tea snatch food from a patient. You don't want to drink? Then why are you hovering by the pot? I'm just checking if it's cooked. Your head is almost in the pot. Lu Wei, glancing at Lei Jiayi's unwashed hair over the past few days, suddenly found the fish soup less appetizing. Chapter 39. Assisting with the restroom, you two should conserve your energy for later tasks. Yang Xiaohu remarked, rolling her eyes at the pair who were constantly bickering. Wu Jing, with one arm around Chen Qiqi and the other pulling Lei Jiayi along, said, come on, let us get to work. He turned back to Lu Wei and the others, advising, you all rest well here. We're heading out to work. We'll join help soon. Yang Xiaohu waved as she looked up. You two just need to take care of Lu Wei. Wu Jing teased before dragging his companions away. Only Meina and Yang Xiaohu remained, both turning their attention towards Lu Wei. Sipping the fish soup, Lu Wei noticed their gaze and questioned, why are you looking at me? What do I need taken care of? Are you going to help me go to the restroom? Meina's face flushed. As if lost in thought, Yang Xiaohu shot Lu Wei a glance, saying, dream on, just eat your meal. Meina hesitated, wanting to say something, but glanced at the surrounding cameras, deciding against it. The audience in the live stream began to speculate upon witnessing this scene. I feel like Meina wants to help. Remove that feeling. She means exactly that. But shameless, coveting my brother Lu Wei. Ridiculous. Brother Lu Wei is mine. Brother Lu Wei. I love you. Well, those upstairs, not a single one is a girl. Is it that thrilling? Let me see. I'm just curious about what the three of them did together last night. People, what else could it be? 666, bro, you're the best. Sorry, I'm a girl. Shio, is that you? It's me, Pinru. Lu Wei observed the two girls eating seafood with a grimace, putting down his bowl, and remarked, eating this every day must be a bit tiresome, right? Both girls looked up simultaneously. Meina shook her head gently, saying, I'm fine. I grew up inland and in the distant Xinjiang, where seafood was scarce. Although I've had it several times since growing up, it hasn't become tiresome in such a short span. Yang Xiao, who tossed the empty shells into the fire to prevent mosquito breeding, a tip Lu Wei had shared with her. There's no choice, given the current conditions. If we don't eat this, what else is there? If Sister Bird were present, perhaps we could forage for some wild vegetables or mushrooms to vary our diet. However, with these individuals, it might be better to refrain. I fear that whatever they manage to gather would simply lead to their demise. In a moment, I shall lead you all to seek alternative sustenance. Lu Wei declared with unwavering confidence. Armed with the skill of plant identification, finding food should be a mere trifle, should it not? Yang Xiaohu gazed at Lu Wei in astonishment. Do you truly recognize wild vegetables? Such a statement seemed absurd. Venturing into the wilderness without knowledge of edible plants? What would be the point of survival if one could not identify such essentials? Yang Xiaohu fell silent, feeling somewhat insulted. Nevertheless, she remained skeptical of Lu Wei's claim. Pray tell, do not tell me you merely glimpsed a few pictures online and now profess to be an expert? If you are mistaken, it would not be a laughing matter. Lu Wei reassuringly patted Yang Xiaohu's shoulder. Fear not, follow me, and I assure you shall feast well. Yang Xiaohu shot a glance at Lu Wei's hand, retorting with a hint of annoyance. Who do you think you are calling brother? I am your elder by a week. Lu Wei regarded her with an odd expression, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Why do you look at me so? She queried, perplexed. You have revealed your secret. What secret? She inquired. Your age. Yang Xiaohu blinked, maintaining her composure while inwardly cursing. A quick thought crossed her mind, and she countered, Are you not 23? Lu Wei blinked innocently. I have not altered my age. I am 25. Yang Xiaohu felt exasperated. This scoundrel. Could he not simply play along? While it is true that many actresses have adjusted their ages, being discovered is undeniably embarrassing. Suppressing her frustration, she managed to smile. Is that so? I was under the impression you were also 23. We were classmates in high school, sitting side by side. Do you not know how old I am? Lu Wei feigned astonishment. I do not. Yang Xiaohu bit her teeth in irritation, realizing this rascal was intent on forcing her to confirm it. Oh, then you shall be my little sister henceforth, little fox sister. Lu Wei laughed triumphantly. Yang Xiaohu felt an urge to kick him into the fire. Although rumors of her age alteration circulated online, they lacked concrete evidence. Now, however, it was as if she had been cornered. Yang Xiaohu felt dejected. Yet her detractors were reveling in the revelation. Haha, it seems she has inadvertently admitted it. The reports online state she is 23. Yet she's actually older than Lu Wei by a week. Lu Wei is 25, correct? Goodness, she has effectively reduced her age by 2 years. What else in the entertainment industry is not fabricated? As someone within the industry, I can assure you, a 2-year reduction is trivial. 5 years is commonplace. If age modification is indeed true, then what are the rumors regarding foot odor? You would need to inquire with Lu Wei about that. Did you not notice? Yang Xiaohu and Lu Wei were actually desk mates. No wonder they appear so close. They share a history as classmates. I have ample grounds to suspect they were involved during their school days. Chapter 40. Inappropriate information has been suppressed. Wu Jing and his companions are currently digging trenches to construct a shelter, a subject in which Wu Jing possesses considerable expertise. Due to the necessity of long-term residence, they constructed a square shelter this time, with a sloping design to facilitate rainwater drainage. Several vertical pillars were dug deeply into the ground, secured with stones, and then buried with sand and mud. Otherwise, in this sandy terrain, strong winds could easily topple the structure. When Lu Wei and his companions arrived, they found the others busy digging holes. Upon seeing them, Wu Jing glanced up and said, No need for your assistance. You've traveled quite a distance. Just rest well. As for Lu Wei, once he is ready, he'll have his tasks. Lu Wei chuckled. How was he planning to help anyway? I just wanted to inform you that we intend to search the woods for some wild vegetables. Eating seafood all day has become tiresome, and it's not advisable to consume it frequently, given its cooling properties. You're looking for wild vegetables? Do you even know what they are? Chen Chi asked skeptically. Eyeing the 3 of them, Lu Wei shrugged confidently. Wild vegetables are simple. Who doesn't he recognize them? Rest assured, the ones I find will be delicious. Despite being a city dweller in this lifetime, Lu Wei had been a true child of the mountains in his previous life. What mountain child wouldn't he be familiar with wild vegetables? However, he was uncertain whether the wild vegetables here were similar to those from his home. I'm not brave enough to eat what you find, Chen Chi replied, looking as if she feared being poisoned. Wu Jing also wore a doubtful expression. If his memory served him right, Lu Wei was indeed a young idol. While it was conceivable that a young idol could dive, who had ever heard of one being knowledgeable about wild vegetables? Yet, it was worth noting that no young idol dared to catch snakes, making Lu Wei quite remarkable. Brother, are you certain you know wild vegetables? Be careful not to endanger us. Wu Jing expressed his concerns. Lu Wei felt helpless. Why was there such a lack of trust in him? Rest assured, I certainly know them. I'm not foolish. I would never bring back anything uncertain for everyone to consume. Seeing Lu Wei's unwavering confidence, Wu Jing hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, you may go. Just remember to be cautious and don't wander too far. Sure, we'll just explore around here. We'll be off now. Return early. Wu Jing called after them with lingering unease. Understood, Lu Wei replied, leading the two women away. Bai Xiaolu and Zhang Xiaobei instantly felt envious. They too wished to wander, as no one relished being exposed to the elements here. Jinge, can I go too? Bai Xiaolu, unaware of the concept of politeness, boldly expressed her desire. Zhang Xiaobei felt shy and could only fidget anxiously. Wu Jing, noting the eager expressions of the two girls, did not hesitate to agree. Go ahead. Xiaobei can join as well. Just be careful and remember to return by noon to prepare lunch. After all, they were of little help here, and with Meina and Yang Xiaohu already gone, it would be unreasonable to deny the girls the chance to go. Thank you, Jinge. Bye. Bai Xiaolu exclaimed, grabbing Zhang Xiaobei's hand as they hurried to catch up with Lu Wei and the others. Beside him, Chen Qiqi watched as Lu Wei strolled with four girls. While he himself was busy digging holes and burying posts, a pang of envy striking him. Jinge, I wish to join as well. Wu Jing, upon hearing this, brandished the machete in his hand and retorted, if you were to transform into a woman right now, I would gladly let you go. Chen Qiqi felt a sudden chill and hastily replied, on second thought, perhaps not. With that, he returned to his diligent digging, observing Chen Qiqi's leisurely pace. Wu Jing set down one of the posts and declared, everyone, let us put in some extra effort and aim to erect the framework today. We are all men here. Let us not compare ourselves to the ladies. Chen Qiqi wore a woeful expression, feeling as though he was being subtly mocked. It seemed to be directed at him. No, it was indeed so. In the live stream, viewers chuckled at Chen Qiqi's despondent demeanor. Ha, Chen Qiqi, let us see if you dare to slack off this time. If you do, I'll have you sent to the palace. This Chen Qiqi, too lackluster, had previously managed to be lazy in variety shows without consequence. But was this really the right time to be slacking? Whether he slacks off or not matters little now. Defeat is all but assured. And perhaps in a few days, they would all be eliminated. Stop talking nonsense. Why must we lose? You, spineless creatures, are the most repugnant, constantly scheming to bow before your foreign masters. You foolish simpleton are revolting. With the survival experts gone, do you truly expect these pampered celebrities, who know nothing of hardship, to endure until the end? Perhaps a miracle could occur. Didn't Lu Wei claim to know about wild vegetables? With seafood and wild greens, although it may be arduous, it's not insurmountable. Those who have tasted hardship might persist, but what are the odds for these stars accustomed to a life of luxury? Lu Wei knows about wild vegetables? If we eat the ones he gathers, we might be eliminated even faster. Forget it. I'll just watch this as a variety show. I'm currently curious about what Lu Wei and the four stunning beauties will do as they venture into the thicket. Given Lu Wei's current injury, he might be subject to a warning for inappropriate conduct, with potential bans looming. Chapter 41. A pure act of copying and pasting at this moment. Lu Wei had already entered the woods with the girls, his eyes scanning the myriad of plants, and a wealth of information automatically emerged in his mind. The dogtail grass clears heat and dampness, dispels wind and brightens vision, and is not recommended for consumption. The barnyard grass stops sweating and alleviates weakness, promotes labor and eases bowels, and is also not advised for eating. The plantain clears heat and promotes urination, mitigates dampness and diarrhea, dispels phlegm and cough, and is not advisable for food consumption. The purslane cools the blood, stops bleeding, clears heat and detoxifies, alleviates diarrhea, and can be consumed. Lu Wei observed many common plants and noted an intriguing fact. Most of them were indeed edible. Not only could they be consumed, but they also possessed certain beneficial properties, serving as traditional herbal medicine. Yet, while they are edible, the advisory against consumption implied they were not palatable or might cause side effects if consumed in excess. As he focused his attention on a particular plant, a wealth of detailed information emerged, including its growth duration, time until maturation, and preferred growing conditions, far surpassing any botanical encyclopedia. Nearby, Meina noticed Lu Wei staring intently at a spot and curiously inquired, Lu Wei, what are you looking at? Have you found some edible wild vegetables? Since waking up that morning, Lu Wei observed that Meina was not as clingy as she had been the day before. It seemed she had recovered from that moment of stress, and reason had regained its dominance. It is often said that women can be capricious. In just one day, her affections had shifted. Fortunately, he had not been deceived. Otherwise, he might have found himself heartbroken. Indeed, a man should not easily invest his heart. The other girls, overhearing Mina's words, turned their attention to Lu Wei. Have you found something edible? Yang Xiaohu asked in surprise. Where is it? Where is it? Bai Xiaolu eagerly pressed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lu Wei, gazing at the anxious little foodie, chuckled. Edibles are everywhere. Bai Xiaolu was perplexed, glancing around. Where? I don't see anything. Lu Wei gestured around casually, stating, I told you they're everywhere. Anything you can see is edible. Bai Xiaolu thought Lu Wei was teasing her. In frustration, she kicked at the wild grass beside her. You're just boasting. What can possibly be edible? Look at this, she said, pointing at the half-meter-tall wild grass she had just kicked over. Lu Wei chuckled, squatting down to uproot the grass, shaking off the soil from its roots before declaring, not only can this be eaten, but it is also quite beneficial. Yang Xiaohu, noticing Lu Wei's actions, admonished him gently, be careful with your hand. Your wound hasn't healed yet. Don't move around too much. Bai Xiaolu, upon hearing this, recalled that Lu Wei was injured and scolded herself for arguing with someone who was still recovering. Turning away, she muttered softly, You're lying? What good could that be? Why don't you try eating it? Meanwhile, Mina felt a pang of frustration watching Yang Xiaohu concern herself with Lu Wei. Why was she always a step behind? Allowing Yang to take the lead? That scheming woman was truly difficult to contend with. In contrast, Zhang Xiaoai remained a mere spectator, silent and observing. Lu Wei smiled at Yang Xiaohu, reassuring her, it's fine, before proceeding to enlighten everyone about the grass in his hand. This plant is known as lemongrass, or citronella, among various other names, which I shall not elaborate on. This grass is widely distributed, typically thriving in warm tropical regions that favor sunlight. Lemongrass can be used decoratively in gardens, flower beds, and pots. It also serves as a spice. The essential oil extracted from its stems and leaves can be utilized in the production of perfumes and soaps. Moreover, it possesses mosquito-repelling properties. The leaves and stems of lemongrass emit a strong lemon fragrance, suitable for seasoning dishes, enhancing flavors while neutralizing any unpleasant odors. Both the flowers and the grass have medicinal applications. The flowers can treat cold-induced abdominal pain and nausea, while the grass is effective against colds, body aches, and injuries. It can be said that it serves multiple purposes, does it not, my dear? A few individuals, upon hearing Lu Wei's lengthy introduction, were left utterly astonished. Goodness, did you bring an encyclopedia with you? Is it truly necessary to be so extravagant? However, soon after, doubts arose regarding the veracity of Lu Wei's statements. If one were to dismiss them as mere nonsense, he presented his arguments with such reason and evidence that they seemed quite credible, leaving no hint of absurdity. Yet, to accept his claims as truth was indeed hard to fathom. After all, who possesses the idle capacity to retain such seemingly useless knowledge, so intricately detailed? Unless one were a botanist, even experts should not speak so freely, should they? It felt as though he was merely reciting information, a pure act of copying and pasting. Chapter 42. This young man is quite uncanny. Not far from the island where Lu Wei and his companions resided, a colossal cruise ship loomed. This vessel, extending over 200 meters in length and more than 50 meters in width, housed hundreds of crew members alone, with over 1,000 guest rooms. It boasted an array of entertainment facilities and even a small hospital equipped with some of the most advanced medical instruments and pharmaceuticals available worldwide. At that moment, on the uppermost deck, within a luxurious suite, resided a woman with short hair. Her appearance was unremarkable, her skin a deep shade of brown, suggesting a life spent in manual labor, rendering her presence in such opulent surroundings rather incongruous. This woman was none other than the recently eliminated contestant, Sister Bird, and this cruise ship served as the logistical base for the show at sea. Aside from a crew, all aboard were members of the production team and representatives from various national teams. Surrounding the ship were dozens of islands, the very habitats of these contestants. At this moment, Sister Bird sat on a sofa, facing several formally attired individuals, both men and women, who were not particularly young. At the center sat an elderly gentleman, exuding an aura that suggested he was a long-time figure of authority. Indeed, upon recognizing this frequently televised elder, Sister Bird instinctively straightened her posture, momentarily forgetting the pain in her back. How could he be here? Is this not merely an entertainment program? Although it garners significant attention, it hardly warrants his personal presence. Does it? The elderly man regarded Sister Bird with a kindly expression, smiling as he addressed her. Little Lou, do not be anxious. I sincerely apologize for intruding upon you while you bear such an injury. Sister Bird, whose surname was Lou, was thus affectionately referred to as Little Lou. She quickly responded, No, you're not a bother at all. It's an honor to meet you. Please, if there is anything you wish to discuss, do not hesitate to command. The elder chuckled softly. Do not be overly excited. I have no urgent matters. I merely wish to engage in casual conversation. Sister Bird understood that someone of his stature, who was undoubtedly busy with myriad responsibilities, would not seek her out for trivial chit-chat. There must be a purpose behind this encounter. Thus, she replied, Very well, what would you like to discuss? I assure you, I shall speak candidly without reservation. The elder nodded, his smile fading as he inquired earnestly, Little Lou, having spent a day on the deserted island with those children, based on your understanding of them, how long do you believe they could endure without your assistance? Upon hearing the question, Sister Bird fell silent, believing that they might struggle to endure even half a month. Yet, would it be inappropriate to voice such a blunt opinion? For a moment, she hesitated. The elder seemed to perceive her reservations and encouraged her to speak freely, expressing a desire to understand the genuine situation. Taking his words to heart, Sister Bird resolved to abandon her reticence. With a firm resolve, she stated, I believe they will find it exceedingly difficult to last beyond a month, perhaps around 20 days. She decided to add a few extra days, recalling that Lu Wei had promised her, before her departure, to persevere to the end. Although she harbored doubts about his commitment, she thought that an additional 5 days should be manageable given his spirited determination. Little did Lu Wei know how highly Sister Bird regarded him. If he were aware, would he laugh or cry? The elder listened attentively to Sister Bird's words, nodding slightly before sighing. What you say aligns closely with the expert predictions. They estimate a maximum of half a month. It seems we are destined to lose. The survival expert from the United States, known for his skills, could endure for 99 days without issue, even if those celebrities faltered. Similarly, the Australian expert, John Bullsbell, was also a top-tier survivalist, likely to last until the end. Fate is fickle. There is little we can do. The elder's tone was heavy with disappointment, as if he had missed a significant opportunity. At his words, Sister Bird lowered her head in guilt, reproaching herself. It's all my fault. Had I not been so careless, I would not have fallen into that deep pit. The elder waved his hand, interrupting her. This is not your fault. Do not blame yourself. No one wishes for such unforeseen accidents. Rest well and recover. We will have another chance. What we have lost this time, we shall strive to reclaim in the future. Please, take care of yourself. We shall not disturb you further. With that, the elder rose to leave. Seeing him stand, Sister Bird hurriedly got up to see him off. And it was only after he departed that she returned to her bed, feeling somewhat lost. She could not comprehend why a mere program would elicit such concern from the elder. Was there a deeper mystery behind this wilderness survival endeavor? The elder led the group back to a conference room where many were gazing blankly at the large screen on the wall. The screen displayed footage of Lu Wei and his companions on the deserted island, currently showcasing Lu Wei animatedly introducing lemongrass. They remained oblivious to the opening of the conference room door until a middle-aged man, following the elder, coughed pointedly, startling everyone into awareness. Upon realizing it was the elder, they quickly rose to pay their respects. The elder gestured for them to sit and inquired, What has captivated you so thoroughly? Leader, look at this fellow. There's something uncanny about him, one of them remarked. Oh, the elder raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze toward the screen. Chapter 43. As long as I have no face, you shall not strike. Observing the entranced women, Lu Wei secretly chuckled, thinking, What do you think? Are you all taken aback? Why are you all standing there in a daze? Hurry and gather some. You can use it when cooking fish or dry it to make mosquito repellent. Bai Xiaolu pouted, her face a picture of defiance. You think you can just say whatever you want? I must ascertain the veracity of your claims. Did you not assert that it possesses a lemon scent? Yet, I detect nothing. You should bite into it and take a whiff. Lu Wei handed her the grass. Bai Xiaolu accepted the grass, poised to bite into it, but hesitated, gazing at Lu Wei with disdain. I shan't be fooled. What if it is toxic? I would be the one to suffer. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Wei seized the lemon grass, bit into it, and presented it before Bai Xiaolu. Kulme, take a whiff. Is it not lemony? Bai Xiaolu, still skeptical, leaned in to sniff, and her eyes sparkled with surprise. Oh, it truly is lemon-scented. Xiao Ai, you should smell it too. She passed the grass to Zhang Xiao AI. Zhang Xiao AI, intrigued, took a sniff and nodded. Indeed, it is lemon-scented, and quite potent as well. Observing their unwavering confidence, Mei Na's curiosity piqued. Xiao AI, let me have a whiff. Zhang Xiao AI handed the lemongrass to Mei Na, who, upon receiving it, cast a discreet glance at Yang Xiao, who, feeling triumphant. This time I was the first. However, Yang Xiao, who had no intention of taking the grass from Mei Na, she simply turned away to pluck more grass, casting a sweet smile at Lu Wei. I trust you. Mei Na's smile instantly faltered. This woman is too cunning. No wonder everyone calls her Vixen. Yang Xiaohu, witnessing Mei Na's irritate de mianor, scoffed inwardly. Oh, little girl, you are far from competing with me for a man. Lu Wei, stirred by Yang Xiaohu's flirtation, quickly turned to Bai Xiaolu. So, was I mistaken? You must feel rather embarrassed now. Yet, Lu Wei's attempt at a triumphant moment fell flat. Bai Xiaolu beamed at him, exclaiming, yes, yes, yes. Brother Lu Wei, you are truly remarkable. This girl had completely shed her earlier skepticism, transforming into an eager admirer, opting to join rather than confront. Embarrassment? Unfathomable. As long as I have no shame, what is there to lose? Lu Wei's expression soured. He did not relish the satisfaction of a comeback. Brother Lu Wei, what is this? Can it be eaten? Is it tasty? What? You claim such a beautiful fruit is toxic? I refuse to believe it. Throughout their journey, Bai Xiaolu chattered incessantly, like a curious child, relentlessly questioning Lu Wei. Lu Wei, unreserved, explained each plant in detail. Watching Lu Wei's extensive knowledge of various plants, Yang Xiaohu and her companions transitioned from astonishment to a state of numbness. This fellow should not be pursuing a career as an idol. He ought to be a botanist. It was not just Yang Xiaohu and her friends who were astounded. The viewers in the live stream were even more astonished. Goodness, I am flabbergasted. Lu Wei can identify so many plants. There must be dozens. Is this genuine? Could he be fabricating it? I doubt it. Though I did not recognize all those plants, I am familiar with a few, and what he said was accurate. Is there a botanical expert who can clarify? Hello, everyone. I am Plant Xiao Liang, a doctoral student specializing in plant science. Most of the plants Lu Wei mentioned are indeed correct, and his explanations are exceptionally detailed, perhaps even more so than mine. However, his descriptions appear to align more closely with those of a traditional medicine expert. The reason I say most is that I am uncertain about the accuracy of the remaining small portion. I must return to verify the information. For some of the flora there are endemic, and I am not well acquainted with them. So, does this mean that everything Lu Wei just mentioned is indeed true? How could he possibly know so many plants? If he possesses such knowledge, what is there to worry about in terms of enduring until the end? A stroll through the forest could yield a bounty of edible treasures, allowing one to survive indefinitely. However, you are overly optimistic. Do you truly believe one can sustain themselves on grass for over 3 months? What is impossible about that? In ancient times, during famines, even grass was scarce. You must acknowledge that those were ancient times. As modern individuals, particularly celebrities accustomed to lavish lifestyles, do you think they could endure such hardships? Personally, were I in their position, I would find it intolerable. Although the prize for the winning team of the show amounts to a staggering 1 billion. The sum each individual receives would only be 100 million. While 100 million may seem astronomical to us ordinary folk for those stars, it is likely a sum they could recoup within 6 months, rendering the prospect of enduring months of hardship in the wilderness unnecessary. Indeed, it is far easier to transition from frugality to extravagance than vice versa. Once accustomed to a life of luxury, how could one possibly adapt to subsisting on meager fare? On a luxurious cruise ship, an elderly gentleman observed Lu Wei passionately expounding on the uses and benefits of various plants, a smile gradually spreading across his face. He turned to his companion and instructed, "Make sure to record this. We should consult an expert to verify Lu Wei's claims." The companion left, and the elder continued to watch the screen. If Lu Wei genuinely possessed such extensive botanical knowledge, there remained a glimmer of hope ahead. Chapter 44. Chive seeing Bai Xiaolu's reluctant gaze fixed on the toxic fruit, Lu Wei couldn't help but chuckle. All right, enough staring. No matter how much you look, you cannot eat it. Remember, In the wild, the more vibrant something appears, the more perilous it often is, until you can ascertain whether something is edible. Treat it as if it were poisonous, for there is no room for error in such matters. Understood? The girls, recognizing the gravity of Lu Wei's words, nodded in agreement, firmly resolving not to consume anything indiscriminately. Only Bai Xiaolu, gazing longingly at the bright fruit, sighed in disappointment, muttering softly, "It looks so beautiful, yet is inedible. What a shame." This little foodie, Lu Wei thought, shaking his head in exasperation. "Come along with me. I have discovered something worthwhile." With that, he proceeded forward. The girls eagerly followed, and upon hearing of a treasure, Bai Xiaolu promptly forgot about the toxic fruit, her face alight with anticipation. "What is it? Is it delicious?" Lu Wei smiled, teasing, "You'll find out soon enough." He then made his way toward a patch of grass. Upon reaching the grassy area, they halted. Bai Xiaolu, unable to contain her excitement, looked around. "Where is the tasty treat? I don't see anything." "Here it is." Lu Wei pointed to a patch of wild grass adorned with delicate white flowers. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaolu gazed at the wild grass, her face falling in disappointment, and pouted, "What is this? It's just wild grass." Beside them, Yang Xiaohu and Mena wore expressions of perplexity to their eyes. These plants bore an uncanny resemblance to wild grass. Nevertheless, since Lu Wei asserted their edibility, they figured they must indeed be consumable. Could they possibly be a variety of wild vegetable? Yang Xiaohu urged, "All right, stop keeping us in suspense. What exactly are these?" It was Zhang Xiaolove who squatted down, plucking a leaf to bring it to her nose. A familiar spicy aroma wafted towards her, and her delicate face immediately registered surprise as she exclaimed, "This seems to be chives." The other three, upon hearing her words, were equally astonished. Chives? How could chives possibly grow here? Although they were not well versed in various vegetables, being typical of those unaccustomed to manual labor and the nuances of grains, they still recognized chives and quickly knelt to investigate. The scent indeed resembled chives. How peculiar that they would find such a thing in the wilderness. Mena's face was one of astonishment. Lu Wei chuckled, "Of course they're wild. Who else would cultivate them here?" Regardless of their origin, they had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. "Let us hasten to gather some to take back. We can stir-fry chives for lunch." Bai Xiaolu, brimming with excitement, began to harvest the chives, exclaiming, "I absolutely adore chives. Chives with scrambled eggs, chive pastries, chive and egg dumplings. Oh, just thinking about it makes my mouth water." Zhang Xiaolove teased, "Your imagination is quite vivid. As if we had eggs to spare, let alone oil. How will we even cook?" Right? We have nothing. What use are the chives?" Bai Xiaolu's enthusiasm deflated instantly, feeling disheartened. Yet Lu Wei reassured her, "Do not fret. I will make arrangements. We will surely procure some oil." "You can obtain oil? From where?" The girls shot him incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting their skepticism about his penchant for playful mystery. However, since Lu Wei claimed to have a solution, they decided to trust him. Besides, even without oil, the chives were a rare find. They soon gathered a substantial handful, mindful that the chives had already flowered and could only pick the tender leaves. With a wound on his hand, Lu Wei could only supervise, advising, "Don't overlook the chive flowers. We can make chive flower sauce to accompany seafood in the future, enhancing the flavor." "You know how to make chive flower sauce?" Yang Xiaohu looked at Lu Wei in astonishment, wondering how he seemed to possess a wealth of knowledge. Lu Wei nodded. "Making chive flower sauce is quite simple. Just chop them finely and salt them. However, we first need to produce some salt. Since we have time this afternoon, let us focus on that. I know how to make salt. Just evaporate seawater, and salt will remain." Bai Xiaolu interjected eagerly. Lu Wei chuckled. "You seem to know quite a bit. That's essentially the right idea." In a live stream, viewers watched the girls gathering flowers, and the audience began to chatter. These girls, more beautiful than the flowers themselves, create a scene that is simply breathtaking. Indeed, the beauty of these girls surpasses that of flowers. If only the one beside them weren't such a nuisance. "Am I the nuisance now?" Lu Wei mused. He felt a sense of admiration for his own depth of knowledge, realizing he seemed to know everything. With such rich life experience, he made the others feel as though their own 20-plus years had been in vain. The fans truly possess an extraordinary talent for flattery. There seems to be nothing they cannot accomplish. It will be interesting to see them attempt to bear child. One cannot deny that with the advancements in modern medicine, it is no longer an insurmountable challenge for men to conceive. The sight of chive flowers evokes memories of my mother's chive flower sauce. How nostalgic it is. Speaking of which, how could there be so many chives in this desolate wilderness? Could it be that the production team has engaged in some form of deceit? Deceit? Do you assume that other national teams are devoid of life? Australians previously had no taste for chives until recent times. With the increasing presence of locals from Kyushu, some have developed a palate for them, resulting in a plethora of wild chives in their region. It is not only chives. They tend to avoid other items like bamboo shoots due to their lack of knowledge in handling them. I see. Thank you for the enlightening information. That scoundrel Lu Wei. It seems he must have accumulated immense virtue in a past life to be surrounded by four stunning beauties. My Lulu would never associate with Lu Wei. So please refrain from making unfounded connections. My little AI would also never engage in the petty act of vying for a man with those two women. I sense a certain stance being taken here. Chapter 45. How to refine oil in the wilderness. Very well, we have gathered enough. Those that have already seeded should be left behind. Let us return. Observing the baskets brimming with chive flowers in the girl's arms and a small bundle of chives in hand, Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the laboring populace is the most beautiful. Upon returning to the shelter, Wu Jing and the others were still busy erecting the structure. The basic framework was established, with a wall made of wooden sticks and hay separating the two adjacent houses. This wall offered minimal protection, merely serving to shield the gaze between men and women. Of course, its primary function was to deter gentlemen, as it could hardly withstand the scrutiny of scoundrels. If one truly wished to peep, it would be a simple matter to create a hole. Chen Chi-Chi, upon seeing the group return with a heap of grass, immediately set down his tools and straightened up, seizing the opportunity to take a break. Approaching Lu Wei and the others, he glanced around with a hint of mockery and inquired, "What does it mean to return with a pile of grass? Are you planning to raise rabbits?" He had never believed that Lu Wei and the others could find any wild vegetables, and now, seeing them return with a mound of wild grass, his skepticism only deepened. Nonetheless, he harbored no malice. It was merely a jest, a chance for him to indulge in a brief respite. The trio beside Wu Jing shared similar thoughts as Chen Chi-Chi while observing the grass in the girl's hands. However, they also understood, given their shared background in the entertainment industry, that most could hardly recognize a few vegetables, let alone forage for wild plants in the wilderness. Bai Xiaolu, hearing Chen Chi-Chi's taunts, seized the moment to showcase her newfound knowledge of chives. You may have short hair, but your insight is even shorter. How can you dispute that? You don't even know what chives are, and yet you run a hot pot restaurant. Is this really chives? Chen Chi-Chi asked, astonished, wearing an expression that suggested disbelief. As he approached the group, he picked up a chive, scrutinized it closely, inhaled its aroma, and ultimately decided to taste it. Upon taking a bite, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "It truly is chives." Upon hearing Chen Chi-Chi's words, Wu Jing and the others hurriedly stepped forward to investigate, ultimately confirming that it was indeed chives. Once they realized what it was, curiosity piqued their interest. "Where did you find these chives?" Bai Xiaolu exclaimed with an air of triumph, as if she had accomplished something remarkable. "I picked them. Where else could they come from? There's plenty more over there." The notion of finding chives in such a desolate wilderness seemed extraordinary to Lei Jia, who exclaimed in amazement. Lu Wei smiled as he explained that these were wild chives, a rarity in Australia, making them quite common in various locations. Peng Peng gazed longingly at the chives, lamenting, "What a pity. If only we had some dough. Chive and egg dumplings would be perfect." Chen Chi-Chi patted Peng Peng on the shoulder, suggesting, "Go to sleep. In dreams, anything is possible." The thought of wanting chive and egg dumplings in such a remote area seemed ridiculous. Yet Lu Wei pondered Peng Peng's words. While chive and egg dumplings might be difficult to create, chive and seafood filling was not out of the question. Bai Xiaolu eagerly shared some good news with everyone. Chive and egg dumplings are off the table, but Lu Wei said we can have stir-fried chives. Hearing this, Lei Jia raised his thick eyebrows and asked, "How do we stir-fry? We have no oil, just dry frying?" Lu Wei assured them that he had a way to procure oil. All eyes turned to him, and with a nonchalant shrug, he confidently stated, "Don't worry. Leave this to me. I guarantee you will enjoy stir-fried chives." Seeing Lu Wei's unwavering confidence, Wu Jing and the others exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of what to think. Although it seemed implausible to obtain oil in such a desolate place, Lu Wei had a knack for surprises. Who knows, he might actually manage to produce some oil. Deciding not to question further, they entrusted the task to him. Wu Jing smiled and said, "All right then, lunch is in your hands. We shall continue our work." Upon hearing that they still had to work, Chen Chichi moaned, "We have to keep working? Even the production team's donkey isn't this tired. No more chatter. Just hand me that post," he insisted. As Lu Wei observed everyone busily constructing the house, he took a few girls to prepare lunch. "Come on, I'll take you to refine the oil," he waved, leading the group of girls away. Chen Chichi watched Lu Wei gallivanting with the ladies, feeling a pang of envy. Nearly drooling at the sight, he thought to himself, if only I had been the one injured back then. In the live stream, viewers speculated on how Lu Wei would manage to refine oil. In reality, there are numerous methods to extract oil in the wild. For instance, certain legumes are rich in oil content. It was likely that Lu Wei was considering this approach. What a joke. Extracting vegetable oil from wild beans? Setting aside the oil content of those wild beans, just how many beans would be needed? The pressing process is not something that can be resolved in a short time. With those beans, it would be better to simply cook and eat them, gaining some carbohydrates instead. Not from plants, then perhaps from animals? That seems even more unlikely. Someone inquired, "Does anyone know? Enlighten us." "I think I might have guessed it." "What is it?" "Leave some words unspoken, and you'll die alone." No wonder all novelists are single. Chapter 46. Reprimanding the Four Girls. Zhang Xiaolove was astonished to hear Lu Wei mention the extraction of edible oil. Is there really a way to produce oil that can be consumed? Of course, why would I deceive you? As she spoke, Lu Wei led a few individuals to the coconut grove. This grove was one Lu Wei had observed the previous day, where numerous old coconuts and coconuts with sprouts lay on the ground. Although the water was no longer palatable, they could be utilized to extract coconut oil or alleviate hunger. Coconut oil is a high-fat plant oil, rich in saturated fatty acids. Prolonged consumption of coconut oil can elevate cholesterol levels, lead to obesity, and induce heart disease. For modern individuals, coconut oil is neither healthy nor inexpensive. However, for Lu Wei and her companions, it was a rare treasure. For them, the most challenging nutrients to acquire were fats and carbohydrates. While protein could be sourced from seafood and vitamins from wild vegetables, carbohydrates and fats were not easily obtainable. Grains were scarce, and fats could only be acquired through hunting. Although they possessed bows and arrows, none were skilled in the art of hunting. With Bird's sister absent, the bows were rendered nearly useless. Upon reaching the coconut grove, Lu Wei pointed to the old coconuts on the ground. "You all go and collect those old coconuts, including those that have sprouted." "Aren't we extracting oil? Why we need to collect coconuts?" Yang Xiao asked, puzzled. The other three girls looked equally bewildered at Lu Wei. Without further ado, Lu Wei clarified, "We are using coconuts to extract oil." Bai Xiaolu glanced at the coconuts and then at Lu Wei, her face filled with curiosity. "Coconuts can be used to extract oil? How's that work?" Mena immediately realized, "I understand. It's coconut oil, right?" Lu Wei nodded in silence. "Can coconuts really be used for oil extraction? I had no idea." "I know. Coconut oil is delicious for grilling, and it's great for frying steak. I've heard it's quite healthy and can even lighten skin tone, albeit it is significantly more expensive than regular vegetable oils," Mena boasted, showcasing her half-knowledge gleaned from hearsay. Upon hearing how beneficial coconut oil was, the girls began to discuss it excitedly, all expressing their intention to purchase some to try once they returned. Lu Wei shook her head. "Coconut oil is not healthy. Consuming it occasionally is fine, but not as a regular part of the diet, as it raises cholesterol levels, leads to obesity, and can cause heart disease." The girls were taken aback. If it has so many drawbacks, why would you want to extract coconut oil? That's simply malicious. "Oh, eating this will make me gain weight? Then I want to eat it, and let us not extract coconut oil. It's so unhealthy. What if we get sick?" Upon hearing that coconut oil could lead to weight gain, Mena immediately tossed the coconut she was holding as if it had burned her. Yes, if I gain weight. That would be disastrous. I'd look terrible on camera." "Exactly. This is something we must avoid at all costs." Knowing it causes weight gain and still wanting us to consume, it shows ill intent. Bai Xiaolu playfully wrinkled her nose at Lu Wei. "Heart disease is not frightening. Gaining weight is the real terror. No matter how delicious it may be, we cannot afford to gain weight. Female celebrities dread four things: weight gain, wrinkles, and darkening of the skin." Lu Wei frowned, irked, and urged them to pick up their belongings quickly, asking if they could let him finish speaking. What more was there to say? As far as he was concerned, any food that could lead to weight gain was strictly off limits. You'd best refrain from eating as well. The thought of triggering heart disease is frightening, he admonished. Lu Wei glared, questioning their desire to gain weight. Are you dreaming? Do you think this is a home environment? Here, we lack essential nutrients. It won't be long before, in just 10 days, each of you could lose 5 pounds. And that would be considered fortunate. With your bony figures, without supplementing with fats, you won't last even a month, let alone 99 days. In a few days, you might find yourselves in a hospital bed, yet you still fret about gaining weight. I truly cannot comprehend your thought process. Coconut oil can adequately replenish some of the missing fatty nutrients, but just a little. Do you think it can replace a meal? 10 coconuts yield maybe an ounce of oil. Day by day, I wonder what is going on in your minds. Is your brain merely for eating? Give it a shake. Can you hear the sound of water? The brain is a wonderful thing. It should be exercised regularly. I suspect your minds are practically brand new, having never been utilized. Lu Wei continued to lecture the girls, causing them to lower their heads in embarrassment. However, it was too long before they exchanged glances and, seeing Lu Wei still rambling on, Yang Xiao, who waved her hand and declared, "Sisters, where there is oppression, there will be resistance. Let us band together and deal with him." "Charge!" they cried. "Lu Wei, you're finished. How dare you lecture us? Don't even think about running." Realizing he had gone too far, Lu Wei noted that these women had gone mad. If he didn't flee now, he would be a fool. "You fools! Don't chase after me. Don't you understand that conserving energy is crucial for survival in the wilderness? How can you waste it like this? You dare to insult us? You're doomed today." Chapter 47. Little brat, I'm feeding you ginseng. Watching Lu Wei evade his pursuers, the audience in the live stream reveled in his misfortune. Haha, serve him right. Lu Wei, the straight man, has gotten himself into trouble now. Oh, how I wish to stir up such trouble. Shockingly, a certain young heartthrob is being pursued by 4 female stars, pinned to the ground. Damn, they're in survival mode. Lu Wei seems to be on vacation, and it doesn't even look this enjoyable. Give him a good beating. Let us vent our frustrations. It's truly infuriating to see him frolicking with so many beauties. I'm so envious. I think Lu Wei is right. Why should those women attack him? They're ungrateful. Are you from the same steel factory as Lu Wei? Is that what you call being beaten? I dream of being hit. Is coconut oil really as Lu Wei claims? I've seen many influencers recommending it, stating its high nutritional value. Can you really trust that? I, for one, believe Lu Wei. He knows so much about plants. Lu Wei is just talking nonsense. He spreading rumors. Coconut oil has always been a premium vegetable oil. He should be held accountable. Are you selling coconut oil? I just checked, and Lu Wei is correct. There's nothing wrong with what he said. Coconut oil, like palm oil, is unhealthy in excess. Behold, dear friends, as Yang Xiao, who prepares to engage with Lu Wei, a spectacle of amusement. On the island, Lu Wei finds himself encircled by several young ladies. With agility lesser than that of an average person, he stands no chance of eluding the pursuit of 4 determined women. Moreover, with his hands rendered less than capable, he is swiftly overtaken. Reclining upon the sandy shore, Lu Wei shields his chest with his hands, gazing warily at the girls surrounding him. What are your intentions? He questions. Let me make it clear, I may sell my body, but not my kidneys. Bah! Who desires your body? Bai Xiaolu retorts dismissively. Be cautious. Do not let your hands touch him, she warns, before lowering her gaze upon the supine Lu Wei, exclaiming, Who is foolish? Who has water in their brains? Is that even a question? Clearly it's you. The girls, upon hearing this, are incensed. So you think we can't do anything to you just because you're injured? Yang Xiaohu's face suddenly flashes with mischief. So, you're being stubborn, are you? Very well. If you claim to sell your body, but not your kidneys, sisters, let us assist him. How shall we assist? Mena inquires with curiosity. Let us remove his trousers. Upon utterance of these words, the group falls into a stunned silence. Are we really going to go that far? This is a live broadcast. Isn't it inappropriate? Yet, the thrill of the prospect seems to electrify the air. Lu Wei pales at the thought. These fierce women are truly audacious. Observing Yang Xiaohu, it becomes clear she is not merely speaking, but intends to act, reaching for Lu Wei's belt. In that moment, Lu Wei is genuinely alarmed. Should he be disrobed on camera, even slightly, how would he ever face anyone again? He'd rather leap into the sea. Wait, let us discuss this calmly. I'm foolish, I've got water in my brain. Lu Wei exclaims, hastily clutching his belt, determined to defend his modesty. The audience watching the show is electrified. Strip him quickly. Don't let him escape. The queen truly embodies her title, exuding power and dominance. Oh my goddess, what a shattered image. How could she dare to undress a man? Hurry, let us see this unfold. I'm eager. Is there a subscription fee for this show? Strip him now. I'm not short of cash. Ah, my anticipation is palpable. Yang Xiaohu, we support you. Hurry, I'm ready with my fingers. What is that above? Is it toilet paper? No, it's fingers. Women, I humbly yield. Just observe the glances exchanged among the women. I sense Lu Wei is fated for calamity today. In broad daylight, under the vast sky, a group of women dares to disrobe a man in the wild. However, Yang Xiaohu is not foolish. She would never truly strip Lu Wei. Even if she disregards her image, she would never allow others to gaze upon her possessions, especially with so many witnesses present. Noticing Lu Wei's capitulation, Yang Xiaohu seizes his face, taunting, "Aren't you being obstinate? Let us see how stubborn you can be." Lu Wei, incensed, retorts, "If I become obstinate, I fear I might frighten you to death. Just wait, you vixen. Once my hands are healed, if I don't make you call me daddy, I'll write my name backward." Despite his bravado, outwardly, he must feign submission. "Spare me, valiant Xiaohu. Will you dare to scold us again in the future?" Mena interjects with an air of mock authority. Lu Wei quickly shook his head in denial, insisting, "My intentions were solely concerned. It was absolutely not a reprimand. You have all misinterpreted me." Xiao Lu chimed in, suggesting, "From now on, you must endeavor to find me delectable treats, understood?" "No problem," he replied playfully. "You little rascal. Once I recover, I shall feed you ginseng until you bleed." When it was Zhang Xiaolai's turn, she hesitated before stating, "You are not allowed to refuse my future requests." Everyone turned to her, puzzled. "What do you mean? We merely proposed one request, and you seem intent on uprooting everything." Upon seeing their expressions, Zhang Xiaolai blushed and clarified, "I did not mean it that way. I simply meant to ask for your assistance in teaching me." Chapter 48, Whose Feet Stink Ultimately. Lu Wei agreed to a series of unequal treaties before he was released. Naturally, everyone was merely jesting. None took it seriously. Through this playful banter, both Xiaolai and Bai Xiaolu found their relationships with Lu Wei considerably deepened. As for Yang Xiaohu and Mena, their bond was even more evident. Upon returning to the campsite, it was already noon. The girls, having spent the entire morning foraging for wild vegetables and coconuts, were utterly exhausted. As soon as they arrived, they collapsed in the shade. "I can't go on. I'm dead tired," Bai Xiaolu declared, lying motionless on the ground. "Are you all still tired? Look at my hands. They are blistered. I feel as though my legs are about to abandon me." Chun Chi-Chi complained, spreading his hands with a look of grievance. "You all frolicked about for the morning and still have the audacity to complain of fatigue? We have been working hard all morning," Lu Wei remarked, observing the perspiration-soaked figures before him with a touch of guilt. "To my brothers and Peng Peng, you have all worked hard. I regret not being able to assist. Once I recover, I promise to contribute more." Upon hearing this, Chun Chi-Chi reluctantly patted Lu Wei on the shoulder and retorted, "What nonsense is this? It sounds as if I'm being stingy. You focus on recuperating. Leave the labor to us." "Stingy? What are you complaining about?" Lei Jia interjected, taking a jab at his junior. "Are we not allowed to express our weariness?" Chun Chi-Chi frowned. Wu Jing chimed in, "A true man never complains of fatigue." Chun Chi-Chi flopped onto the ground, devoid of spirit, and said, "Fine, say whatever you wish. I give up." After some laughter and a brief rest, Lu Wei and the others set out to refine oil, while the men continued constructing the shelter. Wu Jing approached his tasks with meticulous seriousness and a keen sense of urgency. The shelter he built was remarkably sturdy, with pillars of considerable girth. The outer walls were woven from wooden sticks and coated with mud, providing protection against wind and retaining warmth. Such a shelter, combined with their choice of a wind-sheltered location, would withstand even the fiercest of storms without concern. This could be attributed to the northern instinct of prioritizing warmth and sturdiness in construction. Conversely, teams from tropical regions opted for simpler grass huts, sufficient to shield against the elements. They focused their energies on foraging for food and conserving strength, engaging in minimal physical exertion to maintain their health. While Wu Jing's approach ensured greater resilience against risks, it also significantly increased the workload. Today, it is certain that the construction will not be completed, and after finishing tomorrow, we must wait for 2 days for the walls to dry before we can move in. Lu Wei, accompanied by several young women, meticulously cracked open the old coconuts and coconut treasures they had brought back, extracting the delicate coconut flesh and treasures inside. Wow, this resembles ice cream. Can we eat it? Bai Xiaolu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the coconut treasure after opening a shell. Lu Wei nodded, affirming. Of course, it is quite delectable and rich in nutrients, something not easily found outside. Bai Xiaolu's eyes lit up at his words. Really? Let me give it a try. She took a piece of the coconut treasure and took a bite, delighting in its crisp texture and flavor. Satisfied, she nodded emphatically, yum. It's sweet and has a creamy taste, just like ice cream. Xiao AI, you should try some. Zhang Xiao AI, intrigued, took the coconut treasure and bit into it. Nodding in agreement, indeed, it's delicious, even better than the coconut flesh. Each girl took a taste, and soon only a small portion remained, which Yang Xiaohu casually stuffed into Lu Wei's mouth. With a smile, she asked, You won't despise it, will you? Lu Wei, feeling a mix of emotions, thought to himself, even if I did, I wouldn't dare to say it. He swallowed the coconut treasure, which had been in the mouths of 4 women. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, deep down, he vowed that one day he would repay this. In truth, extracting coconut oil is a simple process. One merely needs to crush the coconut flesh and then boil it in a pot until the oil emerges. After the girls cleaned the coconut flesh and treasures, they placed them into floating buckets. Currently, the main containers available were various floating items, crafted from discarded plastic, yet they served their purpose adequately. Lu Wei contemplated the necessity of crafting some pottery in the future, as it would greatly facilitate dining and storing items. Although floating buckets were convenient, they were inadequate for holding vegetables or soups. With the coconut flesh prepared, the next step was to mash it into smaller pieces, the finer, the better. Gulme, help me take off my socks, Lu Wei instructed Yang Xiaohu while seated on the ground, as his hands had not fully recovered, leaving him reliant on others for assistance. Yang Xiaohu approached without hesitation, loosening his shoelaces and inquiring, Why take off your socks? Are your feet tired? No. I need to stuff the coconut flesh in my socks and then pound it with a stick. This method makes it easier to crush, Lu Wei explained. Yang Xiaohu's eyes widened in surprise. Using socks? Are you sure the coconut oil will still be edible? Do you have any idea how foul your feet are? Lu Wei blinked innocently, countering, Why wouldn't it be edible? Besides, no matter how bad my feet smell, they are certainly not worse than yours. Unexpectedly, Yang Xiaohu did not react with anger to Lu Wei's words. Instead, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression resembling that of a heartbroken soul. Looking at Lu Wei with an air of vulnerability, the sorrow in her gaze was so profound that anyone who witnessed it would feel an involuntary pang of compassion. Lu Wei was taken aback, realizing that his casual jest had wielded unexpected emotional weight. Before he could offer an explanation, Yang Xiaohu spoke first. Even you think that of me? I could care less about what those detractors say, because I am acutely aware that they harbor disdain for me. No matter how I attempt to elucidate my position, they remain unconvinced. Numerous voices outside have branded me with the vile accusation of having foul feet. Can you comprehend the profound injury and indignity such a malicious slander inflicts upon a young woman? How could you treat me in this manner? Upon uttering these words, Yang Xiaohu's tears cascaded down her cheeks. Lu Wei, noticing her distress, was instantly flustered. Oh, please don't cry. I was merely jesting. Your feet do not smell at all. If anyone should know, it would be me. How do you know that? Yang Xiaohu, her head bowed, sniffled while a flicker of pride illuminated her eyes. Lu Wei hastily clarified. Did we not share a bed last night? Your feet rested upon my face, and I detected no odor whatsoever. In fact, they were quite fragrant. Really? Yang Xiaohu stifled a laugh, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Lu Wei, resembling a delicate flower weeping in the rain. Indeed, your toes nearly found their way into my mouth, Lu Wei replied earnestly, nodding with sincerity. The audience in the live stream, having overheard their exchange, began to chime in with their comments. Incredible. Lu Wei licked Queen Xiaohu's toes in the dead of night. I knew it. A man and woman sharing a bed for an entire night. Surely something must have transpired. What about Meina? Have you forgotten her? I don't care about anything else. I'm merely curious. Do Xiaohu's feet actually smell? Dude, your focus is quite peculiar. They surely do not. Queen Xiaohu is so beautiful. How could her feet smell? Even her excrement must be fragrant. Ugh, could you refrain from being so disgusting? It sounds as though you have first-hand experience. By the way, what do they do when they lack toilet paper in the wild? Engage in mutual licking? Get lost. That's revolting. However, if assistance is required, I am capable. Chinchichi needs, you should go. Haha, I don't want Chinchichi. Can we please stop discussing this? I'm trying to eat. Yang Xiaohu looked at Lu Wei with a pitiful expression. Then why did you just malign me? Lu Wei, sheepishly smiling, responded, I was only joking. I apologize. I truly apologize. Is saying sorry sufficient? Do you understand the magnitude of the harm such words inflict upon me? You must compensate me by proving that my feet do not smell. Aware of his fault, Lu Wei promptly agreed. All right, what must I do to assist you? Yang Xiaohu pondered for a moment before stating, when your hand is healed, you shall wash my feet. Upon hearing this request, Lu Wei immediately shook his head. That is unacceptable. It would compromise my dignity as a man. Please suggest an alternative. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu was on the verge of tears again. You simply do not wish to help me prove it. Woe is me. Many men wash their wives' feet, and others merely regard it as a display of affection. How could it be an affront to your dignity? Lu Wei, seeing her distress, felt overwhelmed. What was the matter with this vixen today? Why was she so prone to tears? Was the notion of having smelly feet truly so significant to her? Yet, it was understandable. As a female celebrity, being accused of having foul feet could indeed tarnish her image. However, being asked to wash Yang Xiaohu's feet was undeniably a daunting request. You mentioned that you were helping your wife, yet I am not your wife, Yang Xiaohu remarked, her eyes glistening with emotion as she gazed at Lu Wei. Well, I suppose I could assist you with the washing as well. Now we are even and your dignity remains intact. Lu Wei thought to himself that this arrangement was acceptable. I assist her, she assists me, and we are balanced, with no debts owed to one another. Merely a transaction that could also serve to debunk the rumors of her foot odor. Considering that Yang Xiaohu had been taking care of herself during this time, struggling with her injuries and suffering from sleepless nights and poor appetite, Lu Wei felt a pang of sympathy. All right then, he nodded. Yay! Yang Xiaohu exclaimed, bursting into joy and striking a victory pose, completely shedding her earlier tearful demeanor. Upon witnessing this, Lu Wei immediately realized he had been deceived. You tricked me? He exclaimed, feeling his intelligence insulted. Observing Yang Xiaohu's smug expression, Lu Wei felt a twinge of regret for having been outsmarted by this foolish woman. How could I have thought she was so easily brought to tears? It was all an act. I was the one who underestimated her, not the other way around. Yang Xiaohu, noticing his frustration, laughed triumphantly. How about that? My acting skills are quite impressive, aren't they? Lu Wei, still irritated, retorted, yes, your performance is indeed commendable. If only you applied your talents in a more appropriate manner, you wouldn't have earned the title of the queen of bad films. Instead of being offended, Yang Xiaohu merely smiled at him. Say what you will, but be prepared to wash this queen's feet. Ha ha. Hey, you need to wash his feet too. Mina chimed in from the side, her tone dripping with envy. In Chapter 50, titled Coconut Oil, a disgruntled Lu Wei found himself instructing a few girls on how to handle coconut meat. Meanwhile, Mina was secretly devising a scheme to persuade Lu Wei to wash her feet as well. Due to a collective protest, Lu Wei was compelled to abandon the idea of using socks as a filter, admitting that this task was beyond the tolerance of most people, save for a few. Ultimately, he removed the inner lining from his shirt sleeves to serve as a makeshift filter. He placed the coconut meat within the filter and carefully crushed it bit by bit. Be gentle and cautious. Do not damage the lining, as it will prove invaluable later, he advised. He wasn't particularly concerned about the fabric, having already torn it to bandage his wounds, and losing a couple of sleeves was inconsequential. What mattered was that the material was exceedingly fine and would serve as an excellent filtering mesh. With only 10 coconuts in total, it didn't take long to finish. After assessing the crushed coconut, Lu Wei transferred the contents into a container, added water, and stirred to achieve a thorough amalgamation. Soon enough, it transformed into a bucket of milky white liquid. He then filtered this mixture through the sleeve lining, which proved to be remarkably effective, yielding coconut milk free of any residue. After filtering, he was left with a bucket of pure coconut milk. Little Bai Xiaolu, a true foodie, gazed hungrily at the creamy liquid. Swallowing hard as it appeared quite delectable, Lu Wei nodded in agreement, affirming that it was indeed delicious and nutritious. If only it weren't so labor-intensive. It would make for an excellent breakfast, he mused. Although this item is high in calories and fat, it is precisely what they urgently need at this moment. While consuming it regularly may not be beneficial for health, it has now become a rare delicacy. So, may I have a taste? Just a little bite, Xiaolu asked, her face beaming with eagerness as she pinched her fingers to indicate a small amount. Lu Wei chuckled and replied, "Go ahead, everyone can have a bowl, and let us send a bowl each to Jinggu and the others." Working under the sweltering sun, everyone was quite fatigued, and this would serve as a perfect supplement. Upon hearing Lu Wei's consent, Bai Xiaolu nodded enthusiastically, flashing a big smile and thanking him. Without delay, she filled a bowl and began to drink. Delicious. It's sweet, with a hint of creaminess and the refreshing fragrance of coconut, better than milk. Once everyone had finished, Lu Wei instructed them to pour the remaining coconut juice into the pot and begin the cooking process. Slowly, they simmered the mixture, and soon enough, coconut oil began to emerge. The most crucial aspect of this step is the heat. One must be patient. Once the coconut juice reaches a boil, it is essential to reduce the heat to a gentle simmer. As the moisture evaporates, what remains will be coconut pulp and oil. Lu Wei guided the girls meticulously, explaining each step, as these tasks would eventually be entrusted to them. The girls listened intently, diligently following his instructions. After a little over 10 minutes, the coconut juice began to bubble vigorously. Lu Wei instructed them to immediately pull the firewood from the flames, leaving only a small portion to maintain a low heat. They stirred continuously to prevent the juice from sticking to the bottom of the pot. This process was lengthy. After more than an hour, the coconut juice had mostly evaporated, leaving behind some transparent oil and white fluffy remnants, the coconut oil and pulp. At this point, they could turn off the heat, allow the oil to cool slightly, and then filter out the pulp into a small bottle. After all that coconut juice, they had only managed to extract a quarter of a mineral water bottle of oil. Zhang Xiaolove gazed at the clear, pure coconut oil and lamented, "After all this effort, we only ended up with this little bit of oil. It's hardly enough for a few meals." Lu Wei chuckled, "This is quite a lot. We can make oil every couple of days. We won't have to worry about lacking oil for cooking or barbecuing." Meanwhile, Wu Jing and the others were watching the spectacle with curiosity. After a morning of strenuous labor, everyone was exhausted from the heat. Although Wu Jing felt he could continue, he was concerned about the others overheating. So he decided they should take a break until it cooled down. Initially skeptical about Lu Wei's ability to produce coconut oil in such a remote area, they were pleasantly surprised to see him succeed. Now they could look forward to enhanced flavors in their cooking. Wu Jing clapped Lu Wei on the shoulder, praising, "Impressive, brother. I didn't expect you could actually extract oil. You're quite knowledgeable." Lu Wei beamed with pride, responding, "Oh, Jinggu, you flatter me. I merely have a bit of knowledge. It's no big deal." Seeing Lu Wei's lack of modesty, Wu Jing could only shake his head with a smile. Amused by the young man's confidence, Lei Jiai licked his lips and proposed, "I've heard that coconut oil barbecue is particularly delightful. Let us give it a try." Chen Chichi immediately countered, "Stir-fried chives, stir-fried chives." Lei Jiai shot him a glance. "Are you deliberately opposing me?" Chen Chichi chuckled, "I'm not. I simply have a fondness for chives." Lei Jiai scoffed softly, muttering, "Indeed, you not only love them, but also excel at harvesting them." Although others did not hear this, Lu Wei caught every word, his expression turning peculiar. Those who understood, understood. Stir-fried chives will have to wait until dinner, as we are still missing one crucial ingredient. What ingredient? Chapter 51. Changes in the wound salt. It is impossible to prepare stir-fried dishes without salt. So this afternoon, we shall extract some from seawater, which we can use for cooking later. Extracting salt from seawater undoubtedly leaves harmful residues, and with their current conditions, they could not resolve this issue. They could only strive to purify it as much as possible, as a small amount of residue would not significantly impact their health. After all, they were not consuming salt as a meal. Consuming it in moderation would pose little risk. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Lei Jiai immediately replied, "I can do that. I particularly studied seawater salt extraction before coming here." Pumping added, "I learned it too from watching videos, though I'm not sure if it's correct." Lu Wei smiled and nodded. This process is not particularly challenging. It involves filtering, boiling, and filtering again. He too had seen it in videos from his previous life, including the extraction of coconut oil. "What shall we have for lunch?" Chen Chichi inquired, rubbing his stomach, hungry after working all morning. "Roasted conch or roasted sand crab? You choose one. We could also have wild vegetable soup." I'll opt for roasted conch then. Thus, they unanimously decided on roasted conch for lunch. Even though they had eaten it for 2 consecutive days and were somewhat weary of it, it was still far superior to wild vegetables. As for the sand crab, it was even less appealing than the conch, lacking in meat and having a tough shell. Due to Lu Wei's injury, it was best for him to avoid seafood, so he had coconut instead. After lunch, the group sought refuge under a tree to cool off. The afternoon sun was particularly intense, and without sunscreen, working outside would lead to sunburn. Isn, tia time to change your bandages? Asked Yang Xiaohu, Liing beside Lu Wei. Lu Wei nodded. Yes, we could do it tonight. Yang Xiaohu sat up, giving Lu Wei a sideways glance. What do you mean tonight? We can do it now. Wait for me while I fetch the supplies. With that, she stood and headed to the shelter for the medication. On the other side, Mena clenched her small fists, feeling frustrated. She wondered why she hadn't thought to assist Lu Wei with his bandages before that vixen did. A few men, including Wu Jing, sat nearby, exchanging glances and whispers directed at Lu Wei. Before long, Yang Xiaohu returned with the medicine and bandages, beginning to tend to Lu Wei's wound. As she unwrapped the bandages, everyone gathered around to observe the condition of Lu Wei's injury. Lu Wei's significance within the team was now unmistakable. Not only did he recognize wild vegetables, but he also possessed extensive knowledge of wilderness survival. For them, Lu Wei's contributions were even more vital than Jing Guo's. If Lu Wei's injury were to deteriorate, it would inevitably signal a countdown for their departure as well. Yang Xiaohu cautiously unwrapped the bandage, revealing the entire wound to the onlookers. A collective gasp escaped the lips of those who had never witnessed Lu Wei's injury before. A grotesque gash marred his palm, and although the wound had begun to close, the central blood scab mingled with flesh remained painfully visible. Wu Jing, who had seen the injury, gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What in the world?" His face reflected sheer incredulity, as if he had encountered a ghost. Observing Wu Jing's shocked expression, Yang Xiaohu, fearing the worst, hurriedly inquired, "Brother Jing, what's wrong? Is Lu Wei's condition worsening?" Upon hearing this, Mena grew anxious, exclaiming, "You refuse to withdraw, and now look, it's serious. Hurry up and seek treatment, don't delay." Bai Xiao Lu, gazing at Lu Wei's terrifying wound, expressed her concern. "Lu Wei, this injury is truly alarming. You should really get treated." Though Zhang Xiao AI remained silent, her worried gaze at Lu Wei's condition spoke volumes. Chen Qi, unable to contain himself, remarked, "This is too frightening. I heard from Brother Jing that it was serious, but I didn't expect it to be this severe." Lei Jiai nodded in agreement. Indeed, if it were me, I would have been crying to go home by now. As celebrities in the entertainment industry, they were unaccustomed to such horrifying injuries, and their concern for Lu Wei was palpable. Despite having spent only 3 days together, the isolation of their environment rendered emotions fragile and sensitive, leading to the rapid cultivation of deep bonds, whether of friendship or love. Lu Wei, witnessing the worry etched on their faces, felt a warmth spread within him and quickly reassured them, "Please don't fret. I'm already feeling much better. Look, there's no redness or inflammation, and no signs of infection. The wound is closing up, and in just a few days, it will heal completely." "Really?" Yang Xiao, who observed that the wound indeed appeared less alarming than the previous day, though disbelief lingered. "Absolutely. If you don't believe me, just ask Brother Jing." Wu Jing nodded, affirming, "Indeed, your wound is healing remarkably fast. At this rate, it will be completely healed in a week. Honestly, I was prepared for you to withdraw today. I didn't expect such a good recovery." Chapter 52. Finally, a normal person, Lu Wei mused to himself that he must be blessed, for how could his recovery not be swift? Yet he smiled and replied, "Haha, Brother Jing, didn't you say yesterday that this minor injury would heal by noon today? I still have a long way to go. You brat, you think this matter can just be brushed aside, don't you?" Wu Jing sighed in resignation, having been playfully teased by Lu Wei once again. However, Lu Wei's intent was not merely to jest at Wu Jing's expense, but rather to redirect everyone's attention. Having sustained such a grievous injury, merely disinfecting and bandaging it without stitches, yet healing at such an astonishing pace, seemed almost unnatural. Fortunately, he had not allowed the wound to heal completely the previous night. Otherwise, it would have been even more difficult to explain. Lu Wei resolved that this would be the last occasion he would expose his wound before the camera. Soon, he would apply some ointment to expedite the healing process. Although the pain had subsided considerably, any inadvertent contact still stung. He was eager to recover swiftly and avoid further suffering. After a few days, he planned to unbind the bandage, as it would be reasonable for the wound to have healed by then. Upon hearing Wu Jing mention that Lu Wei's wound was healing well, Yang Xiaohu finally felt a sense of relief. She applied some antiseptic to the wound and rewrapped it with fresh bandages. "Does it still hurt?" she asked, her gaze filled with concern. Lu Wei smiled and shook his head, indicating that the pain had dissipated. Beside them, Bai Xiaolu expressed her worry. "Such a large wound is bound to leave a scar, right?" Wu Jing nodded, affirming that scarring was inevitable, but reassured them that since it was on the palm, it wouldn't be very conspicuous and wouldn't hinder anything. He advised caution, emphasizing the importance of keeping the palm flat during healing, even if it was painful, lest it result in a permanently curled hand. Lu Wei nodded appreciatively, thanking Jing for the reminder, acknowledging he had overlooked that aspect. He realized he needed to be mindful during the healing process. Otherwise, he risked a permanently deformed palm, which would be unfortunate. Wu Jing patted Lu Wei's shoulder and said, "Take good care of yourself. We're off to gather seafood." The tide would recede around 3 p.m., making it the perfect time for foraging. Though the weather remained sweltering, they had no choice but to go. Their primary source of sustenance relied on gathering seafood. After preparing, they set off under the blazing sun. Lu Wei had wanted to assist, but everyone was concerned his wound might come into contact with seawater, and they firmly insisted he stay behind. Thus, he found himself alone in the shelter. Once they had departed, Lu Wei accessed the system, ready to allocate points. Host, Lu Wei age, 25 strength, 41 constitution, 46 agility, 50 mentality, 57 skills, singing, level 3, dance, level 4, acting, level 4, culinary arts, level 1. Weaving, level 1, special skill, plan identification, no level, popularity. 3, 765, 888 lottery. Not yet available marketplace. Not yet available character affection level. Not yet available. Upon opening the system, Lu Wei first examined his attributes. Due to the enhancement from his constitution, his strength increased by 3 points, agility by 2 points, and even his mentality rose by 1 point. It appeared his hypothesis was correct. Physical attributes were interconnected. An increase in constitution inevitably led to a rise in strength. It seemed he had uncovered a flaw within the system. He hoped the system would remain sluggish, allowing him to accumulate points until reaching 100 before making any modifications. To think such an advanced system could possess vulnerabilities, it was quite unexpected. Could it truly be inferior to some of the subpar games created by humans today? Regardless, he decided to let it be. The benefits were his to reap, and the system lacked any conversational capabilities, rendering it utterly unresponsive. How unfortunate, he chuckled to himself. Lu Wei first allocated 4 points to his constitution, elevating it to 50 points, just 10 points shy of achieving a state of normalcy. Lu Wei suppressed the excitement surging within him and temporarily halted his point allocation, not due to a lack of desire to continue, but because 4 points had already reached his limit. His body had been entirely depleted, to the extent that even his intestines felt vacant. Continuing to add points would likely lead to the consumption of his body's fat and energy reserves, which he could ill afford to expend in this desolate wilderness. Enduring the gnawing hunger in his belly, Lu Wei first turned off the camera that had been following him. He then picked up an axe position nearby and exited the shelter. The 4 points he had just allocated had significantly healed the wounds on his hands, enabling him to undertake light tasks. Lu Wei approached a nearby coconut grove, where he procured several mature coconuts and coconut treasures, swiftly hacking them open with his axe. He quickly drank the coconut water and devoured the flesh, alleviating his hunger to some extent. Subsequently, he settled down not far from the coconut trees, consuming his meal while continuing to allocate points, his hand injuries healing rapidly in the process. Initially cautious with his strength, his speed in chopping coconuts was quite slow. However, as his wounds mostly healed, Lu Wei no longer held back, vigorously chopping away in the grove. Nonetheless, the energy provided by the coconuts was finite. After more than an hour of relentless effort, he had only managed to add 15 points to his constitution. With the 4 points he had just added, his total constitution had now reached 65 points. At last, he had surpassed the average level of physical fitness, and Lu Wei felt the newfound strength coursing through his body, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. Finally, he needn't worry about collapsing at any moment. Chapter 53. The Wolfish Woman. Do not underestimate this barely passing constitution. In today's society, aside from those engaged in athletic professions, the majority of individuals do not meet the standard. Many live in a state of suboptimal health, with only a few reaching the benchmark. Take for instance the 5 men on the island. Chun Chi undoubtedly falls short of the mark. Lei Jai likely lags behind as well. Only Peng Peng, buoyed by youth, maintains a somewhat better constitution. As for Wu Jing, he is certainly above the threshold. Lu Wei's previous state is a tale unto itself. Half of the men do not meet the standard, let alone the several women, who are even further from it. This clearly illustrates that attaining a satisfactory level of constitution is no easy feat. Gazing at the coconut shells scattered on the ground, Lu Wei found them increasingly difficult to swallow. Checking the time, he noted that an hour had elapsed. Being absent from the camera for such a duration was pushing the limits. Even a trip to the restroom could not justify such a lengthy absence. And if he lingered any longer, the production team might grow anxious. After all, if a contestant were to disappear for so long, it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he decided to conclude today's point allocation and would address it again when the opportunity arose. To avoid raising suspicion, Lu Wei gathered several coconuts, activated the camera, and emerged from the coconut grove. Upon his reappearance in the live stream, the audience erupted in playful banter. Damn it, Lu Wei. So you were just hunting for coconuts. I thought you had vanished. I was half convinced he had gone off to relieve himself and got swept away by the river. He probably finished his business and forgot to turn the camera back on while searching for coconuts. Are those coconuts even edible? It matters not, for the coconut is encased in its shell. Speaking of which, given the severity of his hand injury, how does he manage to attend to his personal hygiene? This indeed poses a thought-provoking question. But what a trivial contemplation. Are you all perverse, pondering how a grown man handles such matters? Greetings, fellow eccentrics. I am a newly arrived oddity. When Lu Wei returned to the refuge, cradling the coconut, he serendipitously encountered Yang Xiaohu and Meina, who were in search of him. Upon seeing Lu Wei with the coconut, they rushed forward to take it from him, chiding, "How irresponsible can you be? At your age, why can't you refrain from causing us worry? Your injury, isn't fully healed, and yet you gallivant about? Stay put and recuperate." Yang Xiaohu's incessant scolding resembled that of a concerned mother, her words flowing like a continuous stream. Yet, Lu Wei felt no irritation. Instead, warmth enveloped his heart. It is only those who genuinely care for you that admonish you. Otherwise, they might remain indifferent, perhaps even encouraging reckless behavior. Meina too donned the guise of a little housekeeper, muttering, "Indeed, we could have easily fetched these few coconuts ourselves. Was your presence truly necessary? What if you aggravate your wounds? And wielding an axe? Are you planning to chop down trees?" Lu Wei, bemused and amused, promptly acknowledged his misstep. All right, it's all my fault. I merely wished to alleviate your thirst by procuring some coconuts for you." Upon hearing Lu Wei's concern, Meina's lips curled into a faint smile. "Once your injury heals, you may resume your caring ways. For now, your sole task is to recuperate, understood?" "Understood," he replied. "Now come, enjoy some coconut water. It must be sweltering. Indeed, it is rather hot. I feel as though I am on the verge of being sun-kissed. Alas, with the daily sea breeze and relentless sun, I wonder if I will emerge as an African in 3 months." Meina's face clouded with worry. Yang Xiaohu, resonating with her sentiment, exclaimed, "I can scarcely bear to think about what I will resemble in 3 months. The mere thought is frightening, while turning darker is inevitable. I possess a means to mitigate your tans," Lu Wei announced with an enigmatic smile. The 2 women's eyes sparkled with intrigue, their gazes fixed upon him, as if seeking to peer into his very soul. "What is this method? Pray enlighten us." Lu Wei, feeling a shiver under their ravenous stares, hastily replied, "Revealing it now would be futile. My hand is still injured, and I cannot assist in its creation." Yang Xiaohu frowned. "You can tell us, and we shall create it ourselves." "That is not feasible. This requires a specific item from the sea, and only I can procure it through diving. Informing you would be of no use." Upon hearing Lu Wei mention diving, their expressions fell into disappointment. "How vexing. If you cannot produce it, then we shan't linger. We are off to the shore. You must remain here and not wander again. If you do, we shall bind you." With that, the 2 women turned and departed, leaving Lu Wei in a state of amusement, pondering the peculiar dynamics of their relationship. Seated on the ground, Lu Wei contemplated for a moment before returning to the coconut grove, this time not in search of coconuts, but rather to gather several fronds from the coconut palm. He meticulously tore the leaflets from the fronds and began to weave, with a deft skill in weaving. It took but a moment for a petite green sun hat to take shape in his hands. Gazing at his creation, Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction. Though the hue might be deemed inauspicious, its sun-blocking efficacy was undeniable. He was certain the young ladies would not mind. Before long, for hats were completed. Had it not been for the need to conceal his recovering hand, Lu Wei could have crafted them even more swiftly. Clutching the woven hats, he hurried to the beach to present them to a few girls. As for the gentlemen, what need had they for sun protection? A darker complexion was deemed healthier. Chapter 54. The Seawater Filter. Wow. Brother Lu Wei, did you make this? Exclaimed by Xiaolu. Your hands are incredibly skilled. It's beautiful. She bore no disdain for the little green hat. In fact, she adored it and promptly placed it atop her head. Under the blazing sun, which scorched the skin, having any shade was a blessing. Who cared about its color? After receiving the hat from Lu Wei, Zhang Xiaolov beamed at him, saying, "Thank you, Brother Lu Wei. Is your hand okay after weaving this hat?" "It's fine. Quickly put it on. You don't want to harm your skin," he urged. "All right." When the hat reached Yang Xiao, she looked at Lu Wei with a sarcastic smirk. "Oh, so you know how to charm ladies, huh? How come I never noticed this talent of yours before?" Lu Wei shot her a glance, placing the hat on her head before turning away. Yang Xiao glared at him, her mind cursing, this rascal, always attracting attention from the opposite sex, and with such serious injuries, he can't just take it easy. In contrast to Yang Xiaohu's sarcasm, Meina was much more amiable, cheerfully requesting Lu Wei to assist her in putting on the hat, her face adorned with a sweet smile, almost as if she wished to bestow a grateful kiss upon him. However, the presence of the live stream made her hesitant, and Lu Wei had yet to respond positively to her overtures, making such an act seem inappropriate. After delivering hats to the girls, Lu Wei began to head back, only to be called by Chun Chi-Chi. "Hey buddy, they all have hats now, what about us?" Without turning around, Lu Wei replied, "Just wait a bit longer." As they anticipated that Lu Wei would soon craft hats for them, he continued, "Just wait until the sun sets. It won't be so harsh then." "Damn, this heartless guy," Chun Chi-Chi grumbled, his expression one of deep frustration. The audience in the live stream erupted into lively discussion regarding Lu Wei's actions. "Huh, he cracked me up. I thought Lu Wei was going to make hats for them soon, but then he took an unexpected turn that nearly threw my back out." Chun Chi-Chi's expression was priceless. Haha. Honestly, Lu Wei's craftsmanship is quite impressive. Lu Wei is such a fool. His injuries are severe, yet he still insists on weaving sun hats for the girls. That's not foolishness, that's warmth. How delightful it would be if Lu Wei crafted a hat for me. He's a warm-hearted guy, but I see him more as a scoundrel. He flirts with every girl. How is that not being a rogue? Is gifting a sun hat flirting? Is he supposed to watch the girls get sunburned? Why doesn't he make hats for the guys? Are men less afraid of the sun than women? What's wrong with caring for the girls? Isn't that natural? If it were to be given to the man first, would that not be peculiar? Gender equality dictates that there should be no preferential treatment based on gender. Why should it always be the woman who is prioritized? It is indeed amusing how some women advocate for equality, yet invoke the notion of chivalry when it suits them. This double standard is quite evident. If we truly espouse gender equality, then why should the woman not receive precedence? Does offering the man precedence equate to true equality? The online discourse erupted with fervor, as discussions surrounding this topic invariably lead to heated debates. We find ourselves in an era marked by extreme self-interest. Individuals are relentlessly vying for their own advantages. When faced with the opportunity to yield, the immediate thought is often, why should I concede? Such a mindset, inundated by a deluge of online information, has morphed into a form of political correctness. The digital realm is a peculiar place. It is often said that humanity governs the internet, yet, in reality, it is the internet that governs the majority of humanity. The hyper-developed and convenient network, filled with fragmented information, has transformed many into slaves of the information tide. People have become irritable, restless, and despondent, unwilling to reflect or entertain dissenting viewpoints. When confronted with content they disapprove of, regardless of the truth, they swiftly resort to insults and vitriol. Yet, those who inflict such harm upon others often find that it brings little satisfaction, leading to further frustration and anguish. The most terrifying aspect is their unawareness of the source of this suffering and who has inflicted it upon them. They remain oblivious, consumed by meaningless videos and trivial information fed to them by algorithms, drifting through life in a state of confusion. Even online literature has succumbed to a dark trend, offering a perverse sense of satisfaction through revenge. Human nature is becoming increasingly selfish. Heroes are no longer revered, but rather seen as foolish, and kindness is met with scorn rather than acclaim. Of course, none of this bears any relation to Lu Wei, as he cannot alter the disposition of others. Upon returning to the shelter, Lu Wei first fashioned a seawater filter, intending to extract some salt from the seawater. He procured a large beverage bottle, cut off the bottom, and placed some clothing lining at the neck as a filter. He layered crushed charcoal atop the lining, followed by a layer of wood ash, and finally a layer of fine sand from the riverbed. Thus, a 4-layer seawater filter was crafted. By inverting the bottle and pouring seawater into the bottom, the purified water would flow from the mouth of the bottle, effectively filtering out most impurities. Chapter 55. A dispute between two women once the filter was complete. Lu Wei found a suitable spot to hang it and proceeded to pour seawater into the filter, allowing it to filter slowly without further attention. After completing the filter, he took palm leaves to continue weaving hats intended for the men. Although by the time he finished weaving the tide had risen, making it impossible to gather sea resources, the hats could still serve a useful purpose. Wu Jing, observing Lu Wei weaving the straw hats, expressed concern for his injuries and advised, "Brother, we robust men do not require such things. A little sun exposure is healthier. Do take care not to exacerbate your hand." Lu Wei chuckled nonchalantly, assuring that it was nothing to worry about. It required no effort, and getting sunburned was the real concern. Rest assured, it will be over soon. Hearing this, Wu Jing smiled and ceased his persuasion, redirecting his gaze toward Yang Xiaohu. "I can't dissuade him. It's up to you." Yang Xiaohu's cheeks flushed as she shot Lu Wei a sideways glance. "I can't manage him. If I keep at it, he'll surely find me bothersome." Lu Wei, keenly aware of the sarcasm in Yang Xiaohu's words, felt it was imperative to grant her some respect at that moment. He was not one to be ungrateful. He was fully cognizant of Yang Xiaohu's kindness toward him. Thus, he set his straw hat aside and remarked, "I just remembered. We haven't boiled our salt yet. I shall go and do that." Yang Xiaohu, pleased with Lu Wei's compliance, smiled and rose, saying, "Let me assist you." "No need. You've worked hard all afternoon. Please, rest well. I can manage it myself." "It's fine. You have an injury, so it's better if you refrain from exerting yourself." The two exchanged polite refusals, eliciting eye rolls from the onlookers. Seeing that Yang Xiaohu was insistent on helping, Lu Wei relented, for he was currently portraying the role of the injured party. He directed Yang Xiaohu to pour the filtered seawater into the pot, commencing the salt-making process. Once the seawater boiled down to the pot's bottom and the sea salt began to crystallize, they would filter it once more. At this juncture, the salt had already formed, leaving a layer of pale yellow liquid on the surface, known as brine, which was bitter and toxic and could not be consumed directly. After filtering out this liquid, what remained was the salt. Although some impurities persisted, they did not hinder its edibility, as long as it was not consumed excessively over long periods. It posed no significant risk. A few months of moderate consumption would not be detrimental. Observing the pot filled with pristine, white sea salt, several nearby girls began chattering excitedly. "Can this salt be eaten? It doesn't seem too difficult to make." Lu Wei laughed heartily and, glancing at Bai Xiao Lu, said, "All right then, from now on, the task of boiling salt will be entrusted to you." Bai Xiao Lu was taken aback. She had merely been joking and never anticipated that Lu Wei would actually assign her the task. Yet, she could not back down at this moment. Standing tall, she declared, "If you entrust it to me, I assure you I won't falter. It's quite simple. Good, I have faith in you." Lu Wei praised Bai Xiao Lu and then began instructing Zhang Xiao AI on preparing dinner for the evening. First, they blanched the sea conchs, clams, and oysters collected during the day, extracting the meat from within. Then, they stir-fried these seafood delicacies with chives, for seafood itself was an excellent seasoning. As long as there was salt and oil, the dish would turn out splendidly. Half an hour later, as dusk fell, a large pot of seafood stir-fried with chives was ready. The aroma was enticing, and those who had feasted on grilled conchs for several days could hardly contain their drool. Each person served themselves a generous bowl, savoring it with coconut juice. Delicious. Xiao Ai's culinary skills are truly remarkable. Bai Xiao Lu exclaimed with a radiant smile. Xiao Ai humbly replied, "Oh no, I hardly did anything. All the credit goes to Lu Wei." Lu Wei also praised, attributing the commendable performance to innate talent and earnest effort, asserting that otherwise, he would have been unable to teach her effectively. "You performed splendidly for the first time. You will undoubtedly become a remarkable chef in the future." Just as he finished speaking, he felt the chopsticks feeding him jab sharply into his tongue, nearly causing him to gag. Turning to glance at Yang Xiaohu, he found her smiling apologetically. "I am truly sorry. Did I hurt you with my clumsiness?" She continued, "Here I am, feeding you, and you're flirting with another girl as if I don't exist." Observing her unabashed demeanor, Lu Wei felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and muttered, "Perhaps I should just feed myself." "No worries, your hands are mobile. Allow me to continue feeding you," Yang Xiaohu insisted, unceremoniously lifting another piece of food to his lips. For some inexplicable reason, Lu Wei found the dish slightly sour. Meanwhile, Mena seized the opportunity to suggest, "Sister Xiaohu, why don't you eat first? I can feed him instead." Yang Xiaohu's eyes sparkled as she firmly replied, "No, you eat first. I can feed him just as well." A flicker of frustration crossed Mena's face. She vowed to outpace that vixen during the next meal. Chapter 56 Gurgle. Membership required to view. Wu Jing and the others observed the subtle rivalry between the two women, with Lu Wei caught in the middle, struggling to suppress their laughter. Chun Chi-Chi, stifling her chuckles, remarked, "This dish is truly delicious. After days without vegetables, it feels like an eternity." Peng Peng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it would be perfect if there were a staple." Lei Jia, with a touch of resignation, lamented, "Do not even think about staples. We want to have a chance to enjoy them for the next 3 months." In this desolate wilderness, their diet consisted of seafood and wild vegetables. And if luck smiled upon them, they might even hunt for meat. However, the prospect of staples seemed utterly bleak. The thought of 3 months without staples cast a pall over their spirits. Humanity, having evolved over countless ages, has grown accustomed to carbohydrates, an instinct embedded deep within their genes. The absence of them for an extended period would incite profound cravings, especially after 99 days without staples. Just as despair began to settle in, Lu Wei smiled slightly and said, "If you wish for staples, opportunities do exist." Lu Wei, good, do you have a plan? Bai Xiaolu inquired eagerly. The others gazed at Lu Wei with anticipation, waiting for his elaboration. Lu Wei nodded. "There are numerous plants in the wild from which starch can be extracted. While it may not be as palatable as flour, it can serve as a makeshift staple. Furthermore, have you forgotten about the upcoming cultural performance in a few days? If we manage to win the competition, we can exchange for supplies, and then we can procure rice and flour for our meals." At his words, the group collectively remembered, "Indeed, we have a cultural competition to prepare for. We haven't even finalized our performance yet. Since we have some time now, let us discuss our plans," Yang Xiaohu proposed. Wu Jing nodded in agreement. "Yes. Let us deliberate. How are Mena's ethnic dance, Chi-Chi's singing, and Lu Wei's song and dance preparations coming along?" As soon as the topic of ethnic dance arose, Mena instinctively glanced at Lu Wei. She vividly recalled his previous comments. He had expressed a desire to witness ethnic dances devoid of clothing. Hanavi, a flush crept onto Mena's cheeks, revealing the imaginative prowess of women, a realm where men often find themselves overshadowed. Chun Chi-Chi, with a smug expression, proclaimed that preparation was unnecessary, as he could simply improvise. Blushing, Mena replied, "I am fine with that too." Lu Wei pondered for a moment before asserting that he had no objections either. He resolved to draw a prize that evening, hoping to acquire skills related to singing and dancing. If that proved futile, he would enhance his singing abilities with popularity points. "Very well. I shall grant you an additional day. Tomorrow evening, we will host a modest team performance, selecting 2 acts to enter the competition." After finalizing their plans, they prepared for sleep, as they needed to rise around 4 a.m. for low tide to gather seafood. With 9 individuals to feed, their daily food consumption was considerable. Typically, a single gathering would suffice for 1 meal, making it nearly impossible to store provisions. Lu Wei lamented the lack of sufficient food, unless he ventured out to hunt stealthily. Although they had some dried conch meat, small dried fish, and kelp, those were emergency rations to be reserved for dire situations. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, These reserves would be crucial for survival. Furthermore, the daily labor of building shelters had left everyone utterly exhausted, with little opportunity to forage for food. Gathering seafood remained their primary source of sustenance, an endeavor they could not forsake. "Follow me. I have something to discuss with you," Meina whispered as Lu Wei was about to retreat for rest. After speaking, she led the way outside, while Lu Wei raised an eyebrow, hesitating for a moment before following her, his mind racing with curiosity about her intentions. What could she possibly want at such a late hour? Was she planning something sinister while he was vulnerable? In the live stream, viewers commented, "Look, look." Meina has called Lu Wei aside. Yes. They've gone into the small grove. What could they be up to? Of course, what else would lead them there? I barely understood the conversation between the two upstairs. Someone lamented, "Oh no, I don't want to be betrayed." Meina, my dear, you lecherous old souls. Perhaps they merely have something to discuss. Wait, why is the feed cut out? What is happening? Both their screens have vanished. Is the signal weak? Is the production team incompetent? Idiot. They must have turned off the feed intentionally to prevent us from watching. They claim there's nothing wrong. Then why the need to cut the feed? I protest. The production team must restore the feed immediately. I'll even pay for a membership if needed. I propose they should lose the right to disable the feed in crucial moments like this. Who can tolerate such interruptions? Ugh, I was all set to watch. And now this? It was not only the audience that found it intolerable. The production team felt the same, yet regrettably, they lacked the authority to restore the feed. Only after a certain period of time does the production team have the authority to forcibly restore the footage, a measure taken for the safety of the survivors. At this moment, Lu Wei, gazing at Meina before him, felt an inexplicable itch in his nose. Chapter 57. A secret meeting under the moonlight ahem. Meina, don't go any further. This is far enough. Lu Wei called out to Meina, who was obliviously straying from the faintly glowing shelter. Continuing down this path might lead to getting lost. Meina, who had been feeling anxious, was unaware of how far she had wandered until Lu Wei's voice broke her reverie. She looked up, startled to realize how far she had ventured into the dark and secluded area. The pitch-black surroundings heightened her anxiety. Oh dear, how did I stray so far? With no one around, what if something were to happen? Would her cries for help go unanswered? What if Lu Wei suddenly succumbed to his primal instincts? How could she resist? Surely, her strength paled in comparison to his. If resistance was futile, what name would she give a child? How about Luna? But what if it were a boy? Lu Wei watched Meina, who stood frozen in place, perplexed by her actions. Why had she summoned him only to stand there in a daze? Bathed in the moonlight, he could barely discern her silhouette. Yet he could not see the fluctuating expressions of joy and sorrow on her face. It was unwise to linger, so he directly inquired, Meina, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Yes, there's something, Meina stammered, snapping back to reality, her cheeks flushed. What is it? You may speak. This girl, so flustered, could it be that she intended to confess her feelings? Was it too soon for such declarations? Could you please turn off the camera? Meina whispered. Lu Wei thought to himself. As expected, she truly was about to confess her feelings, yet she feared the audience would bear witness. Sigh. It seems that being too handsome inevitably attracts attention from women. What a bother. He switched off the camera and said, all right, it's done. Now, what is it you wish to say? He contemplated how to gently decline her advances, as he had many girls who required care, given his capabilities. Meina hesitated before finally saying, I was hoping you could help me with something. Help? What is it? Lu Wei asked, taken aback. I would like to dance for you and seek your guidance, she replied, her face flushed under the night sky. Upon hearing her request, Lu Wei felt perplexed. You want me to guide you? But I am not well-versed in folk dance. But you can dance. You are a professional, after all. That must surely be better than my amateur attempts. Lu Wei nodded, acknowledging her point. After all, he had debuted as an idol. While his singing might be mediocre, he did possess some formal training in dance. Moreover, having seen numerous talented dancers on short videos in his previous life, he thought he could offer her some pointers. Very well, as long as you do not mind, I shall give it a try. Okay, I will begin now. All right. With that, Meina began to dance upon the sandy shore. Under the radiant moonlight, a graceful beauty twirled, creating a truly enchanting spectacle. Her slender and graceful figure, soft and enchanting, captivated Lu Wei for the first time. This posture, if utilized in such a manner, was simply unacceptable, too excessive. A few minutes later, Mena paused, slightly breathless, and inquired, "How is it?" Hearing her words, Lu Wei regained his composure and hurriedly replied, "Ah, yes, yes, it was splendid, like a startled swan or a gliding dragon, as if witnessing a celestial maiden dancing beneath the moonlight." Upon reflection, Lu Wei realized he was ill-equipped to offer constructive criticism. The differences between folk dance and modern dance were too vast. The idea of merging the two was beyond his current novice capabilities. Mena, flattered by Lu Wei's praise, felt a warmth in her heart, her eyes sparkling with joy, though she playfully remarked, "I asked you to point out flaws, not to compliment me." Lu Wei shrugged. "But I truly can't find any faults. It all seems perfect to me." Her smile broadened, yet she was aware of her own limitations. Knowing she was not a professional dancer and had many areas for improvement. "You must identify some issues for me. Otherwise, how will I progress?" Pondering for a moment, Lu Wei considered whether to elevate his own dance level. Currently, it was at level 4, and to advance to level 5, he would need 40,000 popularity points, which, while not an insurmountable amount, still felt painful to squander. Dance held little value for him at this moment. Enhancing it seemed a mere waste. Isn't it just about helping her find a few shortcomings? Surely I can manage that. Could you perform it once more? It was too dark to see clearly before. Mena, trusting his words, complied and resumed her dance. This time, Lu Wei set aside his distractions and began to scrutinize meticulously. Your leg isn't lifted high enough. Your hips lack prominence, and your chest isn't sufficiently accentuated. Alas, given Mena's figure, there was little to accentuate. Soon, Mena finished, panting as she looked at Lu Wei. "What about now? Did you notice any issues?" Lu Wei feigned contemplation before stating, "I believe the most significant flaw lies in your attire. It does not complement the dance, detracting from its beauty." Mena glanced down at her windbreaker, realizing it indeed was somewhat obstructive. After a moment's hesitation, as if making a momentous decision, she asked, "Shall I remove it to dance?" Lu Wei was taken aback. Chapter 58, Beastly. How dare he? Ultimately, Lu Wei did not witness the indigenous dance without clothing. For before he could express his curiosity, Mena suddenly dashed away. Lu Wei shook his head in exasperation. It was utterly unreasonable. She flirted and then fled, displaying a complete lack of responsibility. "You could at least escort me back. I am injured, and in this darkness, what if I worsen my wounds?" After a considerable time, Lu Wei finally made his way back to the shelter, navigating through the shadows. Upon entering, he found everyone casting him odd looks, several girls glaring at him with indignation. In a corner sat Mena, her face flushed, head lowered, with beads of perspiration at her temples, resembling a shy bride in distress. Lu Wei internally exclaimed, "What on earth? This woman, devoid of any sense of honor, has falsely accused me." If one were to assert that Mena acted without intent, Lu Wei would never believe it. "For you must listen to my words. It is not as you presume," as Lu Wei wishes to clarify. However, Bai Xiaolu offers him no opportunity, immediately pointing at Lu Wei with a look of disdain, rebuking him with words of disappointment. "I never imagined you could be such a person. How could you act in this manner? I even referred to you as Brother Lu Wei. You have truly let me down." I did nothing. I haven't done anything at all." Wu Jing shook his head, sighing, "Lu Wei, ever since Bird's sister withdrew, I believed you to be the new hope of our team. I never expected you to commit such an act. Do you have any regard for the team or for Bird's sister?" What does this have to do with Bird's sister? I saved her life. What do I owe her?" Chen Qiqi gazed at Lu Wei with profound disappointment, stating, "It is easy to paint a tiger's skin, but difficult to depict its bones. By behaving this way, whom do you truly honor?" Yang Xiaohu also regarded Lu Wei with a complex expression, her eyes reflecting both anger and sorrow. "Bah, you are less than a beast. How could you resort to such cruelty? If you could not contain yourself, could you not seek assistance?" Yang Xiaohu abruptly ceased her words, turning to see the peculiar gazes of others upon her, causing her cheeks to redden. Lei Jia, filled with indignation, pointed at Lu Wei, struggling to articulate his thoughts, ultimately concluding with, "I disdain you." Peng Peng and Xiao Ai twitched their lips but remained silent. Observing this scene, the audience in the live stream erupted in a frenzy. Goodness, could it truly be? Did Lu Wei actually have nefarious intentions toward Mena? Surely, in such a public setting, how could he commit such an act? Look at Mena's appearance. Drenched in sweat, disheveled, her face flushed. Even if he failed, something must have transpired. I refuse to believe it. Lu Wei is so handsome. How could he possibly engage in such behavior? Huh. Handsome men come with their share of scoundrels. These pretty boys often harbor the worst intentions. This is inhumane. How dare he? I call upon the production team to expel Lu Wei and replace him. This is bordering on criminal behavior. Why is the production team hesitating? Oh dear, why did Mana turn off the camera? Now, evidence will be difficult to procure. Exactly. And how could she go out alone with such a scoundrel? What a grave risk. Mana has been so careless. How could Lu Wei, this beast, dare? If memory serves, it was Mana who called Lu Wei out first, correct? I sensed something amiss. Could it be that Mana is setting Lu Wei up? After all, Lu Wei's hand is severely injured, not to mention forcing Mana. Even if she consented, he wouldn't be capable. Rumors will spread. Mana took the initiative. Lu Wei is incapacitated. Rumors will circulate. Mana actively pressed Lu Wei down, yet Lu Wei remains unable. Rumors will propagate. Mana and Lu Wei ventured into the thicket, Lu Wei incapacitated, while Mana is beside herself. Really, what a collection of fools you all are. Lu Wei's live stream descended into chaos, with voices clashing in disarray. In stark contrast, audiences in the live streams of other celebrities found themselves enveloped in a sea of merriment. Particularly, the sight of Lu Wei's expression of indignation after being unjustly accused by the crowd was a source of great amusement for them, for they had witnessed the truth of the matter unfold. Just a short while ago, Lu Wei and Mana were outside. Meanwhile, everyone in the shelter engaged in casual conversation. Wu Jing glanced around, noticing the absence of Mana and Lu Wei, and inquired about their whereabouts. Who knows? After dinner, Mana just whisked Lu Wei away, Yang Xiaohu remarked, a hint of jealousy lacing her tone. Internally, she seethed with envy, recalling how she had always held the upper hand in her previous encounters with Mana, which filled her with a sense of pride. That little girl thinks she can steal my man. She still has a long way to go. However, to her surprise, this evening, Mana had successfully outmaneuvered her, leaving her quite frustrated. She chastised herself for being careless, pondering why she hadn't anticipated such a tactic. Nevertheless, since Mana had already taken Lu Wei away, it would have been inappropriate for her to pursue them at that moment. Yet, she resolved that if the two did not return soon, she would certainly investigate. The tower being captured was inconsequential, but the crystal must be safeguarded. Wu Jing noticed Yang Xiaohu's unusual demeanor and silently cursed herself for meddling in their affairs. It was getting late. Surely they would return soon. Just then, Mana hurried back, breathless. After dancing for a while and then running that distance, her face flushed, a sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead, and her clothes and hair somewhat disheveled. She appeared rather disconcerted. However, to the others, Mana's state raised suspicions. Mana, what happened to you? Yang Xiaohu exclaimed, alarmed at Mana's appearance. Could it be that the crystal had indeed been stolen? Given Mana's condition, it seemed not only had the crystal been taken, but perhaps even the spring water was gone as well. Mana, upon hearing Yang Xiaohu's question, felt momentarily dazed and replied, nothing much. Yet, her bewildered expression only intensified the group's suspicions. How could they even broach such a subject? They exchanged glances, unsure of how to speak, while others hesitated by Xiaolu, blissfully unaware of the subtleties, bluntly asked, if nothing else wrong, then why do you look so disheveled? Did Lu Wei bully you? Huh? No, why would he bully me? Mana replied, momentarily taken aback. I meant that kind of bullying, Bai Xiaolu said with a knowing look. Realizing the implication, Mana's face flushed crimson, and she retorted, you silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting? I was just running back. If he is not bullying you, then why were you running? Bai Xiaolu questioned, her expression filled with skepticism. Upon hearing this, not only did Mana find it intolerable, but even Yang Xiaohu felt uneasy. It was still early, and a live broadcast had not yet concluded. Such statements could potentially tarnish Lu Wei's reputation. Lulu, don't say such things, we're live. Mana exclaimed, exasperated. I swear, it's not what you think. I approach him solely to ask for assistance. With this, the crowd ceased their doubts, for even if the two were overwhelmed by temptation, they would not act in such an outrageous manner at this juncture. Furthermore, Lu Wei was still nursing an injury. However, at that moment, Bai Xiaolu concocted another scheme, mischievously suggesting, why don't we give Lu Wei a fright? How do we frighten him? As Bai Xiaolu unveiled her plan, the others listened with keen interest. The audience in their live stream also caught wind of Xiaolu's idea and erupted in laughter. I was startled when Mena returned, based on her appearance. I truly thought Lu Wei had dealt with her. How do you know that isn't the case? Perhaps Mena was lying. That can't be right. It's only been less than half an hour. There isn't enough time. That can only mean Lu Wei is quite the quick draw. Could you all refrain from being so twisted? I feel completely out of place with you. Ha ha. I didn't expect Lulu to be so mischievous. If Lu Wei finds out, he surely let it slide. Once Lu Wei learns the truth, he'll probably curse us. Lu Wei is too unfortunate. I suspect he'll feel quite wrong soon. He deserves it. Who told him to be such a flirt? You lot are wicked for pranking my husband. But I must admit, I enjoy it. Look, Lu Wei is back. As they were discussing, Lu Wei walked into the room. Upon his entrance, everyone fell silent, regarding him with peculiar glances. Then, the instigator by Xiaolu took the lead in launching an onslaught of accusations against him. Faced with their approaches, Lu Wei was infuriated, his composure nearly unraveling. If this were to be substantiated, he would truly be beyond redemption. I say, can you all ease up? Can you let me speak? I genuinely did nothing. Moreover, even if I had the inclination, I lacked the capability, considering my hand is still injured. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, the others exchanged glances. Chen Qiqi, with a strange expression, looked at Lu Wei and remarked, "So you're admitting you're incapable?" Suddenly, a stifled sob echoed from the corner. Turning their gazes, they found Peng Peng, one hand clasped over her mouth, the other fiercely pinching her thigh. Her face was flushed, yet the mirth in her eyes was impossible to conceal. As everyone turned to look, Peng Peng could no longer hold back and released her grip, bursting into a fit of giggles. With Peng Peng's laughter, Bai Xiaolu succumbed to amusement as well, tilting her head back and laughing heartily, her teeth on display. Ha ha ha! This fool actually believed it. The room erupted in laughter. Lu Wei, bewildered by their mirth, soon realized that they were merely teasing him. With a wry smile, he gazed at them and, through gritted teeth, inquired, "Whose brilliant idea was this?" His gaze settled on Yang Xiao, who, for in Lu Wei's estimation, the only one capable of devising such a ludicrous plan was undoubtedly this vixen. Yang Xiao, who, meeting Lu Wei's stare, puffed out her chest and huffed. "Why do you look at me like that? Do you doubt my suggestions?" Lu Wei remarked, his tone tinged with irritation. "Besides you, I can think of no one else." Yang Xiao, who, feeling a surge of anger, thought it was absurd that he would suspect her first in such matters. Did she truly occupy such a lowly position in his mind? As this realization struck her, her initial fury transformed into a wave of sadness. With a heavy heart, she lowered her gaze and lapsed into silence. "Is this truly how you perceive me?" Sitting beside her, Bai Xiaolu sensed the shift in the atmosphere and hastily interjected, "Actually, that idea was mine." Lu Wei shot her a fierce glare, but time was scarce to settle scores. "Ah, I misjudged you. However, you were also involved, so it isn't entirely unjustified, is it? Let us consider it even," Lu Wei said, his confidence wavering as he glanced at the silent Yang Xiao. She lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at him forlornly. "Fine, I won't hold your misunderstanding against you. I simply wish to know, do you truly find me so unworthy?" Lu Wei, observing her expression, felt a pang of headache. He was acutely aware that this vixen was likely putting on a performance. Yet witnessing her tears tugged at his heartstrings. "All right, enough with the theatrics. Just tell me what you want." Yang Xiaohu blinked rapidly, her tears vanishing as a smile blossomed on her face, reminiscent of a fox that had just pilfered a hen. "You said it, no backing out now." In the live stream, the audience was equally astonished by the swift change in Yang Xiaohu's demeanor. "Wow, if anyone dares say my Xiaohu lacks acting skills, I'll give them a piece of my mind. With this talent, she deserves an Oscar." I was genuinely fooled. I thought she was really crying. She's got the training. It must be said, Lu Wei truly understood Yang Xiaohu, recognizing her performance for what it was. Clearly, he had been tricked often enough to develop a keen sense of awareness. Why do I feel they share such a natural chemistry? They seem like a match made in heaven. Are you blind? Lu Wei, that sickly fellow, could never be worthy of our Xiaohu. No, you're the one who is blind. Did you not see that Lu Wei was fully aware of Yang Xiaohu's act, yet still fell for it? That is how much he dotes on her. Indeed, it seems inexplicably sweet between them. Lu Wei, your perception is flawed. I feel rather unfortunate, first being pranked and now having to apologize to my prankster. Admittedly, this comment revealed an understanding of Lu Wei's frustrations. Speak up, what is it? Just don't go overboard. Yang Xiaohu's eyes sparkled with mischief as she cheerfully replied, Don't worry. You only need to answer one question. What question? Lu Wei felt a foreboding sense of dread. The simplest inquiries often conceal deeper complexities. Yang Xiaohu rested her chin in her hands, glancing around before asking, Among the four of us girls, who do you think is the most beautiful? As her words hung in the air, every gaze in the room fixated intently on Lu Wei. The men observed the scene with a sense of morbid curiosity, reveling in the misfortune that had befallen Lu Wei. This predicament was one where no answer could yield a favorable outcome. Meanwhile, the girl gazed intently at Lu Wei, eager to uncover the truth. Such inquiries held significant weight for her. Lu Wei shot Yang Xiaohu a glance, as if to say, Do you take me for a fool? Choosing anyone would inevitably offend the other three. Well, you are all equally beautiful, so I shall treat you all with impartiality. That one do. You must select one. Yang Xiaohu countered, dismissing Lu Wei's response outright. Your question is excessively unreasonable. I choose to decline answering. With a defiant gesture, Lu Wei plopped down onto the ground, merely playing the part of a petulant child. Yang Xiaohu, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, smiled and said, Very well. I shall pose another question that you must answer. Lounging on the bed, Lu Wei lazily replied, Go ahead, ask your question. We tao te si tatan, Yang Xiaohu inquiret. What was the reason for your breakup with your girlfriend? Upon hearing this, all eyes immediately turned to Lu Wei, astonished to learn that he had a girlfriend, a fact previously unbeknownst to them. It was hardly surprising that they had not heard of her, considering Lu Wei was not a celebrity whose affairs warranted media attention. As he pondered the question, Lu Wei fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly lost in recollection. His demeanor unmistakably indicated that he had indeed experienced a romantic relationship. This revelation piqued the curiosity of the onlookers. After all, it is human nature to be intrigued by the gossip of those around us. Yang Xiaohu observed Lu Wei's expression, feeling a pang of sadness. This rascal had clearly had a girlfriend and seemed to still be haunted by memories of her. Hey, have you thought it through? Is it too inconvenient to share? She pressed. Lu Wei shook his head in response, stating, There's nothing I cannot disclose. We were quite good together, navigating through difficult times, even sharing a bottle of soda on occasion. She was genuinely concerned for me, but eventually, that concern became overwhelming, leading me to end the relationship. The audience fell into a stunned silence, incredulous that someone would end a relationship over care and concern, deeming him ungrateful and a cad. Bai Xiaolu glared at Lu Wei, indignantly asking, How could you do such a thing? That girl cared for you, and you chose to break up with her? That is utterly heartless. Lu Wei shot her a glare, retorting, I haven't settled accounts with you yet. Just wait. There will come a time when you regret it. Bai Xiaolu stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. Yang Xiaohu interrupted their banter, urging, Come on. You must explain what kind of concern made you feel pressured enough to break up. This is essential knowledge. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. Lu Wei sighed deeply, adopting an expression of regret as he recounted. She insisted that I memorize 100 words every day and demanded that we aim for admission to a prestigious high school together. How could I bear such pressure? Thus, I ended the relationship. In what year were you at that time? Someone inquired boldly. I was in the first year of junior high, Lu Wei replied. Since then, have you had any other girlfriends? Yang Xiaohu asked, looking intently at him. Lu Wei expressed his disdain, remarking that having a girlfriend was far too troublesome. He preferred solitude, relishing the freedom to play games or engage in whatever activities he desired without anyone to oversee him. The others exchanged glances, pondering the sincerity of his words. For he did not appear to be lacking in intelligence. However, unbeknownst to the others, Yang Xiaohu found his sentiments amusing, for Lu Wei's observations were indeed accurate. She had discerned this during their time as desk partners, and throughout the years, she had never heard of him growing close to any woman. This was evident from his lack of response to her overtures. It seemed clear that he was somewhat oblivious when it came to matters of the heart. Was Lu Wei truly lacking in emotional awareness? In the past, perhaps, but now he was keenly perceptive, possessing a sharper insight than many. All right, is it time to rest? He inquired, reclining on his bunk. Let us rest. We have work to do tomorrow, and the cameras should be off. With the cameras switched off, everyone settled down for the night. The men and women lay on opposite sides, and soon enough, the sound of snoring emerged from the male side, attributed to Wu Jing, Chen Chi-Chi, Lei Jiai, and Peng Peng, likely due to the fatigue from the day's labor. Their snores grew louder, disturbing Lu Wei's attempts to find sleep. Suddenly, he felt a gentle kick against his foot. He was certain it was not Peng Peng beside him, but rather the foot of by Xiaolu from across the way. Initially, Lu Wei dismissed it as the girl's restlessness, but as she persisted, poking his foot with her toes, he realized it was a deliberate act. This was an affront to his peace, and he could no longer endure it. In retaliation, he swiftly clasped her delicate foot between his own and began to tickle her sole. A sudden burst of laughter erupted in the tranquil shelter, startling the others who had not yet drifted into slumber. "Lulu, what is the matter?" Mina, who lay beside her, asked with a hint of confusion, finding it rather unsettling for someone to laugh in the middle of the night. "Oh, nothing, just a funny dream," Bai Xiaolu replied. "All right then, get some rest." She acquiesced, behaving more quietly thereafter. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Wei soon succumbed to sleep as well. As dawn broke, Lu Wei was roused by the sound of hushed conversations. Opening his eyes, he noticed everyone was already up, and he hastily joined them. "Did we wake you?" Yang Xiaohu asked gently. "You rest. We're heading to the beach." "I'm not too sleepy," Bai Xiaolu yawned, her graceful figure becoming evident. Redirecting his gaze, Lu Wei replied, "I'll accompany you to have a look." "No, you should rest properly. Recover swiftly. There will be plenty of work for you in the future," Wu Jing advised, recognizing Lu Wei's significant role within the team. Even he acknowledged that there were many areas where Lu Wei's understanding surpassed his own, now that Sister Bird is no longer present. If Lu Wei were to withdraw due to injury again, their team would essentially face elimination. Those nearby urged Lu Wei to take a proper rest. Seeing everyone's concern, Lu Wei decided not to persist any longer and reclined once more, as he had some matters to attend to. After a brief tidying up, everyone departed, leaving Lu Wei alone in the shelter. With everyone gone, Lu Wei activated the system. Host, Lu Wei age, 25 strength, 50 constitution, 65 agility, 53 spirit, 60 skills, singing level 3, dancing level 4, acting level 4, culinary arts level 1, diving level 1, climbing level 1, weaving level 1, click to expand, special skill, plant recognition, no level, popularity value, 159, 653 lottery mall, not yet open, character affection level, not yet open. Upon seeing the attributes in the system, a faint smile graced Lu Wei's face. Indeed, after adding 19 points to his constitution yesterday, the other attributes had also increased significantly overnight. He now possessed a level comparable to that of an average person, with subtle muscle contours evident on his arms, legs, and abdomen. He casually added another 4 points to his constitution, halting only when a pang of hunger arose within him. With these additions, his constitution reached 69 points, surpassing the average by nearly 10%. Yesterday, he also gained around 3 million in popularity value, indicating that the rise in popularity had entered a stable phase. Unless a significant event occurred, it would be challenging for this figure to increase further, and it might even decline. Nevertheless, accumulating 2 to 3 million daily was sufficient for him at present. Let us proceed with the lottery and see if I can acquire some hunting skills to diversify the food options for everyone. Chapter 62. Another special skill. Lu Wei opened the lottery interface, contemplating the intermediate lottery priced at 100,000 per draw. With a considerable amount of popularity value at his disposal, he decided to give it a try, hoping this level of lottery could yield some beneficial items. The chances of receiving reward from the low-level lottery were too high, while the intermediate lottery presumably offered better odds for valuable acquisitions. Let's give it a go. I have plenty of popularity value for the moment, and I cannot afford to provide myself with an abundance of food, so I must take it slow. System. Initiate 10 consecutive draws for the intermediate lottery. Having resolved to pursue the intermediate lottery, Lu Wei prepared for a grand attempt. Single draws lacked excitement, while a 10-draw spree promised greater thrills. Surely, among 10 attempts, he would acquire something worthwhile. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the short skill for ascending to diamond rank in King S honor. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill How to Blow Smoke Rings. Congratulations to the host for receiving the skill Cotton Defense Line. Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 methods to escape singleness. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the outdoor version of the mosquito coil making method. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Eru Performance Level 1. Congratulations to the host for gaining Piglet Castration Technique Level 1. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Woodworking Skill Level 1. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Special Skill Weather Observation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the outdoor version of the toothpaste formula. A special skill has emerged. Lu Wei's eyes were immediately drawn to the unique skill of weather observation. A wave of joy surged within him, and a smile graced his face. For this skill held immense utility for him. In the external world, this ability might seem rather trivial, overshadowed by weather forecasts, rendering its significance limited. However, in the wilderness, this skill was nothing short of divine. Particularly in island survival scenarios, weather presented the most formidable challenge that all competitors had to confront. A single typhoon could potentially eliminate an entire team from the competition. Clearly, this skill would prove to be invaluable. Lu Wei set aside thoughts of the other skills and delved into understanding this one in detail. The effect was straightforward. It allowed him to forecast the weather for the next 5 days, detailing hourly changes with an accuracy exceeding 90%. Excellent. With this skill at his disposal, many troubles could be circumvented. Stepping out of the shelter, he gazed skyward, and in an instant, a myriad of weather variations unfolded in his mind. Today was sunny, with a daytime high of 35 degrees Celsius and a nighttime low of 16 degrees. The wind was blowing at 4 to 5 levels from the northeast, with specific humidity and atmosphere pressure data swirling in his thoughts, which brought a look of excitement to his face. It appeared that today's weather was favorable, the only concern being the significant temperature fluctuation. However, such peculiar temperature variances were commonplace in this season, so it was hardly surprising. Today presented an opportunity to venture into the wild to gather some herbs and brew a soup for everyone as a precaution. Lu Wei then examined the weather for the next few days. The forecast remained promising until the final day, when he discovered that rain was indeed on the horizon, accompanied by a sharp drop in temperature. The daytime high would only reach 24 degrees, plummeting to 9 degrees at night. This sudden chill caused Lu Wei to furrow his brow. Such abrupt temperature changes would undoubtedly test the survival contestants. A moment's negligence could lead to illness. Not to mention, the likelihood of the few girls in their team falling ill under these conditions was notably high. In the outside world, a cold might be inconsequential, manageable with adequate nutrition, and often survivable without medication. However, in the wild, where everyone was already malnourished and their immune defenses weakened, the risk of catching a cold and subsequent inflammation was nearly guaranteed. Should inflammation and fever set in, withdrawal from the competition would be inevitable. It seemed prudent to make some preparations, Lu Wei mused quietly. Yet, that was an issue for 4 days hence. There was ample time for preparation. Subsequently, Lu Wei explored several other skills. Aside from a few obvious frivolous ones, he found several that were quite useful, such as carpentry, toothpaste formulation, and mosquito repellent formulation, all invaluable in the wilderness. After familiarizing himself with the carpentry skill and the 2 formulations, Lu Wei exited the shelter. Although the thrill of a 100,000-point lottery was exhilarating, it was wise to conserve popularity points for future enhancements. As popularity would rise more slowly in the future, such extravagance could not be afforded. While the others ventured to the shore, he, despite his injuries, could still contribute in his own modest way. Upon leaving the shelter, Lu Wei first gathered some dry twigs to set a pot over the fire and began boiling water. Next, Lu Wei intends to create a wild version of toothpaste and a toothbrush. First, he utilizes the lemongrass he collected yesterday, along with the sea salt he boiled and the leftover charcoal from the fire. Subsequently, Lu Wei ventures out once more and finds a sprig of mint and the medicinal vine known as two-faced needle. He then runs to the riverbank to break off a few willow branches to fashion into a toothbrush. The fibers of the willow branches are fine and soft. When crushed against a stone, they can effectively serve as a toothbrush, just as ancient people once did to clean their teeth. The preparation of wild toothpaste is remarkably simple. He merely mashes the gathered ingredients together. Then, using the willow branch toothbrush, he applies the paste to clean his teeth. Although it does not produce foam, its efficacy surpasses that of conventional toothpaste, offering dental protection and alleviating inflammation. After trying it, Lu Wei finds it quite satisfactory. Chapter 63. Food crisis. What is Lu Wei so busily engaged in? It appears he is merely aimlessly wandering about while others have gone to the shore. Clearly, many still disapprove of Lu Wei. However, he is no longer the same person who first arrived on the island. Back then, in the live stream, 9 out of 10 viewers criticized him, with only one being a mere spectator. Now, the number of detractors has significantly dwindled, with most people able to comment from a more objective standpoint. Can they not think before they speak? Given the severity of Lu Wei's hand injury, how can he possibly go to the shore? Exposed to seawater, the risk of infection is inevitable. Venturing out would be tantamount to courting death. It seems he is foraging for wild vegetables. Could he be preparing a meal? That seems likely, as he just boiled water and is now searching for ingredients. To be honest, I have a certain admiration for him. If my hand were injured to such an extent, I would have long succumbed to bed rest. Yet he persists in his endeavors, a true man. I recently checked in on Wu Jing and the others' live stream, and their haul from the shore was underwhelming. This is to be expected. Relying on nature for sustenance is unpredictable, yielding both bounty and famine based on the whims of the heavens. Don't they have bows and arrows? Why not hunt? Hunting is not as simple as it appears, especially since their shelter is not yet completed. No matter, once the shelter is finished, they will have ample time to seek food. The resources on this island are quite promising. Starvation should not be a concern. Ah, I see now. Lu Wei is indeed making toothpaste and a toothbrush. He possesses quite a wealth of knowledge. I have learned that toothpaste can be made this way, though I wonder about its effectiveness. It appears rather unappealing in its dark hue. As a dental professional, I can confidently assert that Lu Wei's concoction is no less effective than store-bought alternatives. After brushing his teeth, Lu Wei made another trip to the coconut grove, spending nearly an hour there before returning to the shelter with several coconuts. This time, everyone teased him, noting that he certainly took his time in the restroom, possibly due to consuming more food. However, unbeknownst to them, Lu Wei had indulged in a plethora of coconuts, nearly to the point of nausea. Yet, the thought of his bounty uplifted his spirits. He had just increased his vitality by 11 points, adding to the 4 points gained upon waking, bringing his vitality to a total of 80 points. As his physical condition improved, his body underwent noticeable changes. The muscles became more defined, and with even a slight exertion, they would protrude with sharp contours. The enhancement in his physique also contributed to an increase in strength, and he believed that upon rising the next morning, he would undoubtedly feel significantly stronger. With a buoyant stride, Lu Wei returned to the shelter. Before long, the others who had gone to gather at the beach returned as well. From the expressions on their faces, Lu Wei could discern that their harvest from the day was rather meager. Of course, this was partly due to their lack of experience in beachcombing. Their current efforts primarily revolved around searching for sea snails and catching crabs. They were only familiar with the surface-level finds. They had no knowledge of digging for clams or razor clams. Even when oysters appear before them, they failed to recognize them, which explained their lack of success. What's wrong? You all look rather glum. Did you not fare well today? Lu Wei inquired, observing their downcast expressions. Wu Jing nodded gravely, confirming indeed. It was not good. I'm not sure what happened, but there were particularly few finds at the beach today. We only collected a few pounds of sea snails and around 7 or 8 crabs. With so many of us, this meager amount is hardly sufficient for a meal. Faced with dwindling food supplies, a sense of worry naturally crept into everyone's hearts. Although there were plenty of coconuts in the nearby grove, most of them remained high up in the trees. Given their circumstances, it was nearly impossible to retrieve coconuts from the 30-meter-tall trees. The few coconuts that had fallen to the ground would hardly last for more than a few days. Bai Xiaolu voiced her concern. Will we go hungry in a few days? If it comes to that, perhaps we should gather more wild vegetables. Late Jia shook his head, reassuring them that hunger was not an immediate concern, but he feared that if things continued in this manner, they would be in dire straits. Don't we have bows and arrows? Once the house is built, we could go hunting, proposed Chinchichi. Wu Jing sighed. Hunting is not as easy as it sounds. If worst comes to worst, I'll dive down and see what I can find. Seeing the worried faces of his companions, Lu Wei offered some comfort. How about this? You all continue building the house. We should be nearly finished by today. I'll take a few of the girls and try weaving some fish traps. I noticed there are plenty of fish at the creek's outlet. We should be able to catch something. Yang Xiaohu looked at Lu Wei in surprise, exclaiming, You can weave fish traps? I never heard you mention that before. Lu Wei shrugged. I never had the chance to show it off. It's not difficult. I grew up by the sea and often watched others do it. This was, of course, a fabrication. In this era, no fisherman by the sea would weave their own traps. Crafting one's own was not only cumbersome, but also less durable. Nowadays, everyone purchased ready-made traps or nets. However, Lu Wei possessed the skill to weave, and making a fish trap would be quite simple for him. Upon hearing that Lu Wei could weave fish traps, the expressions on everyone's faces visibly brightened. With fish traps, they would surely be able to catch a few fish, and, if necessary, they could always make more. Wonderful! With the fish traps, we'll have fish to eat. After days of eating sea snails, I'm about to be sick of them. Bai Xiaolu exclaimed joyfully. She was an optimistic soul, already thinking about eating fish even before they had made the traps. Hey, what's this? Mina, standing nearby, stumbled upon a water bottle containing a dark, mysterious substance. Chapter 64. As long as I have no boundaries, you cannot deceive me. Lu Wei, observing the object in Mina's hand, smiled and remarked that it was a gift for them. Intrigued by the notion of a gift, Mina examined it closely, only to discover it was merely a lump of something unappealing and indistinguishable. What is this? What is it for? She inquired. Let me see, Sister Mina, Bai Xiaolu said with an expression of curiosity as she took it from Mina. Upon glancing at it, she wrinkled her nose in disdain, exclaiming, that's disgusting. I don't want it. You can keep it. With that, she handed it back to Lu Wei. Lu Wei shrugged nonchalantly. If you don't want it, then so be it. He then turned to the others, asking, is there anyone else who doesn't want it? I want it, as long as it's from you. I'll take it no matter what it is. Yang Xiaohu was the first to respond. Since Lu Wei claimed it was a gift for them, it must surely be useful. This crafty vixen knew that fooling her would not be an easy task. She was doing well just to avoid deceiving others. With this remark, she not only gained an advantage, but also flirted with Lu Wei. With Yang Xiaohu leading the charge, the remaining individuals, except for Bai Xiaolu, expressed their acceptance of Lu Wei's offering. At that moment, seeing that everyone else wanted it, Bai Xiaolu immediately regretted her decision to decline. No, I want it too. But didn't you just say you didn't want it? How can you change your mind? Lu Wei chuckled as he looked at her. What is wrong with reversing your decision? Is it not permissible? As long as I have no principles, you cannot deceive me. Holding up the item, Lu Wei grinned. Let me tell you, this is something meant to be placed in your mouth. Are you certain you want it? You mustn't change your mind afterward. Upon hearing that the dark lump, resembling excrement, was meant for consumption, Bai Xiaolu immediately shook her head. Then I don't want it. No matter how tasty it might be, I refuse to ingest something that looks like that. Even if the substance were delicious, the thought of it entering her stomach made her feel nauseated. Observing Bai Xiaolu's reaction, Lu Wei wore a mischievous grin as he declared, all right, since you don't want it, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. In fact, this is homemade toothpaste. It contains salt, charcoal, and some herbal ingredients. Though it may appear a bit unclean, it is exceptionally beneficial for oral health. It not only cleanses the mouth, but also kills bacteria, disinfects, and protects the gums from inflammation, far surpassing ordinary toothpaste. Upon hearing it was toothpaste, the eyes of the girls lit up instantly. They had been troubled by personal hygiene matters over the past few days, lacking even the most basic of cleaning supplies. Each day, they could only use water and their fingers to scrub their teeth, avoiding face-to-face conversations for fear of bad breath. Now, having discovered toothpaste, their urgent predicament was finally resolved. Yang Xiaohu snatched the toothpaste from Lu Wei's hand, exclaiming in delight, "You can make toothpaste? Why didn't you do this sooner? This past few days have been unbearable." Even Zhang Xiaolove, who seldom spoke, looked at Lu Wei with admiration, saying, "Brother Lu Wei, you're truly remarkable. You can do everything. You're simply a treasure of a boy." Mina gazed at Lu Wei with eyes full of pride, as if the toothpaste were her own creation. "Let me try it first and see how it works. How do I use this?" Lu Wei took out the toothbrushes he had prepared for them and demonstrated their use. Before long, everyone had squatted down to brush their teeth, leaving only Bai Xiaolu, who looked pitifully at Lu Wei with her lips pouted. "Where's my toothbrush?" Lu Wei feigned surprise, gazing at her. "Did you not say you didn't want one? Then I shall keep it for myself." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaolu immediately wrapped her arms around Lu Wei's, her face alight with eagerness. "Brother Lu Wei, I was mistaken. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please, don't hold it against me." Lu Wei looked down at Bai Xiaolu, who resembled a beggar cat, and couldn't help but smile. This little girl was truly adept at bending and stretching her will. How could I forget that someone played a prank on me yesterday? What do you think I should do? Bai Xiaolu's face turned awkward as she chuckled nervously. Well, that wasn't my idea. It was all they're doing. Brother Lu Wei, you must believe me. I hold you in such high esteem. How could I possibly prank you? Absolutely impossible. Lu Wei shot her a disapproving glance, finding it hard to believe her innocence. Do you take me for a fool? You can have this toothbrush, but you must agree to one condition. Not a problem. Bai Xiaolu responded without hesitation, her willingness apparent. Yet, Lu Wei's expression darkened. It was evident she had no intention of asking what the condition entailed, merely seeking to secure the toothbrush for herself. Such shamelessness was indeed characteristic of her. Irritated, Lu Wei lightly tapped her head, saying, "Do you think I am easily deceived?" No. How could I deceive my most admired brother Lu Wei? You misunderstand me. Little rascal, you've already let it slip. Weary from the exchange, Lu Wei decided to stop teasing her and simply handed her the toothbrush, waving his hand impatiently. Now go. I do not wish to see you. Thank you. Brother Lu Wei. With a playful kiss blown his way, Bai Xiaolu happily scampered off. Chapter 65. The fish trap. After trying Lu Wei's toothpaste, everyone expressed their admiration. Not only did it freshen their breath, but it also tasted delightful. Once they finished washing up, they began preparing breakfast. Today, they opted against the roasted conch, having grown weary of it after several days. Instead, they made a conch and wild vegetable soup. Using conch, wild vegetables, and lemongrass, they brewed a soup that, while slightly fishy, was far superior to the roasted conch. After their meal, the men continued constructing the house, which was set to be completed today, while Lu Wei led his group of ladies on an excursion. Under Lu Wei's direction, they gathered vines and branches to begin weaving a fish trap. Lu Wei intended to craft a large fish trap, as the smaller ones could only catch small fish. Only the larger traps could secure substantial catches. The design of the large fish trap was straightforward, composed of 3 woven panels, each 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. By assembling these 3 panels together, they formed a triangular cage with funnel-shaped inlets installed at both ends. This fish trap, while large and heavy, was remarkably effective, resisting the flow of typical small currents. Lu Wei, accompanied by 4 young ladies, toiled for several hours to construct 2 grand fish traps. These substantial enclosures promised the potential to ensnare magnificent catches. Bai Xiaolu gazed at the 2 traps with eager anticipation. Let us proceed and place them into the sea. The 4 girls, 2 carrying each trap, made their way towards the river's mouth where it met the ocean. This location, abundant with fish, served as an ideal spot for casting nets, as numerous species flocked here in search of sustenance. Beyond this point, the rocky areas in the sea teemed with smaller fish, which in turn attracted larger predators. Before long, they arrived at the river's mouth, where the waters had carved a shallow expanse. During high tide, the depth reached around 2 meters, while at low tide, it barely covered the calves. Lu Wei glanced at the clock. It was approximately 10 o'clock, around 6/10 of high tide, with the water depth just over a meter. For safety's sake, he intended to test the water's depth, but the girls firmly prevented him from entering. Ultimately, Yang Xiaohu and Bai Xiaolu took the lead, wading into the water with the traps, while Lu Wei stood on the shore, vigilantly watching. He was prepared to dive in at the slightest hint of danger. Fortunately, the terrain was level, and the current was gentle due to the interplay of rising sea water and river flow. The duo safely reached the middle and lowered the traps. Next, Meina and Xiao AI followed Lu Wei's directions, not venturing too far, and positioned their trap close to the shore. Once they secured the traps, Lu Wei hurriedly called them back. However, after several days without a bath, the girls insisted on taking the opportunity to wash right there. The water is still a bit chilly. Let us wait until the afternoon or evening, Lu Wei cautioned, concerned they might catch a chill. It's all right. We're already wet. We might as well wash up. We haven't bathed in days, they replied. Lu Wei, you should head back. We'll return once we're done. Why aren't you leaving? Are you trying to sneak a peek? Lu Wei felt exasperated by their teasing. Fine. Go ahead and wash, but stay close to the shore and don't venture too far. And remember to turn off the camera. Understood, they chorused. And as Lu Wei turned to leave, the audience in the live stream became restless. That rascal Lu Wei. He leaves and doesn't let us see anything. Even if he hadn't mentioned it, the production team wouldn't broadcast such bathing scenes, would they? Of course they would. Just yesterday, a celebrity in the States forgot to turn off her camera, and it went live. The stream was instantly flooded with viewers. Are you serious? Absolutely. I heard about it too. Have you noticed how fewer people are watching our stream today? They've all flocked over there. It even trended at #1. I suspect that celebrity did it on purpose for attention. Now that you mention it, it does seem plausible. Forget it. There's nothing to see here. I'll go check that out. The number of viewers in the live stream plummeted rapidly. If Lu Wei were to discover this, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. How unprincipled. In pursuit of traffic and fame, one can lose all sense of integrity. This is all about one's own popularity. If all else fails, why not reveal oneself? Alas, Lu Wei was unaware that upon returning from the riverside, he ventured into the woods. He intended to seek out some wild ginger to prepare ginger soup for the girls, to ward off the chill and warm their bodies. It would be easy to catch a cold otherwise. After searching in vain for wild ginger, he instead discovered some ephedra, perilla, and motherwort. Although Lu Wei was no herbalist, these plants possessed certain properties that could dispel cold, eliminate dampness, induce sweating, and warm the body, making them suitable for the girl's current condition. Even if they proved ineffective, they could simply be consumed as hot water with no adverse effects. Lu Wei gathered a substantial amount to bring back, intending to dry and store the remainder for future use. Chapter 66. The beauty emerges from the bath upon returning to the shelter. Lu Wei began boiling water and brewing the herbs. Just as his concoction neared completion, the girls finally returned. It is often said that women who have just bathed possess a unique allure. As the ancients observed, clear waters bring forth a lotus, unadorned by artifice. The girls, already stunningly beautiful, radiated an exquisite glow enhanced by their post-bath state. The sight of 4 captivating beauties left Lu Wei momentarily entranced, his expression slightly dazed. Are they beautiful? Yang Xiao, who cast a flirtatious glance at Lu Wei. Adequate, I suppose, though perhaps just a touch less than myself. Lu Wei replied nonchalantly, retracting his gaze. Puffed. You were clearly mesmerized just now, yet you refused to admit it. People can be cruel, Lu Wei retorted, slightly annoyed. Enough of the vanity. Hurry and warm yourselves by the fire to dry your clothes. When they arrived on the island, each girl had only one set of clothing, and with no spare garments for bathing, they were left in damp attire. The chill was palpable, prompting the girls to quickly gather around the fire, as Lu Wei instructed. What was brewing in that pot? Xiao Ai was the first to notice the herbs and inquired curiously. Since you just bathed, I feared you might catch a chill, so I sought out some warming herbs to brew. Here, each of you take a bowl, Lu Wei said, presenting bowls fashioned from coconut shells, serving each girl a portion. Zhang Xiao Ai accepted the herbal soup with a complex expression, feeling as though she were enveloped in the warmth of the steaming liquid, soothing and comforting. Stealing a glance at Lu Wei as he served the others, a flicker of something different crossed her eyes before she quickly lowered her gaze to mask her feelings. Due to her upbringing, she approached emotions with great caution, not easily swayed by impulsive affections. Yet, facing this gentle, unspoken warmth, she found herself utterly defenseless. Gradually, her heart began to harbor something new. Yang Xiao, who took the warm soup Lu Wei offered, a subtle smile gracing her lips. You're quite thoughtful, young man. Yet, within, she sighed, wishing his attentiveness was directed solely at her. Mina's thoughts were far simpler. Feeling Lu Wei's concern, she beamed with a radiant smile, her eyes brimming with affection. Receiving the steaming soup, I indulged in its warmth, savoring the delicate bitterness that was unexpectedly sweet. My gratitude extends to brother Lu Wei for his efforts. Bai Xiao Lu appeared somewhat foolish, preoccupied solely with eating. Yet those with discerning eyes understood that her apparent simplicity was merely a fade. No one in this circle is truly naive. If you believe others to be foolish, then it is undoubtedly you who is the fool. After distributing the soup among a few girls, Lu Wei stood and said, Enjoy your roasting. If you need anything, call for me. I shall attend to other matters. Yang Xiao, who inquired, What are you up to? Do you need my assistance? Lu Wei shook his head. It's nothing. Just fetching some seawater to filter and boil down for salt. But why make salt? We already have some that will last us for a few days. Yang Xiao hu questioned Buzlet. Lu Wei explained, Didn't we gather some chive flowers yesterday? I plan to create a chive flower sauce. With it, consuming sea conchs will be far more palatable. At that moment, Zhang Xiao Ai abruptly stood, declaring, Brother Lu Wei, I shall help you collect the seawater. You mustn't get your hands wet. Be cautious of infection. Without waiting for Lu Wei to decline, she hurried off to gather seawater. Yang Xiao, who observed this scenario, her eyes narrowing with irritation as she silently cursed Lu Wei for his flirtations. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly captured another young woman's heart. Had he been aware, he would surely lament that being handsome comes with its own set of complications. From now on, please refer to me as the arsonist of affections. Noticing Zhang Xiao AI going to collect seawater, Lu Wei turned to Bai Xiao Lu, who was still sipping her soup, and said, I'll leave the task of boiling the salt to you. I'll go fishing for a while. When the salt is ready, call for me, and I shall return to prepare the chive flour sauce. Bai Xiao Lu was momentarily taken aback, recalling that she had indeed volunteered for the salt boiling duty yesterday. All right, don't worry. I'll handle it without issue. Lu Wei nodded, reminding Yang Xiao Hu and the others to assist her, before taking his fishing rod and heading out. The rod, fashioned from a sturdy branch, was approximately 2 meters long, and the fishing line was salvaged from a broken net found along the shore. The float was a piece of foam, while the sinker was also retrieved from the net. The rig was simple, a heavy sinker at the bottom, with the hook suspended about 10 centimeters from the ground. Whether or not a fish would bite relied entirely on the feel of the line. The rudimentary branch rod lacked finesse, and the success of the catch rested solely on luck. Upon arriving at the seaside, Lu Wei smashed a few oysters with a stone to use as bait and located a rocky area to cast his line. In his previous life, Lu Wei had a penchant for fishing and considered himself reasonably skilled. However, with such rudimentary equipment, even the best technique was rendered ineffective. With the hook submerged in the water, Lu Wei settled down, patiently awaiting a bite. Fishing requires an abundance of patience. Without it, one cannot hope to succeed. After a wait of approximately 10 minutes, the rod began to tremble, prompting Lu Wei to swiftly lift it to hook the fish. A half-kilogram yellow-footed snapper surfaced. This fish, known for its tender flesh and delightful flavor, was suitable for steaming, braising, or making into soup. After unhooking the fish and setting it aside, he rebaited the hook and cast once more. No sooner had the bait hit the water than the rod shook again, and Lu Wei quickly lifted it once more, reeling in a fish adorned with black and white stripes, reminiscent of a zebra. It is a stone carving weighing approximately 3 taels, and the taste of this fish is quite delightful. Its market price is even higher than that of the previous fish, although this fish is somewhat smaller. Lu Wei does not seem to mind. This nearshore fishing method typically yields coral fish species, making it difficult to catch larger specimens. Only with a fishing reel or a longer rod, cast further out, can one hope to land a larger fish. After unhooking the fish, Lu Wei casually tosses it aside, cheerfully continuing his fishing endeavor. At this rate, it seems that everyone will have no trouble enjoying a fish meal by noon. Fishing is indeed a rewarding activity that satisfies both the thrill of the chase and the need for sustenance, a perfect harmony. In a live broadcast room, some viewers, noticing Lu Wei's refusal to release even such small fish, could not help but voice their criticisms. They accused Lu Wei of lacking virtue. Keeping the caught fish without releasing them is one thing, but taking such small ones is excessively greedy and selfish. Personally, I always release what I catch, using only lures, which are more environmentally friendly, unlike some who keep every fish, regardless of size. I say to those 2 individuals, I have 10 yuan. You each can have 5 yuan to take a flight to a place called Lesan, where a giant Buddha resides. Upon arrival, kindly request the Buddha to shift a bit so you may sit there. If the money falls short, I will gladly sponsor an additional 5 yuan. Truly, the internet is vast, filled with all sorts of individuals. This is survival, not a child's play. Can't you discern the irony? With lures and catch and release, they flaunt their sense of superiority, looking down on those who fish with traditional methods. I fail to understand the source of their arrogance. If you wish to practice catch and release, do so, but why impose your beliefs on others? People fish for enjoyment and sustenance. What gives you the right to dictate their choices? If you cherish fish so dearly, perhaps you should kneel and offer them your respect before releasing them. Is fishing with lures truly environmentally friendly? Those metal plates and silicone plastic lures linger in the water. Can they possibly be more protective than bait made from grains? Moral coercion is utterly distasteful. In this instance, the majority of the viewers in the live broadcast room sided with Lu Wei. After all, while one might critique him for not releasing small fish under ordinary circumstances, to demand catch and release during a survival scenario seems excessive. Lu Wei remains oblivious to the debate. Even if he were aware, he would be disinclined to engage. Fishing is a pursuit of individual needs. Some seek exercise, while others relish the joy of the catch. One should assess their own circumstances and refrain from imposing their standards on others. Having fished for over an hour, Lu Wei has caught more than a dozen fish, varying in size, with the larger ones weighing around a pound and the smaller ones weighing 2 to 3 taels. As for those even smaller, he discards them outright. They possess little flesh and are hardly worth the effort, especially when only a few small ones are caught. Just as Lu Wei is enjoying the thrill of fishing, Main approaches him. "How many have you caught?" She inquires sweetly, her voice filled with warmth as she steps closer. Lu Wei gestures toward the fish resting in the shadow of the rocks. Maina leans in for a closer look, exclaiming in surprise, "You've caught so many. How impressive. You must be lucky to have encountered a school of fish. I want to learn how to fish too. Will you teach me?" Her gaze softens as she looks at Lu Wei. The enchanting beauty had her desires, and how could Lu Wei refuse? "No problem at all. Let me teach you. Here, take the fishing rod." Lu Wei handed the fishing rod to Maina. She was unreserved, sitting beside Lu Wei, almost leaning against him. Sensing the faint fragrance emanating from Maina, Lu Wei mused, "Dear lady, are you here to fish, or to ensnare me?" Then, Maina's delicate face flushed slightly, presumably from the warmth. "So I just wait, and when I feel the rod move, indicating something is tugging, I should quickly lift it, right?" As she spoke, Maina attempted to experiment by lifting the rod. However, the rod did not rise. Instead, the tip bent downward, and the entire rod, along with Maina's hand, plunged toward the water surface. "Ah, quick, quick! There's a fish! There's a fish!" Maina exclaimed in a flurry of excitement. Lu Wei observed with clarity that indeed a fish had taken the bait, and it was quite sizable. Without hesitation, he grasped Maina's hand, assisting her in lifting the rod. The force transmitted through their hands startled Lu Wei. This fish was no small catch. The fish in the water thrashed violently, attempting to dive towards the depths. Lu Wei, of course, would not grant it such an opportunity. He swiftly grasped the fishing rod with both hands and began to pull with determination. Given the absence of a reel to ease the strain and the rod's lack of elasticity, there was no option but to exert force. Fortunately, their fishing line was sufficiently thick and the rod robust enough to prevent any fears of snapping. "Dear friends, could you spare a moment for a comment or a small gift? I simply wish to feel the support and affection from others. Enduring solitude can be quite trying." Chapter 68. What this young lady wishes to catch is not a fish. Lu Wei and the large fish seemed to engage in a tug-of-war for over 10 minutes. Although he could not finesse the catch, Lu Wei was not overly anxious to reel it in. After all, this fish was undoubtedly substantial. Exhausting its strength was essential to ensure a successful landing. After several minutes, Lu Wei sensed the fish's struggles waning, gradually bringing it to the water surface. Suddenly, a sizable grouper, measuring nearly half a meter, floated before them. Grouper possesses a unique characteristic. Once drawn from the water, they tend to become docile, especially after exhausting their energy, and this fish lay still upon the water surface. "Wow, what a big fish!" Maina exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. "Hurry, pull it up." Lu Wei estimated the fish weighed at least 20 pounds. He had to admit that Maina's fortune was quite extraordinary. To catch such a large fish with such a small bait was illogical indeed. The novice aura was clearly at play. Bending down, Lu Wei firmly grasped the fish's mouth and flung it onto the shore. Were it not for his physical prowess being enhanced to 80, he might not have been able to throw such a hefty fish. "Isn't this fish magnificent? How about it? Am I not impressive? I caught such a sizable one on my very first attempt." Maina beamed at Lu Wei, her face alight with exhilaration. Lu Wei, witnessing her triumph, felt an inexplicable twinge of envy. It was hard to describe. After years of fishing, his largest catch had only ever been 4 or 5 pounds, and he had never even managed to reel in a 10-pounder. Yet here was Maina, landing such a colossal fish on her first try. Truly, the heavens had no eyes. "Huh, you're just lucky. Besides, I played a significant role in catching this fish too. It weighs 20 pounds, half of it is mine. So I suppose I caught a 10-pound fish, right? I've even broken my own record." Maina chuckled at Lu Wei's demeanor. "You're just jealous. Hee. After fishing for so long and only catching a few small ones, I arrive and reel in such a big catch. Aren't you a bit envious?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wei immediately donned a look of disdain. "Jealous of you? Don't make me laugh. Could you have caught this without me?" That big fish could have dragged you into the sea. Indeed, you're quite impressive. You caught this fish all by yourself. Is that satisfactory? Mena was unwilling to dispute Lu Wei any further. Whatever he said was fine by her. Her aim had never been the fish. Lu Wei, upon hearing her words, wore a satisfied smile. Well, at least you understand your place. However, you do deserve some credit. Watching Lu Wei's proud expression, Mena felt a surge of joy. What did fish matter to her? Her ultimate goal was to win him over. How about it? Am I good to you? Mena playfully tugged at Lu Wei's sleeve. Her sparkling eyes fixed on him, twinkling like stars. Lu Wei's heart skipped a beat. This girl was breathtakingly beautiful. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. With her looks, it was obvious she had a legion of admirers. If they entered into a romantic relationship, those fans would vanish, and without them, his popularity would certainly dwindle. The absence of popularity could jeopardize the entire system. Thus, it was prudent to maintain a certain distance from these girls, for now. He couldn't afford to grow too close, let alone enter a romance. Moreover, a vast forest awaited his exploration. He couldn't afford to tie himself down just yet. Ahem, let's take the fish back and figure out how to prepare it, Lu Wei suggested, attempting to evade the situation. Naturally, Mena would not acquiesce. She clung to Lu Wei's arm, pouting. No way. You must tell me first, am I good to you? Lu Wei understood that Mena's inquiry was not genuinely about his opinion of her. It was a question of whether he was aware of her feelings for him, while simultaneously conveying, I have my eyes on you. Give me a response. Just as Lu Wei pondered how to respond with a suitable line, a voice suddenly echoed nearby. Oh dear, did I arrive at an inconvenient time? Startled, the two turned to find Yang Xiaohu, who had appeared without them noticing. Observing Mena clinging to Lu Wei's arm, Yang Xiaohu silently congratulated herself for being astute. Realizing Mena was missing, she had come searching. Indeed, that little temptress was trying to encroach on her territory. Thankfully, she had arrived in time, or her little piglet might have been devoured by the cabbage. Upon spotting Yang Xiaohu, Lu Wei quickly exclaimed, You've come at the perfect moment. Help me carry this fish back. Yet, Yang Xiaohu didn't even glance at the large fish on the ground. Instead, she quickly approached Lu Wei, grasping his hand. Gazing at the damp bandage on his hand, she lifted her chin in anger, staring fiercely at him. How could you be so careless? Don't you know that wounds shouldn't be exposed to water? What if it gets infected? Come on, let's hurry back to change the dressing, Yang Xiaohu exclaimed, pulling Lu Wei along. However, Lu Wei, upon realizing this, quickly interjected. I'll return to change the dressing myself. You and Mena should take the fish back. Otherwise, in this heat, it will spoil before long. With that, Lu Wei dashed off, leaving no room for Yang Xiaohu to respond. If Yang Xiaohu were to see the wound healing, it would be impossible to explain. Grateful for the small tokens from several friends, including Gan Gan, who loved Sanmingmi cake, and Shueshan Dong, who, Lu Wei felt a sense of appreciation. It had not been easy, but finally, there was a response. Thank you all for your support. I hope to treat you to a meal sometime. Chapter 69. Little cat Lulu seeing Lu Wei run off. Yang Xiaohu could only helplessly lift the fish with Mena and head back. Lu Wei, why did you come back alone? Where are Mena and Xiaohu? Zhang Xiaolai asked, puzzled by Lu Wei's hurried return. They're behind me with the fish. I just came back to change the dressing. You carry on with your tasks. Don't mind me, Lu Wei replied, hurriedly entering the house and shooing the camera away. Preparing to change the bandage to manage the situation later. Zhang Xiaolai, noticing Lu Wei's frantic demeanor, felt a tinge of confusion. After a moment's thought, she followed him inside. Upon entering, she saw Lu Wei unbinding the dressing and quickly approached him. Lu Wei, let me help you. As soon as Lu Wei noticed someone entering, he abruptly halted his actions. If anyone discovered his wound had healed, he would be treated like a monster. It's fine, really. I can manage on my own. You go ahead and busy yourself, he insisted. Yet, Zhang Xiaolai seemed undeterred, sitting down beside him. How can you do it by yourself? Let me help. Without waiting for a reply, she reached for Lu Wei's hand. He swiftly dodged, thinking that if this were to be seen, it would be difficult to explain. Really, I can handle myself. After being repeatedly declined, Zhang Xiaolai finally realized the situation. She looked up at Lu Wei, her expression a mix of embarrassment and sadness. Well, fine, she murmured. Naturally, she was not one to assert herself, and today's initiative to assist Lu Wei had required considerable courage. After being rebuffed, she felt awkward about persisting and stood up to leave. Watching Zhang Xiaolai walk away, Lu Wei knew his actions had inadvertently hurt her. However, there was no alternative. He had to prioritize his own well-being. Xiaolai. Thank you, he called after her. Zhang Xiaolai, without turning back, replied curtly, no need, and walked away, clearly upset, the kind of anger that was hard to soothe. Lu Wei felt a sense of helplessness, but had no time to dwell on it. He needed to change the dressing quickly, or else Yang Xiaohu and Mena would return, and they would be far less accommodating than Xiaolai. He hurriedly tore off the old bandage and wrapped a new one around the wound. Just as he finished, he heard voices from outside. Wow, where did such a big fish come from? Bai Xiaolu exclaimed with excitement. I caught it. Impressive, right? The triumphant voice of Mena echoed in the air. Upon hearing her words, Lu Wei inwardly lamented the girl's lack of loyalty, as they had previously agreed that it was his catch. How could she retract her statement? Just as he was pondering this, two figures entered the room, Yang Xiaohu and Mena. As soon as they stepped inside, they simultaneously exclaimed, Lu Wei, I have come to help you change the bandage. No need, it has already been done, Lu Wei replied, raising his hand. He secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for his foresight. Upon witnessing that Lu Wei had indeed already taken care of it, dissatisfaction washed over both their faces. Yang Xiaohu scrutinized the bandage on Lu Wei's hand and inquired, who helped you with that? A thought flashed through Lu Wei's mind, and he blurted out, Xiao AI helped me. Outside, Zhang Xiao AI was taken aback by his words. What did this mean? Why did he claim she assisted him with the bandage? Just moments earlier, he had clearly declined her offer for help. So why the sudden change? Did Lu Wei not harbor feelings for either of them? Using her as a shield? In an instant, Zhang Xiao AI's mind became a tumultuous mess, bewildered by Lu Wei's statement. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaohu, upon hearing Lu Wei's words, clenched her teeth in frustration. This rascal had entangled himself with yet another girl. Where would it end? Lu Wei, however, was not deeply preoccupied with such thoughts. He merely wished to divert their attention from his hand to avoid revealing the truth. Mena sighed quietly to herself, lamenting yet another lost opportunity. At that moment, Wu Jing and the others returned, and upon spotting the large fish, they were filled with astonishment. Did Mena really catch this? Is it true? They expressed their doubts, asserting that the notion of a girl catching a fish weighing over 20 pounds, especially without professional equipment, was quite hard to believe. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, ask Lu Wei, Mena declared, hands on her hips, clearly proud of her achievement. Lu Wei, standing nearby, scoffed. Had it not been for my assistance, with your petite frame, you would have been dragged into the water by that fish. Ha ha, impressive, impressive. Mena has truly accomplished something significant today. Lei Jia applauded with laughter. Peng Peng chimed in, Sister Mena, you are amazing. Please teach me how to fish sometime. Ha ha. It was merely a stroke of luck. Don't worry, I shall take charge of fishing from now on. Mena beamed, her pride soaring with the compliments. Lu Wei, feeling somewhat exasperated, said, all right, let us get to cooking. At that moment, Bai Xiao Lu approached Lu Wei, her face smeared with soot, and said, Brother Lu Wei, the salt is ready. You can prepare the chai flower sauce now. The sight of Bai Xiao Lu's appearance sent everyone into fits of laughter. What is so funny? Why are you all laughing? Bai Xiao Lu asked, bewildered by their amusement. Zhang Xiao AI stepped forward, wiped a bit of grime from Bai Xiao Lu's face, and showed it to her. Your face, why is it so dirty? Hurry and wash it off. Realizing that just a small wipe had revealed such darkness on her face, Bai Xiao Lu squealed and covered her face, running away. In a live stream, viewers exclaimed, wow, Lulu looks so adorable. I want her. No way, Lulu is mine. No one is allowed to steal her from me. Your esteemed uncle is quite the scoundrel, and with Lu Wei around, it won't be long before 4 women emerge, all bearing swollen bellies. Mena is truly remarkable, managing to hook such a significant catch. Enough with the slander against my brother. It is those shameless women who flock to him. Wu Jing and the others are indeed the epitome of naivety, toiling endlessly to construct homes while Lu Wei flirts carelessly. I sensed his ulterior motives the moment he embraced Mena by the fishing spot. I harbor an intense aversion to Lu Wei. A daily tirade against him uplifts my spirits considerably. Little does Lu Wei know, he is on the brink of becoming the common enemy of all men. At this moment, he is busy chopping chai flowers. To prepare chai flower sauce, one must first clean the chai flowers thoroughly, a task already accomplished by Yang Xiaohu and the others. Once the chai flowers are washed, they must be drained of moisture, as any water will lead to spoilage. Next, chop the chive flowers finely and place them in a container, adding salt to complete the dish. If all seasonings are at hand, one might also include some ginger and star anise, though their absence is inconsequential. After adding salt, use a wooden stick to further mash the chive flowers into a paste. And thus, the sauce is ready. Once prepared, it can be stored in a cool place. Given the current temperature, it can last a month without issue. If one has a refrigerator, it could be preserved for a year. After crafting the chive flower sauce, Lu Wei began to prepare lunch. "Let us feast upon this fish today," he instructed. "Xiao AI, I shall direct, and you shall execute." "Very well," replied Zhang Xiao AI, her expression stoic, clearly still harboring some reservations. The two ventured to the seaside, where Lu Wei guided Zhang Xiao AI in the art of fish slaughter and processing. "Be cautious. Do not injure your hands. Take your time." Zhang Xiao AI nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. After more than half an hour, a large fish along with 10 smaller ones were finally cleaned. The fish head was separated and set aside to be made into soup later. The remaining fish meat was sliced and prepared for grilling on a stone slab. Zhang Xiao AI diligently followed Lu Wei's instructions, meticulously slicing the fish. And by the time everything was ready, an hour had passed. Upon returning to the shelter, Lu Wei instructed the girls to wash a flat stone slab thoroughly and place it over the stove to heat. Once the slab was hot, he brushed it with coconut oil before placing the fish upon it. In no time, the aroma of golden brown fish wafted through the air, mingling with the fragrance of coconut oil, prompting involuntary salivation. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest of methods. A sprinkle of salt and a dash of lemongrass juice were all that was needed to render the fish exquisitely flavorful. Beside the stone slab, a pot simmered with fish soup, filled with an assortment of fish along with the head of a large grouper, creating a hearty broth. The milky white soup was adorned with lemongrass to eliminate any fishy odor, along with dried seaweed, exuding a fresh and fragrant aroma. "Ah, it smells divine. Xiao AI, your culinary skills are truly improving," Mena remarked, squatting beside the stove, utterly entranced by the delightful scent. Xiao AI smiled modestly, stating that she had done nothing remarkable, merely following brother Lu Wei's instructions. Mena gazed at Lu Wei with affectionate surprise, exclaiming that she never imagined he could cook. Lu Wei shrugged, revealing that as someone with limited means, he could seldom afford takeout and had learned to cook out of necessity. "Is it truly as dire as you suggest?" Mena remarked, her disbelief evident. Lu Wei offered a wry smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Typically, he merely played minor roles, participating in commercial performances that paid only a few thousand yuan per show. After the company's cut, he was left with only a modest sum each month. With rent and other expenses deducted, his disposable income was minimal. Ordering takeout felt like a luxury. The other girls noticed Lu Wei's expression, which did not seem to convey deception. They exchanged glances, lowering their heads in contemplation, resolved to assist him upon their return. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Wei was already on the cusp of success, destined to soar high in the entertainment industry. "All right, let's call Jingge and the others back for dinner," Lu Wei said, setting aside the cooked fish, sprinkling it with salt, and adding coconut milk and lemongrass juice for a touch of sweetness. Before long, Wu Jing and the others returned, and they all began their lunch. Chapter 71. Encountering Treasure in the Mountains. Xiao AI, this fish is truly delectable. The fish soup is fantastic, completely devoid of any fishy taste. Sister Xiao AI, you're amazing. So beautiful and such a talented cook. Whoever marries you will be fortunate indeed. Sister Xiao AI, please teach me to cook as well. And me. The group showered compliments upon Zhang Xiao AI, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, leaving her no opportunity to explain herself. Ultimately, Lu Wei joined in, rendering any chance of clarification moot, and he chose to remain silent, though a tinge of guilt lingered. As the credit belonged to Lu Wei, she felt an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. "Jingge, is the house nearly finished?" Lu Wei casually inquired during lunch. Wu Jing nodded, affirming that it was almost complete and that they would just need to assemble the bed in the afternoon. "After that, let us burn some shells." "Huh?" The group looked at Lu Wei, puzzled. "What do we need to burn shells for?" Yang Xiao, who voiced the collective confusion, seeing their bewildered expressions. Lu Wei chuckled and explained, "We burn shells to make lime. The primary component of lime is calcium carbonate, similar to the composition of burnt shells. Lime can deter insects and reduce humidity, which is crucial for us. Sleeping outdoors makes one vulnerable to insect bites. If they are non-venomous, it is manageable, but encountering venomous ones would be disastrous. Thus, lime serves a significant purpose. Moreover, being near the coast, the humidity is high, which can lead to rheumatism. Lime absorbs moisture, keeping our sleeping areas dry. The group listened in astonishment, realizing they had underestimated Lu Wei's knowledge. "You know all this?" Yang Xiaohu exclaimed wide-eyed. Lu Wei shrugged nonchalantly, feigning modesty. "Isn't this just common knowledge? Anyone who has been educated should be aware of it." Silence enveloped the crowd, utterly bemused by this character's antics. A desire to confront him arose within me. After their meal, Wu Jing and the others set about preparing their beds, while Lu Wei accompanied a few young women to gather seashells. The beach was abundant with shells, so plentiful that it could be described as a veritable mountain of them on this desolate shore. They tossed the shells into the fire, and before long, they were reduced to ash. Their labors continued until the sun began its descent, ceasing only when the tide receded. The group then prepared to forage for food, as customary, forbidding Lu Wei from entering the water. Instead, he sauntered alone to the riverbank where they had set their traps earlier that morning. At this moment, the tide had fully receded, and the water was less than half a meter deep, barely reaching his knees. Part of the trap was exposed above the surface. Approaching the trap nearest to the shore, Lu Wei peered inside and was delighted to find several fish and a few crabs, albeit small in size. Despite their diminutive stature, Lu Wei felt a surge of joy. It was a testament to the trap's efficacy. Moreover, it provided them with an additional source of sustenance, which would be crucial for their survival moving forward. Undoubtedly, an ample food supply was the bedrock of their endurance. Without food, no one could thrive. Not everyone possesses the resilience of a person who can endure hunger for 3 days. However, Lu Wei was in no rush to extract the fish. For the time being, their food supply was sufficient, and removing the fish would only lead to drying them, which was less advantageous than allowing them to remain in the trap. Furthermore, the presence of these small fish might attract larger catches. After inspecting the trap, Lu Wei found himself without further tasks, since they had disallowed him from foraging. He turned back towards the shelter. After sitting for a while, he contemplated the need to find some productive activity, for idleness was not a viable option. Fishing was currently impractical due to the shallow waters left by the receding tide, and given his injured status, he was unable to engage in many tasks. After some contemplation, Lu Wei rose and ventured into the forest, intending to search for anything edible or useful. This time, he chose a route markedly different from his previous one. Along the way, he encountered several valuable finds, including a plant known as fragrant vine flower. This particular plant emitted a unique aroma undetectable to the human nose but repugnant to insects, making it an excellent natural insect repellent. He collected a handful, intending to use it in the shelter to ward off mosquitoes, which would surely be drawn to their warm haven. Continuing his exploration, Lu Wei stumbled upon several other plants effective in repelling insects, such as purple stem amaranth and various leaf types. After gathering a few of these, he pressed on, soon discovering a long-desired treasure, wild ginger. The discovery filled Lu Wei with elation, for not only could he brew ginger tea to stave off the cold, but it also provided a crucial seasoning for their meals. Particularly in the preparation of seafood, ginger was an indispensable ingredient, as its warm and balanced properties harmonized perfectly with the cooling nature of seafood. Elated by his find, Lu Wei quickly turned to seek others to help him unearth it. To his surprise, upon lifting his gaze, he noticed yet another remarkable plant. Chapter 72. Ant Flo trends on social media. Before her stood a magnificent tree, towering over 10 meters high, adorned with numerous fruits, each slightly larger than a fist. Some of these fruits had begun to split open, revealing white, fibrous material within, reminiscent of fluffy cotton blossoms. Curiously, Lu Wei discovered that this tree was known as the kapok tree. The bark, flowers, and roots of the kapok tree possess medicinal properties, proving effective in the treatment of enteritis and dysentery. However, the most significant utility lies in its fruit, which upon ripening, splits open to reveal clumps of soft, cotton-like white fibers. These fruits not only resemble cotton in appearance, but also share similar functions, offering remarkable softness and warmth. Lu Wei picked up a few fallen fruits blown by the wind, examined them, and then turned to return. At this moment, cotton was of no immediate use. It was better to let it continue to flourish on the tree. Upon returning to the shelter, Lu Wei placed the gathered mosquito-repelling herbs nearby to dry, intending to craft them into incense. Observing that everyone was still busy gathering from the sea, she did not hastily call them to dig for ginger. Instead, she took out the kapok flowers and meticulously removed the seeds within. Each flower contained numerous tiny seeds, and once these were extracted, what remained was the soft fiber. While Lu Wei contemplated the potential uses of this cotton, on the distant beach, Zhang Xiao AI, who was busy crabbing, suddenly sensed something amiss. As she bent down, an all-too-familiar sensation made her complexion shift. Counting the days, she realized it was indeed that time. Glancing around to ensure no one was nearby, she quickly removed her outer jacket and tied it around her waist to shield her lower half. However, this was merely a temporary fix. Without proper protection, the issue would persist. In this desolate wilderness, where would she find what she needed? A wave of panic washed over her. In truth, when they first arrived on the island, several girls had secretly discussed this very issue. However, after much deliberation, they had failed to devise a satisfactory solution, deciding instead to postpone the matter until it became urgent. Now that the moment had arrived, Zhang Xiao AI was filled with anxiety but felt utterly helpless. Waiting was not an option, and girls were particularly susceptible to chills at such times, making it unwise to enter the water. After a brief moment of hesitation, she called out to Bai Xiaolu. Lu, wait a moment. Given their closer bond, Bai Xiaolu was the first person Zhang Xiao AI thought of in her flustered state. Bai Xiaolu turned back, her expression puzzled as she noticed Zhang Xiao AI's distressed demeanor. What is wrong, Xiao AI? From a distance, Lu Wei observed the group still engaged in their seaside endeavors. Glancing between Bai Xiaolu and Zhang Xiao AI with curiosity. Upon hearing the question, Zhang Xiao AI's face tightened with tension. How could she even broach such a topic? Yet before she could find the words, Bai Xiaolu candidly interjected, Xiao AI's on her period, so we came back. Instantly, Zhang Xiao AI's face flushed crimson. Her gaze towards Bai Xiaolu a mix of embarrassment and indignation. How had she become friends with such a blundering fool? There was no decorum in discussing such matters in front of men, and to be so direct, couldn't she have been a bit more tactful? Moreover, this is a live broadcast. Initially, she intended to conceal it, but now the entire world is aware. Just imagine tomorrow's trending topics. Zhang Xiaolove is on her period, and she would be utterly humiliated, wishing for death itself. Lu Wei was also taken aback. Indeed, how could he have forgotten? Women have this unique condition. Such matters are not trivial. While they may seem manageable outside with a bit of ginger tea or brown sugar water to warm the body, it is far more complicated in the wilderness. A misstep could lead to serious consequences. At this time, a girl's body is at its most vulnerable, her immune system weakened, making her susceptible to various ailments. If she does not take care to recuperate and replenish her nutrients, she could easily catch a cold or fever. Furthermore, their team comprises 4 girls. If each girl experiences 5 days of this monthly cycle, it equates to 20 days, essentially eliminating one member. In a live stream, just as Zhang Xiaolove anticipated, her period became a topic of widespread discussion. What? Xiaolove is on her period? Did the production team give her wings? What are you thinking? That's impossible. Yesterday, Annie from the ugly country started hers too, and she didn't have any sanitary pads. How did she manage? What did she do? Surely she couldn't just block it? She must have let it flow freely. Oh my, the Western sisters are truly bold. So much blood wasted? What? Do you wish to make blood tofu? Laughter erupted as they observed Xiaolove's expression, which seemed to convey a desire to strangle Lulu. Lulu, in her naivete, wondered why they were discussing this with the boys. Perhaps she sought Lu Wei's assistance, given his extensive knowledge. Yet, no matter how knowledgeable he was, could he possibly help with this predicament? Quietly ask, what would you use to block it? Use, cough, cough. What are you coughing about? Did you choke? I understand now. He meant with his mouth. Let us not discuss this anymore. The live stream will be over soon. Isn't Lu Wei supposed to be all-powerful? If he has the capability, he should resolve this issue. Unbeknownst to Lu Wei, Zhang Xiaolove's period had inexplicably tied him into this situation. Chapter 73. The mysterious insole. Lu Wei stood in stunned silence for a moment before promptly rising and exclaiming, "What are you still doing here? Hurry and go inside to rest. Do not catch a chill. Just lie on the bed and remain still." With that, he dashed into the shelter, collecting all the hay from his bed and bringing it to Zhang Xiaolov's bunk to ensure she was more comfortable and warm. Upon witnessing this act, a glimmer sparkled in Zhang Xiaolov's beautiful eyes. She could not resist such tender and thoughtful care. In an instant, her heart fluttered, and her gaze towards Lu Wei softened considerably. However, she soon recalled Lu Wei's refusal to assist her with changing her dressing, and her heart hardened once more. Lu Wei, oblivious to the shift in Zhang Xiaolov's demeanor, saw her lying down before turning to exit the room. He then picked up a shovel and ventured into the woods. Initially, he planned to wait for everyone to return before sending them to dig for mountain ginger, especially since he was currently portraying the role of the injured party. However, Zhang Xiaolov's unexpected visit from her period necessitated a change in his plans. For now, I must set aside other concerns and focus on retrieving ginger to prepare ginger tea for my aunt, which is of utmost importance. This morning, Zhang Xiaowai has already been in the water, and at this moment, if not properly cared for, she is likely to catch a cold. If that occurs, their team will suffer yet another loss. Upon arriving in the woods, Lu Wei skillfully located the wild ginger patch. There was a vast expanse, alleviating any worry of depleting the supply too quickly. He promptly took a spade and began to dig. The ginger rhizomes were situated just beneath the surface, and with little effort, they could be unearthed. The wild ginger is diminutive, exhibiting a pale red or lavender hue, significantly smaller than the ginger found in markets, only the size of a finger. It possesses a warm nature and a spicy flavor, akin to ordinary ginger, yet its nutritional value is markedly higher, making it particularly suitable for young women during their menstrual cycle. With a bundle of wild ginger in hand, Lu Wei returned to the shelter, where he found Bai Xiaolu boiling water. He instructed her to wash the ginger. "What is this?" Bai Xiaolu inquired, her curiosity piqued. "This is wild ginger. I'm making some ginger tea for Xiaowai. Oh, and please wash that motherwort as well. Who would have thought you were so considerate towards Sister Xiaowai? Are you harboring some ulterior motive?" Bai Xiaolu feigned an interrogative stance. Lu Wei shot her a sidelong glance, exasperated. "Where do you get such nonsense? Why would I have any ulterior motives?" Bai Xiaolu immediately adopted a knowing expression, retorting, "Oh, please. You claim to have no motives? Your hand is injured so badly, yet you still go digging for ginger for Sister Xiaowai. Who would believe you?" Lu Wei, unwilling to engage further with the girl's banter, replied, "Think what you will. Just wash it thoroughly. I need it soon. Hee, you've admitted it. Haven tea you? No more words to say." Lu Wei, without sparing her a glance, focused on slicing a coconut. He intended to use the coconut water to prepare the ginger tea, making it less spicy. Additionally, the motherwort he had gathered would also be fitting for Zhang Xiaowai's current condition. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard by Zhang Xiaowai, who lay in bed. She felt her previously cool body suddenly infused with warmth, a warmth radiating from within her heart. Why is he being so kind to me? Why would he endure the pain of his injury just to dig for ginger? It must hurt terribly when he grips the spade to dig. Yet, why did he stop me from helping him change his dressing? Is he concerned that I would feel distressed seeing his wound? How foolish am I? Suddenly, she felt warmth trickling down her cheeks. It was tears. If Lu Wei knew of Zhang Xiaowai's thoughts, he would surely marvel at how women can so easily navigate their own emotions without any prompting. After a while, the ginger tea was ready to be brewed. Lu Wei instructed by Xiaolu, "All right, the tea is simmering in the pot. Once it reaches a boil, let it simmer on low heat for a while longer before serving it to Xiaowai. Can you keep an eye on it? I have a few things to attend to." "Sure, go ahead. I'll take care of it," she replied. Lu Wei nodded and turned to step outside, settling down beside the fire. Then he removed his coat and carefully used a cleaver to slice away the entire lining. Since both sleeves were already gone, the remaining fabric was of little use. With charcoal, he sketched various shapes on the lining and proceeded to cut the entire lining into small pieces according to those designs. In a live stream, the audience praised Lu Wei for his meticulousness, though most of the compliments came from women. Lu Wei is truly attentive. If he could make me a bowl of ginger soup, I would gladly endure my monthly discomfort. "Little sister upstairs, aren't you afraid of excessive blood loss?" "Indeed. I once went a month without my cycle, and it nearly took half my life." Lu Wei is so knowledgeable. He even found wild ginger. He's both handsome and warm. Who wouldn't adore such a man? I really don't understand why some people criticize Lu Wei when he's so wonderful. Jealousy, what else could it be? I too feel envious, especially of Zhang Xiaowai, who has Lu Wei to care for her during her time, while my foolish boyfriend only offers me hot water. Hot water is indeed effective. Look, what is Lu Wei doing? I never expected him to be skilled in needlework. Is there anything he cannot do? It seems he is making insoles. Could it be that he is crafting them to keep Xiaowai warm? Chapter 74. Have you come to relative? If Lu Wei were to see the comments, he would clarify that what he was indeed creating was a pad, but not an insole. He took out a fishhook, tied it with the cotton thread he had removed from the lining, and began to sew it together piece by piece. Soon a long, somewhat figure-8-shaped bag was completed, measuring 25 centimeters in length and 10 centimeters in width, resembling an insole. After sewing the bag, Lu Wei filled it with the kapok he had collected that day, compressing it to enhance its moisture-absorbing capacity. He then stitched several lines to secure the kapok, and the pad was finally finished. Just as he completed two, the team that had gone to gather sea treasures returned. Chun Chi-Chi, leading the group, was puzzled upon seeing the pad in Lu Wei's hands. What are you making? An insole? Lu Wei waved his hand dismissively. Go away. It's none of your business. Chun Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback, ready to respond, but saw Lu Wei had already risen and walked over to Yang Xiao. TCH, no humanity in the presence of the opposite sex. Ignoring him, Lu Wei approached Yang Xiaohu and beckoned, Little Fox, come with me. I have something to discuss. Although Yang Xiaohu felt curious, she asked no further questions and followed Lu Wei aside, where he handed her the two pads. Seeing the insoles Lu Wei offered, she mistakenly thought he was concerned about her catching a chill. Instantly, warmth filled her heart, and she smiled sweetly at him. These insoles are oddly shaped. Are they for me? Her large eyes shimmered with a bright, glistening light as they gazed at Lu Wei. Lu Wei was momentarily taken aback and replied, You came too? Came? For what? Your monthly cycle, Lu Wei whispered. Yang Xiaohu's face flushed, and she shot him an annoyed glance. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't have that. Upon regaining her composure, she glanced at the mat in her hands and then at Lu Wei, blinking her large eyes in curiosity. What is this? Lu Wei recounted the situation concerning Zhang Xiaowai to Yang Xiaohu, then added, You can leave this to her. There are some materials left. The rest you girls can manage yourselves. After washing and drying, it can be reused. This is not a one-time item. After hearing this, Yang Xiaohu felt inclined to praise his attentiveness, but was overwhelmed by a pang of jealousy, realizing this was for another girl. After observing Lu Wei for a while, she finally admitted, I can't sew. You must help me with mine. Lu Wei frowned at her words, feeling that as a man, engaging in such tasks would tarnish his image. However, there was no choice. A demonstration was necessary for them to understand the process. It wouldn't do to teach them step by step, as that would be even more awkward. This is quite simple, Lu Wei thought to himself, wishing to explain the crafting method to Yang Xiaohu. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that Yang Xiaohu was not incapable, but simply unwilling to do it herself. I can't do it. You do it for me. Yang Xiaohu interrupted Lu Wei's explanation, her stubbornness evident. Lu Wei quickly recognized her reluctance, mistaking it for a dislike of effort, and replied exasperatedly, Is it fitting for a man like me to do this? You should handle it yourself. Yang Xiaohu, feeling somewhat aggrieved, retorted, You can do it for other women, but not for me. Realization dawned on Lu Wei. She was indeed feeling envious. He internally lamented his choice to involve her, pondering how much simpler it would have been to approach Mena instead, who could easily be swayed with a few words. However, dealing with this little fox proved to be a more complex endeavor. Seeing the stubborn yet hurt expression on Yang Xiaohu's face softened Lu Wei's heart. All right, I'll do it for you, but you must first deliver this to Xiaowai. Consider it a token of gratitude for the meal you provided me. Upon hearing Lu Wei's concession, Yang Xiaohu's lips curled into a pleasing smile. Xiaowai? You seem rather familiar with her, she remarked teasingly, sensing a hint of jealousy in his demeanor. Not familiar, but certainly more so than with you. Now hurry along. Lu Wei waved his hand, feeling a bit weary. Yang Xiaohu rolled her eyes playfully at him before turning back towards the shelter. At that moment, Zhang Xiaowai lay on the bed, feeling awkward as she faced the concern of those around her. Upon returning from the beach, Wu Jing and the others found her lying still and initially assumed she was unwell, prompting them to approach with inquiries. Zhang Xiaowai felt a surge of embarrassment. It wasn't that she didn't want to move, but rather that she feared doing so. All girls understand that during such instances, remaining still is preferable. Once one begins to move, it's akin to releasing a floodgate, and the situation becomes uncontrollable. But how could she articulate this to them? It would be far too embarrassing. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaolu had received a warning from Zhang Xiaoai not to speak carelessly and was thus hesitant to say anything. Luckily, Yang Xiaohu returned just in time, witnessing the group gathered around Zhang Xiaoai, questioning her relentlessly, and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She stepped forward and declared, "All right, everyone please step outside. It's inappropriate for you to be here concerning a girl's matters." Though unspoken, the married men swiftly grasped the underlying implication, falling silent and refraining from further inquiries. Only the Na'vi Pong Pong remained in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 75. A bountiful catch Wujing. Not granting Pong Pong the opportunity to ask questions, wrapped an arm around his neck and unceremoniously led him outside. With the men having exited, only a few young women remained in the room. Yang Xiaohu produced a mat and handed it to Zhang Xiaoai. "Xiaoai, this is for you. Use it to manage for now." She then relayed Lu Wei's message to Zhang Xiaoai. Although the notion of reusing such an item seemed peculiar given their current predicament, any utility was welcome, as options were scarce. "Thank you, Sister Xiaohu, but if you give this to me, do you have another?" Zhang Xiaoai gazed at the mat, desiring it ardently, yet she understood that accepting it would create a substantial obligation. After all, they were young women, and such an item held immense significance for them. Yang Xiaohu bit her lip, sensing Zhang Xiaoai's hesitation. She initially intended to withhold the truth, but realized it could not be concealed. Besides, the men I desire do not require underhanded tactics to fall into my grasp. Rest assured, this was made by Lu Wei. I can simply have him make another. Upon hearing that it was crafted by Lu Wei, Zhang Xiaoai was instantly enveloped in a sweet warmth. Without further contemplation, she instinctively accepted it. Seeing Zhang Xiaoai take the mat, Yang Xiaohu stood and beckoned Meina and Bai Xiaolu to leave the shelter, granting Zhang Xiaoai the space to change. Once everyone had exited, Zhang Xiaoai lingered, holding the item, her expression shifting between flushes of red and moments of dazed contemplation. Outside, Lu Wei was orchestrating the cooking with several men. Well aware that Zhang Xiaoai would be unable to assist today, he too was unable to lend a hand, as they had been summoned for labor. "Peng Peng, Chi-Chi, come with me. We shall catch some fish." Observing the meager haul from shore, Lu Wei had to devise a plan. Though he had not intended to resort to this, circumstances had altered swiftly. Moreover, with Zhang Xiaoai's monthly cycle upon her, she could not consume shellfish or crabs, which were unsuitable for her. However, fish posed no issue. "Where shall we catch fish?" the others inquired, puzzled by Lu Wei's proposition. Chen Chi-Chi, half amused and half exasperated, retorted, "Brother, do you overestimate Peng Peng and me? Do we seem like fish-catching experts to you?" Lei Jiayi nodded in agreement. "You possess quite the self-awareness, haha." Realizing their confusion, Lu Wei clarified, "Did you forget? We set 2 fish traps this morning. While you were at the shore, I checked them, and they contain a fair number of fish. We can bring some back and make a soup for dinner." "Our traps caught fish?" Bai Xiaolu, overhearing Lu Wei, exclaimed with delight. Lu Wei nodded. "Indeed, we caught quite a few. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry." The group equipped themselves with containers for the fish and proceeded to the river mouth, where the tide had just begun to rise and the water was still shallow. Peng Peng and Chen Chi-Chi rolled up their pant legs and waded into the water. Upon reaching the fish cage, they lifted it, and a cacophony of splashes ensued. "Wow, so many fish!" exclaimed Bai Xiaolu, who stood on the shore, her delight palpable. Lu Wei, however, did not permit her to join them in the water, which left her quite anxious. Chen Chi-Chi and Peng Peng, overwhelmed by the abundance of fish, beamed with joy, exclaiming how exhilarating it was. "I can hardly lift them all," one of them remarked. "We don't need to take them all out. Just enough for dinner tonight and breakfast tomorrow will suffice," Lu Wei advised, mindful that excess fish would go to waste and could not be kept alive. "Understood," the two replied, beginning to retrieve fish from the cage. When Lu Wei constructed the cage, he intentionally left 2 small openings for catching fish, which were typically secured with vines but could be easily opened for access. Otherwise, extracting fish from such a large cage would be cumbersome. After retrieving about a dozen fish, they had only taken about a third of what the cage contained. Once they finished, they secured the openings again and returned the cage to the water, their faces alight with happiness as they ascended the bank. Bai Xiaolu eagerly observed the floundering fish in the bucket, Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "What kind of fish are these, Brother Lu Wei?" Lu Wei shook his head, admitting, "Some I recognize, while others I do not." Upon hearing that Lu Wei was unfamiliar with some of the fish, Bai Xiaolu voiced her concern, asking, "Should we be worried about eating poisonous fish?" With a playful smile, Lu Wei replied, "That is simple enough. We simply want to eat the ones we don't recognize." He then inspected the bucket, extracting a fish weighing approximately half a pound, round and resembling a balloon, stating, "This one is ineatable. Just toss it back if you see it again." Chen Chi shrugged and remarked, "I told her not to take this one," but Peng Peng insisted it was amusing. Bai Xiaolu, recognizing the fish, exclaimed, "I know this one. It's a pufferfish. Isn't it?" Indeed, Lu Wei confirmed, the pufferfish is a well-known poisonous variety, though there are others that are less common. However, there is no need for excessive worry. As long as we exercise caution while catching fish and avoid being pricked by their spines, we'll be fine. Speaking of toxicity, Lu Wei recalled that this area harbored numerous poisonous marine creatures, indicating that greater vigilance would be required in the future. Chapter 76. I want that too. The group tidied up the fish by the riverbank, discarding those they could not identify, which were few in number. In the wilderness, one must never consume anything uncertain in safety. Moreover, as food supplies were ample at present, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. With the clean fish in hand, they returned to their shelter, where Lu Wei began to instruct them on cooking. This time, the head chef was Yang Xiaohu, who eagerly volunteered to learn the culinary arts. Lu Wei, pleased by her enthusiasm, was more than willing to teach. The seasonings were simple, offering little room for creativity, just a few ingredients. And as long as one did not add excessive salt, there would be no issues. However, today's fish soup would benefit from an additional seasoning, wild mountain ginger, which should enhance the flavor considerably. Let us start by adding some coconut oil to the pot. Is this enough? Yang Xiaohu asked as she scooped some coconut oil with a wooden spatula. After a night of cooler temperatures, the coconut oil had solidified, resembling white lard. Lu Wei glanced around and decided that today they should add a bit more oil, considering everyone had been exhausted for several days and could use some nutritional replenishment. Add a little more, it's fine. We can always extract more later, he encouraged. Yang Xiaohu obediently selected some additional ingredients to place in the pot and then inquired about the next step. In truth, she was capable of preparing a few simple home-cooked dishes, having grown up in an ordinary family where she often observed her mother cooking, learning a bit in the process, and even attempting it herself a few times. However, after becoming a major star, she ceased entering the kitchen to protect her skin. The desire to learn cooking this time was sparked by Zhang Xiaolove's prowess. So what if she can cook? It's not that impressive. I'll learn too, Unbeknownst to Lu Wei, women harbor many subtle thoughts. He simply instructed Yang Xiaohu to wait a moment, allowing the oil to heat slightly before adding the fish, which he advised should be pan-fried until both sides were lightly charred. Lu Wei meticulously detailed each step, and not only was Yang Xiaohu listening attentively, but Meina nearby was equally engrossed. Meina's thoughts were straightforward. Yang Xiaohu was her competitor, and if she was learning, she could not fall behind. Yang Xiaohu cautiously followed Lu Wei's instructions. In truth, as long as one possessed a normal level of intelligence, such a simple process posed no difficulty. After all, there were only a few seasonings involved, and the technical demands were minimal. Before long, the fish was perfectly fried. A few pieces of wild ginger were added for frying, followed by water and coconut milk, along with lemongrass and several strips of kelp to complete the dish. Next, she merely needed to monitor the heat and add a pinch of salt before serving. Once the fish soup was ready, they placed the conch and crabs they had gathered from the beach earlier in the afternoon by the fire to roast. Seeing that everything was in order, Lu Wei stood up and began to extract seeds from the cotton flowers he had collected. "What is this?" Meina inquired curiously as she sat beside him. Cotton. Cotton? Meina paused, suddenly recalling the mat Lu Wei had made for Zhang Xiaolove. She then quietly asked, "Is this what you used to make that?" Lu Wei nodded without uttering a word. "I want to do it too," Meina said, pouting playfully. What could Lu Wei say? He had made one for Yang Xiaohu, one for Zhang Xiaolove, and he certainly couldn't refuse Meina. After all, whether it was a single sheep or a flock, one must tend to them all. So he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Upon seeing Lu Wei's consent, Meina beamed with joy. "I'll help you with it." Lu Wei cast her an appreciative glance. "That was more like it. What are you two doing?" Lu Wei turned to see Bai Xiaolu, letting out a resigned sigh. realizing that he could not escape this inquiry either. In the live stream, laughter erupted. Lu Wei's expression is absolutely hilarious. Lu Wei's new title, Ambassador of the Seventh Dimension. Why can't it be Ambassador Sophie? I'll use it. Lu Wei is really warm-hearted and skillful. He can even sew. A man making sanitary napkins for women is disgusting and creepy. I find you to be the truly creepy one. What's wrong with sanitary napkins? They are merely everyday necessities. It's your mindset that is unhealthy. I believe Lu Wei has excelled in his efforts, assisting several young women in navigating awkward situations and safeguarding their health. Indeed, this matter holds paramount importance for girls. It seems as though Lu Wei possesses an uncanny aptitude for everything. Such a man truly instills a sense of security. We are fortunate to have Lu Wei on our national team. Otherwise, the circumstances would be dire. As expected, upon learning that cotton could be transformed into sanitary napkins, Bai Xiaolu sought Lu Wei's assistance once more. What could Lu Wei say? As the saying goes, better to lose one than to lose a group, so he reluctantly acquiesced. The three of them sat together, sorting seeds while engaging in light conversation. In the distance, Wu Jing and several men were digging pits, preparing to mix the burned lime with water for tomorrow's use. The fish soup is ready. Everyone come to dine. Half an hour later, Yang Xiaohu called everyone to the table. This fish soup contains a generous amount of ginger. Everyone should partake to ward off the chill, as the night is quite cold. And we must avoid catching a cold. The fact that Lu Wei was able to procure ginger had become commonplace for everyone, and they were too weary to praise him anew. In any case, if Lu Wei were to produce white flour tomorrow, they would not be surprised. Yang Xiaohu rose, holding a bowl of fish soup, saying, I will take a bowl to Xiao AI. You all start eating. By the way, the competition is in 2 days, and we must finalize our performance. In a moment, let's all showcase our unique talents, and we will determine who will participate. Chapter 77. Skill Upgrade. Upon hearing Wu Jing's words, Lu Wei realized that they had been on the island for nearly a week. Time truly flies. Although the recent elimination of Bird Sister had left everyone somewhat despondent, it appears that things are progressing in a positive direction. Furthermore, he is confident that with the system in place, surviving for 99 days should not pose a challenge. His current objective is to transform this survival experience into a vacation. This is the direction in which he ought to strive. As for the performance, Lu Wei has already formulated a plan to secure victory. Does he not possess the skill of playing the eru? It is an opportune moment to utilize it. Through the memories of the original owner, Lu Wei discovered that the musical compositions for the eru had long been lost to time. Moreover, there are few who delve into the study of this instrument. Currently, those researching the eru are not musicians, but rather archaeologists. Of course, among the vast populace of the 9 provinces, one can occasionally find eru performances online. However, due to the absence of musical scores, most individuals merely engage with it for novelty, showcasing it as an exotic instrument without genuine understanding. There's not a single person who truly comprehends the eru. If he were to perform a piece like Horse Racing or Reflections on the Moon, would that not elevate his status to legendary? The essential point is that he could revive a lost instrument and perform a classic, undoubtedly causing a sensation. His popularity would inevitably soar. It is settled. He shall play the eru, reserving singing and dancing for future opportunities. As for the success of his eru performance, Lu Wei harbors no doubts. He believes that a classic piece of music can resonate deeply with anyone, regardless of their background or ethnicity. Upon reflecting on his current proficiency as a second-string eru player, which stood at a mere level 1, Lu Wei felt an earnest desire to elevate his skills. A classic piece deserves an appropriate level of artistry. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the timeless work. As a custodian of classical music, such negligence is inexcusable. Yet, he found himself pondering the appropriate level to attain. Naturally, the higher the level, the better. However, advancing from level 1 to level 10 required a staggering 450,000 points of popularity, a prospect that made Lu Wei wince. Though he possessed several million points, the 450,000 was still a significant sum. After much deliberation, Lu Wei resolved to invest in his upgrade, aiming for the pinnacle of level 10. After all, one must risk in order to gain. Without taking chances, one cannot achieve greatness. With this thought in mind, Lu Wei began the process of enhancing his skills without hesitation. To his surprise, the first skill he upgraded was not one related to survival, but rather of an entertainment nature. observing the crowd engrossed in their meals and conversations. Oblivious to his actions, he proceeded to incrementally enhance his skill. The leap from level 1 to level 2 required 10,000 points, while progressing from level 2 to level 3 demanded 20,000 points. Following this pattern, the total for reaching level 10 amounted to 450,000 points. With each upgrade, Lu Wei felt an influx of new techniques and knowledge flooding his mind, as though they had become second nature to him. Before long, he had expended 450,000 points to elevate his Eru performance to level 10. However, he soon discovered that the journey did not end there. Further upgrades were possible. Could there be an elusive level 11? Driven by curiosity, Lu Wei invested an additional 100,000 points to attempt another upgrade. To his astonishment, upon reaching this new tier, he was not met with level 11, but rather with the designation of Era Mastery. Stunned, Lu Wei realized that Mastery offered further opportunities for advancement, albeit at a steep cost of 1 million experience points. He swallowed hard, suddenly aware that the Mastery tier was already sufficient for his needs. There was no pressing necessity to pursue the highest level. Observing the trend, he concluded that any further upgrades would likely deplete his popularity points beyond recovery. Lu Wei. Huh? What is it? He replied, slightly startled. Why were you lost in thought? I called you several times, Bai Xiaolu inquired. Lu Wei shook his head, assuring her that he was merely contemplating some matters. Bai Xiaolu, not pressing the issue further, conveyed the discussion among their peers regarding the props or voiceovers needed for his upcoming performance. Well, then, I'll perform an Eru solo. Please have the production team bring me an Eru, Lu Wei stated confidently. His declaration rendered the group momentarily speechless. Eru? What is that? They wondered, having never encountered it before. Although they were all actors familiar with the arts, their knowledge of musical instruments was limited, and they had certainly not experienced the Eru firsthand. In the present day, Lu Wei mentioned an instrument that none had ever heard of, leaving everyone momentarily bewildered, though they were unaware of what the Eru was. None dared to inquire. Lu Wei, having stated his request, resumed savoring his fish soup without further elaboration. The others refrained from asking, primarily out of a desire to conceal their ignorance. After all, in an entertainment circle, it would be rather embarrassing to admit unfamiliarity with a particular instrument. Thus, they opted for silence, pretending they were knowledgeable. Chapter 78. Use central air conditioner. Upon receiving the request, the production team began preparing the instruments and props. Inside the sanctuary, Yang Xiaohu offered a bowl of fish soup to Zhang Xiaoai. Here, Xiaoai, have some fish soup. Lu Wei mentioned that you cannot eat those sea snails and crabs, so I didn't bring them for you. Thank you, Sister Xiaohu. I appreciate your kindness. Zhang Xiaoai replied with a sweet smile. Yang Xiaohu observed Zhang Xiaoai's delightful expression, feeling as though the smile was not directed at her. Don't mention it. Drink up. If it's not enough, I'll get you more. I'm off to eat. I'm Fine. I can't even finish this bowl. Do drink more. You need to maintain your nutrition and cannot afford to lack it. Thank you, Sister Xiaohu. Please go ahead and eat. All right then. I shall take my leave. Call me if you need anything. Okay. As Yang Xiaohu's figure disappeared at the door, the smile on Zhang Xiaoai's face faded. Her expression was a blend of annoyance and delight as she glanced at the fish soup in her hands, murmuring to herself, why am I being so considerate to her? Once outside the sanctuary, Yang Xiaohu spotted Lu Wei, who was animatedly chatting and laughing with everyone, for reasons she couldn't quite fathom. Seeing him ignited an inexplicable irritation within her. Striding over with determination, she plopped down beside Lu Wei, jostling him with her hip, causing the unsuspecting Lu Wei to almost topple into Mayna's embrace. Straightening up, Lu Wei looked at Yang Xiaohu, confusion etched across his face, unsure of what had provoked her ire. What's the matter? Is being a superstar so impressive that you can bully others? Even if you're a big star? What does that mean to me? You're not spending money on me or giving me anything. Seeing Lu Wei nestle into Mayna's side only fueled Yang Xiaohu's anger. Upon hearing his inquiry, she retorted brusquely, I intend to sit here. You insufferable scoundrel. One of you is not enough. You act like a central air conditioner, spreading warmth everywhere. If Lu Wei could hear Yang Xiaohu's inner thoughts, he would surely ask, what do you mean by one of you? When did I ever have you? Have you kissed me or something? One must speak with evidence. Unfortunately, Lu Wei possessed no mind-reading abilities and could only stare blankly at the fuming Yang Xiaohu. Can't you sit elsewhere? Why must you crowd me? The side is cold. You've warmed this spot. Girl shooting tea, catch a chill. ISNT, that what you said? Yang Xiaohu declared defiantly, gazing at Lu Wei. And you go making fish soup and ginger soup for others. Why not just stay warm in bed? As the saying goes, it is difficult to raise both women and petty people. Reluctantly, Lu Wei shifted closer to Mena. Fine, fine. I yield to you. If it weren't for the fact that you've been somewhat nice to me, I would have given you a good kick. Seeing Lu Wei accommodating her, Yang Xiaohu felt a sense of comfort within. Bowing her head, she began to sip the fish soup. Can your hands manage? Do you require my assistance? Yang Xiaohu believed in the age-old adage that one must offer a sweet reward after a reprimand. Otherwise, the stubborn mule might stray to another. Lu Wei shook his head, declining her offer. I'm quite fine now. This afternoon I checked, and my wound has nearly healed. Just moments ago, Mena had also attempted to feed him, but was met with rejection, which understandably left her feeling rather discontented. It was only natural for Mena to feel this way. After all, Yang Xiao had been nursing him for several days, and today, her singular opportunity was dismissed by Lu Wei, leaving her understandably irked. The sight of Lu Wei being somewhat bullied by Yang Xiao, yet still yielding to her whims, only added to her discomfort. Fortunately, the sole consolation was that Lu Wei had seated himself increasingly closer to her. After a dinner fraught with unexpected turns, it finally came to a close. A brief tidying up ensued, with several girls taking the dishes to wash. Observing the weariness of his companions, Lu Wei retrieved several large black buoys and filled them with water. He then shifted the fire pit and placed the water-filled buoys into the warm sand, tossing in a couple of heated stones. Before long, hot water was ready. Of course, while the method was his invention, the labor was executed by Peng Peng, as his hands were still injured. Ah, this is splendid. Why didn't we think of this sooner? Chen Chi lay on the ground, his feet submerged in the hot water, wearing a rather comical expression of bliss. Lei Jia reclined beside him, quipping, why not admit you're just lazy? If you truly wish to soak your feet, you could simply boil some water in a pot. Boiling water takes too long. By the time we each take our turn, dawn will break. How could I soak my feet with you all watching? Wu Jing, overhearing their banter, chuckled and remarked, it seems you two aren't fatigued at all, still possessing the energy to bicker. Lu Wei, joining in the mirth, suggested, well, there's plenty to be done. Tomorrow we shall lime the walls and construct a shelter to serve as a kitchen, storing firewood to prepare for the rain, ensuring we have dry wood for cooking. Wu Jing nodded in agreement, affirming Lu Wei's foresight is commendable. Indeed, we need a kitchen shelter adjacent to the refuge, for protection from the rain and shade from the sun. Upon hearing this, Chen Chi lamented, must we really build a house? Is this not a death sentence for me? Are we venturing into real estate with all this construction? As they soaked their feet and chatted, they continued until the water gradually cooled. Just as they were about to retreat to the shelter for rest, Peng Peng suddenly exclaimed, look, the production team has delivered the supplies we need. Turning their heads, they spotted a brightly lit speedboat nearing the shore, with several crew members unloading supplies. Let us go and see, Lu Wei declared, rising to lead the way. The others promptly followed suit. Upon reaching the beach, the staff had already set the items in place, awaiting their acceptance. Upon their arrival, the staff cheerfully introduced, ladies and gentlemen, these are the supplies you requested. We will collect them after the performance concludes the day after tomorrow. Please check if anything is missing. If there are any issues, feel free to contact us. Thank you all for your cooperation, and I hope you achieve excellent results. Lu Wei smiled and nodded at the impeccably dressed staff member before expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. You're welcome. Goodbye. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to the staff, everyone transported the boxes back to the shelter. There were 3 boxes in total, one for each of Lu Wei, Chen Chi, and Mena. Chen Chi eagerly opened her box, exclaiming, let me see what you've prepared for me. As the box was unveiled, everyone caught a glimpse of its contents, merely a set of performance attire. Disappointed, Chen Chi rummaged through the outfit, only to find nothing else. Is this it? What about the music player I requested? How can I sing without accompaniment? At that moment, the drone nearby chimed in. You can tell me the song you wish to sing, and I will provide the accompaniment. Chen Chi was left speechless. She had initially hoped for a music player to entertain herself during the next few days, but it appeared the production team had no intention of granting her that opportunity. After examining Chun Chi-Chi's clothing, they moved on to the next box. Maina, hurry and see what your outfit looks like. Bai Xiaolu said, her curiosity piqued. It seemed that girls had an innate fondness for unboxing. With eager anticipation, Maina opened her box to reveal a pure white gauzy garment. As she pulled it out, it became evident that it was an ancient-style hanfu, ethereal and delicate as snow. Wow, this dress is stunning, Bai Xiaolu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the flowing skirt. Yang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaolove looked on with envy, wishing they had also signed up, even if just to try on the beautiful attire. Maina, try it on, someone urged. Not yet. Let us see what Lu Wei is first. Lu Wei's box was opened by several girls, ostensibly to consider his injury, but in truth, they were simply indulging their desire to unbox. Inside, they found an eru and a long blue robe. So this is the eru? I feel like I've seen one before, Bai Xiaolu remarked as she scrutinized the instrument. Lu Wei took the eru in hand, bow in one hand, and the instrument resting on his lap. In that instant, a wave of innate familiarity washed over him, as though the eru were an extension of himself, inseparable even during meals or slumber. He was intimately aware of every detail regarding the instrument. Gently caressing it, Lu Wei sighed and said, the eru, our ancient traditional instrument, also known as huqin or shiqin, has a history spanning over 1,000 years. However, in modern times, it is at risk of being forgotten, with few people still able to play it. There is a saying in the industry, 1,000-year-old pipa, a 10,000-year-old zhong. Yet a lifetime spent playing the eru. The sound of the eru is both mournful and melodic. It is often said that there are no tears that cannot be drawn forth by the eru, nor souls that cannot be sent away by the suona. Sadly, the eru has become increasingly rare, primarily found in museums as cherished antiques. As the crowd listened to Lu Wei's words, they felt an inexplicable sense of awe. Let's hear it, then, said Wu Jing, his face adorned with curiosity. As a practitioner of traditional martial arts, he held a profound interest in these cultural elements. Indeed. Lu Wei, can you play the eru? The others looked at Lu Wei with eager anticipation. Lu Wei, with a smile, did not decline. All right, I shall display my humble skills. However, let us first turn off the microphones. The performance must not be prematurely revealed. Yes, everyone, quickly turn them off. The group hastily muted their microphones, and the live stream was instantly enveloped in silence, leaving only a still image. Wow, Lu Wei is truly something else. Do we really have such a traditional instrument as the eru? I've never heard of it before. One person remarked, I searched online and found some eru performances, but the sound was like a saw cutting through wood. Another added, since it's a lost instrument, how could a young lad like Lu Wei know how to play it? That's quite strange, but at this point, if Lu Wei claimed he could give birth, I wouldn't be surprised. This guy Lu Wei has an abundance of peculiar skills. He can even make sanitary pads, let alone play an instrument. Wait, why are they crying? Could it be that Lu Wei's performance is truly that remarkable? Is there no one who can listen to the eru without shedding tears? Perhaps it is just so unpleasant that it moved them to tears. In Chapter 80, titled Observe How They Squirm, within the room, aside from Lu Wei, who was lost in the world of music with his eyes closed, the remaining 8 individuals were in tears, including the stalwart Wu Jing, the naive Bai Xiaolu, and the commanding Yang Xiaohu. Each person's eyes were red, tears welling in their gaze. Lu Wei's level of expertise and performance was unparalleled in this world. Even in the previous existence where the eru had not lost its heritage, such mastery was exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the piece he performed, the classic The Street Where the Wind Lives, was profoundly moving. Lu Wei's selection of this piece was made after considerable contemplation. It was the piece he was most familiar with, as it had been directly imparted to him by the system through a lottery. Although he could play other pieces from the original world after mastering the eru, he was not as familiar with them, and achieving the best effect would require time for practice. With a performance scheduled for the day after tomorrow, he clearly did not have ample time for rehearsal. Additionally, this piece was composed by a foreign composer, and since he intended to take advantage of the situation, it was prudent to draw from abroad first. Let someone else in the future create a similar piece, thus benefiting them. When it comes to appropriation, it is always safer to borrow from others first rather than one's own. Even if someone were to create it later, it would still remain within their grasp. One cannot deny that this piece was indeed deeply moving, with a melody that resonated profoundly. The soul-stirring music always has the power to evoke heartbreaking memories. In the journey of life, one inevitably encounters various regrets, departed loved ones, cherished companions left behind. As time elapses, these memories gradually sink into the recesses of our minds. Today, a piece of music by Lu Wei resonates deeply, reminiscent of Su Shi's poignant verse. In 10 years, life and death remain a vast unknown, not pondering. One finds it hard to forget. The wind whispers through the empty streets, where the familiar figure has vanished. Each gentle breeze, upon contact, stirs a profound ache within. As the final note fades, the audience lingers in a state of reverie, their eyes glistening with tears of sorrow. Lu Wei, pleased with his performance, feels as though the music, instilled by the system, flows from his own creation. Upon opening his eyes, he is taken aback by the tearful expressions of the crowd. Is it truly so exaggerated? He muses. While he too felt a twinge of sadness during his passionate play, he wonders why their reactions are so extreme. Unbeknownst to him, the mastery of his skill, combined with the system's training and the timeless influence of the music, creates an unparalleled impact. Surely, even if it were not melodious. You need not weep so, he quips with a hint of self-mockery. As Lu Wei's words reach them, the audience gradually emerges from the spell of the music, yet a lingering melancholy envelopes their hearts. What is the name of this piece? Yang Xiaohu inquires, her gaze a complex tapestry of pain, sympathy, and affection. She yearns to understand the experiences that could evoke such a soul-stirring melody. Perhaps only through the trials of life, with its myriad emotions, can one attain such profound insight. The street where the wind dwells. What a lovely name. I must download it to listen attentively. Little does she know that this piece was brought over by Lu Wei, and there's no place in this world to download it. However, Lu Wei offers no explanation. Meanwhile, Mena gazes at Lu Wei with starry-eyed admiration, unabashedly expressing her reverence. "It's so beautiful," she exclaims. Baishala nods in agreement, adding, "I never listened to pure music much before, lacking patience. But after hearing brother Lu Wei's Eru, I realized my understanding was shallow. Music truly has the power to cleanse the soul." Lu Wei chuckles. "Is it really that dramatic?" Zhang Xiaolov shakes her head, her expression tinged with sentiment. "It is not an exaggeration. I may never forget this night, this melody." Wu Jing nods, affirming, "It's truly exquisite. It brought me to tears. Rarely has a piece of music moved me so deeply." Chen Chi remains silent, methodically folding her performance attire and placing it back into her suitcase. Nearby, Lei Jai questions, "What are you doing?" Lu Wei has finished. "Won't you showcase your talent?" Chen Chi replies curtly, "Why should I embarrass myself? I've decided to forfeit. Let Lu Wei take the stage." Lei Jai pats Chen Chi on the shoulder, teasing, "This is the wisest decision I've seen you make since I met you. Get lost." Chen Chi retorts, while Peng Peng gazes at Lu Wei with eager anticipation. "Lu Wei, when you have some free time, do teach me how to play the Eru. I have truly become enchanted. The sound is simply exquisite." "Very well. If the opportunity arises, I shall instruct you as well, for I am eager to learn." Bai Xiaolu, joining in the excitement, remarked on the peculiar sight of someone scratching their backside while playing. The crowd fell silent, questioning the appropriateness of such a description for a young woman. "Gentlemen, is that all you have? This is not acceptable. I desire a gift, and I hope you can contribute a little. It's rather awkward to ask daily, isn't it? Would it be too much to expect some initiative from you? If I watch an ad for 30 seconds, I earn a dime. If 10 people do the same, that's $1, and 100 would mean 1,000. I could become quite prosperous. Come on, I await your generous gifts." Chapter 81. The prizes spark a dispute before they had even received their rewards. Discord arose. Their lively chatter caused quite a stir among the viewers of the live broadcast, who, witnessing their joyous expressions but unaware of their conversation, protested to the production team, demanding the sound be turned on. However, the production team was powerless in this matter, as the control lay beyond their reach. To the audience's dismay, the lively group soon fell asleep, leaving both sound and visuals absent. Curiosity gnawed at the viewers, who eagerly anticipated the performance day, yearning to learn what piece Lu Wei would play that moved Yang Xiaohu and the others to tears. Within the refuge, after much deliberation, it was decided that Lu Wei and Mena would perform the day after tomorrow. Lu Wei would play the Eru for 3 minutes, followed by Mena's 2-minute dance, making a perfect 5 minutes. Having heard Lu Wei's melodies, they brimmed with confidence, certain they would triumph in the competition. Bai Xiaolu and Peng Peng had even begun to discuss what they would redeem after winning 3 prizes. They were determined to exchange for skincare products, sunscreen, and brightening agents, 3 essentials indeed. Bai Xiaolu counted on her fingers, contemplating the items to be redeemed. Peng Peng, however, voiced a different opinion, questioning the need for facial products. What's wrong with just using water? We should trade for meat, rice, and flour to make dumplings. As she spoke, her mouth nearly watered at the thought. Though Bai Xiaolu also felt tempted by the food, she understood that for a young actress, maintaining an appealing exterior was of utmost importance. Why indulge in food? Just look at yourself. You've gained weight. Do you still aspire to be an actress? You look sun-kissed like someone from Africa. How will you act upon your return? Therefore, we must select skincare products. Then we can swap one for sunscreen and the rest for rice and meat. We can enjoy braised pork as well. Absolutely not. We shall exchange for all skincare products. If we crave meat, we can hunt for it. But what if we cannot catch anything? One day we will. Their spirited debate continued, while Lu Wei, sitting beside them, could only shake his head in bemusement. You two should really get some sleep. The items aren't even in our possession yet, and here you are bickering. What if we lose the competition and end up with nothing? Bai Xiaolu flashed a sweet smile at Lu Wei. That won't happen. I have faith in you. Lu Wei, you will surely win the championship. Lu Wei glanced at Bai Xiaolu, bemused by her unusually sweet demeanor today. After a moment's reflection, he discerned her intent. She was seeking his approval for her choice of skincare products. Quickly off to sleep. We have work to do tomorrow. All right then, I shall sleep now. As he spoke, he obediently lay down and closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. The night quietly slipped away, punctuated only by the occasional squeak of mice and the hum of mosquitoes, rendering the evening relatively tranquil. At dawn, Lu Wei awoke early, rejuvenated by his robust constitution and quick recovery of energy, having exerted no effort the previous day. Opening his eyes and observing that everyone else was still asleep, he took his time rising, opting instead to first access the system. Host, Lu Wei age, 25 strength, 60 constitution, 80 agility, 60 spirit, 60 skills, era mastery, level 2, singing, level 3, dancing, level 4. Acting, level 4, culinary arts, level 1, diving, level 1, tree climbing, level 1, weaving, level 1, click to expand, special skills, plant recognition. Weather observation popularity, 5, 123, 462 lottery. Not available mall. Not open yet character affection. Not available. Lu Wei first examined his physical attributes, noting that his constitution had indeed risen to 80 points, with the others also increasing to 60 points. However, he found a uniformity of the increase peculiar. Why was everything exactly 60? Moreover, he recalled that his spirit attribute had originally been 60 points. How could his constitution be augmented so significantly while his spirit remained unchanged? Did the system rectify this discrepancy? Or was it that one could only attain a maximum of 60 points indicative of an average human level, necessitating personal investment for further enhancement? After pondering for a considerable time, Lu Wei found no clarity. Alas, while others possess conversational systems, his merely presented a static interface devoid of customer support, rather antiquated. Indeed, even basic AI like Xiao Du can engage in dialogue. How disappointing for a so-called advanced system to lack such functionality. Turning his attention to his popularity, he noted that after enhancing his attributes yesterday, he had over 6 million points. Today, following the update, it had increased by only 5 million, indicating a distinct decline in growth rate. He hoped that the upcoming performance could yield a significant boost to his fortunes. With a casual allocation of 4 points to his constitution, Lu Wei hesitated, contemplating whether to try his luck at the lottery with his remaining 470,000 popularity points. After deliberating, he ultimately decided against it. Even if he were to acquire a hunting skill now, he wouldn't have time to utilize it. It would be wiser to wait until after the competition when his popularity would be higher, allowing for a more fruitful draw. Lu Wei then reviewed his skills once more before emerging from the shelter and gazing up at the sky. Upon doing so, his brow furrowed in concern. Chapter 82, Lu Wei flees. Yesterday, while checking the weather, he had noted that rain was forecasted for the 5th day, the 28th. Today, he discovered that rain was also expected on the 29th, with substantial precipitation predicted at 80 millimeters. Furthermore, the heavy rain would be accompanied by strong winds, with southern gusts reaching force 8. Such severe winds pose significant dangers near the coast. Fortunately, their shelter had been constructed in a wind-sheltered location. Otherwise, the roof could easily have been torn away. Alongside the torrential rain and fierce winds, temperatures began to drop, with daytime highs only reaching 15 degrees and nighttime lows plummeting to 6 degrees. The temperature has plummeted to a remarkably low point, leaving individuals feeling profoundly cold. What exacerbates the discomfort is the fact that the daytime temperatures in recent days have soared above 30 degrees. The sudden drop in temperature is undoubtedly unbearable, making it exceedingly easy for one to catch a cold. Lu Wei can already foresee that numerous individuals will likely succumb to illness due to this abrupt chill. It is imperative that he prepares adequately to ensure that his team remains healthy and does not fall prey to the cold. Failure to do so could lead to catastrophic consequences for the group. With this thought in mind, Lu Wei felt a surge of urgency, putting aside his breakfast and seizing a shovel to venture into the forest. To ensure the safety of everyone during this cold snap, several critical factors must be addressed. First and foremost, a warm shelter is essential, and fortunately, they have already established one. Credit goes to Wu Jing for his foresight in creating a sturdy and warm refuge. Despite the exhaustion of recent days, this shelter is now proving to be invaluable. Secondly, an ample supply of food is necessary to sustain everyone's nutrition, preventing the need to brave the rain and cold in search of sustenance. With the large fish cage, the nearby coconut grove, and the dried vegetables and fish stored by the team, they should be able to endure for several days without issue. The third essential element involves procuring herbal remedies to prevent colds and warm the body, which necessitates a journey deeper into the mountains. Although a few herbs have been gathered over the past couple of days, the selection is not comprehensive. To err on the side of caution, Lu Wei resolves to search further for any additional plants that may prove beneficial. As he wields a stick to clear the underbrush of snakes, insects, and rodents, he scans the surroundings, hoping to discover herbs that might prevent or treat colds. Suddenly, his gaze lands upon a patch of low shrubs, the tallest of which does not exceed a meter in height. They resemble a thicket of weeds adorned with tiny purple flowers. As he focuses intently, information about those plants begins to materialize in his mind. Licorice, with its roots and rhizomes, is known in traditional medicine for its ability to tonify the spleen, invigorate qi, clear heat, detoxify, alleviate phlegm, suppress cough, ease pain, and harmonize other medicines. It is also edible and can be used to make licorice candy. Lu Wei's heart leaps with joy upon this revelation. He recognizes licorice as a form of traditional Chinese medicine. He recalls consuming licorice lozenges during his childhood bouts with colds, not realizing that licorice could also be transformed into candy, a rare treasure indeed. Moreover, according to the information, licorice is 200 to 300 times sweeter than sucrose, making it an unparalleled choice for candy making. Without hesitation, Lu Wei, brimming with excitement, begins to dig with fervor. The medicinal properties of licorice primarily lie in its roots, which are also used for candy production. Fortunately, licorice thrives in arid sandy soil, where the loose sand allows for easy extraction of the roots, even when digging deeper. After more than an hour of labor, Lu Wei finds himself slightly out of breath. His remarkable physique, with a score of 84, enables him to endure while others might have succumbed to fatigue. He carefully gathers the harvested licorice roots and binds them into a sizable bundle using vines. The roots of licorice typically possess the thickness of a thumb and can extend several meters in length. This substantial bundle weighs no less than 100 pounds. Lu Wei did not hasten to return with the licorice, but instead took a moment to rest before continuing his venture into the forest, intending to seek out additional medicinal herbs. Perhaps it was Lu Wei's fortunate day, for he soon stumbled upon an exceptional herbal remedy for the common cold. Buplurum, known for its ability to disperse heat, soothe the liver, relieve depression, and elevate yang energy, proves to be medicinally valuable. It is effective in treating ailments such as colds with fever, alternating chills and heat, chest and flank distension, menstrual irregularities, uterine prolapse, and anal prolapse. Notably, this herb addresses a wide range of maladies, but Lu Wei was particularly aware that buplurum is a potent remedy for colds. The renowned Zaichehu decoction is crafted from it. Having discovered this treasure, he could not let it slip away. He swiftly took up his spade to begin digging. Buplurum is far easier to excavate than licorice. being merely a grass whose roots can be unearthed with a single shovel stroke. In a short while, Lu Wei had gathered a small bundle weighing approximately 10 pounds, which he carried back with him. With these 2 herbs, alongside his previous reserves, he felt confident about his supplies. On his way back, Lu Wei encountered several pine trees. Recalling the mosquitoes from the previous night at the shelter, he resolved to craft a few mosquito coils. He made several elongated incisions in the pine tree, placing a piece of bark beneath to collect the pine resin. After constructing this resin collection device, Lu Wei continued on his way, burdened with herbs and deep in thought, contemplating whether he might win a few more rewards. Ideally, he hoped to acquire skills in traditional Chinese medicine. Otherwise, despite possessing these herbs, he would be unable to fully harness their therapeutic effects. As Lu Wei made his return, the others at the shelter began to awaken. "Hey, what happened to the fish we saved for breakfast last night?" Bai Xiaolu exclaimed in astonishment. "And where is Lu Wei? Hasn't he run off with the fish? Has he?" Chen Chi, overhearing Bai Xiaolu's remark, responded earnestly, "Nonsense. Lu Wei is not that kind of person. Even if he were to flee, he would just take a few fish." Laughter erupted from Bai Xiaolu, who threw her head back in amusement. As everyone tidied up their personal hygiene, they joined in the light-hearted teasing of Lu Wei. Meanwhile, in the live stream, viewers watching the playful banter helped but voice their discontent on Lu Wei's behalf. How can they joke like that? Lu Wei ventured out to work early while they just rose now, yet they accuse him of running away. Do they really think survival is a vacation? Although they were merely jesting, their lack of crisis awareness was apparent, having slept until broad daylight. They had indeed been exhausted these past few days, and it was understandable for them to indulge in a little extra sleep. Oh, poor Lu Wei. He still has injuries on his hands, yet managed to gather so much firewood while they were just laughing around. Could it be that what Lu Wei dug up isn't firewood? I'm curious too. Why did Lu Wei gather all those roots? Could it be something precious? Indeed, it was a treasure. That was licorice, a type of traditional Chinese medicine. Surely, you are familiar with licorice slices or licorice candy, which are made from this very root. Lu Weijin is remarkably knowledgeable, particularly in herbal medicine. I researched the licorice he mentioned, which is effective in treating colds and proves invaluable in the wild. Moreover, the bundle he carries contains another herb known as chai hu, a potent remedy for colds. One wonders why Lu Wei has gathered such an abundance of remedies. Could someone be suffering from cold? Just as this thought crossed my mind, a figure emerged from the thicket behind us. It was Lu Wei. At that moment, he appeared somewhat disheveled, with cobwebs and leaves adorning his hair. A large bundle of roots slung over his back, and another bundle of herbs in hand. Everyone was taken aback by his appearance. Wu Jing, quick to react, hurried forward to relieve Lu Wei of the hefty bundle of licorice. "Goodness, what have you brought back? This is incredibly heavy," Wu Jing exclaimed, nearly losing his grip under the weight. The bundle must weigh over 100 pounds. Only Lu Wei, with his exceptional strength, could manage such a load over such a distance. Lu Wei exhaled deeply and explained, "This is licorice, and this is chai hu. Both are incredibly useful herbal medicines." Seeing Lu Wei drenched in sweat, Yang Xiao approached him with concern and scolded gently. "Even if these herbs are valuable, there's no need to carry back so much. You could have called us to help." Observing Lu Wei's labored breathing, she felt both anger and sympathy. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao AI, witnessing Lu Wei's disheveled state, silently turned away, retrieving a coconut and offering it to Lei Jia. "Brother Jia, could you please help by chopping this coconut for Lu Wei?" Without hesitation, Lei Jia accepted the coconut and began to chop it. Once finished, he intended to hand it to Lu Wei, but Zhang Xiao AI snatched it away, saying, "Thank you, Brother Jia, before striding towards Lu Wei, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Zhang Xiao AI approached Lu Wei without uttering a word, simply extending the coconut toward him. Lu Wei looked up, accepted it with a smile, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. By the way, I made 2 more of those. You can take them." Zhang Xiao AI paused in surprise, her face reddening as she turned to leave. Observing this exchange, Yang Xiao, who felt an overwhelming urge to kick Lu Wei. "What a scoundrel! How should we handle these herbs?" Wu Jing inquired, placing the licorice and chai hu on the ground. "Simply lay them out in the sun to dry. Once dried, they will be ready for use. Normally, one would wash them first, but with rain expected in a couple of days, I prefer to skip that step and clean them when needed." The group of young men followed Lu Wei's instructions, spreading the licorice and chai hu out to dry under the bright sun, knowing they would be ready in just 2 days. At that moment, Bai Xiao Lu approached Lu Wei, asking Lu Wei, "Have you seen the leftover fish from last night? I thought they were in that floating bucket, but they're missing." "Missing?" Lu Wei replied, puzzled. "Let me have a look." He had been preoccupied with heading into the mountains early that morning and had not paid attention to the fish. In this secluded area, theft by humans was unlikely, suggesting that perhaps animals had taken them. Upon reaching the spot where the fish had been placed, Lu Wei was rendered speechless. He had instructed Zhang Xiao AI to secure the fish properly, yet she had carelessly left them on the ground. It was no wonder they had vanished. Observing the tiny footprints on the ground, Lu Wei instinctively knew where the fish had gone. There was no need to search, for the fish had been snatched away by the mouse. Remember, it's best to place items out of reach. Otherwise, the mice will not hesitate to take what they want. "Oh, so it was stolen by a mouse?" Bai Xiaolu exclaimed, her face filled with indignation. "Those filthy rodents had better not fall into my hands, or I shall roast them for dinner." Lu Wei, taken aback by her words, asked, "You wish to eat mice? Shall I assist you in catching a few?" "No. No need. I shall let them off this time. But should they dare to return, I will not show mercy." Bai Xiaolu, startled by Lu Wei's suggestion, quickly clarified. "I was merely boasting. You shouldn't take me seriously." Lu Wei, seeing through her bravado, teased her, "Fear not. I shall catch a few for you when the opportunity arises. They are surprisingly delectable, crunchy, akin to duck necks, quite nourishing." Chapter 84. This fierce girl by Xiaolu, slightly flustered, shifted the topic. "Never mind the mice. What shall we have for breakfast?" Lu Wei shrugged, stating, "Given the current situation, our only options are to catch some fish from the fish trap or settle for coconuts." "Then let's make do with coconuts for now and have a meal together after we return from the shore," Bai Xiaolu suggested, promptly rushing off to gather opinions from the others, fearing Lu Wei might insist on catching mice for her. Ultimately, everyone agreed to have coconuts for breakfast to tide them over until they returned from gathering at the shore. The shelter had already been constructed, and the tasks for the day were not physically demanding, allowing them to take their time with meals. Having each received a coconut, they finished just in time for the tide to recede, seizing the moment to head to the shore. As was customary, Lu Wei remained on the beach. Despite his insistence that his hand had nearly healed, the others refused to let him enter the water. Fortunately, he was not alone. He was accompanied by Zhang Xiaolove, who, unable to enter the water herself, also stayed behind. Once everyone else had departed, Lu Wei found himself with some idle time and resumed making sanitary pads. With 4 girls, even dividing the work resulted in a total of 16 pads, ample to keep him occupied for a while. "Do you need my assistance?" Zhang Xiaolove inquired from a short distance away. Lu Wei's previously despondent expression brightened at her offer. Having someone to help was indeed a stroke of good fortune. As a man, he felt a bit embarrassed crafting such items, fearing ridicule from online acquaintances. "Are you really willing to help? That would be splendid. Cool me. Let me show you how to make them." He eagerly began instructing Zhang Xiaolove on the process. He had already cut the fabric and prepared the cotton. All that remained was to sew them together, which was not particularly difficult. Zhang Xiaolove attempted to create one, and the result was quite satisfactory. Lu Wei, noticing her success, exclaimed, "You've done remarkably well. I shall leave the rest in your capable hands while I attend to other matters." With that, he stood up and hurried away. Watching Lu Wei's hasty retreat, Zhang Xiaolove couldn't help but smile. Freed from the task of making sanitary pads, Lu Wei took a moment to survey his surroundings, contemplating what work to undertake next. Today's tasks primarily involved whitewashing the walls with lime, gathering firewood, and constructing a simple kitchen. Lu Wei pondered for a moment before proceeding to mix the lime, so that when everyone returned, they could commence painting the walls. The lime, prepared yesterday, was nearly ready and had been stored in a pit. He found a piece of wood and began to crush the burnt shells before adding river water. Instantly, the lime in the pit emitted a sound reminiscent of boiling water, accompanied by billowing steam. Once the steam dissipated, Lu Wei took a stick and began to stir, refining the lime and simultaneously lowering its temperature. Just as Lu Wei was finishing his stirring, the others who had gone to the sea returned. Wu Jing, noticing Lu Wei mixing the lime, hurriedly intervened, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Put that down. If it comes into contact with a wound, it could be disastrous." Lu Wei chuckled, reassuring him, "It's all right. My wound is bandaged, and it's healing quickly." Wu Jing, upon hearing this, ceased his admonitions and instead called out to Yang Xiaohu, "Hurry over. You need to talk to Lu Wei. This is too dangerous." Yang Xiaohu, who had been preparing to cook, looked up at Wu Jing's voice. Just as she intended to rise and stop Lu Wei, Mena swiftly intervened, snatching the stick from Lu Wei's hands and tossing it aside. Lu Wei was taken aback by her assertive demeanor. What is she doing? He thought. Nevertheless, he decided to abandon the task and engaged in something else. He handed the stick to Wu Jing and turned to gather firewood instead. With rain expected in the next couple of days, it was prudent to stockpile firewood. The island was abundant with suitable materials, and soon Lu Wei returned with a considerable bundle. The others, who were painting the walls, chuckled at his relentless energy, saying, "You truly don't take a moment's rest." Lu Wei smiled and remarked, "You all are progressing quite swiftly. Do you think we can finish today?" Wu Jing nodded. "It should be fine. The main issue is the lack of brushes, which would expedite the process." "Brushes? I'll find a way," Lu Wei declared before turning to leave. He intended to craft some brushes from palm fronds while also preparing a raincoat. The tropical coastline was rich with palm trees, and in no time, Lu Wei returned with a substantial bundle of fronds. This material was excellent for making raincoats, as it had been utilized by ancient peoples for such purposes. With rain imminent, a raincoat was essential. Otherwise, simple tasks like using the restroom during a downpour would become problematic. "Lu Wei, what are you doing with all that?" Bai Xiaolu inquired, her face brimming with curiosity. "I'm making a few brushes for Jing and the others, and the rest will be for a raincoat." "A raincoat? Oh, I know what that is. The one we wear during historical dramas, right? I've seen it on set. You can make those? That's impressive." Bai Xiaolu gazed at Lu Wei with admiration, genuinely impressed by his myriad skills. Chapter 85. Crafting mosquito repellent. Indeed, having a little beauty by one's side, admiring one's talents, was quite a delightful experience. Lu Wei laughed heartily, waving his hand in modesty. "Lu Wei, is there anything I can help you with?" Bai Xiaolu asked with a smile. "Could you please help me find some thin ropes? There's some in those old fishing nets. Also, gather a few sun-dried bamboo strips from the beach." "All right, I shall go at once." With that, Bai Xiaolu dashed off. Lu Wei, feeling a twinge of concern, called after her, "Don't wander too far." "Understood." Observing the girl frolicking along the shore, Lu Wei couldn't help but smile knowingly, then returned to crafting brushes and raincoats. After a short while, the little girl returned with her hands behind her back. A triumphant grin spread across her face as she approached Lu Wei. "Lu Wei, guess what I found?" Noticing her exuberance, Lu Wei anticipated that she had discovered something remarkable. "What is it? Did you find money?" "What use is money? Tajda, look at this." Lu Wei turned to see what the girl was holding and was momentarily speechless. "You found this? Where did you get it?" In her hands was a paint roller, albeit used, far superior to the rudimentary brush he had crafted. Bai Xiaolu pointed proudly toward the east. "It was in that pile of trash over there. There's so much more. I saw this and brought it back. Am I clever or what?" Lu Wei gave her a thumbs up. "You've done well. Hurry and take it to them. I'm off then. Goodbye." "Goodbye." With a roller in hand, Lu Wei no longer needed to make brushes and could focus entirely on crafting the raincoats. Creating these garments was not complex for someone with Lu Wei's weaving skills. It was a breeze. By midday, he had completed 2 sets of raincoats. With these 2, he would be able to venture out even on rainy days. "Lu Wei, it's time to eat," called Yang Xiaohu from a distance. Coming, Lu Wei placed the raincoats in the shelter and joined the others for lunch. "Oh, my back. This wall painting is more exhausting than building a house," Chen Chichi grumbled while rubbing his aching waist. "How'd it go? Are you done?" Lu Wei inquired. "It's finished. Finally, I can take a breather this afternoon," Chen Chichi replied, his expression one of relief. Wu Jing, standing nearby, asked with confusion, "Afternoon break? Who said that? Have you forgotten? We still need to build a shelter. We can rest only after that." Upon hearing this, Chen Chichi dramatically flopped onto the ground, lamenting, "I give up. Let all end." Lei Jia could not tolerate his demeanor and retorted, "Look at Lu Wei, enduring such severe injuries, yet still working. You're just a plump, lazy one, always trying to dodge work." Chen Chichi shot Lu Wei a resentful glance. "We agreed to be lazy together, yet you've turned over." Lu Wei sighed. "We can't afford to rest until the house is complete. If it rains one day, it would be disastrous. Therefore, we need to gather more firewood this afternoon and construct a shelter to store it, so we won't be caught in the rain while cooking." Yang Xiaohu looked up at Lu Wei and said, "This afternoon, we'll build a shelter while the girls gather firewood. You should refrain from moving around too much. We can't risk your wound reopening. I'm fine. I'll be careful, Lu Wei reassured her. Yang Xiaohu, with a huff, turned away, dismissing him. After lunch, everyone resumed their tasks, with the men busy constructing the shelter. Next to the shelter, a simple structure was erected, extending approximately 3 meters. This shelter was primarily intended for cooking and storing some items. It did not require meticulous craftsmanship, merely offering sufficient protection from the wind and rain. Consequently, the progress was swift, and it was estimated that completion would be achieved by the afternoon. Meanwhile, several young women scoured the mountains for firewood, taking the opportunity to gather useful items. Lu Wei, within the confines of the new shelter, kindled 2 fires to dry the damp areas inside. The walls and floor of the new shelter were soaked, and until they dried, it was uninhabitable. To prevent the fires from igniting the structure, he assigned the task of monitoring the flames to Zhang Xiaolove, who was also unable to assist with the labor. Lu Wei then commenced the creation of mosquito-repellent incense. He gathered a variety of mosquito-repelling herbs, including purple-stemmed water plantain, lemongrass, mugwort, and fragrant flower vines, which he had collected days prior. After several days of drying, these herbs had become brittle to the touch. He crushed them according to a rough approximation of the incense recipe, adding some charcoal powder. He then ventured into the woods to retrieve tree bark saturated with pine resin. Mixing the resin with the crushed herbs resulted in a sticky, black concoction. This mixture was poured onto a wooden board or stone, shaped into strips, and left to sunbathe. Before long, the incense was successfully crafted. Each stick was as thick as a finger and several decimeters long, capable of burning throughout the night. While the incense was undoubtedly long-lasting, its effectiveness remained uncertain. However, Lu Wei surmised that it should prove beneficial. Although lacking precise measuring instruments, it was based on a systematic formula and ought to be somewhat effective. Chapter 86. Streamer Lu Wei, what are you doing? Yang Xiaohu inquired, wiping the sweat from her brow as she settled beside Lu Wei. Turning to glance at her flushed and fatigued face, Lu Wei felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. This sensation troubled him. Could it be that he had developed feelings for this jealous girl? No, absolutely not. He could not allow himself to harbor such sentiments. If they were to become involved, her possessiveness would undoubtedly complicate his interactions with other women. He quickly suppressed that peculiar feeling and smiled, explaining, there had been an abundance of mosquitoes these past few nights. So I decided to make some mosquito incense. I am unsure of its efficacy. This is mosquito incense? Yang Xiaohu exclaimed, her eyes wide as she regarded the dark, sausage-like shapes that resembled excrement. Lu Wei raised an eyebrow. What? Does not look like it. Yang Xiaohu shook her head honestly, not at all. But as long as it works, that's what matters. The mosquitoes have indeed been rampant these past nights, relentless and impossible to chase away. Let's test it tonight. I have no idea if it will be effective. Lu Wei pondered, trusting in the system's formula. Propping her chin on her hands, Yang Xiaohu tilted her head, her curiosity unabashedly evident. How do you know so much? I never realized this before. Lu Wei cast her a sidelong glance, captivated by her large, glistening eyes, his heart inexplicably racing. As if you know me well. We haven't seen each other since graduation. One is the queen of the entertainment industry, on the verge of entering the realm of capital. The other is a faded idol, long past their prime, with little intersection in their lives. Yang Xiaohu gazed deeply at him and remarked, we've met before. You simply forgot. Lu Wei, taken aback, inquired, when? I don't recall. If you don't remember, then forget it. I'm off to the beach. When I return, I shall prepare dinner. With that, Yang Xiaohu rose and departed. Naturally, she would not divulge that it was at a fan meeting, during his birthday celebration, and on numerous occasions. Each time, she had merely remained in the background. Unnoticed by him, Lu Wei shrugged it off, not particularly concerned. The incense coils were completed, and the sun was beginning its descent, darkness imminent. In the distance, the tide had receded, revealing vast stretches of rocks and sand. Yang Xiaohu and her companions were busily scouring the beach with buckets and the wooden frame Lu Wei had crafted, searching for edible treasures. Lu Wei ventured to the new shelter, where Zhang Xiaoai was dutifully tending the fire. Noticing her face flushed from the heat, he advised, just keep an eye on the fire. No need to sit so close, it's quite hot. Zhang Xiaoai smiled, a lovely expression gracing her features. It's fine. I'm not afraid of heat. I fear the chill. Very well, then. You stay put. I shall attend to other matters. Be careful with your injury, Zhang Xiaoai cautioned. Understood, he replied. Leaving the shelter, Lu Wei took a wooden clamp and a buoy bucket, making his way to the beach. It seemed unlikely that they would have a bountiful harvest, so he would have to rely on himself. While every meal was sufficient, he sought opportunities to enhance his attributes. Today, he aimed to gather enough food to elevate his physique to 90 points. To avoid arousing suspicion, Lu Wei chose a secluded spot. Seeing the camera trailing behind him, an idea struck him, and he waved at it. Hello, dear viewers. Today, I will take you all beachcombing. If you enjoy the thrill of searching for seafood, do remember to follow me. Rest assured, I promise you, my beachcombing will be entirely genuine with authentic results. Unlike those fools who spend all day at it, barely gathering enough for a single meal. Without further ado, he declared, let the show commence. In a live stream, viewers chuckled at Lu Wei's earnest imitation of a broadcaster. What is this? The ambassador of 7 Degrees Space has abandoned women's healthcare for live streaming? Surprisingly, he is quite adept at it. He has the makings of a fine streamer. I have faith in you. No way it's genuine, but the production team won't give you the chance to fake it. Lu Wei, be cautious of your wound while beachcombing. We care. You up there acting all soft. What a sight. Overhearing this, a few others wondered if they would toss him into the sea. Come now, begin your performance. Let us see how much better you are than the rest. You've talked a big game. Let us see if you can back it up. Lu Wei is indeed not one to boast. When it comes to beachcombing, even the combined efforts of Yang Xiaohu and his companions may not match his prowess. Upon arriving at the rocky area, Lu Wei immediately discovered something extraordinary. Indeed, not just one, but a whole cluster. Everyone, come and see what I found, he exclaimed, holding up a specimen for all to admire, ensuring the audience could see clearly. In Chapter 87, titled Men's Fuel Stations and Women's Beauty Salons, Lu Wei showcased a shell, caked with mud and seaweed, measuring a good palm's width. It resembled a mass of oysters, yet bore a slight resemblance to a rock. For those unfamiliar, this is an oyster, also known as ML in Mandarin and referred to as K in Minnan dialect. The benefits of oysters are well known. They are often dubbed women's beauty salons and men's fuel stations. While perhaps an exaggeration, the nutritional value of oysters is widely recognized as remarkably high, earning them the moniker sea milk. With protein content exceeding 50 and fat content over 10, oysters are not only highly nutritious, but also exceptionally delicious. Their meat is plump and tender, with a delightful flavor, making them a rare culinary treasure. Moreover, winter is the prime season for enjoying oysters. So do not let this opportunity pass by. Friends, let us place an order for 100 units. Here is the link. Lu Wei suddenly caught himself, apologizing for the promotional interjection. Regardless, these are indeed a treasure. After days of consuming conch and fish, we have longed for a change in our diet. With so many oysters, our meals can certainly be improved. Furthermore, oysters can be transformed into oyster sauce, enhancing our culinary endeavors. Without further ado, Lu Wei declared his intent to commence work, turning back to gather oysters, which here were particularly sizable. Perhaps due to the lack of visitors, he spotted one giant oyster that was nearly the size of his face. Lifting the hefty shell, he estimated it weighed at least 4 or 5 pounds. Elated, he placed the large oyster into his bucket and continued his search. The ground was strewn with oysters, requiring no special effort to locate. He merely picked them up, even neglecting those clinging to the rocks. Before long, Lu Wei had filled an entire bucket and, carrying it, made his way back to the shelter. With such an abundance, he knew he could not collect them all alone. After setting down the oysters, Lu Wei called out to the few individuals still combing the beach in the distance. Standing by the shore, he shouted, "Hey, come back. I discovered something remarkable." The sea breeze was brisk, and while his friends could hear him calling, the words were lost in the wind. "What did you say?" Bai Xiaolu shouted back. "Come back. Come back." Lu Wei realized his lengthy calls were unclear, so he simplified his message to just 2 words while gesturing for them to return. "He seems to be beckoning us back," Mena remarked with a furrowed brow. Without hesitation, Yang Xiaohu observed Lu Wei's enthusiastic gestures and said, "Let us go back." The 3 girls promptly headed towards Lu Wei, while the distant group of men noticed Lu Wei waving and saw the girls returning. Peng Peng expressed her confusion, asking Jinga if Lu Wei seemed to be calling them back. Wu Jing furrowed his brow, pondering whether something was amiss. Lu Wei was not the type to summon them without reason. Clearly, There must be a purpose behind it. Let's return and see for ourselves. If he is merely jesting, he shall learn the meaning of cruelty, Chun Chi-Chi declared, clenching her fists, her expression dark and menacing. Lei Jai scoffed, remarking on the poor acting skills of her companions, which she deemed embarrassing for their drama academy in Magic City. Upon hearing these words, Chun Chi-Chi became incensed. You're envious. That is slander. I could sue you for defamation. Do you believe me? I don't, Lei Jai retorted. Just wait for my lawyer's letter. Your lawyer may indulge you, but I certainly shall not. Before long, Yang Xiaohu and several other girls approached Lu Wei. Why did you call us back? What has happened? Yang Xiaohu questioned, holding a bucket and looking puzzled at Lu Wei. Lu Wei glanced down at the contents of their bucket, pursing his lips. It seemed that without his presence, there would be boiling fish soup again that night. The three girls caught the subtle change in his expression. Yang Xiaohu, feeling defensive, challenged him. What does that expression mean? Are you dissatisfied with our findings? Maina replied with a hint of exasperation. We can't be blamed. There is simply nothing in the sea. Bai Xiaolu chimed in, exactly. I searched for ages and only found 2 sea snails. At that moment, a few boys returned, their faces mirroring the girls' expressions of resignation. This beachcombing is becoming increasingly tedious. It feels like a waste of time, as we can't find anything at all. I'm doing all right. I've collected a dozen sea snails. Peng Peng said with a hint of pride. Lu Wei, observing their dejected faces, sighed in exasperation. It's not that the sea is devoid of treasures. Rather, you simply lack the skill. Do you truly believe that if I were to go, I could fill this bucket in 10 minutes? 10 minutes? To fill a bucket? With stones? Chun Chi-Chi mockingly scoffed. Perhaps with sand, she added. Not only did Chun Chi-Chi doubt Lu Wei's claims, but the other girls wore expressions of skepticism as well. They were not blind. Surely they could discern whether or not there was anything to find. The beach was indeed barren, and they felt powerless. Noticing their disbelief, Lu Wei raised an eyebrow and smiled. What? You don't believe me? Shall we place a wager? The group exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss. If Lu Wei lacked confidence, would he truly propose a bet? They were all intelligent individuals. How could they be so easily fooled? All right, you're impressive. That's enough. Just tell us, why did you summon us back? Lu Wei clicked his tongue in disappointment, realizing these individuals were not easily deceived. Deciding to drop the pretense, he said, I called you back because I discovered something remarkable. Come, follow me. As he spoke, Lu Wei led the way toward the spot where he had found the oysters. The others exchanged glances before following suit. Crossing the sandy beach, they soon arrived at the area brimming with oysters. Lu Wei waved his hand, grinning as he exclaimed, How about this? The ground is covered in treasures. Hurry and collect them. Wu Jing, upon hearing Lu Wei's words and observing the stony beach, questioned, Are you certain there is an abundance here? Lu Wei nodded affirmatively. There is more than enough for you to gather. As the crowd listened to Lu Wei, none harbored any doubts, for he was generally regarded as quite dependable. Thus, each enthusiastically grabbed a bucket and made their way to the beach, eagerly beginning their search. However, after a thorough sweep, they found nothing of significance. Observing their aimless circling without any collection, Lu Wei grew increasingly perplexed. What are you all doing? Hurry up and gather them. The tide will rise soon. Seize the moment before it does, and then we can return to prepare dinner. Yang Xiaohu, Somo Hat Buildred, looked at Lu Wei and asked, What are we supposed to be collecting? I don't see anything. I don't see anything either, Maina added, frowning as she searched the ground. Bai Xiaolu pouted, Brother Lu Wei, you're deceiving us. There is nothing here. Lu Wei couldn't help but chuckle at their obliviousness. Are your eyes merely for decoration? Can you not see those large oysters? It was Chun Chi-Chi who, upon hearing Lu Wei's words, suddenly perked up. A true gourmand. He was no stranger to oysters, though he typically consumed them in a clean state. The oysters along the shore, however, were in their most primal form, still encased in shells adorned with small barnacles and thick layers of mud and seaweed, resembling ordinary rocks. While cultivated oysters might be easier to identify, these wild specimens were a challenge for the inexperienced, who might confuse stone for shell. The sheer abundance of oysters was astonishing. Who had ever witnessed a scene where oysters outnumbered rocks? Chun Chi-Chi picked up what appeared to be just another stone, but upon closer inspection, he discerned a distinction. Firstly, the stone was remarkably light, and secondly, with further scrutiny, he could make out the shape and features of an oyster. Is this truly an oyster? Chun Chi-Chi's eyes widened as he examined the oyster in his hand, then glanced at the multitude of stones surrounding him, feeling utterly bewildered. Is this really an oyster? Wu Jing also picked one up for a closer look. Having eaten oysters before, often referred to as a man-s fuel station, he was not unfamiliar with them. Yet, this was his first encounter with such unrefined specimens. Had Lu Wei not mentioned them, he too would have mistaken them for mere rocks. Lu Wei, exasperated, thought to himself that these individuals were truly lacking in basic knowledge of the natural world. Yes, those are indeed oysters, pure wild ones. Now, please hurry and collect them. Upon Lu Wei's confirmation, excitement surged among the group. The ground was strewn with oysters, ripe for the picking, and the sheer joy of the moment was palpable. Bai Xiaolu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are there really that many? I thought they were stones. We could eat these for a week. She had tasted oysters before, and their exquisite flavor needed no elaboration. They were undeniably delicious. After days of consuming nothing but conch and fish soup, she relished the prospect of this new culinary delight. Before long, everyone's buckets were brimming, yet they gazed at the remaining oysters with urgency. Lei Jiayi, looking at his full bucket, suddenly posed a question. Where will we store all these? And there are still so many left. Wu Jing also realized the gravity of the situation. Shall we dig a pit to keep them? He suggested. But what if they die? Peng Peng expressed his concern. If only there were ice. It could be preserved for several days. Chun Chi-Chi, who once ran a hot pot restaurant, mentioned that the oysters in his establishment were stored on ice. Lei Jia shot him a glance, exclaiming, Isn't that just common sense? Where we find ice in the wilderness? Lu Wei, listening to their incessant chatter, wore a look of exasperation. All right, enough of the discussion. The oysters will not run away from here. Oysters, when young, may swim, but once they choose a place to grow, they remain stationary. Moreover, they can change their gender and reproduce, so there is no need to worry about them escaping. Lu Wei, do oysters really not wander? Peng Peng asked, her concern evident. No, he reassured her. Once an oyster has chosen its spot, it typically remains there for life. So there's no cause for alarm. With Lu Wei's explanation, everyone felt relieved. Wu Jing waved his hand, saying, Then we needn't worry. Let's not collect so many. Come on, let us hurry back to cook. We shall feast on oysters tonight. At that moment, Bai Xiaolu suddenly exclaimed, Wait a moment. I've spotted a beautiful conch. She bent down to pick it up. Lu Wei cast a casual glance, and immediately his expression changed. He swiftly shouted, Stop. Do not pick it up. Finally, someone had arrived. Thank you everyone. Can we stay a bit longer? I promise there is plenty to go around. Chapter 89. Chicken Heart Conch. After Lu Wei spoke, he hurried forward, grabbing the bewildered Bai Xiaolu, nearly causing her to stumble. Startled, she was about to inquire why he was pulling her so forcefully, but Lu Wei did not give her the chance. With a stern expression and a harsh tone, he reprimanded her. How many times have I told you? In the wild, do not touch unfamiliar things. Do you even know what that conch is? Are you willing to risk your life for it? Lu Wei was genuinely angry, ever since realizing the dangers posed by certain marine creatures. He had repeatedly warned them not to touch or consume unfamiliar items. Yet Bai Xiaolu seemed to disregard his words entirely. While jesting may be harmless, such matters cannot be treated lightly. A single mistake could cost a life. If he hadn't acted quickly to pull her back before she encountered that conch, she might have faced dire consequences. Bai Xiaolu, taken aback by his sudden reprimand, was unprepared for the usually gentle and attentive Lu Wei to scold her so sternly. Overwhelmed by a mix of emotions, hurt, fear, embarrassment, tears began to stream down her face. Seeing her cry, Lu Wei remained unswayed. He believed that without a lesson learned, she would repeat the mistake. Are you still crying? If you had touched that conch, you'd never have the chance to cry again. The few who were a bit farther away were also caught off guard by the sudden scene. Yang Xiao, noticing the conflict between Lu Wei and Bai Xiaolu, rushed forward to embrace her, offering comfort. There, don't cry, Lulu. Lu Wei has a stubborn temperament. He is only angry for your own good. Please, stop crying. Although Yang Xiaohu was unaware of the reasons behind Lu Wei's furious outburst, she surmised that Bai Xiaolu must have committed some grievous error. Otherwise, Lu Wei would not have unleashed such a tirade. Her intention in voicing this was to subtly defend Lu Wei, lest the audience misinterpret his actions, particularly those viewers behind the screen who might seek to provoke negativity towards him. Having navigated the entertainment industry for numerous years, Yang Xiaohu was all too familiar with such scenarios. Indeed, her intuition proved remarkably accurate. The live stream was on the verge of erupting, especially among Bai Xiaolu's fans who, upon witnessing Lu Wei's scathing remarks towards their idol, were consumed by an overwhelming desire to exact vengeance upon him. Who does Lu Wei think he is, berating our Lulu? He merely relies on his fleeting relevance. What right does this washed-up, minor celebrity have to cast aspersions on our beloved Lulu? He is nothing but a twisted pervert. Among the 4 girls on the island, 3 revolve around him, while our Lulu alone rebuffed his greasy advances, thus inciting his wrath and prompting this vendetta. Indeed, it must be so. Otherwise, how could a mere sea snail pose any threat? Bah, a repugnant pervert, truly disgusting. I once held a modicum of admiration for him, but now I have turned against him entirely. How can such loathsome individuals exist in this world? Why don't they simply vanish? Do you find these comments somewhat exaggerated? If you doubt it, you may peruse the comment section. I have deleted the most egregiously offensive ones. I implore you to reconsider. While Lu Wei's demeanor may have been flawed, it does not warrant the vile conjectures you have made. What merit is there in debating with a throng of mindless fans? If they possessed even a modicum of intelligence, they would not utter such foolishness. We are not mindless fans. I see you as the true simpleton, along with your entire family. Pray tell, what danger could that sea snail possibly pose? You are woefully ignorant. Allow me to enlighten you. That sea snail is known as the geographic cone, one of the most lethal creatures on Earth and the deadliest among sea snails. Its tentacles harbor a mechanism akin to a fish's harpoon, capable of injecting toxins into its target in a mere 0.2 seconds. Its body contains hundreds of complex toxins, each exceedingly potent. A single geographic cone can deliver enough venom to kill 10 adults. No antidote exists for its venom, and once envenomated, death is inevitable. The complexity of its toxins is staggering, far exceeding that of other venomous snakes or creatures, which typically possess only 1 or 2 toxins. How can one counteract hundreds? Had it not been for Lu Wei, Bai Xiaolu would have met her demise today. And yet, you mindless fans dare to condemn Lu Wei? You should be kneeling in gratitude before him. Were it not for his intervention, your idol would have perished long ago. Once this enlightening information was shared, those who had previously condemned Lu Wei fell into a stunned silence, though that was hardly to be expected. If mindless fans were capable of reason, they would not be deemed mindless. It is utterly inconceivable that they would apologize. Keyboard warriors never concede defeat, for they know their anonymity grants them immunity. As for the individuals I mentioned, their fate holds no consequence for me. At this moment on the island, through Lu Wei's introduction, everyone finally understood the reason behind his anger. While feeling apprehensive on behalf of Bai Xiaolu, they themselves felt weak in the knees. Previously, they had not taken Lu Wei's words seriously. Humans tend to underestimate unseen dangers, remaining unguarded. However, the peril presented by the chicken heart snail made them realize that survival in the wild is no trivial matter, nor merely a spectacle for entertainment. A moment's carelessness could result in grave consequences. Chapter 90. The gourmet eating contest. By the time they returned to the shelter, night had fallen. Bai Xiaolu's eyes were swollen from crying, her emotions a tumultuous blend. She was immensely grateful that Lu Wei had saved her, yet struggled to express that gratitude. Feeling an odd resentment, was she perhaps lacking in conscience? Yet, the thought of Lu Wei's harsh demeanor saddened her further. Would he have been so stern with someone like Sister Xiao Hu or Meina? Certainly not. Reflecting on this, Bai Xiaolu felt even more aggrieved, overwhelmed with mixed emotions. She had lost her usual cheerfulness and remained silent upon returning. Yang Xiaohu, observing the situation as a bystander, hoped Lu Wei might comfort Bai Xiaolu. She understood that a gentle word from him would alleviate her distress, and not only would she feel better, but possibly even develop tender feelings towards him. Yet, she feared this possibility. The presence of 2 unforeseen competitors had already complicated matters. What role did Bai Xiaolu have to play in this? Were they to gather a complete quartet for a game of mahjong? Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao AI, who had been the shelter, noticed Bai Xiaolu's red, swollen eyes and promptly pulled her aside to inquire about the situation. Upon learning the details, she patiently began to counsel her. Silly girl, the more Lu Wei is angry, the more he cares about your safety. This indicates that he does not see you as a stranger, but rather as a close friend or a sister. Think back to our childhood misdeeds. How did our parents educate us? I cannot speak for you, but when I made mistakes or engaged in dangerous activities, my parents would scold me or, at times, even punish me severely. Their intent was to prevent me from repeating such reckless behavior. This is the essence of overprotectiveness. If he regarded you merely as a stranger or an ordinary friend, would he be so strict? His concern for you clearly indicates how much you matter to him. Does this resonate with you? After hearing these words, Bai Xiaolu's feelings grew even more complex. Indeed, it was true, she would react similarly. If her younger sister made a mistake, she too would admonish her, while no one else would care about the actions of another's child. With this realization, Bai Xiaolu's grievances began to dissipate gradually. However, the thought of approaching Lu Wei to speak first felt daunting. Her face was etched with conflict. During dinner that evening, the meal was particularly delightful. The oysters were large, flavorful, and succulent, bursting with taste upon the palate, even more exquisite when dipped in a bit of chive blossom sauce. Everyone, eat up. There's plenty more in the pot. Today, let us indulge ourselves. Tomorrow, we shall give our all in the competition and seize the championship. Wu Jing encouraged with a smile. The atmosphere brims with enthusiasm as everyone felt confident about the upcoming contest. The added allure of delicious oysters heightened the lively ambience. Half an hour later, a few girls decided to leave, while some of the boys lingered, continuing to boast about their appetites. Simply eating seemed rather mundane, so a few of them deliberated on a contest to see who could endure until the very end. With such a large quantity cooked, it would be a shame to let it go to waste, especially since seafood can be hazardous if consumed after a night outdoors. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, they resolved to finish it all. Lu Wei raised his hand, declaring generously, "Feel free. I'll take care of the leftovers." Everyone knew Lu Wei's capacity for food. He was indeed a bottomless pit. No matter how much was prepared, there was never a morsel left behind. Although aware of Lu Wei's impressive appetite, there lingered an inexplicable desire to compete among the men. Moreover, oysters are considered beneficial for men, and given the substantial energy expenditure in recent days, it was only fitting to consume more for nourishment. So how do we determine the winner? Someone asked. Since this is a competition, there must be a victor, Lu Wei suggested, pondering for a moment. Let us say, whoever has the most oyster shells in front of them at the end shall be declared the winner. Chen Qiqi interjected, "That's not fair. Everyone knows you can eat a lot. There should be some limits placed on you." Lu Wei chuckled. "No problem. When we tally the results, I'll only count half of my weight. Sound good? All right, but that is what you said. No backing out." "Absolutely no backing out," Lu Wei replied firmly, secretly amused, thinking that even half would still surpass what the four of you could consume together. He proposed a limit primarily to avoid overwhelming them with his full capacity and to ensure there would be enough oysters to go around. Yang Xiaohu chimed in with a smile. "All right, I'll be the judge. I hereby declare the inaugural Island Cup. The Great Appetite Contest officially begins. You have 1 hour. Whoever eats the most wins. The victor will receive a mysterious grand prize from me. On my signal, 1, 2, 3, go." As soon as the words left his mouth, they all frantically began to eat, fearful of falling behind. Peng Peng nearly shoved an oyster up his nose in his haste. Lu Wei, however, remained unhurried, watching them devour their food at such a rapid pace. "Why are you all eating so fast? Take your time, don't overdo it." Though appearing calm, Lu Wei was indeed consuming the fastest and the most, aided by 2 assistants, Yang Xiaohu and Meina, who were diligently helping him shell the oysters and extract the meat due to his injured hand. This blatant act of cheating elicited discreet eye rolls from the onlookers. They wished to protest, but found no grounds, as he indeed had an injury. The most crucial factor was that even the judge was complicit in his open act of cheating, rendering any objections futile. 30 minutes later, Chen Qiqi let out a long belch and announced her withdrawal from the contest. "I can't do it anymore. I'll burst." As Lu Wei leisurely savored his meal, he chuckled, remarking on the wisdom of his choice. After all, this is merely a recreational contest. Indulging excessively could lead to regrettable consequences. Upon hearing this, the lay family member reflected on the truth of his words and set aside the oysters in his hands, saying, "Let me assist you with that." Peng Peng, noticing the situation, promptly chimed in, "I shall lend a hand as well." Clearly, he too was at his limit. Wu Jing, exasperated, retorted, "If you two are struggling, does that mean I am exempt? Furthermore, there are 2 lovely ladies feeding over there. Here, we have 2 burly men. It feels rather incongruous." Resigned, he conceded, "Fine. I admit defeat." Lu Wei, seeing that all 4 had surrendered, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, I face no worthy adversaries. His audacious demeanor incited a mixture of envy and frustration among the others. You may have won this round, but remember, you promised to handle the leftovers. So to ensure nothing goes to waste. Lu Wei glanced at the remaining half-pot of oysters and disdainfully scoffed. Is this all? It hardly fills the gaps between my teeth. Bring me 2 more coconuts to quench my thirst. The others were left speechless. What sort of appetite did he possess? The mound of oyster shells before him must have weighed dozens of pounds. Even if one were to consider only the meat, it would amount to 5 or 6 pounds. How had he managed to consume so much? Under normal circumstances, Lu Wei would not have been able to eat such a quantity. However, he had the system at his disposal. Once he sensed he was full, he immediately added points. Just 3 points were sufficient to leave his stomach entirely empty, while 4 points ignited a ravenous hunger. By the end of the evening meal, Lu Wei had added a remarkable 16 points, elevating his physique to the human limit of 100 points. Upon reaching this pinnacle, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through his veins, invigorated and ready to run 10 kilometers. Noticing the significant transformation within his body, Lu Wei discreetly accessed the system. Host: Lu Wei, age 25, strength 60, physique 100, human limit, immunity to ailments, agility 60, spirit 60. Upon reaching the attribute value of 100 points, his popularity stood at 200,000. With skills in singing, level 3, dancing, level 4, acting, level 4, cooking, level 1, diving, level 1, climbing, level 1, and weaving, level 1. Special skills included plant identification and weather observation. Popularity: 3, 123, 462. Seeing his stamina surpass 100 points, Lu Wei felt a surge of excitement and joy, especially at the notion of immunity to ailments. In the wilderness, the fear of falling ill loomed large, as sickness almost certainly signified withdrawal. With this newfound immunity, he need no longer harbor such concerns. Of course, immunity did not render him invincible. Reckless behavior could still lead to illness. Moreover, the body would deteriorate over time, and attribute values would diminish. Thus, reaching 100 points did not equate to a state of perpetual security. Lu Wei enhanced his attributes by 16 points and finally devoured all the oysters. Upon witnessing Lu Wei's jubilant demeanor, Yang Xiaohu mistakenly assumed he was elated from winning the competition. Amused, she thought to herself that men truly are just perpetual children. Well, I hereby announce that the champion of the first round of the Island Cup's gastronomic competition is Lu Wei. Oh yeah, Mena exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. The crowd joined in the merriment, offering their congratulations. Lu Wei chuckled heartily, graciously accepting their praises. This competition was merely a chance for everyone to unwind. Life on the island could be exceedingly monotonous, and indulging in such recreational activities was essential for their morale. Yang Xiaohu's eyes sparkled with mischief as she announced, "Now it is time to present the award to our victorious contestant." It suddenly dawned on Lu Wei that prior to the competition, Yang Xiaohu had mentioned there would be a prize. What prize? He inquired. With a playful grin, Yang Xiaohu replied, "This prize is quite rare. It is a kiss from his queen." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's smile faltered. Perhaps we should reconsider that." Yang Xiaohu maintained her cheerful facade, yet her eyes narrowed, glinting with a hint of menace. I suggest you take a moment to rephrase that." Lu Wei instantly felt the temperature around him plummet. Well, okay then, he thought helplessly, questioning whether this was a reward for him or a punishment. "I disagree." Just as Yang Xiaohu was about to take action, a voice of dissent arose. Chapter 92. The highest honor for boys. The audience in the live stream was thoroughly entertained. Ha! These people are quite amusing. They've even organized a competition themselves. It seems they aren't fatigued at all. Lu Wei truly has an impressive appetite. The oyster shells are piled high. I'm just curious, after consuming so many oysters, will he be able to sleep tonight? Indeed. Let us hope he doesn't overindulge and unleash his primal side. Wait, the champion's reward is actually a kiss from Yang Xiaohu? I wonder if I can participate in the next competition. I'd gladly risk bursting my stomach for that. Goodness. Look at Lu Wei's expression. He seems reluctant. Is there truly anyone who can refuse a kiss from Yang Xiaohu? I seriously question Lu Wei's preferences. Xiao, no. How can you bestow your kiss upon that scoundrel Lu Wei? Don't fall into his trap. Clearly, it was Lu Wei who had stumbled into Yang Xiaohu's snare. Oh no! Just when it was getting exciting, an interruption. The crowd turned to see that the one protesting was Chun-Chi-Chi. The interruption of this delightful moment made Yang Xiaohu's gaze turn sharp, almost lethal. What are you protesting about? What does it have to do with you? Feeling the weight of the crowd's attention, coupled with Yang Xiaohu's piercing glare, Chun-Chi-Chi hastily explained, I just wanted to ask the referee a question. What question do you have? Yang Xiaohu retorted impaciently. I want to know if we win the competition, do we also receive this prize? As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone turned to Yang Xiaohu, astonished. Could it be such an extravagant reward? Yang Xiaohu shot them a disdainful glance and said irritably, What delightful news do you think you have? Of course, you are not the prize. The group fell silent, bemused by her blatant favoritism. How could she be so audaciously unapologetic? Then what is our prize? Chun-Chi-Chi inquired curiously. You are to receive the title reward. Aptly named You Are Impressive. How does that sound? Not too shabby, right? The You Are Impressive award? This is the highest honor among the boys, Lu Wei declared, expressing his desire for such a title. Regrettably, Yang Xiaohu was not inclined to grant him that opportunity. Seeing that everyone was agreeable, she promptly pulled Lu Wei forward to bestow the award upon him. As the two drew closer, the crowd's eyes sparkled with curiosity. They were eager to see if Yang Xiaohu would dare to kiss a man in front of millions of viewers, even if they couldn't partake in such a privilege themselves. Witnessing the unfolding drama was quite entertaining. Yang Xiaohu, her gaze somewhat dazed, leaned toward Lu Wei, her breathing becoming increasingly heavy. Lu Wei could feel her breath on his face, carrying a subtle scent reminiscent of oysters. Gazing at those fiery red lips, though a few days of sun and wind had dulled their brilliance, they still retained a delicate pink hue. He swallowed hard. After all, this was the illustrious Yang Xiaohu, the idol of billions. In a previous life, the likes of her were unreachable. Even a mere encounter seemed implausible, let alone a kiss. The prospect of such a moment was now imminent, and to claim that his heart was unaffected would be disingenuous. Yang Xiaohu felt equally anxious. Kissing a man in front of such a multitude required an extraordinary amount of courage. Yet, she found herself with no other choice. The competition was growing fiercer by the day. If she were to be usurped, regret would surely follow. Thus, it was imperative to solidify their bond, ensuring that, given her understanding of Lu Wei, he would likely remain within her grasp. As they inched closer, the spectators were entranced. Just as their lips were about to meet, a disruption arose. Cut! At the sound of that familiar command, Yang Xiaohu and Lu Wei instinctively opened their eyes and retreated. The onlookers, filled with disappointment, lamented the near miss. However, it dawned on them that this was not a film set. Why was their director calling for a cut? Their gaze shifted toward the source of the interruption, behind Lu Wei, where they discovered the faux director, Meina. It seemed Meina had seized the opportunity to wreak havoc, which was hardly surprising, given that her feelings for Lu Wei were well known. Yang Xiaohu seethed with frustration. Why must her moment with her man be so fraught with obstacles? What do you mean by stopping? Why did you call for a cut? She snapped, her displeasure evident. Meina swiftly pulled Lu Wei behind her, as if shielding him from a lewd assailant, embodying the role of a protective maiden. Lu Wei felt a sense of unease. Yet as he observed the two women seemingly ready to engage in a fierce confrontation, his mind was swiftly diverted. Hearing Yang Xiaohu's words, Meina retorted without hesitation, I want to know why the reward is your kiss. I want a kiss as a reward too. The moment these words escaped her lips, everyone was taken aback. My dear girl, you possess an ethereal persona, yet you are so forward. Is that truly appropriate? The viewers in the live broadcast were exhilarated by the scene, fervently urging, fight. Fight. Chapter 93. You fill in the blanks. I calculate fight. Fight. The excitement was palpable. Wow, this is a direct confrontation. Two women vying for one man. How thrilling. Scratch her, pull her hair. Lu Wei was indeed fortunate. Two beautiful women were vying for him, even bickering over him. What a ridiculous notion of happiness. This scoundrel, charming everyone while clearly playing the field. It perplexed me. Aside from his handsome visage and a few additional talents, what else did he possess? Why was it that someone as exceptional as I was left unnoticed? Those two wretched women. Keep your distance from my brother. He belongs to me. Come upstairs. Let us solve problems together tonight. I will handle the fill-in-the-blanks while you do the calculations. Wow, the speed is astonishing. If speed equals volume, then what does volume equal? Sound? These people are so strange. I want to go home. On the island, Yang Xiao, who was visibly infuriated, her mind conjuring images of two little figures, one representing herself and the other Mei Na. In her imagination, her figure was fiercely tugging at Mei Na's hair, delivering a thorough thrashing. How dare you meddle in my affairs? However, fantasies remain just that, fantasies. In reality, must be confronted. Taking a deep breath, Yang Xiao, who resignedly stated, "Fine, we shall each take our side." Mei Na chuckled, "That is more like it. I'll go first." With that, she pulled Lu Wei's head toward her and planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving a marked imprint. Lu Wei was taken aback. "Did you even consider my opinion before doing this? Why do I feel as though I've been taken advantage of? Moreover, in our culture, we emphasize reciprocity. Shouldn't I return the favor? Otherwise, I can't shake this feeling of loss." Seeing Mei Na's brazen advance, Yang Xiao, who rolled her eyes in frustration. "After all my efforts to claim my share of the benefits, you've taken half for yourself and struck first. How can I simply swallow this?" With that thought, she seized the somewhat dazed Lu Wei and kissed him directly. Lu Wei, faced with her charming visage so close, felt the softness of her lips, and his eyes widened in astonishment. "This is excessive. Weren't we supposed to just kiss the cheek? How did you violate the agreement?" The onlookers, both in person and in the live stream, were left speechless. Is this truly a show we can watch for free? Mei Na, equally stunned, gazed at the lips of the two so intimately connected, feeling a mix of anger and urgency. Without uttering a word, she rushed forward to separate them. Lu Wei, abruptly pulled apart just as he was about to savor the moment, felt a twinge of disappointment. Why must Mei Na be so inconsiderate? Alas, he had intended to show Yang Xiao who a thing or two, but now that opportunity was snatched away, leaving him to ponder for the next occasion. Mei Na glared at Yang Xiao, who, indignant, and inquired, "How could you kiss him? Wasn't it agreed upon that we would only kiss on the cheek?" She felt a profound sense of loss, lamenting that had she known this would transpire, she too would have kissed him. Yang Xiao, who, observing Mei Na's rising agitation, secretly scoffed and proudly puffed out her chest. "Who decreed that only the cheek is permissible? I am the referee, and I never stipulated such a rule." Upon hearing this, Mei Na could hardly contain her frustration. "If you kissed him, I shall too." With that, she lunged towards Lu Wei, ready to steal a kiss. Lu Wei, seeing this unfold, realized that this was unacceptable. He was not one to be so easily trifled with. "You all may kiss as you please, but do not treat me so lightly." Moreover, his female fans in the live stream were watching. Should they fall out of love with him, his fan base would surely dwindle. Thus, he swiftly rose and fled, exclaiming, All right, let us not cause a ruckus, we are live." Seeing Lu Wei evade her, Mei Na felt a pang of dissatisfaction, but upon realizing they were broadcasting, she halted, aware that her carefully crafted image was on the verge of collapse. Internally, she vowed to reclaim her dignity, declaring to herself that Mei Na would never tolerate such humiliation. Unbeknownst to her, her agent was nearly in tears, and had he known her thoughts, he would have retorted, "Do you still have a persona? What persona? A lovesick fool or a romantic dreamer? Your image has long since shattered into pieces." Yang Xiaohu felt a surge of triumph. The taste of success was delightful, fulfilling a small regret that had lingered in her heart for years. She recalled that sweltering summer when two youthful souls had napped at their desks, watching Lu Wei sleep so soundly. She had often wished to emulate the romantic scenes from dramas, yearning to steal a kiss. Yet, she had refrained, deterred by the classroom cameras, only to regret her hesitation over the years. Today, however, she had finally rectified that regret, and the thought brought her joy. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaolove observed the playful antics of the trio with envy. Her introverted nature rendered her incapable of such wild actions, leaving her to watch with a mix of admiration and jealousy. Wu Jing, seeing that the spectacle had dwindled, clapped his hands and declared, "All right, it's getting late. Everyone should hurry to bed. We have a competition tomorrow, and who knows what time it begins. We must rest well to secure the championship." As they prepared for sleep, the live stream erupted with excitement. Just moments ago, Lu Wei had been kissed by Yang Xiao, and the reverberations in the entertainment industry were akin to a bomb being dropped into water, creating tumultuous waves. Chapter 94. Little Feet. Who is Yang Xiao? She is currently one of the most popular female stars in the entertainment industry, with fan numbers exceeding 1 billion. While this figure may be somewhat inflated, her genuine following still numbers in the tens of millions. As an acknowledged queen among fans, They believe no man is worthy of her. When Yang Xiaohu mentioned rewarding Lu Wei with a sweet kiss, no one took her seriously, thinking she was merely jesting and teasing him. Yet, no one could have anticipated that she would actually follow through. Moreover, it is the lips that have been kissed, an act that has undoubtedly shattered their worldview. Is it true? Did they really kiss? Am I imagining things? Yes, they kissed, on the lips no less. Oh dear, my little fox queen is no longer pure. And my Maina, too, is tainted. It seems my brother has been taken advantage of. How shameless. I am simply curious. Did they extend their tongues? I genuinely wish I could kick Lu Wei aside and take my place. I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my roommate's life for that opportunity. Wow, this show is incredibly explosive. Is this their official announcement? If it were me, I would choose Maina or perhaps the little fox. This may be the most challenging dilemma in the world. Challenging? Not all, I want them both. My kidneys may not withstand it. Perhaps I truly would lose 10 years of life. To possess both of them, losing 10 years seems worthwhile. Sigh, clearly this is a survival show. Yet it feels more like a dating reality show. You've misunderstood. Survival on a deserted island does not refer to mere existence, but rather to procreation, which is undoubtedly sensible. As night fell, everyone gradually returned to the shelter. Tonight marks their final night sleeping in this old refuge. Tomorrow, the new shelter will be ready, and they will move in once the bedding is prepared. Lu Wei returned to his bunk, lying down fully clothed, intending to explore the system and perhaps draw some prizes. Suddenly, he felt a gentle touch on his foot. This surprised him slightly, as the only person who could touch his foot was by Xiaolu. Clearly, it was her again. Initially, Lu Wei thought it was a mere accident. After all, he had scolded her quite harshly today, and she had not spoken to him since. They were in a sort of cold war. It seemed unlikely she would touch him without reason. However, the persistent rubbing of her small foot against his made Lu Wei realize it was intentional. But what did it mean? Was she not angry with him? What was she doing now? Was she attempting to mend fences? Lu Wei was somewhat perplexed. In truth, he understood by Xiaolu's silence due to anger. After all, he had been quite fierce with her. As a girl with a delicate disposition, even if she were not upset, it would be difficult for her to initiate conversation. However, it appeared she was somewhat reasonable, recognizing that he acted for her benefit and was now trying to ease the tension. Feeling her little foot continuously rubbing against his. Akin to a child seeking affection, Lu Wei smiled faintly. All right, in light of your pitiable state, I shall forgive you. He gently pinched her small foot between his own, the soft and smooth sensation making his heart flutter slightly. The little foot trembled momentarily, then became still. After a while, the other little foot approached and rested upon Lu Wei's foot, remaining motionless. They remained there, quietly holding each other as feet, without moving. As time passed, the atmosphere grew a tad unusual, teetering on the edge of ambiguity. As Lu Wei attempted to retract her foot, a sudden sharp clap echoed through the air. Her little foot retreated swiftly, akin to a startled rabbit. At the same moment, Yang Xiaohu at the entrance murmured about the relentless mosquitoes, lamenting their overwhelming presence. Lu Wei, where's your mosquito repellent? Is it ready for use? Upon hearing this, Lu Wei quietly withdrew her foot, feeling an inexplicable thrill mixed with a tinge of guilt. Ah, it's ready. I will go light it now, she replied, rising to exit the shelter and making her way to where the incense was stored. She pinched a few sticks, noting that they had not fully hardened yet, but were indeed usable. Retrieving one, she returned to the room and lit it at the doorway, where a wisp of blue smoke spiraled upwards, exuding a faint scent of pine oil. The aroma is quite pleasant, Yang Xiaohu remarked, somewhat surprised. Of course. How could my creation be anything less? Lu Wei retorted. I left it here for you. If it becomes too pungent, just move away a bit. Homemade mosquito repellent tends to produce some smoke. Yang Xiaohu gazed at Lu Wei with gentle eyes and smiled. It's fine. Not overwhelming at all. You should go rest. All right, call me if you need anything, Lu Wei replied. Yang Xiaohu flashed a sweet smile in response. Lu Wei returned to her sleeping space and lay down. But soon enough, she felt the small foot reach out toward her again. Sensing its coolness, she pondered if perhaps she was seeking warmth. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Lu Wei soon drifted into a light slumber. In her dreams, she felt someone beside her, gently shaking her. Lu Wei, Lu Wei? Lu Wei opened her eyes, her gaze momentarily dazed. In the darkness, she discerned a figure. Accompanied by the subtle scent of pine oil, Yang Xiaohu quickly fell into a deep sleep, free from any further mosquito disturbances. One must admit, the effectiveness of the system's products was beyond reproach. Had it not been for a pressing need to relieve herself that roused her in the dead of night, Yang Xiaohu could have easily slept until dawn. Feeling discomfort in her lower abdomen, Yang Xiaohu, though exceedingly tired, reluctantly opened her eyes. She surveyed the pitch-black night outside and the chorus of snores emanating from a shelter. With the faintest glimmer of light, she quietly crawled over to Lu Wei. Lu Wei, Lu Wei, she whispered softly, careful not to awaken anyone. Lu Wei, still drowsy, opened her eyes to find someone perched atop her, initially startled to the point of nearly crying out. Fortunately, at that moment, Yang Xiaohu reassured her, "It's me. Could you accompany me to the restroom?" "Huh? Oh, all right." Lu Wei promptly agreed without hesitation. "Wait a moment. I'll turn off the camera first," she instructed. "Okay." It was imperative to turn off the camera. The thought of broadcasting their restroom visit was simply unacceptable. Moreover, if they were spotted leaving in the middle of the night, it would be difficult to explain. Yang Xiaohu ventured out of the shelter first, with Lu Wei waiting at the entrance. Shortly after, she saw Yang Xiaohu beckoning her, prompting her to step outside. As soon as Lu Wei emerged, Yang Xiaohu grasped her arm, anxiously scanning their surroundings. "Don't worry, there's nothing to fear," Lu Wei whispered reassuringly. Yang Xiaohu softly murmured in acknowledgement, and before long, the two had walked a considerable distance of over 100 meters. Lu Wei observed her continued advance and could not help but inquire, "Isn't this far enough?" Yang Xiaohu, surveying the unprotected beach surrounding them, hesitated. "Is this truly safe? Perhaps we should seek refuge in the woods." "It is perilous in the woods at night," Lu Wei replied. "There is no one else around, and in this darkness, we can see nothing. Rest assured, I will wait over there for you." He gestured to a spot not far away. Upon reflection, Yang Xiaohu realized the truth in his words and nodded. "Just don't stray too far. I am frightened." "Have no worries," Lu Wei reassured her, walking a dozen paces away before halting, turning his back to her. "Is this sufficient?" "No peeking." In response, Lu Wei, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Hurry and relieve yourself. I wish to return to sleep." Yang Xiaohu's face flushed at his words, silently chastising him as a crude man. "Moments latte." The sound of rushing water mingling with the sand echoed softly. Though faint, it carried through the stillness of the night. Yang Xiaohu was acutely aware that Lu Wei must have heard it, her cheeks reddening in embarrassment. Indeed, Lu Wei had heard, yet felt no particular sensation. He was not so depraved as to fantasize about the sounds of a woman in such a moment. Perhaps the delay had led to an accumulation of urgency. And as Yang Xiaohu grew anxious, she found herself unable to finish swiftly. The cascade of water carved a deep pit into the beach. Suddenly, Yang Xiaohu felt a sharp sting, as if something had bitten her, sending her into a panic. "Ah!" she exclaimed, startling Lu Wei, who hurriedly inquired, "What is it?" With a quaver in her voice, she cried, "Come quickly. Something just bit me, and it hurts terribly." Without hesitation, Lu Wei rushed to her side. If it were a snake bite, it could spell disaster. If indeed it was a serpent, he would first need to capture it to determine if it was venomous. He sprinted to Yang Xiaohu, scooping her up in his arms, urgently asking, "What bit you? Where did it bite you?" Meanwhile, he scanned the surroundings, searching for the creature responsible. Yang Xiaohu felt overwhelmed by fear, embarrassment, and a whirlwind of emotions. Before she could gather herself, Lu Wei had lifted her, leaving her feeling mortified. Trembling, she replied, "I don't know. I didn't see it." Lu Wei searched the vicinity, but found nothing amiss. "Could you have made a mistake? There's nothing here." It was then that he realized the fabric of her pants was exceptionally smooth. "No, these pants are quite warm. No, they are undeniably soft. How could I be mistaken? It hurts quite a bit, and it still does." Taking her discomfort seriously, Lu Wei carried Yang Xiaohu toward the shelter. Alarmed, she exclaimed, "Wait, I need to put on my clothes first." "Do not bother. You will have to remove them again shortly." "Wait." Yang Xiaohu felt a jolt of panic. "What are you planning to do? Are you succumbing to primal instincts? How could you behave this way? If you desire something, why not simply express it? I am not opposed." Yang Xiaohu's mind was a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts until Lu Wei led her to a secluded new sanctuary. Gently placing Yang Xiaohu on the ground, he instructed her to remain still and then exited the room. As she found herself on all fours, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. making her wish for a crack in the ground to hide. Chapter 96. Come, get in the car. Observing her pet-like posture, Yang Xiaohu felt both shame and a peculiar thrill. Before long, Lu Wei returned with a handful of hay, igniting it to illuminate the room in an instant. The pristine halves of the moon were now clearly visible to him. Although he had experienced relationships in his previous life, cohabiting for a time, this lifetime found him to be a novice driver. Facing such an intense situation on his very first outing was understandably overwhelming. Lu Wei swallowed nervously, his voice dry as he inquired, "Where did it bite you? Please show me." Yang Xiaohu had forgotten her shyness, her mind now a blank slate. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, she instinctively looked up, only to find him wearing an expression of palpable tension. In that moment, for reasons unknown, her anxiety dissipated. Perhaps it was the realization that he seemed even more flustered than she was, which somehow alleviated her own fears. With a feigned calmness, she pointed to a spot on the moon. Lu Wei, now focused solely on the task at hand, approached to examine it closely. He discovered two small red dots that did not resemble snake bites, as there was no broken skin or blood. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Crabs. The considerable amount of water that had engulfed Yang Xiaohu must have coincidentally unearthed a sand crab's nest. When the floodwaters invaded their home at midnight, the sand crab, understandably irate, had pinched Yang Xiaohu fiercely. Upon closer inspection, the injured area bore a striking resemblance to a crab's claw mark. Relieved to find that Yang Xiaohu had not sustained a serious injury, Lu Wei sighed in relief, only to be met with an odd scent. Raising his gaze, he beheld an imperial flower, its petals glistening like rippling water, reminiscent of a gentle spring. "Is it all right? What bit you?" Yang Xiaohu, suppressing her embarrassment, interrupted Lu Wei's reverie. Hastily averting her eyes, she mentally chanted to herself, "What is inappropriate should not be seen or heard. You weren't bitten. You merely received a pinch from the crab. There's no broken skin." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Just as she was about to rise and adjust her clothing, she noticed Lu Wei's gaze was slightly off, his face flushed. A tremor of unease coursed through her, her legs feeling weak as she fixed her eyes on Lu Wei. Asking, "Can I put my clothes back on now?" "Yes," Lu Wei replied, a hint of regret lacing his tone. "Do you want to see more?" No, I don't want to see. I wasn't looking," Lu Wei hastily clarified. Yet, even a fool could discern that he was lying. As Yang Xiaohu calmly dressed, she observed the flustered Lu Wei and felt a resurgence of confidence. With a slight smirk, she inquired, "Do I look good?" Lu Wei had wised up this time, turning away and choosing silence. However, Yang Xiaohu would not let this opportunity slip by. She plopped down into Lu Wei's lap, her arms encircling his neck, resting her head on his shoulder. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered softly, "What's wrong? Afraid to admit it?" Lu Wei felt a tickle in his ear and instinctively turned away, responding evasively. "Admit what? I was merely saving you. For goodness sake, don't repay kindness with malice." Yang Xiaohu smiled gently, saying, "I don't care if you were saving me. The fact remains that you saw my body. This is my first time being seen by someone else. What do you think I should do?" Upon hearing the word first, Lu Wei's mood inexplicably lifted. Yet, still somewhat incredulous, he asked, "You're a first-timer? How can I believe that?" Faced with Lu Wei's skepticism, Yang Xiaohu grew furious, grabbing his ear and demanding, "Am I just a casual woman in your eyes? You better clarify that." "Ouch! Let go of me. I believe you. I believe you. Is that not enough?" Lu Wei yelped, feeling the sting of her grip. Yang Xiaohu, indignant, insisted, "No, I must prove my innocence today. Cool me. Let me show you whether I am indeed a first-timer." Lu Wei, upon hearing this, was intrigued, but suspicion crept in. Was there some ulterior motive at play? This vixen was far too cunning. Moreover, given his own prowess, he doubted they could finish the night without interruption. "No need for verification, really. I absolutely trust you. You must be as pure as snow, untouched and immaculate," Lu Wei conceded hastily. Though he yearned to verify for himself, the current circumstances made him feel coerced, as if yielding to her would be too humiliating. A man, even in such matters, ought to maintain the upper hand. How could he allow a woman to pressure him? "So, no verification, huh?" Yang Xiaohu continued to grip Lu Wei's ear, though her hold had softened slightly. "I really don't need to verify," Lu Wei assured her. "Fine. If you won't verify, what about the fact that I've been exposed to you? What shall we do?" What to do? Just let it be. Are you expecting me to take responsibility? Chapter 97. Swiftly racing, what do you propose we do? Lu Wei shrugged in resignation, recalling the recent scene. Yang Xiaohu's eyes gleamed with a hint of mischief as she declared, you will take responsibility. From now on, I am your girlfriend, and you're not allowed to flirt with other women. Hearing this, Lu Wei was left speechless. Then perhaps I should reconsider verification. Yang Xiaohu froze, instantly enraged. Resembling an angry little lion as she lunged at Lu Wei, claws bared, exclaiming, I'll show you verification, you filthy rogue. You lecherous wolf. Are you still dissatisfied with me? Goodness, this woman has lost her mind. How can one indulge such behavior? As the saying goes, a wife forged through hardship is molded by the rod. If she were to misbehave, a firm hand would be warranted. However, that was a last resort, and the current setting was hardly suitable for such measures. As Yang Xiaohu lunged towards him, Lu Wei swiftly embraced her, grasping her hands to prevent any erratic movement. The instantaneous warmth and softness left both momentarily stunned. Reacting instinctively, Yang Xiaohu began to struggle, only to realize her efforts were in vain, and she opened her mouth to bite. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Wei leaned down and silenced her. Yang Xiaohu's crystalline eyes brimmed with disbelief. How dare he? How could he do such a thing? Why hadn't he done it sooner? Lu Wei, noticing the stunned expression on her face, thought to himself, are you at a loss for what to do now? However, a minute later, he found himself equally bewildered. Yang Xiaohu had closed her eyes, transforming from passive to active, and boldly leaned in. After a few minutes, a voice called out from outside, Lu Wei, Sister Xiaohu? Suddenly, both were jolted out of their reverie and hastily separated, exchanging a glance before quickly averting their eyes. Let us go outside, Lu Wei said, awkwardly rubbing his nose. The situation had spiraled somewhat out of control. He had lost himself in the moment and acted impulsively. Fortunately, it hadn't gone too far. Yang Xiaohu adjusted her slightly crumpled attire and shot Lu Wei a glare before leading the way out. As they exited, they spotted a figure not far away. It was Meina. Having woken in the middle of the night to find Yang Xiaohu missing, she instinctively glanced towards Lu Wei, only to be startled to find him absent as well. The remnants of her drowsiness vanished instantly, replaced by a keen awareness. What had these two been up to? It was evident they were not engaged in anything virtuous. Furious and anxious, Meina berated this cunning vixen in her mind, realizing she was a master of deception, making it impossible to guard against her schemes. Hastily, she rose from her shelter and ventured outside into the inky darkness, her heart fluttering with trepidation. Lu Wei, she called softly, but upon receiving no reply, her unease deepened. In this desolate wilderness, shrouded in darkness, she longed to search for them, but felt too apprehensive to proceed. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, the thought of Yang Xiaohu possibly monopolizing Lu Wei and engaging in unspeakable acts filled her with newfound courage. Gritting her teeth and steeling her resolve, she ventured a short distance outward, glancing back at the now distant shelter. Meina called out again, this time louder, startling the engrossed Lu Wei and Yang Xiaohu. Meina? We're over here, Lu Wei called out, only to be discreetly pinched by Yang Xiaohu. Ouch, this woman. It seemed he would need to discipline her properly next time. As Meina approached him swiftly, she seized Lu Wei's arm, scrutinizing him from head to toe, demanding, what were you two doing? She needed to use the restroom and asked me to accompany her, he replied, conveniently omitting the details that followed. Instinctively, Meina sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. Yet after inspecting both of them, the darkness obscured any signs of wrongdoing. Unable to find any evidence, she could only huff in frustration. I need to go to the restroom too. You'll accompany me. I will go as well. Yang Xiaohu chimed in suddenly. Meina, upon hearing this, became infuriated. I haven't settled the score with you yet, and you dare to argue with me. Haven't you been there before? I'll accompany you. No need, thank you. Having Lu Wei is sufficient. It's all right. I have nothing else to do. I said no need. Lu Wei, noticing the impending quarrel, hurriedly interjected, all right. Can we settle down? Xiaohu, you head back first. I will accompany her to the restroom and return. Hearing this, Yang Xiaohu turned and left, seething inwardly at this scoundrel who had just taken advantage of her, yet sought to be affectionate with another woman. Dream on. I'll wait for you for 5 minutes. If you're not back, I'll come looking for you. As Yang Xiaohu departed, Meina proudly puffed out her chest. Though regrettably, In the darkness, no one could see. Lu Wei surveyed the surroundings and suggested, "How about we do it here? No one will notice." Mina's face flushed with embarrassment as she shyly replied, "Then you turn around, and no peeking." Lu Wei, bemused, retorted, "In this darkness, what could I possibly see?" With that, he walked a short distance away. Before long, the sound of water reached Lu Wei's ears, causing his mind to wander. Had it not been for his earlier exchange with Yang Xiao, he might not have paid it much heed. However, the prior conversation had ignited a flicker of desire, leaving him somewhat distracted. Who claimed just moments ago that they were not a pervert and would not be interested in such matters. Chapter 98. Running a red light and receiving a fine. Fortunately, Mina soon finished, tidying herself up and standing. She approached Lu Wei, linking her arm with his, and inquired, "Were you two just using the restroom, or was there something more?" Lu Wei, with a frown, responded, "It seems you didn't wash your hands after finishing." Mina, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed, retorted, "At this late hour, where am I supposed to wash? Besides, I didn't get anything on my hands." This fellow had no business discussing such matters with a girl. It was truly vexing. In this darkness, what if you didn't see that you got something on you? "I didn't If you don't believe me, just smell," Mina said, placing her hand in front of Lu Wei. He quickly recoiled, thinking, "Is she a tiger? I certainly smell it. What if I end up with something on me?" "You trick me. I really didn't I'm not lying." "Fine. I believe you. No need to smell." "No, you must smell." A 1T. Lu Wei ran, and Mina chased after him, their playful antics leading them back to the shelter. Seeing Mina pursuing him, Lu Wei quickly said, "All right, let us stop. We don't want to disturb everyone asleep." Mina feigned compliance, nodding obediently, but as soon as Lu Wei turned, she leapt onto his back, simultaneously covering his mouth with her small hand. Lu Wei was utterly exasperated. Mina's hand was damp, clearly indicating that she had just attended to her business. So what does it smell like?" Lu Wei was so irritated that he considered having her experience his own scent. However, before he could act, Yang Xiao emerged. Upon seeing Lu Wei with Mina on his back, her brow furrowed. "What are you two doing? Hurry back to sleep." Instead of dismounting, Mina wrapped her arms around Lu Wei's neck, pressing her face against his, adopting an affectionate demeanor. "I grew weary from walking," prompting Yifei to insist on carrying me. Rolling his eyes, he retorted, "As if I would cherish such a burden. Are you made of paper?" Exhausted after merely a few dozen meters? With a swift motion, he lifted Mina off his back, recalling the unsettling object she had just pressed against his lips, igniting a surge of indignation within him. In a moment of retaliatory impulse, he pinched her from behind. Mina gasped, startled by the sudden assault. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Wei darted into the house, smirking. "This is payback for your earlier prank. Now we are even." Yet, unbeknownst to him, the reason Mina's hand was damp was not due to any avian encounter. Rather, she had intentionally moistened her hand with saliva solely to frighten Lu Wei. She glared at his retreating figure, her resentment palpable. That rogue, utterly oblivious to the pain he inflicted, pinching her in a manner that was both hurtful and damp. Returning to his bed, Lu Wei exhaled deeply, reflecting on the night's exhilarating events. Closing his eyes, he accessed the system. Host: Lu Wei, age 25, strength 60, constitution 100, agility 60, spirit 60, skills, singing level 3, dancing level 4, acting level 4, culinary arts level 1, diving level 1, tree climbing level 1, weaving level 1, click to expand, special skills, plan identification, weather observation. Popularity 5, 736, 581, lottery shop, not yet open, character affection, not yet open. In that fleeting moment of accessing the system, Lu Wei discerned a critical issue. Once the attributes of strength, agility, and spirit reached 60 points, they ceased to increase naturally. It appeared that his earlier conjecture had been validated. The system had indeed rectified its loopholes. In other words, natural growth was capped at 60 points. Thereafter, enhancement would necessitate training or attribute allocation. It was evident that continuing to exploit the system was now an impossibility. Moreover, upon reaching 100 points in constitution, further augmentation was also unattainable, as subsequent attributes had turned gray. The system provided clarity, stating that due to the significant disparity between constitution and the other 3 attributes, further increases in constitution were temporarily halted. Only by elevating the other 3 attributes to 100 points could he transcend the 100-point threshold in Constitution. Lu Wei felt a tinge of regret. He had aspired to experience the phenomenon of surpassing human limits and to discover whether he could transform into a superhuman. As it stood, such endeavors would have to wait. Nonetheless, there was no need for haste. With sufficient provisions, he could ascend to his peak within a week. At that juncture, with all 4 attributes maximized, he would undoubtedly be the strongest man on Earth. Gazing at his popularity, exceeding 5 million, Lu Wei felt a sense of satisfaction. Today had yielded a considerable increase, surpassing even the previous day. It seemed likely that Yang Xiaohu's audacious kiss had sparked considerable discussion. Should this incident continue to develop and circulate, his popularity could very well soar even higher. Should he attempt a lottery? The odds of winning in the lower-tier lottery were dismally low. He would need to opt for the intermediate tier. However, the cost of 1 million per attempt was a bit painful. System, I wish to initiate 10 consecutive draws at the intermediate level. Ultimately, Lu Wei resolved to proceed with the draw. Although 1 million was no trifling sum, it amounted to merely half a day's worth of popularity income. Furthermore, the survival skills he possessed were rather limited and warranted enhancement. Please confirm whether to expend 1 million popularity points for 10 intermediate draws. Confirmed. Reward extraction in progress. Ding. Chapter 99, Lottery. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of honey extraction. Congratulations, host. You have received a 2-minute power doubling experience card. Congratulations, host. You have attained level 1 shooting skill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill of cycling with one hand. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of driving a Ferrari with one hand. Congratulations, host. You have gained skills in filmmaking. Congratulations, host. You have achieved level 1 storytelling skill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained level 1 binding skill. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the special skill of aquatic biometrics. Congratulations, host. You have received a small recipe for soap making. The 10 consecutive draws concluded, and Lu Wei began to assimilate each skill. The first skill, honey extraction, seems rather useful. The likelihood of encountering a beehive in the wild is significant, and with this skill, there is no need to worry about being stung. It's more of a handy technique than a full-fledged skill. The second reward is the Power Experience card, which, despite its brief duration of 2 minutes, can prove pivotal if utilized wisely. The last card was spent saving a bird, and this one will also be reserved for a critical moment. The third reward is the highlight, the shooting skill, which pleases Lu Wei the most. Here, shooting encompasses not just firearms, but any weapon capable of being wielded, such as cannons, bows, and crossbows. Not to mention, archery is particularly advantageous for Lu Wei, as he currently possesses a bow he previously didn't know how to use. With the shooting skill, he feels an urge to venture into the woods for hunting. However, tomorrow is not feasible due to a competition. Perhaps the day after would suffice. Should he procure some game, it would provide sustenance for the impending rainfall and cooling days thereafter. The fourth and fifth skills appear to be rather absurd. Who can drive a Ferrari with one hand while cycling? Nonetheless, taking a girl on a bicycle certainly offers a more exhilarating experience than a Ferrari. The sixth skill seems to verge on forbidden abilities, so further exploration will be avoided to prevent complications. The seventh skill is storytelling. Reminiscent of a previous draw that included a collection of works from Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which contain narrative content. Is this meant to allow me to narrate the Three Kingdoms? It's worth considering. Although it may not drastically elevate my popularity, it serves as a steady avenue for accumulating it over time. Years from now, whenever someone encounters anything related to Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it will surely augment my popularity. This is indeed a splendid opportunity, especially since prolonged time on the island can lead to boredom. I might as well give it a try. The eighth skill, albeit unconventional, holds substantial utility, whether for crafting hunting traps or binding various items. It proves to be exceptionally convenient. Moreover, this skill can generate income. There exists a profession known as a rope artist, specializing in the art of binding to help women relieve stress, which is reputed to be quite lucrative. The ninth skill is a special one, also quite useful, though it falls short compared to the previous two special skills. The understanding of aquatic organisms, while beneficial, remains limited. After all, humanity predominantly thrives on land, with infrequent ventures into the water. However, this knowledge alleviates certain concerns, as one no longer hesitates to consume unfamiliar fish as in the past. Ultimately, this knowledge proves somewhat useful. Yet, the secret formula, previously encountered through videos and novels, can be replicated without its guidance. Thus, the formula is somewhat superfluous, valuable, yet lacking in significant utility. Overall, the recent lottery yielded commendable results, granting several practical skills. After comprehensively reviewing all the lottery outcomes, Lu Wei casually deactivated the system, closed his eyes, and succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, on a distant cruise ship belonging to the production team's logistics, within the upper echelon of the Kyushu National Representative District, a middle-aged man underwent scrutiny by two guards before rapping on a door. "Come in," came the voice of an esteemed elder. Upon the man's entrance, the elder set aside his documents, removed his spectacles, and offered a warm smile. "Still awake at this late hour? Leave the late nights to the younger generation. You're not as young anymore and should take care of your health." The middle-aged man chuckled, replying, "Chief, aren't you also burning the midnight oil? Since you haven't rested, I certainly cannot." The elder shook his head in resignation. "I've grown accustomed to it. This has been my way of life. Even when I wish to retire early, sleep eludes me. Now, what brings you here at such an hour? I have good news to report, along with details about the next competition." The elder nodded. "Let us hear the good news first. It will brighten my spirits." The middle-aged man, beaming, declared, "The teams on the island are progressing remarkably well. Lu Wei's abilities are formidable, and the outcome may exceed our expectations significantly. Additionally, they have discovered a relatively stable food source. Although currently limited to seafood and fish, the conditions may be arduous. However, if they can endure, it is not impossible for them to persevere until the end." The elder, upon hearing this encouraging news, nodded with a smile. "I have faith in them and in the indomitable spirit of our Kyushu children, who strive valiantly and fearlessly amidst adversity. Having traversed snow-capped mountains and rugged terrains in the past, what are these current challenges in comparison? They will surely prevail." However, the elder raised his hand, interrupting the middle-aged man, his tone firm. "Let it be reiterated, our Kyushu children are not cowards." The middle-aged man nodded, understanding the sentiment. He too held faith. Yet the island's inhabitants remained oblivious to the profound implications of their success in this survival competition for the nation. If they viewed it merely as a form of entertainment, how could they possibly endure? Now, let us discuss the rules for the next competition. After extensive deliberations among multiple nations, it was decided that the upcoming contest would be a competitive eating challenge. The elder was taken aback. Is this meant to bestow the championship upon us? What an unexpected boon. Chapter 100. Lu Wei's eccentric proposal the following morning. Everyone rose early, though Lu Wei was not the first to awaken. His mind was still filled with bizarre images from the night before. Who could possibly sleep soundly under such circumstances? Thus, rising later than usual was only to be expected. Wu Jing gazed at Lu Wei, who had just emerged from the shelter, and teased, "How rare it is for you to rise late today. Were you exhausted last night?" Though the noise from the previous evening caused by Lu Wei and his companions was not particularly loud, he had certainly caught wind of it. Lu Wei chuckled lightly, feigning confusion. "What do you mean by last night? I have no idea what you're talking about." Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoai, who was preparing breakfast, bit her lip in contemplation, lost in her thoughts. After everyone had freshened up, they sat together, enjoying a simple breakfast of coconut treats and coconut juice. They had all indulged excessively in seafood, and the lack of seasoning left a lingering fishy taste that had become tiresome after so many days. While they had consumed ample coconut, it at least offered a lighter option that was still palatable in the morning. "What shall we exchange for if we win the championship?" Peng Peng licked her lips, revealing her eagerness. "Sunscreen." Bai Xiaolu was the first to raise her hand in agreement. Yang Xiaohu quickly followed suit, declaring, "I support Lulu." Gu Limina, who initially hesitated to align herself with Yang Xiaohu, recognized the significance of sunscreen for them, and added, "I also support it." "I too support Lulu," Zhang Xiaoai chimed in, raising her hand. "This is what we girls need most at the moment." Noticing that all four girls were inclined to exchange for cosmetics, Peng Peng interjected, "But we can exchange for 3 items if we win the championship. Besides sunscreen, how about we get some meat and flour?" Chun Chi-Chi nodded in agreement. "I think that's a splendid idea." "All right, I have no objections," Lei Jai concurred. The boys evidently preferred to exchange for food, which was indeed of great importance. Although they had been able to satiate their hunger, Each of them had begun to lose weight, and, if this continued, they risked malnutrition. The four girls were aware that it was impossible to exchange all three items for cosmetics. Besides, they longed for meat and rice, having consumed only fish and conch for far too long. Thus, they agreed with Peng Peng's proposal. Now, only two individuals remained undecided, Wu Jing and Lu Wei. Wu Jing contemplated for a moment and said, "That sounds reasonable. We don't urgently need any tools at the moment, so exchanging for food would be quite good. What do you think, Lu Wei?" "No," Lu Wei replied firmly, his voice quiet yet resolute. His response took everyone by surprise. While they had all consented, Lu Wei had disagreed. As the backbone of their team, his opinion carried significant weight. "Why not? What do you wish to exchange for?" Bai Xiaolu asked, a hint of reluctance in her tone as she directed her gaze at Lu Wei. This was the first time she had initiated a conversation with him since he had admonished her the previous day. There was an air of resentment in her voice. After all, he had shown her goodwill the night before, yet he had failed to greet her this morning. How vexing. Now, he was rejecting her proposal for the exchange, as if he were deliberately opposing her. Lu Wei swallowed the coconut meat and stated, "I propose we exchange for 2 blankets, and for the remaining item, either flour or rice." The moment Lu Wei's decision was voiced, everyone was taken aback. Exchange for blankets in this sweltering heat? Had he not yet fully awakened? Was his mind still clouded? Yang Xiaohu reached out and gently touched Lu Wei's forehead, murmuring, "You don't have a fever, so why are you talking nonsense?" Lu Wei irritably swatted her hand away and, observing the puzzled faces around him, spoke earnestly, "Based on my observations, there is a significant possibility of rain tomorrow or the day after. Prior to arriving here, I had already examined the climatic changes in this area. This season is winter, and once it rains, the temperature will plummet, potentially dropping to just a few degrees. Such frigid temperatures necessitate proper insulation. Although our clothing is windproof, its thermal retention is inadequate, especially during the coldest nights when blankets or quilts are indispensable." Lu Wei intentionally refrained from being overly precise. If he were to predict the exact time and amount of rainfall like Yuan Tiangang, he might find himself dissected soon after. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Yang Xiaohu, her face filled with astonishment, asked Lu Wei, "You can predict the weather? Is it reliable?" Lu Wei understood that without a reasonable explanation, people would be skeptical. Therefore, he replied, "I grew up by the sea, learning to observe the weather from seasoned fishermen in my youth. While my accuracy is not infallible, it is still commendable. The crucial point is that during this season, if it rains, the temperature will inevitably drop. Even if it does not rain in the next couple of days, it will rain eventually, and we must prepare for necessary warm supplies." Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, the group fell silent, exchanging glances, unsure of what to say. To believe him seemed somewhat absurd. While they had heard of weather predictions for the same day, forecasting for the following days was unprecedented. Wasn't he that akin to a weather forecast? Yet, to dismiss his credibility would be unjust, as Lu Wei was not known for making baseless claims or jesting about such matters. How to proceed, then? Yang Xiaohu expressed her concern. "Are you confident? If you are wrong, it won't affect us much, perhaps just a bit less sun protection and a reduction in meat consumption. However, the external world will surely criticize you harshly." Chapter 101. Doubt Yang Xiaohu misjudged the situation, without waiting for results to materialize. Lu Wei was already berated the moment he suggested exchanging for blankets. "If you think it's a good idea, perhaps we should exchange Lu Wei for a brain. Swapping blankets in over 30-degree heat? Is there something wrong with your mind? You expect these youngsters, who barely attended school, to possess any cultural knowledge? Lu Wei, you're even inferior to those youths. You are merely an old relic." He was doing it deliberately, just to oppose Lu. Such individuals are truly disappointing. Although I too disagreed with the blanket exchange and found the proposal somewhat ludicrous, those who resorted to disparaging remarks were even more disappointing. You said it yourself. No way, right? They can't possibly agree to Lu Wei's suggestion. After finally securing 3 opportunities to exchange supplies, are they really going to squander 2 of them? Wait, aren't you overlooking a crucial point? The competition hasn't even begun. How can you be so certain you'll secure first place? Honestly, I don't understand why they are so confident in winning. Is it faith in Lu Wei? That doesn't seem right. Haters will seize any chance to criticize. Moreover, is there not a single person among you with the capacity for reasoning? Are you unaware of the existence of weather forecasts? They cannot see it on the island. You cannot either? I just checked the weather over there, and indeed, there is a likelihood of rain. Lu Wei is impressive, isn't he? Can it really rain? It indeed will rain, but not tomorrow. It will commence the day after, continuing for 3 days. Even more astonishing, the temperature will significantly decrease, just as Lu Wei mentioned. If they do not change their blankets, they will truly be in peril. Lu Wei is remarkable. Lu Wei is truly remarkable. The live stream is filled with enthusiastic shouts of admiration for Lu Wei. The crowd on the island has also begun to vote. Meina was the first to raise her hand, expressing her agreement with Lu Wei's suggestion. Afterward, she glanced triumphantly at Yang Xiao, who, thinking at last, I was the first this time. Yang Xiao, who, unfazed by Meina's provocation, merely smiled gently at Lu Wei and said, I trust your decision, whatever it may be. With that, she subtly glanced at Meina. Little sister, let me teach you what a white lotus is. You have a long way to go. Zhang Xiao AI hesitated for a moment before also raising her hand, stating, I believe in brother Lu Wei. Bai Xiao Lu, upon hearing this, looked at Zhang Xiao AI with disbelief, as if she could not fathom that her good friend had betrayed her. She felt a surge of anger, thinking, how could you, Zhang Xiao AI, with your prominent brows and large eyes, also turn against me? Ugh, prioritizing romance over friendship. I shall no longer associate with you. With 3 girls supporting Lu Wei, the few boys across from them exchanged glances. Wu Jing shrugged and said, all right, I too believe in Lu Wei. Ultimately, with 1 vote against Bai Xiao Lu and an overwhelming majority of 8 in favor, Lu Wei's proposal was approved. Bai Xiao Lu felt disheartened, thinking, these people are like reeds swaying in the wind, bending whichever way the breeze blows. Just as they passed the resolution, the livestream drone arrived to inform them. The performance time for the JoJo team was set for the afternoon, and they would be notified half an hour in advance to prepare. Upon hearing the performance time, Lu Wei stated, since everyone trusts me, let's make some necessary preparations for the anticipated rain over the next couple of days. All right, what shall we do? Everyone asked in unison, looking towards Lu Wei, awaiting his instructions. Lu Wei, unreserved, replied, firstly, we must move into the new shelter tonight. The beds in the new shelter must be completed today, which will likely take the entire morning. I shall entrust this task to you gentlemen. If time permits, we should also construct a toilet, as that is essential. Without it, during the rain, we will have no place to relieve ourselves, and getting drenched could lead to illness. As for the girls, they were to continue gathering firewood, ensuring that the collected wood was placed under the cooking canopy. The quantity of firewood must suffice for 5 days. Some was gathered yesterday, and a bit more today will be sufficient. For the remaining time, once the tide recedes, we should check the fish trap. If there are too many fish, we will take some out, clean them, apply salt, and dry them. Does anyone have anything to add? The group exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison, indicating they had no further contributions. Very well, let us commence. Lu Wei waved his hand, and everyone began their respective tasks. Some constructed beds, while others gathered firewood. Meanwhile, he discreetly turned and ventured into the woods. Before long, he arrived beneath a grand tree adorned with a profusion of kapok flowers. The purpose of Lu Wei's visit was precisely these kapok blossoms. He intended to gather a substantial amount to bring back for everyone's warmth. Even though they had exchanged for blankets, their usual attire consisted of merely single-layer clothing. To enhance their insulation, Lu Wei resolved to process these kapok flowers and insert them into the linings of their garments. As for himself, he would not enjoy such luxury, as his clothing lining had long been repurposed to create sanitary pads for the girls. However, with his robust constitution, he was not overly concerned about the slight drop in temperature. Dear reader, should you find discontent in this narrative, feel free to seek another book. Do not inflict harm upon me. Hurting an innocent soul will not bring you joy. You possess a multitude of choices. Why trouble a humble online writer? I wish you the best in discovering a book that brings you happiness. Chapter 102. Carpentry skills. The kapok tree before him towered over 10 meters. Yet it posed no challenge to Lu Wei, as he possessed a tree climbing skill. This skill, however, was only at level 1. To ensure greater safety, Lu Wei invested 100,000 points of popularity to elevate his tree climbing ability to level 5. He chose not to pursue further enhancement, as the skill's utility was not exceedingly great, and level 5 sufficed. Upon completion of the skill upgrade, Lu Wei's mind was enriched with a plethora of climbing techniques and insights. as if he had ascended countless trees before. After a brief moment, having assimilated the skill, Lu Wei took a few paces back before suddenly accelerating, hurtling towards the great tree. One might have thought he intended to ram into it. Just as he was about to collide, he planted his foot against the trunk, swiftly bounding along the surface and soaring upwards over 2 meters. At this juncture, he reached a sturdy branch, grasping it with both hands and propelling himself upward with a powerful push. His movements were clean and agile, fluid and graceful. One might have assumed he was suspended by wires. Once atop the tree, Lu Wei began to pluck the kapok flowers, casting the gathered blossoms carelessly to the ground. In no time, he had amassed dozens, if not hundreds. Satisfied with his harvest, he descended slowly from the tree. He then removed his shirt, tightly cinched the collar to fashion a pouch, and filled it to the brim with the blossoms, subsequently slinging it over his back as he returned to the shelter. Upon his arrival, Wu Jing and the others were still busy constructing beds. It appeared their progress was rather sluggish, given their pace. It seemed unlikely they would have a place to rest for the night. Setting the kapok flowers aside, Lu Wei approached to assess their efforts. The sight caused him considerable discomfort. Possessing carpentry skills, he found it difficult to endure the inadequacies of their craftsmanship. After a moment's contemplation, he expended another 100,000 points of popularity to elevate his carpentry skill to level 5. This skill would prove useful in the future, and despite the cost, he did not feel a pang of regret. After enhancing his skills, Lu Wei approached directly, unabashedly stating, "Gentlemen, your bed construction is rather unsightly and lacks sturdiness. I highly doubt it could withstand even a slight turn during sleep." As he spoke, he shook the bed frame made of ropes and vines, which swayed back and forth like a child's rocking horse. The others exchanged awkward glances, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was not that they didn't wish to do better. Rather, their craftsmanship was limited to this level. Being stars, they were utterly inexperienced in the art of bed construction. Fortunately, they had received training on building shelters prior to their arrival, but no one had specifically learned how to construct a bed. During their studies, time constraints necessitated that they prioritize essential skills. Chen Qiqi, the chief engineer and commander of the bed construction, shot Lu Wei an unimpressed glance. "If you think you could do better, then by all means, show us. Despite its wobbliness, this bed is certainly not going to collapse. In fact, a gentle sway might even enhance sleep quality. Such brilliant creativity can only stem from a genius like myself. You mere mortals wouldn't comprehend it. Ha ha ha." Clearly rambling, he still managed to present a semblance of reason. "Step aside, and I'll demonstrate how a bed is truly constructed." With that, Lu Wei seized an axe and began to chop at one of the bed's legs. Within minutes, he had carved a groove into the wooden leg. He then took a beam intended for the bed's framework and secured it within the groove, giving it a shake to confirm its stability. See, this is called a mortise and tenon joint. Learn from this. Structures built in such a manner are both stable and robust. The others, witnessing Lu Wei's adeptness, exchanged looks of astonishment. They understood the principle, but lacked Lu Wei's skill. They would likely take an hour just to carve a single groove, and with multiple legs to do, the task would stretch into an entire day. Chen Qiqi, grinning, clapped Lu Wei on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You've got quite the talent. Young man, you are indeed a worthy candidate for carpentry. You shall be in charge of this groove task while we tend to the bedding slats." He exchanged knowing glances with the others, and in an instant, they vacated the room. Lu Wei blinked, sensing he had been outmaneuvered. However, it was true that they were incapable of such work. Carpentry requires not only an understanding of structure, but also practical skill. One must be adept to bring theory into practice. Even if a novice were to learn by observation, they would soon find that having seen does not equate to being able to perform. As he watched the retreating figures, Lu Wei called out, "Don't forget the hay and foam." "Understood," came a reply. Both hay and foam are excellent materials for bedding, particularly the foam, which provides exceptional insulation. They were not difficult to find by the seaside, and with diligent collection, there would be ample bedding material. Lu Wei continued to silently chop the support pillars for the bed, dedicating over an hour to finally complete all the columns. As Lu Wei noticed their absence, he dug several shallow pits in the ground to secure the posts more effectively. After that, he installed the crossbeams, firmly embedding them into the grooves of the posts with a hatchet. This way, all that remained was to wait for them to return with the purlins, which would be laid down along with hay and foam to complete the task. Pondering for a moment, Lu Wei considered the necessity of crafting a mat. Such an addition would not only maintain cleanliness and order, but also provide a more comfortable resting place. Lu Wei, come quickly. Just as he was contemplating the material for the mat, the voice of Bai Xiaolu suddenly pierced through the air. Upon hearing her call, Lu Wei instinctively felt a sense of urgency, hastily discarding his tools and rushing outside. What happened? Is there a problem? He inquired, concern etching his features as he approached Bai Xiaolu. Seeing Lu Wei's frantic demeanor, Bai Xiaolu blinked innocently and replied, "Oh, there's nothing wrong. I just wanted you to come and see if we have enough firewood. If it's sufficient, we can go fishing." Lu Wei shot her a disapproving glance, recognizing her playful trickery. However, choosing not to engage further, he surveyed the ample pile of firewood and nodded. "All right, this should suffice. We can go catch some fish. Shall we go then?" Yang Xiaohu wiped the sweat from her brow and spoke up. Lu Wei glanced at the sun hanging high in the sky. It was just past 10 in the morning. The tide was receding, and the water at the river mouth was only about half a meter deep, posing little danger. He nodded. "Yes, let's proceed, but be cautious. We won't need to gather shellfish today. There are plenty of oysters and fish in the traps to sustain us for a while. Moreover, the current spring tide is minimal, yielding little reward and wasting time." Given their pressing circumstances, it was imperative for them to amass sufficient provisions to avoid hunger during the impending rainy days. As for marine goods, it would be wiser to wait a few days until the next mid-tide or high tide to collect them. Observing the silhouettes of the girls as they made their way to the riverbank, Lu Wei ventured into the woods with his entrenching tool. He sought materials to weave the mat, and undoubtedly, bamboo would be the ideal choice. Yet, he had yet to discover a bamboo grove. The few bamboo pieces spotted along the shoreline were merely driftwood, unsuitable for weaving. Tree bark could also serve as a viable material for weaving, being sturdy and durable, albeit cumbersome to procure. Fortuitously, Lu Wei recalled a particular plant whose leaves were excellent for mat making, the leaves of the rooted tree. These leaves were notably long, often exceeding a meter and sometimes reaching 2 meters, with a width of 7 to 8 centimeters. Rich in fibers, they were robust yet soft when dried, making them perfect for weaving. These leaves could even serve as shingles for a shelter's roof. The sole drawback was the presence of small thorns on the leaf surface and edges. However, this posed no challenge for Lu Wei. He could simply tear off the small thorns from the sides. The thorns on the leaf surface could be easily removed by clamping the leaf between 2 sticks and pulling. Lu Wei harvested a substantial quantity of rooted leaves and settled on the ground to begin processing them. After all, with 2 large beds needing to accommodate 9 people, the quantity of mats required would be considerable. Lu Wei had been busy for over an hour, managing to clear 2 large bundles of leaves. Feeling satisfied with his efforts, he hoisted the leaves and returned to the shelter. At that moment, the sleeping quarters in the shelter were almost complete. The rafters had been laid, with a thick layer of hay and foam placed atop, creating a warm and soft resting place. The weary group, having labored throughout the morning, were resting in their respective rooms. The girls had just finished processing the fish in time to marinate and dry them, having caught dozens of pounds in 2 large cages. The 4 girls spent over an hour on the task, each one reeking of fishy odor. They were now lying on their beds, deliberating whether to bathe first or to dry the fish. At that moment, the resting occupants of the shelter heard footsteps outside, signaling Lu Wei's return. Everyone rose and stepped outside, coincidentally spotting Lu Wei emerging with 2 bundles of leaves that obscured his figure. He casually dropped the leaves to the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief, and inquired if the beds and fish were all taken care of. Just finishing up, everyone took a moment to rest, and Wu Jing approached with curiosity, asking what Lu Wei had brought. "These are the leaves of the Glochidian, which I plan to dry and weave into a mat for the bed, making it more aesthetically pleasing and tidy," Lu Wei explained. Wu Jing nodded, acknowledging the merit of the idea. Yang Xiaohu stepped forward, offering assistance. Lu Wei chuckled. "No need for help, as this task is intended for you girls." "Then, teach me," she replied. "All right, but these leaves need to dry before use. Let's spread them out here to dry. They should be ready by tomorrow." Together, they laid the leaves flat on the ground, securing them with sticks to prevent the sea breeze from whisking them away. "Time is of the essence. Let's prepare lunch. After the afternoon performance, we have more tasks to attend to," Lu Wei reminded them. For lunch, they feasted on fish roe, as most of the fish caught in the traps were bullheads. The flesh of this fish is not particularly palatable, best dried for future frying or grilling. However, The bullhead roe is a delicacy, large, plump, and golden in hue. It is incredibly flavorful. In Minnan cuisine, there is a dish that involves drying bullhead roe and briefly roasting it with a flamethrower, yielding a delightful taste. Nonetheless, Lu Wei preferred the fresh pan-fried or marinated roe. Though marinated roe was unattainable at the moment, pan-frying was still a viable option. The fragrant, crispy roe, bursting with texture and flavor, was utterly delicious. Chapter 104. The performance begins as they dined. Lu Wei suddenly recalled an important matter. The season was nearing when the bullheads would embark on their massive migration to spawn. During this period, they would congregate near the river's mouth, a truly spectacular sight. At that time, one could catch fish with their bare hands. However, a significant concern loomed. Such a large gathering of bullheads would inevitably attract predators. This is a fundamental law of nature. In this region, there exists a top-tier predator that ranks among the best in the world. When that time comes, attempting to fish by the river would become increasingly difficult. Upon reflection, Lu Wei furrowed her brow, realizing that she needed to devise a plan. If she could hunt down that colossal creature, the issue of sustenance would be resolved. However, that beast was exceedingly dangerous. Even if she maximized all her attributes, it would merely serve as a morsel for it. It seemed that the only hope lay in augmenting her attributes beyond 100 points, with the faint hope that surpassing this threshold might yield some surprises. Yet, even with such aspirations, the thought of that creature's immense size and its illustrious track record filled Lu Wei with trepidation. Everyone had their fill during the meal. Once satiated, they naturally returned to their tasks. The boys busied themselves digging a latrine, while the girls arranged the cleaned fish on racks to dry. Before drying, they applied a layer of salt to prevent spoilage, knowing that the fish would need soaking to diminish the saltiness before consumption. Initially, Lu Wei envisioned placing the latrine by the riverside, allowing waste to flow away with the current. However, considering that large predators might soon come to hunt the catfish in that river, she decided against that location. Instead, they excavated a pit approximately 100 meters from the shelter, laying down wooden planks as stepping stones. Surrounding the pit with branches, they fashioned a conical shelter. With a secure top to prevent rainwater intrusion, a rudimentary latrine was completed. After 2 or 3 hours of labor, the latrine was finally constructed. It was easy to predict that the ensuing aroma would be quite potent. Once the latrine was finished, Lei Jiai suddenly suggested, "Should we construct a women's latrine as well?" The others looked at him in confusion, questioning the need for such a luxury in the wilderness. Lei Jiai hastily clarified, "No, what I mean is, with 9 of us, one latrine might not suffice, especially in the mornings when everyone wakes up. Wouldn't he that lead to long queues?" Upon his reasoning, it did seem that one latrine might be inadequate. Lu Wei found merit in Lei Jiai's argument. Wu Jing waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's fine. If the queue is too long, just go elsewhere. We've been managing just fine without it these past few days. It's just for rain prevention, after all." Chen Chichi wiped the sweat from his forehead and added, "That's right. Let us heed Jing Gu's advice. One will suffice. Let us hurry back. It's sweltering today, and I'm starting to doubt Lu Wei's words about rain tomorrow." Lu Wei said little more, merely shrugging and replying, "All right. We'll follow Jing Gu's lead." Their essay saying, "As long as you don't look up, there are plenty of makeshift options available, so there's no need to fuss over another." Meanwhile, the girls had already finished drying the fish and had taken a moment to bathe. Now, sitting in the shelter to enjoy the coolness. Around 3 in the afternoon, the sun blazed at its zenith, scorching their skin. Just a week after arriving on the island, Lu Wei had transformed from a fair-skinned youth into a sun-kissed bronze. The girls, despite their efforts to avoid tanning, had also darkened significantly compared to their initial arrival. Such was life by the sea. Even when the sun's rays were blocked, the ocean breeze could redden and darken one's skin. This was precisely why the girls were so eager for sunscreen. Upon the return of Lu Wei, Yang Xiaohu promptly presented a coconut he had prepared earlier. "You must be quite overheated. Here, enjoy a coconut." Lu Wei accepted it with a smile, expressing his gratitude, certain that the coconut would be exceptionally sweet. However, before he could take a sip, another coconut was handed to him. Upon looking up, he found that it could only be Meina. Having grown accustomed to their playful rivalry, Lu Wei accepted it with a casual thank you. Nearby, Chen Chichi watched enviously, her voice laced with longing as she lamented, "But Lu Wei has too. What about us? We're all working hard. This disparity is too great. This coconut was collected by Pong Pong and me. Wu Jing chuckled wryly. Let us go, stop daydreaming. If you want a drink, you should chop one yourself. Just then, a drone arrived to announce that their performance would commence in half an hour. This competition was to take place within their respective camps, with the performances being broadcast live to the world. It was an extraordinary opportunity for Lu Wei to garner substantial popularity. Lu Wei and Meina returned to their rooms to change outfits, and soon emerged in their performance attire. Lu Wei donned a long robe, exuding a scholarly elegance reminiscent of a refined gentleman from antiquity. Meanwhile, Meina, clad in a flowing white gown, appeared ethereal and noble, as if a celestial being had graced the mortal realm. Chapter 105. Heart-stirring. Oh wow, Meina is stunning, truly deserving of the title of the most beautiful in the entertainment industry. Lu Wei Gij is quite handsome as well. Observing their attire, anticipation for the upcoming performance surged. Why do they seem so perfectly matched? With such appearances, victory is assured. Baka, our Takita-kun and Miss Matoi's rope performance is the true champion. Ha ha, is that little Baka from upstairs? Although your two instructors are exceptionally talented and well-liked, don't harbor hopes for victory unless they can deliver something more explosive. Baka, it's the show's rules that hinder their performance. Otherwise, their original act was an art of water spraying. Such grandiosity? It's certainly the show's fault. I want to see it, hee hee. Nonsense. Our Asen is the real champion. Asen's performance is rather average. If only Sansa could be invited, it would be a different story. No way, Sansa bites. Ha ha ha. In the comments section, netizens from around the globe flooded the screen, with artificial intelligence effortlessly translating the text, facilitating seamless communication. On the island, Lu Wei and his team's performance had commenced. First was Meina's dance. Dressed in her ethereal gown, she danced with an otherworldly grace, radiating beauty akin to a celestial fairy. Her lithe form, exquisite visage, and refined air made her resemble a goddess descended from the Yaoqi. Yet, unbeknownst to many, this enchanting beauty, so poised and graceful, was in fact a romantic at heart. She and Yang Xiaohu were polar opposites, one ethereal and serene, the other temptingly alluring. Both were rare beauties of the mortal realm, and it was no wonder so many netizens wished ill upon Lu Wei. Meina's dance was brief, merely 2 minutes long, and concluded swiftly. The audience in the live streaming room remained utterly captivated, the enchanting dance of the beautiful maiden rendering them spellbound. It is no wonder that the noble lords and ministers of antiquity were so fond of such performances. They are indeed mesmerizing. As Meina's dance came to an end, the voting commenced in earnest, and in an instant, the tally surged dramatically. It is not merely the allure of Meina's performance that inspired votes. Even if her dance were less than exquisite, the local viewers would still be compelled to cast their support. Moreover, the enthusiasm was not confined to domestic spectators. Many international viewers, after witnessing the performance, joined in the voting as well. Each individual was permitted to cast an unlimited number of votes. However, each nation could only cast a single vote for its own team. In other words, one could vote for 50 different teams, but could not support their own country's team with more than one vote. Concurrently, the 20 world-class masters of art who were watching the live program began to deliberate on their scores. To their trained eyes, while Meina's performance was undeniably beautiful, it lacked a certain professional finesse. Consequently, their scores were not particularly high, as they were evaluating the overall presentation of each team. As Lu Wei's turn had not yet commenced, they refrained from revealing their scores in haste. With Meina's performance concluded, Lu Wei took the stage. She seated herself upon a rock by the seaside, one hand grasping a bow and the other caressing the strings of a guqin. As she drew the bow across the strings, the unique, mournful tones of the eru resonated, penetrating the hearts of all present. It was as though a soul in lament was recounting a past filled with poignant regrets. The sound was melancholic, the narrative profoundly touching. Each listener was transported back to their own distinct memories, unearthing stories buried deep within their hearts. Stories of emotion, sorrow, and unforgettable moments they were reluctant to revisit. Today, those once forgotten scenes surged back to the forefront of their minds, revealing memories they believed had faded, now vivid and clear. For some, the music evoked thoughts of hometown woods, tranquil ponds, and playgrounds of earthen paths. The beauty of those bygone days had long since slipped from view. 3 minutes may seem fleeting, yet for some, It felt as though they had traversed a lifetime, reliving their entire existence. As Lu Wei's melodic strains softened, it was akin to a figure gradually fading from sight. In a live streaming room, watched by hundreds of millions, the barrage of comments dwindled to a mere whisper. Many were wiping away tears, too moved to type. Even those who had previously heard the piece, such as Yang Xiaohu and her companions, found their eyes glistening with emotion. The composition was not overtly sorrowful, yet it evoked a profound urge to weep, to feel compassion. Upon concluding her performance, Lu Wei offered a slight bow towards the screen. It was only then that the audience regained their composure and began to cast their votes for her. The timeless allure of her artistry was indisputable, augmented by her masterful technique, akin to an unparalleled swordsman delivering a radiant strike. Not only the citizens of Jiuzhou, but even international viewers were deeply moved by this haunting melody. Oh, how wondrous! The ancient and enigmatic Jiuzhou truly lives up to its reputation as the oldest civilization. This instrument, which I had never encountered before, is simply exquisite. Indeed, while I am eager to support Peter's captivating dance, I cannot betray my conscience. The music is exquisite, and its sound is unparalleled. I believe I have fallen for this individual. Greetings, friends. Is anyone interested in accompanying me to Kyushu to learn this remarkable instrument? It truly is splendid. Could someone kindly inform me of the title of this piece? Such a beautiful melody ought not to be obscured. Alas, this instrument is a traditional one from our homeland and has no ties to Kyushu. Indeed, even Lu Wei hails from our nation. How absurd. This instrument and the composition are undeniably from our small nation. You truly lack discernment. The history of this instrument within our country far predates that of yours. If you wish to claim Lu Wei, take him. No one shall contest you, but the instrument and the melody should remain. Lu Wei, do you possess any manners? Chapter 106. How to express my gratitude. I can only offer an encore. Not only were the netizens astounded, but even the 20 esteemed masters of art rose in applause. They are globally recognized artists of great repute, selected as judges for their perceived fairness and integrity. They did not disappoint, as the evaluation results were acknowledged for both their professionalism and impartiality. Huang Zhan, a well-known composer from Hong Kong, stood up, clapping fervently with palpable excitement. Once the applause subsided, he remarked on the emergence of talent through the ages, each leading the way for centuries. Having spent my life immersed in music, I seldom encounter such a profoundly moving work. I trust that I need not articulate the soul-stirring impact that resonates within. This is the allure of the classic. Whether in the prowess of the performer or the beauty of the piece, it is a timeless classic worthy of a legacy spanning centuries, leaving me in humble admiration. If not for my own ignorance, I would surmise this piece is original, though I am uncertain if it is indeed the creation of Lu Wei, who provided no introduction, leaving us in the dark. However, I know that from this day forth, the annals of human musical history have been graced with another classic, a moment truly deserving of celebration. Therefore, I shall award a perfect score. Even a master like Huang Zhan, who has created countless iconic scores and songs, acknowledges his own inferiority. The audience is likewise left in astonishment. Who is Huang Zhan? He is one of the foremost figures in the music scene of Kyushu, adorned with numerous accolades. The fact that even such a luminary admires this performance speaks volumes. The other esteemed artists concurred with Huang Zhan's assessment, collectively awarding the highest score since the competition began. Coupled with the audience's votes leading by a wide margin, there is no doubt that the Kyushu team has secured the championship ahead of time. Meanwhile, on the island, after Lu Wei's performance concluded, the production team approached to collect the performance attire and instruments. Lu Wei, somewhat reluctant, caressed the eru in his hands and inquired of the staff if he could keep it. It is of no assistance for survival. Surely, that cannot be deemed cheating? With the presence of the eru, the thought of casually playing it to attract a few fans and earn some fan points was indeed delightful. However, the staff abruptly interrupted Lu Wei's daydream. You may keep it, but you must exchange it for 2 survival tools. Alternatively, you may choose this eru as your reward after winning. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei hastily thrust the eru into the staff's hands, dismissively urging, "Take it away quickly. It cannot be consumed or drunk, and I wouldn't trade even 1 tool for it." The staff was left speechless, remarking on the fickleness of the man who had just moments ago seemed so reluctant to part with it. Yet, just as he was about to leave with the items, Lu Wei called him back. Hey, wait a moment. When will the competition results be announced? At 7 p.m. tonight, right after the competition concludes, the staff replied. Oh, that's fine. You may go, Lu Wei said, observing the sun in the sky. The staff noted that there were only a few hours until dusk and suggested that everyone rest for the afternoon. After all, dinner time would soon arrive, leaving little time for any productive activity. There was no need to rush to the beach tonight. They could simply await the announcement of the competition results after dinner. However, while others were at ease, Lu Wei found himself restless, aware that rain and a drop in temperature were expected the day after tomorrow, and there was still much to accomplish. After some contemplation, Lu Wei proposed, let us engage in some lighter tasks. If it truly rains tomorrow or the day after, we should prepare accordingly. Chun Chi-Chi, who had just finished constructing the toilet and felt he hadn't rested enough, pleaded, Brother, I beg you, let us take a break. Even if it rains and gets cold, we need not worry. We have shelter, food, and soon blankets for warmth. There is no cause for concern. After so many days of toil, we cannot afford to exhaust ourselves further. Lei Jia, unable to tolerate Chun Chi-Chi's lazy demeanor, playfully slapped his ample rear. Oh, so you're the only one who is tired? Who isn't? This is survival on a deserted island, not a day at home. Lu Wei waved his hand reassuringly. Rest assured, this task will be far from exhausting. He understood that they had indeed been quite fatigued these past few days, working from dawn till dusk with scarcely a moment of respite. Unlike himself, who possessed a robust physique, their stamina was merely that of average individuals, with the exception of Wu Jing, who was slightly stronger. Wu Jing chuckled. I see now. You simply cannot remain idle. What do you suggest we do? Let's go and gather coconuts, Lu Wei proposed. Coconuts were undoubtedly a vital resource for them at present. Most of the water they consumed came from coconuts, while the filtered fresh water was primarily reserved for cooking. Although the filtered water was drinkable, to avoid any potential stomach issues, it was wiser to rely on coconuts while they were available. Additionally, coconuts provided essential nutrients, rendering them indispensable supplies for daily living. With 3 days of continuous rain forecasted starting the day after tomorrow, it would be impossible to gather coconuts then, so it was prudent to seize the opportunity to collect some now. However, there was a concern that the coconut grove might not have many coconuts left. Thank you. Thank you for the multitude of gifts. It feels overwhelmingly generous, almost surreal, as if I am in a dream. Beyond expressing my gratitude, I cannot conceive of any other means to reciprocate your kindness. Chapter 107. I shall not disturb your display of affection. This remark was made by Peng Peng, along with Chun Chi-Chi, had gone to collect items today, but returned with only a meager handful. Chun Chi-Chi echoed the sentiment, affirming that Peng Peng spoke the truth. They had spent a considerable time in the morning, but managed to gather only a few. Naturally, Lu Wei was aware of the situation. After so many days, the coconuts on the ground had been nearly exhausted. With a smile, he remarked that although there were none on the ground, there were plenty on the trees. On the trees? The others exclaimed, their faces reflecting surprise. They were well aware that not only were there coconuts, but there were many. However, the coconut trees towered over 10 meters high, and with no branches to aid their ascent, they could only look on helplessly. Understanding their thoughts, Lu Wei confidently assured them, do not worry, I have a plan. What plan do you have? They inquired. Follow me, and you will see, he replied. Seeing his unwavering confidence, they decided to accompany him. The girls, hearing about the coconut gathering, wanted to join as well. However, Lu Wei assigned them a different task. You all should collect oysters instead. Gather as many as you can. The tide is beginning to recede. Although it hasn't completely dried up, there are still oysters to be found. Clean them thoroughly by the seaside. I have a use for them. I will handle the rest when I return. Nodding in agreement, the girls took their buckets and set off without further questions. Upon reaching the coconut grove and gazing at the towering trees laden with coconuts, the group turned to Lu Wei. Show us your skills. What tricks do you possess? Chun Chi-Chi said, eager to see how Lu Wei would retrieve the coconuts from such heights. With a chuckle, Lu Wei responded, just watch me. He secured his machete at his waist, removed his shoes, and approached the coconut tree. Wu Jing, noticing Lu Wei's intentions, quickly interjected, wait, are you planning to climb? Lu Wei nodded, of course, what else can I do? Don't be reckless, you have no tools. Climbing is far too dangerous, cautioned Lei Jia. Brother, this is no joke. The tree is too high and slick, with no place to gain leverage. It's exceedingly perilous, he added. Chen Chi glanced at the coconut tree and remarked, "If you fall, we might as well feast at your expense. If it comes to that, we should simply chop the tree down." Peng Peng's eyes lit up. "Yes, we could chop the tree. In an hour, we could fell one." Lu Wei shook his head. "There is no need for such trouble." Then, to their astonishment, he grasped the trunk with both hands, bent slightly, and, using both hands and feet as if traversing level ground, effortlessly began to ascend. Before they could fully comprehend the spectacle, Lu Wei had already reached the treetop. "Hey, move back. I'm about to start chopping," he called down. At his words, the others snapped out of their daze and hastily retreated. "Wait, this kid can climb trees so adeptly?" Wu Jing asked, astonished. Chen Chi stroked her chin and remarked, "I have seen people climb trees like this in short videos, but those individuals are seasoned experts. I never imagined Lu Wei could accomplish it as well. It looks quite simple. I shall give it a try." After saying this, Peng Peng dashed to a nearby tree, attempting to ascend in the manner of Lu Wei. However, as soon as her foot made contact, she plopped down onto the ground. "Ouch, is it really this difficult?" she lamented, rubbing her backside in discontent. Wu Jing, observing Peng Peng's clumsiness, chuckled and advised, "You might want to refrain from trying any further. Your posterior might split into 8 pieces. To climb a tree like that requires not only immense physical strength, but also considerable arm power and extensive experience. Otherwise, it is virtually impossible to scale such heights." "Are you unable to do it either, Jinga?" Peng Peng inquired with curiosity. Wu Jing sighed. "I believe I could manage to climb, but without any protective measures. It's far too perilous. I lack the courage for such a risk. Should one fall, breaking limbs would be the least of the troubles. I would rather fell the tree to gather coconuts instead." Lei Jia, tousling his disheveled hair, lamented that Lu Wei possesses an audacity unmatched. Within the few minutes they conversed, Lu Wei had already descended from the tree and overheard Lei Jiayi's remark. With a triumphant grin, he declared, "Haven't you heard the saying? The skilled are bold. Climbing trees is as simple for me as eating and drinking." Wu Jing retorted, "Spare me your bravado. Let's instead focus on chopping down the tree. Your approach to climbing is devoid of safety measures and far too dangerous. An accident could occur. Indeed, refrain from climbing. It is excessively risky," the others echoed in unison. Eventually, Wu Jing even invoked Yang Xiaohu's name to emphasize his point. With no choice but to acquiesce to the group's concerns, Lu Wei abandoned his attempt at climbing, despite his confidence, unwilling to dismiss their well-meaning advice. Thus, the group transitioned to tree felling instead. Lu Wei, brimming with energy, wielded his axe with vigor, sending wood chips flying. Wu Jing, not to be outdone, wielded his military shovel with equal speed. The remaining 3 individuals utilized their machetes, painstakingly working from distance. Li Jiayi, observing Chen Chi-Chi's sluggish progress, couldn't help but exclaim, "Could you exert a bit more effort? At this rate, we'll be here until nightfall without felling that tree." Chen Chi replied helplessly, "If I had an axe, I would indeed apply more force. This knife is so thin that I fear it may snap if I push too hard. If you can break the knife, I shall eat it," Lei Jiayi teased. "Stop trying to swindle me for food. Enough chatter. Let us expedite this." Nearby, Peng Peng sighed. "I won't interrupt your display of affection any longer. I shall return to gathering coconuts." Chapter 108. The old General's decline. Meanwhile, as the group labored at chopping down the tree, a number of viewers were watching in a live stream. After all, not everyone is enamored with competition and performances. When some viewers witnessed Lu Wei and his companions preparing to fell a coconut tree for coconuts, they were instantly stirred with indignation. Are they truly so excessive? To chop down a tree for a few coconuts? Do they possess no awareness of environmental conservation? Such individuals should not be allowed to become celebrities. The World United Production Team had stipulated that all survival teams were permitted to hunt or fell any flora and fauna present on the island. One cannot simply resort to such extremes, can one? Surely, devouring the giant panda is not a viable option in times of scarcity. It appears that some may entertain such absurd notions. This is a matter of survival, not a trivial pastime, and the pretense of environmental protection only adds to the farce. While I wholeheartedly agree that safeguarding our environment is a noble pursuit, it is imperative to first ensure one's own sustenance. In a state of destitution, advocating for environmental conservation seems utterly foolish. To the individual above, I sense your veiled implications. If Lu Wei can ascend trees to harvest coconuts, why resort to cutting them down? Such actions are deliberate acts of destruction. Climbing trees harbors its own dangers. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. What holds more significance, a few coconut trees or human life? They could certainly forego coconuts. Surely there are alternative food sources available. Would you not grow weary of a diet solely comprised of fish? With rain on the horizon, is it not prudent to stock up on provisions? Indeed, felling coconut trees is a common practice. It is not merely a handful of trees at stake. In Southeast Asia, countless coconut trees are harvested each year. Undoubtedly, on uninhabited islands, coconut trees proliferate rapidly, and their removal hardly disrupts the ecosystem. The commotion in the live stream was incessant while on the island. The tree felling continued unabated. Lu Wei was the first to bring down a coconut tree, the towering trunk crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Rather than hastily gathering coconuts, Lu Wei approached Qin and his group. "Leave this to me, you all assist Jing Ge." Although Wu Jing was in good health, he could not compare to Lu Wei's exceptional physical prowess. Lu Wei effortlessly felled a tree without breaking a sweat, while Wu Jing was already drenched in perspiration. At Qin inquiry, Lu Wei simply shook his head. "I'm fine. You all carry on. And please bring back the coconuts from the tree I just cut down." "All right. With your physique, you are practically a bull," Qin remarked. Lu Wei chuckled and swung his axe with vigor, for the tree had already been partially felled, thus expediting the task. In the sweltering heat, Lu Wei soon began to perspire as well. He casually discarded his shirt, revealing a chiseled torso adorned with defined abdominal muscles. Each swing of the axe caused his muscles to bulge dramatically, their contours reminiscent of a masterfully sculpted work of art. The women in the live stream could hardly contain their admiration. After a mere 10 minutes, 2 coconut trees lay prostrate, their fruits scattered across the ground. Wu Jing gazed at his own felled coconut tree, then turned to Lu Wei and sighed. Together, they had been felling trees. Yet Lu Wei had brought down 2, while he had only managed 1, prompting him to ponder whether age was indeed catching up with him. Time truly flies. Unbeknownst to Lu Wei, his remarkable speed evoked a sense of inadequacy in Wu Jing. After the trees had been cut down, Lu Wei set about collecting the coconuts strewn about the ground. A single coconut tree typically bears 50 to 60 fruits, with some yielding as many as 70 or 80. With 3 trees felled, plus the one Lu Wei had previously climbed, they had amassed over 200 coconuts in total. With these coconuts, they have enough sustenance for quite some time. If they ration it wisely, it should last them for at least half a month. However, the coconut oil they previously extracted is nearly depleted, so they will need to prepare another batch when time permits. The 4 of them made several trips back and forth to transport the 200 coconuts to the shelter, aside from a small portion kept at the shelter. The remainder has been stored in the old shelter, which now serves as a repository for miscellaneous items, such as dried vegetables and fish. Once they brought the coconuts back, everyone except Lu Wei was utterly exhausted. Even the stalwart Wu Jing was drenched in sweat. In such sweltering heat, enduring such strenuous labor was unbearable for anyone. They all sat down on the ground, leaning against the cool pile of coconuts to rest. The collection of over 200 coconuts formed quite a substantial heap. Observing the fatigue of his companions, Lu Wei took the initiative to brandish his machete and offered each of them a coconut. Wu Jing, seeing the seemingly boundless energy of Lu Wei, could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia for his own youth. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, he acknowledged the inevitable passage of time, realizing that he could no longer compete with the vigor of the younger generation. Lu Wei chuckled. "Brother Jing, you're still youthful. I was hoping to find time to learn martial art from you. You have always been my idol since childhood." This was no exaggeration. What young boy doesn't admire the art of martial prowess? Hand him a stick, and he is sure to wield it with enthusiasm. Qin added with a grin. "Brother Jing, you need not measure yourself against this kid. Haven't you noticed? He is a veritable beast in terms of physical endurance, effortlessly chopping down a tree without so much as breaking a sweat." Wu Jing merely reflected on the passage of time. Who among us can escape aging? Even his once world-renowned senior brother now endorses video games. Upon hearing that Lu Wei wished to learn martial arts, Wu Jing readily agreed, "Of course. I can teach you when time allows. What style are you interested in learning?" Lu Wei replied without hesitation, "I want to learn Baji Quan. Do you know it, Brother Jing?" Wu Jing puffed out his chest proudly. "What? You think I can't handle it? I can master any style. Not just Baji Quan, but even Tai Chi is within my capabilities. Yet, He inquired why Baji Quan. Lu Wei grinned because it looks so cool. I've seen performances of Baji Quan, and it's simply magnificent. The explosive movements and thunderous energy are breathtaking. Wu Jing nodded in agreement, recognizing the raw power and grandeur of Baji Quan. While also appreciating the elegance of Tai Chi, he was more proficient in Tai Chi, having starred in a television series that showcased its artistry. He had sought guidance from esteemed martial artists during the production, including Master Yifei, who starred in the film Shaolin Temple and was renowned in the martial arts community, along with other notable figures like Wang Kun and Hui Yinghong, all of whom were celebrated martial artists or action actors. The crew even featured top-tier stunt performers from the renowned Yuan clan. Lu Wei, upon hearing Wu Jing's insights, responded with enthusiasm. No problem. I'll learn both. Wu Jing patted Lu Wei's shoulder, chuckling, you are quite ambitious, thinking of running before you've even mastered walking. Perhaps you should first practice a bit more. Lu Wei smiled mysteriously. I feel like I am destined to be one of those legendary martial arts prodigies. I'm certain I will learn swiftly. Just as Wu Jing was about to impart some wisdom about the pitfalls of overambition, the voices of nearby girls interrupted them. Wow, how many coconuts have you all brought back? In the distance, several girls returned, each carrying a bucket filled with freshly cleaned oysters. They had gathered a total of 4 buckets, which appeared to weigh around 50 pounds. Observing the girls whose cheeks glistened with sweat, Lu Wei quickly rose and said, please, take a seat. You've worked hard. I will open the coconuts for you. The girls, touched by Lu Wei's concern, beamed with radiant smiles, even forgetting the small cuts on their hands from the shells. After expressing their gratitude, they settled down, eagerly awaiting the coconuts. Chen Chi gazed in astonishment at the abundance of oysters in the girls' buckets. Did you collect all of these? Are we able to finish them? Before the girls could respond, Lu Wei explained, I asked them to gather more. Aside from a small portion for us to eat, I intend to make some oyster sauce. Li Jiayi, overeating, exclaimed in surprise. Oyster sauce? The one used for cooking? He had portrayed a chef before, and while he was not particularly adept at cooking, he had certainly heard of oyster sauce. Lu Wei nodded. Indeed, however, our homemade oyster sauce will be infinitely more delectable than the store-bought variety. The flavor is extraordinarily rich. Once it is prepared, you shall see for yourselves. A little added during cooking enhances the dish far beyond any seasoning. Intrigued by Lu Wei's description, everyone became curious. It seemed they would not only be well-fed, but also treated to exquisite flavors. Lu Wei distributed the opened coconuts to the girls, and as they accepted them, he noticed the wounds on their hands. It was evident they had sustained these injuries while shucking oysters. Frowning slightly, he stood up and returned to the shelter. Before long, he emerged with a bottle of iodine, a remnant from his earlier use. He found a small twig and fashioned a simple cotton swab. Approaching Yang Xiao, who he said, extend your injured hand. Allow me to apply the medicine. Yang Xiao, who looked up at Lu Wei, feeling as though she were enveloped in a sweet embrace, her face breaking into an uncontrollable smile. Gently, she extended her hand, murmuring, thank you for your help. What trouble is that? You helped me with my injuries as well. Lu Wei replied. Yang Xiao, who, noticing the bandage that had mysteriously vanished from Lu Wei's hand, asked with concern, when did you remove the bandage? Is your wound healed? Without lifting his gaze, Lu Wei replied, it's fine. It doesn't hinder my activities. I found the bandage bothersome, so I took it off. Meanwhile, Meina, witnessing Lu Wei's attentive care for Yang Xiao, who felt a pang of jealousy, she approached and sat on Lu Wei's other side, extending her own hand. I'm injured too. I need treatment as well. Lu Wei glanced at her hand, seemingly exasperated. Yang Xiaohu's injury was rather severe. It undoubtedly bled when it was inflicted. In contrast, Meina's wound was merely a superficial abrasion, barely visible unless one looked closely. Is this truly what you call an injury? Must you squander such precious iodine? Upon hearing this, Meina felt a twinge of discomfort and indignantly retorted, how can you say this isn't an injury? What if it becomes infected without proper disinfection? Lu Wei, feeling exasperated, chose not to engage further. He took her hand and casually dabbed the wound with a cotton swab, saying, there, it will be healed by tomorrow morning. Chapter 110. The most deadly self-strategy. Meina glared at Lu Wei, feeling slightly offended by his nonchalance. Yet, when viewed from another perspective, was he not, in a way, indulging her? Despite her unreasonable behavior, he still chose to comfort her. It was evident that he cared for her, which brought a smile to her face. With this thought, her mood brightened considerably. After treating Yang Xiaohu's injury, Lu Wei put away the cotton swab and remarked, "Such minor cuts do not require bandaging. Just avoid getting them wet, and they will heal in a day or two." Yang Xiao nodded sweetly and softly replied, "I understand." Lu Wei acknowledged her and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaolove watched as Lu Wei finished treating Yang Xiaohu and walked away, her heart aching with a sense of injustice. Did he not see her wounds? At that moment, the pain in her hand was overshadowed by the deeper ache in her heart. Tears began to well up in her eyes, threatening to spill over. She lowered her head further, fearful of being noticed. During her menstrual cycle, a girl's emotions can be exceedingly sensitive, a fact many boys remain oblivious to. Those with girlfriends know that during this time, she is akin to a ticking bomb, oscillating between affectionate whims and explosive outbursts. There is no escaping it. Zhang Xiaolove found herself in such a predicament. Otherwise, she would not have felt the urge to cry. As her tears were on the verge of cascading down her cheeks, she suddenly heard Lu Wei's voice nearby. "What are you doing? Your head is almost buried in the sand." Instinctively, Zhang Xiaolove lifted her gaze and saw Lu Wei squatting in front of her, holding a fresh cotton swab. He had merely gone to fetch a new swab. He had indeed noticed her. In an instant, her previously icy heart was flooded with warmth and sweetness. However, as she looked up, she could not contain her tears, which fell freely. "Why are you crying? Surely this little scratch isn't that serious?" Lu Wei observed with a mix of amusement and confusion as he beheld Zhang Xiaolove's tear-streaked face, mistakenly believing her tears were a response to the pain. Zhang Xiaolove's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly explained, "It's not that. I just got some sand in my eye. I was looking down to deal with it." "Oh, I see. Here, let me apply the ointment," Lu Wei said, not giving it much thought. After all, it was not the typical line of reasoning to assume she was crying due to his neglect in treating her wound. Despite feeling a bit shy, Zhang Xiaolove resolutely extended her hand towards Lu Wei. As she felt his warm hand enveloping hers, a shiver ran through her, her heart racing uncontrollably, and her face felt flushed. She wondered if anyone could hear her heart pounding. It was beating far too fast. Fortunately, Lu Wei swiftly administered the medication, and it was finally Bai Xiaolu's turn. At that moment, Bai Xiaolu was pouting, her dissatisfaction palpable. The oyster shells were exceedingly sharp, and despite the four of them washing so many, they inevitably suffered cuts. Initially, these minor injuries seemed inconsequential, and she paid them little mind. However, upon witnessing Lu Wei tending to each of them, a flicker of anticipation ignited within her. To her dismay, she found herself being the last one. How could they be prioritized over her? Why could she not be the first? This was blatant favoritism. Indeed, Bai Xiaolu believed that Lu Wei treated the others with far more care than he did her. While it was entirely Lu Wei's prerogative to show kindness to whomever he pleased, Bai Xiaolu, who fancied she held no affection for him, found it irrelevant. Yet, such matters are often subject to comparison, and inevitably, a sense of imbalance arose in her heart. After Lu Wei finished tending to Zhang Xiaohai, he approached Bai Xiaolu and inquired, "Is your hand injured?" Was that even questioned? They were all hurt. Was she somehow exempt? What did he mean by that? Was he insinuating that she had not contributed? Bai Xiaolu silently grumbled internally, but still extended her injured hand. Pouting in a pitiful manner, she showed him her wound. Lu Wei examined the small cut and nodded before placing the medication in her hand, saying, "You've hurt your left hand. You can apply it yourself. It's getting dark, and I need to prepare the oysters." Bai Xiaolu stared blankly at the bottle in her hand, an impulsive urge surging within her to force the contents down Lu Wei's throat. Why was she so detestable? He had assisted the first three, yet when it came to her, he left her to fend for herself. There was no justification for such differential treatment. Watching Lu Wei's retreating figure, an ominous little figure emerged in her mind, kicking a white figure away, and she seethed, "Lu Wei, just wait." Unbeknownst to Lu Wei, this little girl was capable of such complex thoughts. He was merely preoccupied with the task of preparing oyster sauce. A short distance away, Wu Jing and the others exchanged knowing glances, thoroughly entertained by this melodrama. Chen Chi-Chi, with a mischievous grin, whispered, "Having a show like this every day is far more enjoyable than watching television or scrolling through videos." Lei's eyes sparkled with mischief as he leaned in closer, suggesting, "We should stoke the fire a bit, make Lu Wei sweat a little, haha. Are you so wicked? We're not igniting a fire. We're merely offering assistance." They all chuckled, plotting to find a perfect opportunity to give Lu Wei a taste of his own medicine. With only 4 girls in total, how could he be so brazen as to take them all? It was utterly outrageous. If not him, then who else should they target? You all are too relentless. I cannot endure it any longer. The 2 performances from Uncle Bao Ji were already a delightful surprise. But I never anticipated the emergence of the esteemed master from the 98 community. I was utterly flabbergasted, and with so many capsules, urging charms, bubble tea, blades, love letters, likes, flowers, and the fervor of love, receiving over 100 gifts in a single day was overwhelming. Such generosity and warmth made it feel almost inappropriate not to update. Although it was exhausting, having written until 2 in the morning, I struggled to stay awake at work today, nearly dropping my phone into the toilet while in the restroom. However, updates must be added, otherwise it would be a disservice to you all. Chapter 111, Additional Update. The discussions among these individuals were beyond Lu Wei's hearing. Yet the viewers in the live stream were privy to every detail. Ha ha ha. I support this. Lu Wei is quite the character, attempting to monopolize so many beautiful women without fear of divine retribution. It would be best if he remained on the island for eternity. Otherwise, who knows how many more lovely ladies might fall victim to his charms. Lu Wei, dear brother, come and enchant me. Wow, your physique is simply splendid. I wish to savor it. The alluring temptresses seem intent on ensnaring my brother. Brother's stamina is remarkable. He must be quite enduring. To the sister above, I too have been patient for a long time. Shall we not give it a try? Why does it seem that Zhang Xiao AI is acting strangely? Why is she crying? Ha ha! Look at Bai Xiaolu's expression. It's south enough to drive one to madness. Lulu, you must hold strong. You are the only one who has not succumbed. Lu Wei is preparing oyster sauce. Can one truly make this on their own? Is there anything he cannot do? As long as Lu Wei is present, persevering until the end is assured. We must avoid any further mishaps. In this competition, our JoJo team is currently leading with an impressive score. The championship is virtually secured. Thanks to Lu Wei. I must admit, this fellow is indeed remarkable. Not only does he possess survival skills in the wilderness, but he also excels in various crafts. Even artistic performances that are nothing short of extraordinary. I suspect he may be a reincarnated soul. While discussions unfold in the live stream, Lu Wei diligently prepares the oyster sauce. In truth, making oyster sauce is quite simple. Begin by thoroughly cleaning the oysters and separating the flesh from the shells. First, boil the shells in water, then discard them, retaining the broth. This broth will contain small grains of sand or shell fragments, so it must be filtered. The purified broth is returned to the pot, and the separated oyster flesh is finely chopped and added for cooking. Once it reaches a boil, reduce to a gentle simmer, stirring continuously to prevent sticking. Gradually, the broth will thicken. At this point, the meat can be removed and drained of excess moisture. The remaining broth continues to simmer until it becomes exceedingly thick, transforming into oyster sauce. To prevent spoilage, a pinch of salt may be added. For color, soy sauce can be included, and to enhance thickness or flavor, starch, flour, or sugar may also be incorporated. However, the finest flavor is achieved when nothing is added, resulting in the purest oyster sauce, an explosion of exquisite taste that tantalizes the palate. A few girls procured dozens of pounds of oysters, filling 4 large barrels. Yet they managed to produce merely a bottle of oyster sauce, highlighting the high cost of this delicacy. Therefore, the oyster sauce available on the market cannot genuinely be deemed as such. It is merely an additive at best. As Lu Wei completed his bottle of oyster sauce, dusk approached. Gazing at the pile of oyster remnants, he recognized their value. A bit of chives could elevate dumplings, or they could be used to make pancakes with eggs. Are we done? How does it taste? Yang Xiaohu inquired with a cheerful demeanor, leaning close to Lu Wei. Lu Wei wore a look of helplessness in this sweltering heat. Why did she choose to stand so near? Was she not bothered by the warmth? However, he dare not ask, fearing her retort. Why not give a taste? Lu Wei offered her a small amount using his chopsticks. Yang Xiaohu refrained from using chopsticks and instead extended her delicate little tongue to gently lick the dish. Lu Wei was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by her actions. What on earth was she doing? A mere lick would suffice, yet she lingered with her mouth still pursed. Moreover, the provocative glint in her eyes was perplexing. Unable to endure the scene any longer, Lu Wei swiftly withdrew the chopsticks. Unfazed, Yang Xiaohu licked her lips and gazed at Lu Wei with an alluring look, cooing, "It's delicious." Lu Wei could no longer tolerate the situation and stood up, declaring, "Fine. I'll let you handle the cooking while I take a rest." Just then, the drones simultaneously emitted an announcement. "Attention, members of the Jujo team. The competition results are now being revealed. Attention, members of the Jujo team. The competition results are now being revealed." The repetitive announcement captured everyone's attention. Bai Xiaolu, bursting with excitement, urged everyone to gather, exclaiming that the results had been released. The group quickly huddled together, their faces a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Even though they were aware that with Lu Wei as their trump card, securing a rank should not be an issue, the crucial question remained. Which position would they achieve? The first place offered 3 types of resources, the second place 2, and the third place only 1. First, Bai Xiaolu chanted incessantly. Lu Wei chuckled and reassured her, "Don't worry, even without a ranking, we will still live comfortably." Before he could finish, Yang Xiaohu covered his mouth. "You be quiet. No talking." Lu Wei protested, "And let me go. Did you wash your hands after using the restroom?" "Don't worry, I did." Lu Wei was astonished. "You can understand that?" The production team wasted no time and announced, "The third place in this competition goes to the Ugly Country team, the second place to the Gall Chicken team, and the first place, with a score of only 66, is..." Chapter 112. Selection of reward items. The first place goes to the Jojo team. "Oh yeah, we are first. Ha ha ha. That's wonderful. Just as expected. Hee hee hee. You rascal. You're so infuriating." Upon hearing that their team had secured first place, everyone erupted into joyous cheers. Each person beamed with delight, celebrating their victory. "Congratulations to the Jojo team for winning the championship. Please select your 3 reward items." A drone flew over, presenting a mobile phone to the group. Lu Wei accepted the phone on behalf of everyone and, upon opening it, found the screen empty except for a resource selection application. Once opened, an array of resource options appeared before them. Lu Wei, without perusing other options, immediately selected warm items such as blankets. A 2-meter by 2.5-meter quilt would cost 1 exchange opportunity. Although the quilt provided excellent warmth, its price was rather steep. With only 3 chances to exchange, 3 quilts would scarcely suffice for 9 people. After surveying the options, Lu Wei ultimately opted for a blanket. While not excessively thick, it would suffice to keep warm as the temperature dropped in the coming days. The essence of the matter is that the blanket is quite large, measuring 4 by 2 meters. If we exchange for 2, 1 for the boys and 1 for the girls, it should suffice for everyone to snuggle up together at night. This is the blanket in question. What do you all think? Lu Wei displayed his phone to the group. "We have no objections, you decide." Yang Xiaohu responded with a smile, exuding the demeanor of an obedient, devoted partner. Wu Jing nodded in agreement. Ultimately, everyone expressed their approval, as they had already discussed it beforehand. Seeing the consensus, Lu Wei declared, "All right then, we shall go with these 2 blankets. There remains 1 more opportunity. Let us discuss what else to exchange. Let us opt for flour. Didn't we agree on that?" Lu Wei suggested, selecting the flour, but discovering that the portion was merely 5 kilograms, clearly insufficient for a meal for their group of 9. Bai Xiaolu could not help but comment on the stinginess of the production team, providing such a meager amount of flour. Lu Wei chuckled wryly, noting that unless they were making dumplings, it would barely suffice for a meal. Peng Peng swallowed hard, remarking that, in fact, making dumplings would indeed be enough for 1 meal. It was evident that the child was craving dumplings. Wu Jing frowned, suggesting they also check the quantity of rice. The rice was also 5 kilograms, while the pork amounted to 2 kilograms. Lu Wei examined the various food items, all of which were scant. He finally asked, "What do you all think we should exchange for?" "I believe that given the paltry amounts of flour and rice, it would be wiser to exchange for some sunscreen, to prevent everyone from getting sunburned. For female celebrities, the thought of tanning is simply intolerable. However, it's not just the girls. Men dread sunburn as well, as it is quite an unpleasant experience." Nevertheless, Lu Wei had long since devised a solution to the sunscreen dilemma, as detailed in his comprehensive survival guide. Previously, he had been unable to assist them due to an injury on his hand. Now that he had healed, he was no longer constrained, and sunscreen was no longer an issue. With a smile, Lu Wei assured them, "Leave the sunscreen matter to me. I will take care of it." "You will? How?" the girls inquired, puzzled. "I have my methods. Rest assured," he replied confidently. "Really? Will it work?" Bai Xiaolu questioned, still somewhat skeptical. "It is undoubtedly more effective than commercial sunscreen. Trust me, Lu Wei affirmed with unwavering certainty. Seeing his conviction, the group ceased their doubts, as Lu Wei was not one to make empty promises. Oh, very well then. But you must not deceive us, they cautioned. Fear not. Deceiving you would be like tricking a puppy, Lu Wei reassured them. Indeed, he had not misled them. He had devised a sunscreen that was entirely natural and unpolluted, with efficacy surpassing that of conventional sunscreen. Bai Xiaolu spread her hands, stating, since we now have sunscreen, you all can decide what else to exchange for. Lu Wei pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, and said, actually, I can manage the flour as well. To be precise, I can provide starch. While it may not be as palatable as flour, it can still serve as a staple. The crowd was taken aback by his words. Yang Xiaohu, covering her mouth with a laugh, remarked, if you can manage that, then what else do we need to exchange for? Chun Chi-Chi, with an air of bravado, quipped, why does it suddenly feel like our 3 opportunities might be of little use? Ha ha, Lei Jiai chimed in with laughter if you say that. It will be easy to get beaten up by the other teams if they hear you, huh? All right, what shall we ultimately exchange for? We can't possibly leave empty-handed. Wu Jing inquired, looking around at everyone. Lu Wei pondered for a moment and suggested that they should switch to white flour. He could mix it with some starch, allowing them to enjoy 2 meals. Pang Pang had been craving dumplings, and with his birthday approaching in 2 days, they ought to fulfill his birthday wish. Pang Pang was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lu Wei with surprise. How did you know my birthday is in 2 days? He inquired. The others around them looked equally astonished, not realizing that it was Pang Pang's birthday, and were even more surprised that Lu Wei remembered. Lu Wei patted his shoulder and replied, I saw it online before. We'll celebrate your birthday with dumplings. What do you think? Pang Pang felt a sudden wave of emotion. Previously, during their shows, birthdays were celebrated by the production team. And who else would remember their birthday? He never expected Lu Wei to know and want to celebrate it. Pang Pang nodded vigorously, exclaiming that enjoying dumplings here was far more delightful than any lavish seafood feast outside. Wu Jing laughed heartily. That sounds perfect. Let us also celebrate our championship victory. After some deliberation, they ultimately decided to switch to flour. Once they completed the exchange, they informed the production team, and everyone began preparing for dinner. Lu Wei made a soup from the leftover oyster meat, adding ginger slices and lemongrass, resulting in a rather pleasant flavor. Alongside some coconut and leftover fish roe from lunch, they enjoyed a fulfilling meal. The production team worked swiftly. Just after they finished eating, their order arrived. The blankets were thick and warm, one for the boys and one for the girls, as they all shared the spacious sleeping area. Lu Wei hung the flour from the rafters to prevent it from being eaten by mice. During the delivery, the production team also announced the details of the next competition. Chapter 113. Next competition details. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention as we announce next week as competition. The program will feature a Who is the Big Eater contest. The rules dictate that each team must select 2 participants, 1 male and 1 female, to compete together. The event will take place on the deck of the production team's cruise ship, scheduled for next Thursday at noon. The duration of the competition will be 1 hour, and the team that consumes the most weight of food within this time frame will be declared the winner. Rewards will be based on the weight of food consumed. The champions will receive 3 items and a complimentary entertainment experience on the cruise, including but not limited to personal care, skincare treatments, audiovisual entertainment, and bone relaxation massages. The runners-up will receive 2 items, while the third-place team will receive 1 item. We encourage all participants to prepare accordingly, select their competitors, and submit their lists before the competition. We wish everyone the best of luck. Goodbye. Upon hearing the competition rules, the expressions on everyone's faces were quite peculiar. A big eater contest? Are they really going to provide us with more supplies? I almost feel guilty for receiving these supplies. When it comes to eating, who can compete with Lu Wei, the one who showcased 20 pounds of sand crabs? With him around, is there even a chance for anyone else? How about we discuss our options for the next competition? Pang Pang said, unable to conceal his delight. Wow, the champion can even get skincare treatments? The eyes of several girls sparkled, radiating a glow almost tangible. We must secure that championship, no doubt about it. Other teams are filled with celebrities and stars. Though I am uncertain of their identities, who could possibly surpass Lu Wei in terms of appetite? Let us return indoors to deliberate. Lu Wei sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. His remarkable capacity for consumption was no secret. The production team was undoubtedly aware of it. If they were cognizant of this, yet still opted for this competitive format, there must be an underlying issue. Primarily, the production team is backed by the cultural and entertainment departments of various nations. With 50 countries involved, the Jeojo nation wields considerable influence, which is indisputable. However, claiming absolute control is nearly impossible, as alliances led by the likes of the Ugly Nation, Little Stick, and Little 8GA would not acquiesce. Yet this situation has arisen, indicating that the opponents have consented. Undoubtedly, they possess confidence in their victory, which is why they agreed. As everyone joyfully discussed what they would redeem after their anticipated triumph, Lu Wei stood and said, "Everyone, I have an idea. Please lend me your ears." He then articulated his analysis to the group. They were not fools. And after a moment's contemplation, the implications became clear. "Are you suggesting this is a trap?" Yang Xiaohu inquired. Before Lu Wei could respond, Chun Chi-Chi shook his head, stating, "It may not be a trap, but it is highly probable that the opposing team has formidable eaters." Lu Wei nodded in agreement with Chi-Chi's assessment. Wu Jing turned to Lu Wei and asked, "Are you concerned you may not be able to out-eat them?" Lu Wei paused, realizing, "Indeed, what am I worried about? I can cheat, after all." This was not merely a disadvantage. It was, in fact, a significant advantage for him. He had been lamenting the lack of sufficient food to enhance his attributes, and this opportunity could allow him to maximize them. As for the notion of not being able to out-eat them, nonsense. With sufficient popularity, he could consume enough to bankrupt the production team. Seeing Lu Wei remain silent, Yang Xiaohu, thinking he was troubled, interjected, "Lu Wei certainly has no issues. The concern lies with us girls. The competition counts the food consumed by pairs, and any of us girls would surely be a hindrance." Lu Wei smiled and waved his hand, reassuring them, "No need for worry. Whoever participates just needs to eat their fill. Do not overindulge. The rest will be left to me. Just watch how I manage to make the production team go bankrupt." "Ha ha, you're just boasting." Wu Jing laughed heartily. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoai, who rarely spoke, chimed in, "I believe there's no need for concern. Even if they have 2 big eaters on their team, it does not mean we cannot secure the championship. While one team may boast 2 big eaters, it is unlikely that every team has 2. If we do not win first place, securing second is still commendable." Bai Xiaolu also voiced her agreement. "Indeed, Xiaoai is right. Thus, I shall represent the girls in this competition. My appetite is the largest among us. That should be acceptable, right?" Upon hearing this, Meina quickly interjected, "I can eat quite a bit as well. I am capable too." She was eager to participate in anything related to Lu Wei. "Yang Xiaohu, Chokling, remarqued Meina. Perhaps you should refrain. You just participated in one. This time, I will accompany Lu Wei." Only Zhang Xiaolove lowered her head, lost in thought, remaining silent. Upon witnessing this situation, Wu Jing and the others exchanged knowing glances, seemingly reaching a clandestine agreement. Wu Jing stepped forward and cleared his throat, saying, "Well, I must say, for this competition, Lu Wei is the main player. Anyone can participate, but with Lu Wei present, there should be no issues. Therefore, the decision-making power should ultimately rest with Lu Wei. He should determine who goes and who does not. What do you all think?" Chun Chi-Chi, Lei Jiai, and Peng Peng immediately voiced their agreement. "Absolutely, that's how it should be. Yes, Lu Wei should have the final say. I too support brother Lu Wei's decision." Subsequently, several girls turned their gaze directly towards Lu Wei. Feeling their intense stares, Lu Wei could only sense the hair on his body standing on end, thinking to himself, "Damn it, these guys are setting me up." Chapter 114. The 4 girls compete in a flurry of thoughts. Lu Wei urgently contemplated the situation, needing to find a way out. When pushed to the limits, one often discovers a path forward. In this critical moment, a spark of inspiration struck Lu Wei. Delay. After all, there are still 7 days left, so he decided to buy some time. Ahem. Well, this competition may seem simple, but it is anything but ordinary. The 2 participants must have a close collaboration and absolute trust in one another. If you cannot place unwavering trust in me, I will not allow you to participate. Should you disregard my instructions and overindulge, it would lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, my sole requirement is that you trust me completely and unconditionally. Eating a lot is not an advantage. Obedience is what truly matters. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu rolled her eyes at Lu Wei, saying, "What you mean is, to join this competition, we must obey you and cannot defy your orders, right?" Lu Wei nodded, wearing a look of approval. "Yes, that is essentially the idea. Meina was the first to jump in, raising her hand in a manner akin to an enamored fan, exclaiming, "I will be the most obedient." Bai Xiaolu, not to be outdone, chimed in, "I am obedient too." Just as Yang Xiaohu was about to speak, she noticed the previously silent Zhang Xiaolove quietly saying, "I will be obedient as well." No woman can resist the allure of skincare. Yang Xiaohu, frustrated, thought to herself, "You fools. Can't you see that Lu Wei is merely stalling for time and wants you all to participate? You're willingly walking into his trap without a hint of awareness. It's infuriating." Lu Wei, satisfied, nodded and stated, "Being obedient is good, but this obedience must be genuine. It cannot be mere words. We still have 7 days before the competition. These days will serve as a test for you all. Those who do not meet the standards will be eliminated. So, if you wish to participate, you must perform well. I will choose based on who excels." The girls nodded in unison, showing no signs of dissent. After all, their skin had suffered terribly during their time on the deserted island. They dared not look in the mirror, fearing they might not have the courage to face their current appearance. Only Yang Xiaohu glared at Lu Wei with indignation. Upon witnessing the demeanor of Yang Xiao, Lu Wei smiled and inquired, "What is the matter? Do you not wish to go?" Yang Xiaohu, irritated by Lu Wei's smug expression, retorted, "Of course I want to go. But will you make your stance clear? Can you comply with orders?" Enraged, Yang Xiaohu clenched her teeth and managed to utter a single word, "Can speak up? Have you not eaten?" Lu Wei feigned dissatisfaction. With indignation, Yang Xiaohu shouted, Can what? Can comply with orders." Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the training results. Although this spirited horse was somewhat difficult to tame, it had made a promising start. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Xiaohu harbored a deep-seated resentment, wishing she could bite him to death. "This scoundrel made me lose face in front of so many people. I shall see how I deal with you when the opportunity arises." Meanwhile, Wu Jing and the others observed the entire exchange, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Can this really be happening? Did these women leave their brains at home? Are they so easily deceived? For an entire week, they must obediently follow Lu Wei's commands? Are women today so gullible? In that moment, their gazes toward Lu Wei shimmered with a newfound admiration. Upon noticing their looks, Lu Wei returned a disdainful glance. "Huh, you think you can outsmart me? Even if I were to weigh my intellect, it would surpass yours by a margin. Lu Wei, do you need a foot bath? I can heat the water for you," Bai Xiaolu said, approaching Lu Wei with a servile demeanor. Lu Wei smirked, pretending to decline. "Oh, it's quite late. I would want to trouble you. I'll manage on my own." Bai Xiaolu quickly insisted, "Not at all. It's no trouble. Just wait for me. I'm going now." With that, she dashed out. Zhang Xiaolove glanced at Bai Xiaolu's retreating figure and said to Lu Wei, "I'll go help her," before following her outside. Not wanting to be outdone, Meina observed Bai Xiaolu's attentiveness and chimed in, "Lu Wei, you must be exhausted from chopping wood today. Shall I massage your shoulders?" Lu Wei nodded slightly, adopting a lordly demeanor, responding with a soft signifying his consent. Seeing this, Meina hurriedly approached Lu Wei to offer her services. Lu Wei half closed his eyes, relishing the gentle massage from Meina's small hands, feeling an urge to vocalize his enjoyment. Inside, he reveled in triumph, chuckling to himself. Casting a glance at the fuming Yang Xiaohu, Lu Wei leisurely placed his legs before her. "These legs are a bit sore." Witnessing this scene, Yang Xiaohu ground her teeth in frustration, wishing to inform Lu Wei that she could saw them off to alleviate his discomfort. However, recognizing the current power dynamics, she chose to endure, vowing to settle the score once the competition commenced. Though boiling with indignation, she silently began to massage Lu Wei's legs. While the internal strife unfolded within, outside, Bai Xiaolu and Zhang Xiaolove were embroiled in their own rivalry. Chapter 115. Something off the viewers in a live stream, witnessing the unfolding drama, felt a pang of jealousy so intense it was as if they had consumed sour plums. Damn it, this rascal Lu Wei is utterly reprehensible. It seems he has mastered the art of manipulation. Lu Wei, you scoundrel, I will not let this go unpunished. Alas, my goddess has fallen for him completely. It is quite disheartening to behold these few women. Only the little fox seems to possess any semblance of intellect. Let him bask in his arrogance for a few days. We shall see whom he chooses after 7 days. Then the true battleground will unfold. Is 7 days even necessary? At this rate, with such intelligence, 3 days will suffice for his training, and by then he can strike whatever pose he desires. As for the upper levels, You cannot penetrate. There are issues with this competition. On the other side, two voracious eaters from that ugly nation are present, one of whom is a world record holder in the eating category. But fret not. Even if we cannot secure first place, second place is still within our grasp. Not necessarily, though. There are also two sumo wrestlers on the little fool's side, reputed to have formidable appetites as well. Does this not spell danger for us? Perhaps not. Let them first endure 3 consecutive days of rain and cold. Their shelter is drafty and lacks provisions, unlike Lu Wei and his companions, who are well prepared with ample food. There is a possibility that they may all perish in 3 days. On the island, after Zhang Xiao AI, chased after by Xiao Lu, she found her gathering firewood. She hurriedly approached, saying, Lu, let me assist you. Bai Xiao Lu turned and gazed intently at Zhang Xiao AI, suddenly asking Sister Xiao AI, do you have feelings for Lu Wei? The unexpected question startled Xiao AI, who quickly denied it, exclaiming, absolutely not. Ah, your face has turned crimson, and you still insist otherwise. Bai Xiao Lu remarked, rolling her eyes at the flustered Zhang Xiao AI. Do not speak nonsense. The camera is still rolling. After shooing away the camera, Bai Xiao Lu looked earnestly at Zhang Xiao AI and said, Sister Xiao AI, trust me, although Lu Wei is remarkable, it is precisely because of his excellence that he is not a suitable match. This fellow clearly exhibits traits of a scoundrel. The situation with the little fox and Mena is already chaotic enough. Why would you want to involve yourself further? Do you truly yearn for such intimate entanglements? Such brazen words left Zhang Xiao AI's face aflame, and she retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? Intimate entanglements? Have you no shame? Bai Xiao Lu rolled her eyes dismissively. What of it? I know far more than you think. That expression of hers seemed rather proud. Zhang Xiao AI found herself at a loss for words. Was this truly something to take pride in? Who among us has not seen such films? Changing the topic, she inquired, what about you? Do you have feelings for Lu Wei? Bai Xiao Lu's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, me? Have feelings for him? What nonsense! Unless there were no men left in this world, there might be a slight possibility, just a sliver. Upon hearing Bai Xiao Lu's words, Zhang Xiao AI's expression was one of hesitation. The allure of skincare was enticing. Yet more importantly, she cherished the prospect of solitude with Lu Wei, which held greater significance for her. Nonetheless, she did not wish to compete with her close friend over this matter, especially since Bai Xiao Lu posed no threat to her. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xiao AI reached a decision. This time, I shall support you. But if the opportunity arises for me to participate with Lu Wei in the future, I expect your support in return. Zhang Xiao AI understood that rather than contesting a competition in which she had little chance of success, it would be wiser to let Bai Xiao Lu have this one and increase her own odds for the next. The key was that Bai Xiao Lu held no feelings for Lu Wei, thus presenting no threat to her. The true threats were those two. Preventing them from participating would be a victory in itself. Bai Xiaolu was taken aback by this revelation. Really? That's splendid. I promise you. Thus it was settled. As they spoke, the water had boiled, and the two of them carried the steaming water into the room. Lu Wei, while indulging in massages from two beautiful women, soaked his feet, relishing the comfort with soft hums. Observing Yang Xiaohu's reluctant demeanor, Lu Wei suddenly remarked, by the way, I recall that you still owe me a foot wash. Yang Xiaohu looked up and shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, no, you owe me. Did you not say you would wash my feet too? How about today? Lu Wei, with a mischievous grin, was determined to provoke her, not believing that this little fox sister would not retaliate. Of course, Yang Xiaohu was infuriated, but suddenly, a glimmer of mischief crossed her eyes. Her previously pouting expression transformed into a charming smile as she said, all right, I shall wash your feet. With that, she knelt down and took hold of Lu Wei's feet, beginning to scrub and clean them. Lu Wei was momentarily taken aback. His intention was to tease her, to incite her anger. He never anticipated that not only would she not be angry, but she would appear quite eager. What was going on? Did she have some ulterior motive? Exhausted from all this, he decided to call a night, feeling like he had reached his limit. Let us just wrap it up with these 4 chapters today. Forgive me for being lazy this time. Chapter 116. Min has come back just as Lu Wei pondered Yang Xiao's possible schemes. He was suddenly struck by her words. This is how my mother used to wash my father's feet. Lu Wei was instantly taken aback. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to play house with me? I'll be the dad, and you can be the mom? No, I'll wash my own. He couldn't focus on the comfort of her small hands on his feet or the satisfaction of having a star wash his feet. He felt as though he had fallen into a deep pit. Washing a foot had suddenly established a marital bond, which was utterly terrifying. Yang Xiaohu chuckled, "It's fine. I'm almost done." Yet, the sweeter her smile became, the more alarmed Lu Wei felt. "No need for that. This is sufficient. You should head back to rest," he declared, pulling his feet from the basin and attempting to usher her away. Seeing this, Yang Xiaohu didn't press further. With a cheerful demeanor, she lifted the basin of foot-washing water and said, "All right then, I'll pour this out and head to bed. You should sleep early too. Good night." "Good night? With you around, I'm bound to have nightmares," Lu Wei muttered. Mena, who had been silently observing the entire scene with growing frustration, mentally cursed this shameless fox spirit for her bold advances. Thankfully, Lu Wei was upright enough not to give her a chance. Looking at Mena's shifting expressions, Lu Wei silently rejoiced, relieved that not all women were as troublesome as the fox spirit. "Mena, it's late. You should return and rest." Mena, upon hearing this, reluctantly replied, "Oh," and after exchanging good nights with Lu Wei, she departed. As soon as Mena stepped outside the shelter, she spotted Yang Xiaohu waiting. "Mena, come here. I have something to discuss with you," Yang Xiaohu said, turning and walking towards a more secluded spot. Hesitating momentarily, Mena gritted her teeth and followed, thinking, "Why should I be afraid? Who knows who could outdo whom?" After walking a considerable distance and ensuring their conversation would not be overheard, they finally came to a halt. "What is it?" "Speak," Mena said, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Yang Xiaohu with a distinctly frigid demeanor, silently gathering her strength, ready to strike at any moment. "Should I first tug her hair or deliver a kick? With my long legs, I could send her flying with a single blow." Oblivious to the fact that she was nearly on the receiving end of such a kick, Yang Xiaohu was unfazed by Mena's attitude and boldly proposed, "Let us join forces." Mena paused, taken aback. "Join forces? For what purpose?" "Of course, to vie for the opportunity to attend the competition with Lu Wei," Yang Xiaohu clarified. Mena, unimpressed, retorted, "Why should I join forces with you? Besides, only one person can go to the competition. Are you suggesting I'll let you have a chance?" With a hint of exasperation, Yang Xiaohu responded, "Let us not dwell on who should go for now. Have you not noticed that Bai Xiaolu and Zhang Xiaolai have already teamed up? Do you think we stand a chance against them individually? If we don't collaborate, neither of us will secure a spot, and we would only end up benefiting them." Earlier, upon Bai Xiaolu and Zhang Xiaolai's return to the shelter, Yang Xiaohu sensed something amiss. Bai Xiaolu had left in a huff with Zhang Xiaolai, but returned seemingly unperturbed, which was quite peculiar. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Xiaohu deduced the situation. She had initially intended to team up with Bai Xiaolu, but was outmaneuvered by Zhang Xiaolai. Startled, Mena asked, "How do you know this?" Yang Xiaohu, disinterested in explaining, replied, "No need to concern yourself with how I know. I simply do. Just tell me if you agree to join forces. Once we secure the opportunity, we can then deliberate on who should go." It was futile to attempt to explain it to Mena, who might not grasp the reasoning. After a moment's hesitation, Mena shook her head. "Then I shall not join you." "Why not?" Yang Xiaohu questioned, perplexed, as she had been quite clear. "How can you refuse?" Mena shrugged. "It's simple. Even if I joined forces with you, I would ultimately be unable to outcompete you and would still not go. Wouldn't that render my efforts pointless?" Admittedly, Mena might not possess the sharpest intellect and could be somewhat naive, yet she displayed a remarkable self-awareness. Yang Xiaohu hadn't expected the usually clueless Mena to exhibit such discernment this time. Nevertheless, she thought, "If I lack a backup plan, I shall not go. For I refuse to believe I cannot persuade you." Feigning resignation, Yang Xiaohu remarked, "If you want to ally with me, I'll have no choice but to seek collaboration with them. At that point, you shall have no opportunity whatsoever." To Yang Xiaohu's surprise, Mena appeared to have an epiphany, unperturbed by Yang Xiaohu's tactics. With an air of indifference, she replied, "Go ahead. Not to mention whether they will join you. Even if they do, they would not permit you to go, resulting in nothing but wasted effort." Yang Xiaohu was genuinely astonished, scrutinizing Mena with newfound respect. Was this truly Mena? How could she articulate such thoughts? Had she been possessed by some spirit, or perhaps the prolonged rivalry had fostered her growth? This time, Yang Xiaohu was finally serious. With a serious expression, she gazed at Mena and inquired, "What do you wish to do?" Mena, having successfully gained an advantage, could not help but feel a sense of pride as her tail perked up. This marked one of the rare victories since her rivalry with Yang Xiaohu began. Let me take the lead this time, and next time, you can have your turn. Dream on. Yang Xiaohu flatly rejected. You think I would fall for your empty promises? With your intellect, it's a miracle I'm not the one deceiving you, yet you wish to pull one over on me? Ultimately, after deliberation, the two decided to engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who would proceed after defeating the alliance of Bai Xiaolu and Zhang Xiaoai. After much contention, they settled on the game, for women are eternally enigmatic in their thoughts. I'm immensely grateful to everyone. Yesterday, we ranked 400th on the gift leaderboard, and today, we have surged by 99 places. It's astonishing. Thank you, my dear and cherished friends. Our current standing is a testament to the accumulation of your thoughtful gifts, for which I am profoundly appreciative. Chapter 117. The Million Lottery. A grand prize awaits Baka. We must secure the championship in this competition. Even if we cannot attain the first place, we must at least achieve second. One of the team members on the island has already been eliminated due to illness. Such a circumstance must never repeat itself. However, the championship has already been reserved by the Ugly Nation, as they possess two voracious eaters. Our team simply cannot compete. Baka. Fool. Can't you orchestrate a mishap for them before the competition? Additionally, regarding the Jiuzhou team, Lu Wei, it would be prudent to eliminate him while we have the chance. Originally, their loss of a survival expert sealed their fate, yet unexpectedly, Lu Wei emerged. He cannot be spared. If we neutralize him, the Jiuzhou team is doomed. This grand eating contest presents the perfect opportunity. I will make the arrangements immediately. Wait, let other nations handle this. It is best if the Ugly Nation takes the lead. In case those guests investigate, they will find no trace of us, understood? Rest assured, my lord, I will leave no clues behind. Go ahead. As the little mustached man observed his subordinate depart, he murmured to himself, for the rise of the empire, sacrifices must be made, and they shall be remembered. On the island, as night deepened and everyone succumbed to slumber, Lu Wei quietly activated the system. Host, Lu Wei age, 25 strength, 60 constitution, 100 agility, 60 spirit, 60 skills, shooting level 1, singing level 3, dancing level 4, acting level 4, culinary arts level 1, diving level 1, tree climbing level 5, weaving level 1, carpentry level 5, proficient in Eru, click to expand, special skills, plant recognition, weather observation, aquatic life identification. Popularity, 15. 21 million lottery mall, not yet open. Character affection level, not yet open. Seeing her popularity surge by over 1 million, Lu Wei felt a surge of excitement. Her throat dry with exhilaration. This truly was a bountiful windfall. Although she anticipated a considerable increase in popularity today, she never expected it would soar to such heights. 15 million in popularity. Lu Wei's face flushed with excitement. How shall she spend it? It felt as though the possibilities were endless. To enhance physical fitness, one can achieve an increase of 150 points. However, such a significant boost requires an alarming quantity of sustenance. Perhaps a grand 10-fold draw at the million level would be in order. Even a mid-tier draw at the 100,000 level can yield special skills. So one can only imagine the superior rewards from a million level draw. Yet, with a major eating competition looming next week, it is essential to retain sufficient popularity points as a reserve. A careful calculation is in order. Currently at 15 million, should I expend 10 million on the lottery, I would still have 5 million remaining. With 6 days until the next competition, I can refresh my popularity points 6 times, averaging an increase of 2 million per day, which would yield an additional 12 million. The growth of popularity points likely follows a calculable pattern, though the specifics elude me. However, it stands to reason that a single individual cannot indefinitely contribute unlimited popularity points. Thus, the subsequent increase will surely become more challenging. There should be a modest peak tomorrow, followed by a gradual decline, unless I actively engage in activities to sustain high popularity, which would mitigate the decrease. Nevertheless, accumulating between 17 million and 20 million popularity points within 6 days appears entirely feasible. This would undoubtedly suffice for the competition, ensuring that I can max out the remaining 3 attributes, truly perfect. With determination, Lu Wei resolved to proceed. His current abilities were still lacking, yet with ample popularity points at hand, there was no reason for hesitation. System, Initiate a tenfold advanced lottery draw. Please confirm, host, whether you wish to expend 10 million popularity points for 10 advanced draws. Confirmed. The lottery commenced, with the host retaining the option to halt at any moment. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the skill of traditional Chinese medicine level 1. Upon receiving this reward, Lu Wei's eyes sparkled with joy, nearly prompting him to leap in excitement. This skill was exceedingly beneficial for him. In a world where one consumes grains and legumes, it is impossible to avoid illness, especially on this resource-scarce island where medical care is scarce and nutrition is inadequate. The likelihood of falling ill is significantly heightened. Even a minor ailment could easily escalate into a more severe condition, effectively disqualifying one from the competition. Now equipped with this traditional Chinese medicine skill, combined with his plant identification abilities, he felt an unparalleled synergy. Moreover, as he elevated his proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine, he would be capable of addressing even complex ailments. This skill must be upgraded. After all, it merely requires over 1 million popularity points. I am eager to witness the mastery level that follows proficiency. The lottery continues. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 popular songs. What use is this? And only 10? That's rather meager, isn't it? At 1 million popularity points for 10 songs. That averages to 100,000 popularity points per song. Upon reflection, that doesn't seem overly costly. Although entertainment works hold little survival value, once published, they could provide a stable and long-term influx of popularity points. At 100,000 per song, it's not a loss. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of trace tracking level 1. Chapter 118. The Million Lottery, Big Haul Tomb? Trace tracking? What does that mean? Is it about locating prey based on traces? If so, this skill is indeed remarkable. The most challenging aspect of hunting is finding the quarry. As long as one can locate the prey, rewards are bound to follow, regardless of the method employed. Moreover, possessing shooting skills. A mere upgrade coupled with this ability would create a perfect synergy. Ding! Congratulations, host has acquired the skill Ancient Martial Arts 8 Extremes Fist, level 1. What? How is it this? I could learn it from Jinga in my spare time. Why rely on your lottery? In due course, I could easily level up, benefiting both my physique and impressing others. Perhaps, if I advance sufficiently, I might even gain practical combat abilities. You, wretched system, return my popularity points. The system, of course, would not return Lu Wei as popularity points. The lottery continued. Ding! Congratulations. Host has acquired proficiency in 3 foreign languages. 3 foreign languages? This isn't particularly useful. However, it might serve some purpose outside, at the very least allowing me to pose in the entertainment industry with an average junior high education. Ding! Congratulations. Host has acquired the skill pottery firing, level 1. Oh, this is quite commendable. I could explore pottery firing in my spare time. Cooking with a single pot is rather cumbersome, especially with so many people. We can't rely on a pot for every meal. Ding! Congratulations. Host has acquired proficiency in throwing. Throwing skill? Javelin throwing? With my shooting skills and archery, this ability seems unnecessary unless one possesses immense strength. Throwing a javelin with greater force than a bow and arrow. That may be beneficial against larger prey, and starting at proficiency level is quite advantageous. Perhaps it could be useful against that fellow. Ding! Congratulations. Host has acquired the complete guide to hunting traps. Lu Wei's eyes lit up. This is excellent. A comprehensive guide to traps means it encompasses all kinds of traps, coupled with trace tracking, as long as there are small animals on this island. I need not worry about meat supply. Ding! Congratulations. Host has acquired master-level construction skills. Lu Wei sighed with some regret. Construction skills are somewhat useful. Unfortunately, the shelter is already built. However, achieving a master-level isn't a loss, as it requires 55 million popularity points, and considering the skill's inherent value, I've still gained significantly. Now all that remains is a special skill. It must be something truly useful. Ding! Congratulations. Host has acquired the special skill Danger Perception. 10 draws, all completed. Danger Perception? Lu Wei furrowed his brow. What kind of skill is this? Upon opting to accept the skill, he instantly felt as though his mind had been pierced by a sharp object. The pain was so intense it felt as though his very soul had been wrenched from his body, akin to dying. This unexpected surge of agony caused the unprepared Lu Wei to cry out in anguish. The sound startled everyone in the two adjoining rooms. What happened? What is going on? Wu Jing, ever vigilant, sat up alertly. What is wrong? Is it Lu Wei? The anxious inquiry of Yang Xiaohu echoed from the neighboring room. It must be said that Yang Xiaohu, perhaps a tad possessive and cunning, was undeniably clever. However, her unwavering affection for Lu Wei was unparalleled by any other woman. Just from a fleeting gasp, she could discern it was Lu Wei. Such intimate understanding and concern were not easily achieved. Soon after, hurried footsteps approached, unmistakably signaling that someone was coming. Before long, a group of 4 girls entered the room, each one present. At that moment, Lu Wei's headache had dissipated. That sensation, which lasted merely 7 or 8 seconds, felt to Lu Wei as though it spanned 7 or 8 years. The pain had rendered his complexion pale, and beads of cold sweat adorned his brow as he lay on the bed, gasping for fresh air, as if he had narrowly escaped death. Lu Wei, what is wrong? The shelter was engulfed in darkness. Yang Xiaohu could vaguely perceive a figure lying in the shadows and reached out, only to meet the dampness of sweat. Why are you sweating so much? She exclaimed, her voice filled with concern and urgency. Behind her, Meina was equally frantic. Lu Wei, what is the matter? Can you speak? Zhang Xiaolove maintained a semblance of calm, promptly suggesting, everyone, let us light a torch. Meanwhile, Peng Peng, startled awake, leapt from her bed and hurriedly declared, I'll go light the torch. They typically relied on torches for illumination during the night, whether for attending to business or visiting the restroom, and would not light them otherwise. Now that Lu Wei was in distress, anxiety gripped them all. Lu Wei was their cornerstone. Their recent comfort was largely attributed to his efforts. If anything were to befall him, their situation would become perilous. At that moment, Lu Wei had begun to recover. Observing the worry etched on their faces, he hastily reassured them, I'm fine, just had a nightmare and was a bit startled. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, the group fell silent, simultaneously exhaling in relief. Wu Jing, both amused and exasperated, remarked, as long as you're okay, you scared us all awake with that dream. Such a formidable power. Chun Chi-Chi, with a face full of grievance, complained, I was dreaming of gnawing on pig trotters, and you woke me up. Now, my pig trotters are gone. You owe me one. Before Lu Wei could respond, Lei Jia exclaimed, what is wrong with my foot? It's so wet. Is there a leak? The group exchanged puzzled looks, with Bai Xiaolu questioning, but it hasn't rained outside. Where could the water be from? Suddenly, it seemed they all understood something, and the room fell eerily quiet. Ahem, Chi-Chi, are the pig trotters salty? Lu Wei inquired, suppressing a laugh. The laughter erupted uncontrollably as the group burst into fits of giggles. Chun Chi-Chi gagged, nearly retching his dinner. Lei Datu, I'm going to get you back for this. Wait, you can't blame me for this. Who else can I blame if you shoved your foot in my mouth? It wasn't me. You were the one gnawing on it. What does that have to do with me? Their bickering continued, and the mere thought of that flavor made Chun Chi-Chi feel queasy. He hurriedly dashed outside to rinse his mouth. Yang Xiaohu gazed anxiously at Lu Wei, who lay motionless on the bed. Are you truly all right? She inquired, her hand brushing against Lu Wei's forehead, which felt cool and devoid of fever. Sensing her concern, Lu Wei gently patted her small hand and reassured her, do not worry. I am fine. If something were truly amiss, you must tell me, or I shall never forgive you. Xiaohu remained convinced that Lu Wei was concealing something, her heart heavy with worry. Lu Wei smiled, saying, rest assured, I am not foolish. If I were genuinely ill, I would not endure it. No amount of money is worth more than life itself. And besides, I have you, don't I? If I run out of funds, I shall borrow from you. Xiaohu considered this and chuckled, teasing, I have a job available here, with great food and generous pay, especially suited for those with delicate stomachs. Would you care to give it a try? Lu Wei rolled her eyes, replying, the seasoned driver, always steering me towards such things. Go on, retreat to your slumber. We have work awaiting us tomorrow. Yet, she mused that it might indeed present a viable opportunity. Xiaohu laughed lightly. Then I shall take my leave. If you fear sleeping alone, come seek your sister. You need not dread nightmares. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei swallowed hard, envisioning that sisterly warmth and softness. Alas, it was live streaming, and she was too self-conscious to indulge. Moreover, I might end up having more nightmares. Just hurry home, she urged. Xiaohu strode away confidently, and Lu Wei was about to close her eyes for a brief respite while checking the prize items. Suddenly, another small hand touched her forehead, startling her. Upon opening her eyes, she found it was Mena, and she felt utterly speechless. "What are you doing now?" Feeling the cool touch of Mena's hand, Lu Wei was bewildered. "What is this about?" Mena insisted. "She touched it, so I must too." Lu Wei sighed in exasperation. "Must you compete for this as well? All right, is that enough? Can you return to your slumber now?" Yes, no fever. "I shall take my leave," Mena responded, her sweet smile indicating her understanding. "By the way, I can also offer you a job suitable for those with stomach ailments." With that, she dashed away. Lu Wei contemplated questioning her. "You still know how to feel shy?" Yet another pair of hands touched her forehead, and upon peering, she saw it was Bai Xiaolu. "Why are you joining the fray?" Bai Xiaolu grinned. "Oh, it's nothing. I just saw how much they care for you, so I thought I should express my concern too, or I might seem out of place." "Well, I genuinely appreciate it. But please, just leave me be," Lu Wei replied. "Such ungratefulness." Bai Xiaolu scoffed before departing. Lu Wei watched her retreating figure, bemused. "What business do you have meddling?" Although this chapter felt brief, for chapters together would surely suffice, lest I face a financial penalty. Chapter 120. Skill Effect. Zhang Xiaolove rarely displayed a playful smile, exclaiming, "They all have done it. I shall not be left out." With that, her small hand brushed against Lu Wei's forehead. Lu Wei distinctly sensed a tremor in her hand, as if she were quite nervous. After a brief touch, she quickly withdrew, leaving behind a hasty, "Rest well," before fleeing. Lu Wei gazed silently at the heavens, feeling the gravity of the situation. However, he couldn't shake the sensation that it resembled a farewell to the deceased, which was rather awkward. With the departure of the four girls, Lu Wei prepared to examine his skills. Just as he closed his eyes, a large hand suddenly enveloped his forehead. Startled, he opened his eyes to find a tall, portly figure standing at the foot of his bed. It was Chun Chi-Chi, returning from rinsing his mouth. Grinning broadly in the darkness. "Hey, I just want to check in." Lu Wei, visibly annoyed, barked, "Get lost." While the girl's concern was somewhat welcome, their icy hands providing a comforting sensation, this rough man exuded an unpleasant odor akin to that of feet, which was utterly revolting. Heartbroken and devoid of affection, he spat. What a scoundrel, prioritizing romance over friendship. Chun Chi-Chi, upon hearing Lu Wei's words, wore a look of exaggerated grievance. His reaction evoked laughter from the two rooms, filling the air with mirth. "Do you wish to experience the aroma of my feet as well?" Lu Wei threatened ominously. At this, Chun Chi-Chi promptly retreated. "Brother, I was wrong. Please go back to sleep." With the disturbance gone, tranquility enveloped the room. Lu Wei closed his eyes and began to assess his skills. The first skill he examined was the perilous talent known as danger perception, which had nearly cost him his life. The system swiftly provided an explanation. Danger perception enables one to sense impending threats in their vicinity. The higher the mental acuity, the greater the detection range and accuracy. The skill's description was succinct, devoid of any superfluous verbiage. Lu Wei was astonished. "Goodness, this skill is remarkable. It means I can foresee danger. Moreover, it's tied to mental prowess. This could be deemed a superpower, wouldn't you agree?" While it might seem overly fantastical, there are indeed individuals in reality who possess such abilities, evading peril through their heightened senses. It bore resemblance to the concept in films where one eludes the Grim Reaper's pursuit. In truth, this ability could be explicated through scientific principles. However, the system did not elaborate, and Lu Wei was not well versed in such matters. Quantum mechanics, perhaps. In certain scenarios, this capability could be deemed extraordinary, particularly on a battlefield. If one could evade enemy fire before it was even unleashed, it would be akin to possessing immortality. Nonetheless, for Lu Wei in his current state, this skill held immense utility. When stranded in the wilderness, no matter how many skills he possessed, he could not guarantee his safety. A venomous snake or a small toxic creature could strike at any moment, leading to dire consequences. With his skill, however, he would no longer need to fear. All lurking dangers would be laid bare. Indeed, this self-preservation skill was a boon, alleviating his concerns about ambushes. After reviewing danger perception, Lu Wei proceeded to acquire the compendium of traps. This skill was unsurprising, encompassing the deployment of various traps, nearly encompassing all forms of hunting and assassination techniques. While the assassination traps may prove unnecessary, The plethora of hunting traps ensured he would no longer fret over a lack of sustenance in the future. The master of architecture, possessing this skill, gazes upon the shelter with a sense of discomfort, indicating that it requires rectification in due time. The art of pottery, devoid of any mystery, revolves around the techniques of firing ceramics, including the creation of charcoal and the construction of kilns. As for foreign languages, they shall be disregarded. The realm of music, too, shall be overlooked. The skill of trace tracking piques interest. Originally, Liu Wei believed it pertained solely to tracking prey. To his surprise, it extends beyond mere quarry, allowing the tracking of all living beings, including humans. This is indeed advantageous, while the application for locating individuals may not be immediately beneficial. It greatly facilitates the pursuit of game. With this skill, no prey can evade detection, and the promise of feasting on ample sustenance looms near. The proficiency in throwing aligns with his expectations, signifying the art of launching weapons. It encompasses not only javelins, but also stones and throwing knives. Anything cast by hand qualifies as throwing, including grenades and similar projectiles. Armed with this skill, along with shooting expertise, his capability for ranged attacks becomes virtually unparalleled. The remaining two skills consist of traditional Chinese medicine and the ancient martial art of Bajiquan. Liu Wei first examines traditional Chinese medicine. For although this skill is merely at the initial level, it holds the utmost value among all his abilities. The actual worth may be surpassed by the specialized skill of danger perception. However, traditional Chinese medicine is his most pressing need. If he were to choose, Liu Wei would undoubtedly select the former. Upon acquiring the skill, foundational knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine materializes in Liu Wei's mind. This discipline demands immense experience, as it cannot be hastily mastered but rather accumulated over time. In the fast-paced and impatient modern society, this skill faces the peril of obsolescence and challenge. Fortunately, Liu Wei possesses a system that allows him to forego decades of arduous study and accumulation. He merely needs to upgrade. System: enhance my skills in traditional Chinese medicine.